Chapter 1201. An ace that isn't cool at all. Wang Ziyi hadn't been a senior player during his time at Excellent Era. When Yishio was still there, he had been a rookie, appearing a few times as a sub starting Season 8, before following Excellent Era to relegations. Team Excellent Era's players were rather sought after, but at that time, the relegated Excellent Era hadn't given up yet. Drawing in Thunderclap's Xiao Shiqin steadied their hearts, and as a result, the vast majority of Team Excellent Era's players chose to stay. Wang Ziyi was one of them. However, unlike his other teammates who had the choice to accept an invite or stay with the team, he had no choices because no one had showed any interest in him. To Wang Ziyi, this was a slap to his face. Even though he didn't feel like he was particularly amazing, he still had confidence in his own skill, yet no one was interested in him. Wang Ziyi cared quite a lot about this issue. At that time, he had been in the competitive scene for 2 years, but he failed to attract enough attention in his few appearances on stage. He very much wanted to be acknowledged. But in the 3rd season of his professional career, what made him even more depressed was that the powerhouse Excellent Era had actually lost to the Internet Cafe Team Happy in the Challenger League. That moment had been a dark one for everyone in Team Excellent Era. After Excellent Era disbanded and the team members parted ways, Wang Ziyi had been quite terrified because he hadn't received any invites when Excellent Era had been relegated the previous season. And in their last season, Excellent Era had been playing in the Challenger League. The attention towards them had been limited, and he had truly feared that no one would be interested in him. Wang Ziyi had hoped for an invite, but none came. He had watched as his teammates left him one after the other, watched as Excellent Era collapsed, and watched as someone took over. At that time, the players who had yet to leave all received invites from the new boss, who called for them to hang on for 1 more year and return to the Pro League anew. Wang Ziyi remembered clearly that Qiu Fei, who had just been promoted from the training camp, decisively chose to stay. Idiot! Wang Ziyi had thought to himself. That season, if there was one person who was particularly eye-catching in Excellent Era, it would be the new rookie Qiu Fei. He was a youth with a bright future ahead of him. He didn't need to worry that he would have nowhere to go. However, Qiu Fei had actually believed in the new investor's plans and chose to stay. But what did the new Excellent Era have? Su Muqing had left along with her Dancing Rain. Sun Strong and One Autumn Leaf had left. Xiao Shiqin and Life Extinguisher had returned to their mother team. The remaining Excellent Era was no longer a powerhouse. How could breezing through the Challenger League be so easy? Wang Ziyi had already wasted a year. He had no intentions of wasting away in the Challenger League. Unfortunately, he still hadn't received any invites. Staying was at least one path that would let him continue as a pro player. Wang Ziyi wasn't willing, but he also didn't want to resort to this last straw. Luckily, Team Miracle came around and showed interest in him. Wang Ziyi didn't hesitate to pick his new team. In his eyes, being able to remain in the Pro League was better than anything else. Thus, Wang Ziyi joined Team Miracle. Afterwards, Shen Jian joined too, cursing and swearing after wandering around in a circle. Shen Jian's situation had been better than his. He had received invites from the start, but he wasn't able to negotiate well enough with any of them, leaving Team Miracle as his only choice left. Along with feelings of helplessness for not getting recognized for his talents, he and Wang Ziyi were packaged together and sent to Team Miracle. Over there, Ming was waiting for them with his status as the core player, after being traded away for Xiao Shiqin when Excellent Era relegated and fighting in the Pro League for a year. The three were former teammates, who had gathered together again at Team Miracle. No one had been delighted at that. Instead, a feeling of being cheated had sprung up in their hearts. But they had already fallen into the hole. If they wanted to get out, they'd have to rely upon themselves. Each carrying their own thoughts and hopes, the three began their journey with Team Miracle. Wang Ziyi hoped that he would be able to get recognition for his skill this season. Even if Team Miracle was relegated in the end, he would at least have invites waiting for him. His opponent this round was Su Muqing, an all-star. If he could beat her, it would be definitive proof of his skill. And towards this former teammate of his, he felt like he knew the key to winning. After the 5-second countdown, the match began. Map, Desolate Town 7. Desolate Town was a series of maps. If all 17 maps were put together, the map would be a complete town. But in reality, especially in a 1v1, the complete town was too big, so it was split into 17 parts. These 17 parts were of different sizes. Desolate Town 7 was the smallest among them, suitable for a 1v1. As former teammates, the three from Miracle knew which map Su Muqing favored. Wang Ziyi mainly wanted to bump into Su Muqing today, so he had prepared a map specifically for her. Desolate Town 7 was a map that Su Muqing was good at, and as her former teammate, he knew how Su Muqing liked to play in this map. This was why Wang Ziyi had chosen it. He wasn't hoping his opponent was unfamiliar with the map, but rather familiar with it. That way he would have a greater understanding of his opponent. The two characters headed towards each other from their spawn corners. Wang Ziyi's sharpshooter was called Kashiban, a character provided by Team Miracle. It was worse than his former Team Excellent Era character, and he had spent a lot of effort to adjust it to his preferences and habits. Kashiban moved forward quickly, looking far into the distance onto the clock tower in the town. The clock tower was this map's highest point. By seizing the high ground, one would have nearly complete coverage of the map. Desolate Town 7 was the desolate map with the most narrow and winding alleys, which wasn't too favorable for long-ranged gunners. Su Muqing had been forced to be good at this map because too many opponents wanted to utilize this map to restrict the Alliance's #1 launcher. As a result, Su Muqing had to specifically practice and study this map until it actually became one of her best maps. The clock tower was a location that Su Muqing frequently occupied. She had the high ground there, allowing her to easily catch her opponent's position. Then, she could utilize her long-ranged capabilities to attack from afar. It was one of her most used tactics. But not today. Wang Ziyi thought to himself. Their relationship as teammates was mutual. Since he had chosen this map, Su Muqing wouldn't be so stupid as to go to it. She would intentionally avoid the spot she liked the most because her teammate knew about it. Once she gave up on her usual plan, what would she do? According to her habits and preferences, Wang Ziyi bravely made a prediction. He was currently heading over to verify it. He believed that his prediction should be correct. As a gunner class 2, Wang Ziyi trusted that his understanding of Su Muqing's thought process was very thorough. Kashiban traveled through the small alleyway. Wang Ziyi's strategy was very clear. But from time to time, he would still take a glance at the clock tower. After all, it was possible that Su Muqing would be stubborn. However, Wang Ziyi would be even happier if that were the case. The route he chose was a dead spot for the clock tower. If Su Muqing went to the clock tower, he would give her a big surprise. A flawless plan. Wang Ziyi felt satisfied with himself. But at this moment, Su Muqing appeared. Utilizing aerial launcher, with a few ups and downs, she landed on the clock tower. Thinking that she wouldn't go over there, Wang Ziyi nearly exposed himself. Luckily, Wang Ziyi noticed her actions in time and hastily rolled to a dead angle in the clock tower's view. So she actually went there. Wang Ziyi calculated the time. For Dancing Rain to make it onto the clock tower right now, she had to have taken a straight line to there, not wasting any time. Was she not afraid that he would take advantage of that location? Wang Ziyi was confident, but he didn't think Su Muqing was stupid. As a result, when he saw Su Muqing suddenly make what seemed to be a brainless move, Wang Ziyi stopped to think about it. If Su Muqing understood his intentions for picking this map but still made this choice, what was she plotting? There were two possibilities. First, she didn't think much of Wang Ziyi's strength, so she did as she always did. Second, she guessed how Wang Ziyi would respond, so she had set up a trap and was intentionally luring the snake out of its hole. Su Muqing wasn't stupid nor was she an arrogant person, so it was most likely the second possibility. Setting up a trap and luring him out. Wang Ziyi smirked. This was the Su Muqing that he knew. It was just that this time, he wouldn't fall for it. Su Muqing perhaps knew where the dead angles were from this clock tower, but did she know which of these dead angles allowed for direct attacks to the clock tower? Wang Ziyi didn't think Su Muqing knew. because only long-ranged classes had the range to reach her from those spots, and very few long-ranged players would choose this map. As for Su Muqing, she had never encountered a long-ranged opponent on this map. This wasn't Wang Ziyi guessing. He had looked through all of Su Muqing's data on this map. Detailed and thorough analysis, understanding, and preparation. These were Wang Ziyi's trump cards. Perhaps they weren't very cool, but they were practical. Dancing Rain was still looking around from up on the clock tower, or perhaps she was guessing where Wang Ziyi would attack from. No need. Wang Ziyi smiled. He swiped his mouse, and Kashiban readied for a thunder snipe. Sharpshooters had lower range than launchers. Only thunder snipe was the exception. However, Wang Ziyi didn't want to attack from too far away in this situation, otherwise Su Muqing would have time to react and dodge it. The sniping spot he had chosen was the perfect distance. At this range, if she didn't know ahead of time, by the time she heard the sound of the trigger, it would be too late to dodge. Even more so in a situation where Su Muqing couldn't even see where it was coming from. Trying to react just based on sound was even more impossible. Dancing Rain's forehead and long hair could be seen clearly through the tenfold magnified sniper scope. Gunshot! A spurt of fresh blood flowed out from that forehead, instantly covering his scoped view with red. TSK, this type of attack should just instant kill her. Wang Ziyi sighed. After using the skill, he retracted his sniper rifle. Ooh? What's that? Wang Ziyi saw a bright flame in the sky spiraling towards him. Chapter 1202. Familiar Rhythm. This is? Wang Ziyi panicked for a moment, but he quickly calmed down again. Judging from the flight path of this whirling flame, it couldn't hit his position no matter what. At this moment, a gunshot sounded. Bang! After a gunshot, there was the sound of an impact. The spinning flame in the air vibrated, but it wasn't extinguished. It now flew forward at a higher speed, and after this collision, there was a clear change in the flame's trajectory. Originally, it had been unable to reach Kashiban's position, but now, it was enough. Boom! There was a sudden roar in the sky. Wang Ziyi had long figured out what this was, but he hadn't thought that Su Muqing would have such an outrageous technique. After being hit by the thunder snipe, she instantly predicted Kashiban's position. And then right after being sniped, while her body still wasn't stable, she was able to immediately launch a heat-seeking missile, and then because this missile wasn't able to fly a far enough distance, she accurately fired another shot to support and extend the range of this missile. There was another important point here. A Dancing Rain normally used a hand cannon, which launched powerful cannon shots that were impossible to aim with such precision. This meant that after firing the missile, she must have switched Dancing Rain to use a gun. How was Su Muqing this strong? As her former teammate, Wang Ziyi thought that he had studied Su Muqing enough, but he had no idea that Su Muqing's technique was even more terrifying than he imagined. The howling heat-seeking missile fell toward him. Although Wang Ziyi was already frantically controlling Kashisan to dodge, the shockwaves from the mushroom cloud created by the missile's impact had a wide range. Kashisan was unable to avoid the explosion and was sent flying against a wall. Boom boom boom. The attacks of launcher Dancing Rain came flying from the clock tower. Occupy the high ground, capture the opponent's position, fire from an extremely long distance. All of this was Su Muqing's familiar rhythm, and it was a rhythm that Wang Ziyi had specifically studied, but now, he still fell into it. Dodge! Wang Ziyi desperately controlled his character, entering one of the clock tower's dead angles. It's no use. Even though it was a dead angle, Su Muqing used all sorts of methods to send her firepower there. The AoE skills of a launcher allowed her to somewhat disregard the precision of her attacks. As long as they landed close enough, they could deal a lot of damage and restrict the target. I can't hide in a dead angle, I have to move and shake her off. But isn't this the rhythm that every one of Su Muqing's victims on this map would fall into? Amidst the roaring cannon fire, Wang Ziyi hesitated. What to do? He had no plan. He hadn't prepared for any events deviating from the script he had imagined. He had been completely caught off guard by how Su Muqing had instantly determined his position from his sneak attack. For this match, Wang Zed's original plan was to use accurate sneak attacks to snipe dancing rain shot after shot. But now, after only one shot, his position was exposed. All he heard were cannon shots, all he saw was fire. Where could he go? Wang Ze originally thought he knew this map very well, but now it was all fuzzy in his mind, the various routes all tangling together, preventing him from finding the exit path among them. But if he just let his character stand here, he could only watch his health bar steadily exploding away. Wang Ze had Cassius charge out, but should he continue to figure out a way to hide and dodge, or should he turn and fight directly? Wang Ze still wasn't certain, and he didn't have the time to reason things out. On this map, Su Muqing's attack rhythm was extremely skilled. Whether Wang Ze ran or counterattacked, she had enough experience and technique to respond. Ace card? Did Su Muqing not have one on this map? And it was the exact same as Wang Zed's, the most simple, familiarity. Familiar map, familiar attack rhythm. Wang Zed's response didn't pose any difficulty for her at all. With all her skill at her fingertips, she bombarded him. And Wang Ze seemed to have fallen into a battle for survival. He wasn't acting like he was trying to achieve victory, he was just trying to survive under the cannon fire. The match had already lost its suspense from the moment Wang Ze revealed the position of Cassius. Individual competition round 2, happy 1. Beautiful. Chen Gui energetically welcomed Su Muqing as she came off stage. Who knows what the opponent thinking, picking one of your best and most familiar maps, how stupid. The fruits of victory were in hand, and Chen Gui wanted to make it known. As Su Muqing's superfan, Chen Gui knew which map she was good at, and she recognized Desolate Town 7. She'd even tried to imitate Su Muqing's playstyle on this map. He's not stupid, it's just that I'm not stupid either, Su Muqing laughed. In any case, we won. Chen Gui was proud. Wang Ze, coming off stage, was in extremely low spirits. He had prepared thoroughly for this match, he had been confident, but it ended up like this? His strategy was still only on the first step when it received a headache-inducing attack, and he had been attacked from there until the end, blasted upon the ground. He Ming and Shen Jian knew the hard work Wang Ze had put into preparing for this match. Seeing his disappointment now, they too were upset. But this was competition. Everyone worked hard, but in the end, there was always one side that would fail. I was still too overconfident, Wang Ze said with a bitter smile. I thought I understood the opponent's strength, that I had a trump card that could get me victory. But I never thought that, under circumstances I don't understand, the opponent improved even further. This is why glory is limitless. The unfortunate trio lamented, in a heavy atmosphere. Captain, I'm going up. Right then, Miracle's third individual player had already stood up, Miracle's launcher, Guo Xiao. Yes, Guo Xiao, a name that sounded arrogant. Before the arrival of these players from old excellent era, he had been the core player of this new team. An arrogant name, a position as core player, but Guo Xiao wasn't that kind of person. When experienced players joined, he happily gave up his position as core and captain. Passionate, with energy and ideals, Guo Xiao was a glory youth that had longed to play in the professional scene. And now, he had finally raised his sails to set forth on this journey. I wonder who my opponent is. Guo Xiao lifted his head to look at the projection screen. He carried this kind of excitement for every match. The screen quickly displayed the names for the third battle of the individual round. Happy, Yi Xiu, Lord Grim. Excellent. Guo Xiao was even more excited. He Ming and the others exchanged looks, smiling bitterly. What an innocent youth, he really has no idea of the terror and cruelty of the pro scene. Good luck. The three still said some encouraging words, but in their hearts they already had no hopes for this match. Don't worry, seniors. Guo Xiao gave the three of them a thumbs up. Go, go. You have to win. Against their true thoughts, the three cheered him on. Guo Xiao went on stage, and on the other end Yi Xiu was already ready. Log on, enter map. This is great, I actually have the chance to fight Senior Yi Xiu. As soon as the characters finished loading, Guoxiao couldn't wait any longer and began expressing his feelings.
Then do your best.
Yixiao never refused to interact with anyone on stage.
Don't worry, senior,
Guoxiao shouted. Offstage, He-Ming and the other two facepalmed.
Why are you telling the opponent not to worry?
Yixiao sent a smiley face emoji, and Lord Grim rushed forward. The map was Desolate Town 28. In a 1v1, there was some amount of cover, but not many twists and turns, which made it rather suitable for a launcher. Guoxiao's map choice wasn't out of the ordinary. Yixiao didn't sidestep, he directly charged forth, and quickly saw that the opponent was doing the same.
Boom boom.
With the sounds of cannon fire, Guoxiao's launcher Burke took the lead in attacking. Yixiao controlled Lord Grim to dodge, having no way to retaliate. Guoxiao fired his attacks at the very limit of his attack range. Although Lord Grim could use a launcher's low-level skills, that didn't mean he had the full long range of a launcher. The extremely long attack range of a launcher was something they got only after switching classes. Their special skill learned when changing class at level 20, Artillery Mastery, increased the range of all of the attacks and skills of this class, as well as the area they could damage.
Haha, Senior's class doesn't have the range of a launcher.
Guoxiao actually had the time to type a message, but Burke's attacks never stopped.
You want to lock me outside of this range?
Yixiao replied.
Seen through so quickly by Senior.
It's a very obvious plan.
But it's not that easy.
After sending the message, Lord Grim began to charge forward. Guoxiao immediately had Burke jump backwards while simultaneously covering a large area with his firepower, stopping Lord Grim from reaching him.
Hit!
Lord Grim was covered by the large area of firepower, and Guoxiao was excited.
But I'm closer,
Yixiao replied as Lord Grim ducked through the cannon fire. Although he suffered some damage, the distance between the two was pulled closer.
That's not good.
Guoxiao's Burke used aerial cannon to increase their distance.
You can't run.
Under Yixiao's controls, Lord Grim used a slide kick, dodging the cannon shots coming right at him, and once he got up, he used a shining cut. His character sprung forward amidst cold light, and then he followed with a charge, forcing his way through the stingers falling from the sky. 3 skills used in an instant, all attacks with high-speed movement. The distance between the two characters was instantly squeezed so that they were almost right next to each other.
Senior is really tough,
Guoxiao cried, his character changing direction to get away. Lord Grim suddenly used another skill. Against his controls, Burke started rushing toward Lord Grim.
He can even use taunt,
Guoxiao shouted. The taunt status forced the target to charge toward and attack only the taunter. Although it couldn't interrupt an attack, it was a powerful move to disrupt the opponent's rhythm, especially during a team competition when coordination was required. Right now neither side had a team, so there wasn't that effect, but Guoxiao's Burke in this bit of time had no way to leave with his free will.
Collapsing mountain.
Lord Grim swung his blades down. Guoxiao saw that he had no way to retreat, so he simply aimed his cannon at Lord Grim. The cannonball flew out, but Lord Grim's collapsing mountain suddenly changed to a falling light blade, and he plunged downward. After dodging the cannon shot, the falling light blade landed right upon Burke. Guoxiao hurriedly tried to quick recover, as the taunt status finally wore off, but Lord Grim was already right next to him.
Slide kick.
Guoxiao's reaction was very fast. He actually had Burke use a sharpshooter's skill slide click. Even if he couldn't hit Lord Grim, at least he could slide past and start pulling apart the distance again. But he hadn't expected Lord Grim to step to the side. Before he started fully sliding, Lord Grim stomped down in place, and at that moment, Burke slid right there. After Lord Grim stepped on his opponent, the myriad manifestations umbrella shifted forms and sent a flurry of shots to his face. Sharpshooter skill, Punisher.
You're about to lose,
Yixiao said. Chapter 1203. The Winery on Wuchuan Path. Yixiao's prediction was of course made with reason. Out of the 24 classes, launchers were ranked at the bottom in close combat ability. They were never absent in the voting for which class is weakest in close combat, and their votes were never low, at about the same rank as summoners. Now that he was being stepped on by Lord Grim, an unspecialized with an immense number of low-level skills and an extremely fast rhythm, no one thought Yishio's words were unreasonable.
Not necessarily.
But Guo Xiao didn't agree. Once Punisher was over, Lord Grim had only just moved his foot away when Burke immediately rolled and stood. However, the myriad manifestations umbrella had already transformed into a spear, striking forth like a viper.
Clang!
Yet, what everyone heard was the clash of metal on metal. This sound was most commonly heard when parrying. And, for launchers, there was only one move they could use in parrying, if nothing unexpected happened. Swing! Each of the 24 classes had a knock-up skill, which could be learned from the beginning. What launchers used was this hand cannon swinging skill, swing. Using this skill, Guo Xiao managed to parry Lord Grim's Dragon Tooth. Burke had already jumped up, cannon shots flying, aimed downwards and propelling him backwards. However, Lord Grim truly had too many low-level skills. Even if the movement skills he had used before were all still in cooldown, he had other choices. Berserker skill, colliding stab. Lord Grim dashed forth with his sword. Burke, even with the help of aerial cannon, couldn't match up to the speed of this dashing stab. He was immediately impaled on the blade and a combo followed after. The unspecialized's fast-paced close combat capabilities wiped the floor with Zhong Jiala and crushed Sun Yiping. Now, the one facing this was a rookie, using a launcher, who was weak in close combat. There was no suspense to this anymore. However, nothing is certain yet. The rookie Guo Xiao still didn't give up. Your spirit is admirable. Yishio praised, if so, then I'll have to be more careful. The myriad manifestations umbrella changed forms rapidly, skill after skill pushed onto Burke. Guo Xiao was trying to find an opening, but there was none to be found. Every possibility of escape had been completely sealed off. How terrifying, he was still lamenting, his morale seeming to be completely unaffected, but at a time like this, his Burke had already fallen. Guo Xiao didn't give up, but he didn't find a single opportunity either. Walking out of the competitor booths, Guo Xiao looked at Yishio on the other side. Senior is so strong. Guo Xiao called out loudly, giving a thumbs up. Is he crazy, praising his opponent like that? Ming and Co were close to jumping up, nervously looking at the audience. As expected, the audience had exploded into commotion. As for Yishio, he just waved and went off stage. In the individual competition, Happy won with a flawless 3-0. However, Guo Xiao, who had just returned to the player bench, didn't seem at all affected by this gap. Let's all do our best. Despite just having lost, he was here encouraging his teammates. You little. Ming's face was dark. As the captain, he had to say something. How could you compliment your opponent like that? Aren't you boosting their morale? Ruining ours. Ming scolded. Because he really is strong, so I didn't really think much of it, Guo Xiao said. Guo Xiao's forthright reason made Ming incapable of scolding him further. Just don't do it next time. He could only reply, deflating. They lost all 3 rounds of the individual competition. Ming exchanged glances with his 2 old teammates. If everything had gone according to their original plan, then they would have given the first match to Yishio, Wang Ziyi would strike down Su Muqing in the second match, and then the third match would be given to Guo Xiao, who was rather skilled. If he did well, they might have even ended things with a lead of 2-1, but now, reality seemed very far from their expectations. We're counting on you for the group arena, Wang Ziyi said. Ming and Shen Jian were going to be a part of the group arena. How come I feel that Happy doesn't seem affected by the magazine? Shen Jian gazed towards Happy's bench. Did they not look at those magazines after getting them? Wei Chen, Su Muqing, and Yishio are all experienced and mature players. Being able to adjust their emotions isn't unexpected from them, Ming analyzed, feigning calm. In the group arena, Tang Ru will definitely come up. She'll be affected by it. What if she's not participating today? Chen Jian asked. Oh, then the other younger players would definitely be affected, He Ming said. There's also that Fang Rui, Chen Jian reminded him. Fang Rui isn't all that used to the Qi Master yet, so his strength will be reduced, He Ming assured. Yeah. Chen Jian nodded. In reality, they had gone over these things who knows how many times before the match. I'll be going first, Jiaoxing will take the middle and you'll be our last line of defense, He Ming announced the lineup at the end. Jiaoxing was Miracle's battle mage player, his character was called Prideful Sorcery. The short break between the individual competition and group arena passed quickly. Under the signal given by the big screen, He Ming stood, bracing himself and walking towards the stage. On Happy's side, the first player to go up wasn't Tang Ru, who used to always lead the charge, but Fang Rui. After seeing Fang Rui, He Ming felt a little more pressure. The other was an all-star level player, after all. Relax, he's still getting used to the class switch. Focus yourself, don't get anxious, you have plenty of chances. He Ming recited to himself in his heart as he walked onto the stage and into Miracle's competition booth. On the other side, Fang Rui also entered his booth. The projection began to display images of the map that would be used for this match. Wuchuan Path, a small map with a wuxia style, was a map that didn't have many obstacles for the 3 pro players of Miracle. That was usually how group arena maps were chosen. The 2 characters soon spawned at the 2 ends of Wuchuan Path. In the center of the map, there was a winery with a large flagpole outside the door. A golden character meaning alcohol was stitched into the accompanying red flag, fluttering in the wind, very eye-catching. The winery proved its worth of having such a flag, though. The winery had 3 large courtyards, pridefully taking up the center of the map. In terms of area, it made 90% of the map. Desolate muddy earth surrounds the winery, and when the winds blew, the sand and dust kicked up could turn the sky yellow. With the winery in the center, the 2 characters would meet directly. The winery became a place that could be used to execute ambushes and sneak attacks. Knowing that his opponent was the master of dirty play, Fang Rui, He Ming instantly felt like the winery was filled with danger. However, Miracle's 3 wouldn't be unfamiliar with the map they chose. And for this map, the focus of it was the structure of the winery. He Ming had his elementalist, Rullo, approach the winery, but didn't charge inside. Though the 2 characters were the same distance apart from the winery, their movement speeds were different. If a Qi Master wanted to take this advantage, they could activate Qi Flowing Cloud and increase their speed, getting into the winery before an elementalist. Fang Rui would definitely use the terrain to his advantage. He Ming knew this with certainty. Thus, before he stepped into the winery, he stopped for a moment and went over the entire structure of the winery clearly and completely. After making an organized judgment, He Ming's elementalist, Rullo, walked into the winery from the side door. Immediately inside was a massive courtyard with both square and long tables. They were cluttered with many small taverns. However, no NPCs would be in an arena map. A place that should have been bustling was devoid of life, giving an eerie feel. He Ming didn't stay in the courtyard long, intending to have Rullo go further inside, when he suddenly heard a popping noise. What was that? He Ming's had very precise judgment, and he turned his view to the place the noise came from. All that was there was a wall, so the sound must have come from behind that wall. Was it an accident? Or a trap? The gears in He Ming's head turned quickly. Rullo walked over, but didn't immediately go through to the other side, but stuck close to the wall. This doorway led to a rather narrow corridor. Thinking of this terrain, He Ming had an idea. Rullo flashed into the doorway, staff waving, and then, with a point, an ice wall appeared in the corridor. Only then did He Ming have Rullo dart inside. How cautious! Fang Rui's taunt appeared in the channel. As expected, Fang Rui's boundless sea was inside the corridor. However, he had been trapped at the other end by the ice wall. If this is how it's going to be, you can't hit me either. Fang Rui sent a ruffle emoji, as if He Ming's ice wall was a really stupid decision. He Ming remained unruffled by the other's trash talk. He was glad he was so careful. If not, then he might have already been ambushed by Fang Rui's Boundless Sea.
If neither of us can hit the other, then I'm leaving,
Fang Rui said as Boundless Sea turned to leave. How could He Ming let this dirty playing opponent go so easily after catching him? Ice Wall could block movement and attacks, but it couldn't block an elementalist's control over the elements. Rouleau raised a hand and elemental power began to gather in the air, curling up from the ground, eventually gathering in Rouleau's mind. Skill, Absolute Focus. After activation, it would turn the next skill into an instant cast. After that, he pointed his staff and the level 70 Elementalist Ultimate, Heavenly Lightning Earth and Fire, was activated through the ice wall. Fang Rui, who was in the middle of his escape, realized something was wrong, and hurriedly had Boundless Sea roll backwards, taking a small amount of damage. When he looked again, the lightning and fire had completely blocked off his escape route. Charging through wasn't a good idea. Under the player's control, if a target tried to simply charge through Heavenly Thunder, Earth and Lightning, then it wouldn't just be damage they'd take, but they'd also be routed, so in the end they still couldn't go anywhere.
How shameless! Take this!
Fang Rui sent as Boundless Sea turned and dashed forwards, his palm striking the ice wall. If ice wall wasn't destroyed by an attack, then it would remain for quite a long time, even longer than Heaven Lightning Earth and Fire. However, Fang Rui didn't want Boundless Sea to stay here and admire the scenery, waiting for time to pass. If he were trapped in this small space and let He Ming chant a few more AoE spells, then he wouldn't have a chance at dodging. Fang Rui didn't mind using this powerful skill to immediately shatter the ice wall. Chapter 1204. Fang Rui, figured out.
Pa 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 pa.
Boundless Sea's flash burst smashed into the ice. Spiderweb-like cracks instantly spread, and in the next second, the ice wall shattered into tiny bits of ice. But by this time, He Ming's Rouleau had finished casting another spell.
Thunder Apocalypse.
Lightning crashed down from above, one bolt after the other. He Ming had calculated Fang Rui's options and positioned Thunder Apocalypse such that Boundless Sea was perfectly centered inside.
Dodge?
With the denseness and speed of the lightning bolts, dodging was extremely difficult.
Reinforced iron bones?
It would increase his defenses and give him super armor, but lightning bolts produced a short paralysis effect, completely different from the hit stun from physical attacks. Reinforced iron bone super armor would not be enough to move freely inside Thunder Apocalypse.
Chi Guard.
Fang Rui chose to use this Chi Master defensive skill. Boundless Sea's two hands traced an arc from the top of his head to his sides, forming a defensive Chi barrier. However, with Thunder Apocalypse striking the shield, the Chi Guard wouldn't last long. It was unable to ward off the destructive might of Thunder Apocalypse. Moreover, this purely defensive position gave He Ming time to cast another spell.
Blizzard.
It wasn't enough time to cast a powerful spell. He Ming had good judgment and cast a relatively fast spell, layering Blizzard on top of Thunder Apocalypse. Boundless Sea's Chi Guard shattered in an instant.
Piercing Lightning.
He Ming didn't hesitate and threw out an instant cast. The distance between Rouleau and Boundless Sea was extremely close. For an elementalist with weak close combat abilities, it could be considered a very dangerous distance, but it was because of this short distance that Fang Rui could do nothing about this piercing lightning. Lightning element spells were the fastest spells. A bolt of lightning pierced through Boundless Sea. The knockback from magic attacks should not be looked down upon. Piercing lightning pushed Boundless Sea back a step, and Thunder Apocalypse and Blizzard had yet to fade away. The elemental spell formation set down by He Ming was giving Fang Rui an extremely difficult time. He Ming activated Mobile Cast. In the end, elementalists needed to maintain a distance away from their opponents. Before the two-dot spells completely dissipated, Rouleau retreated while casting his next spell. And Boundless Sea? Paralyzed by Thunder Apocalypse and slowed by Blizzard, Fang Rui didn't have any good ways to escape from his predicament. However, he couldn't let He Ming continue casting spells. Forcefully eating the damage and seizing the gap between dot ticks was one way.
Chi Blade.
He Ming hadn't expected Fang Rui to be able to find an opening to let out an attack while under the barrage of two-dot skills. Even though he had yet to fully switch classes, his ability to grasp openings showed why Fang Rui was an all-star. Having activated mobile cast and in the middle of a cast, Rulo's movement speed was very slow. Chi Blade was a rather difficult skill to dodge too, so He Ming immediately cancelled his skill and cast a teleport. Rulo suddenly disappeared. However, Fang Rui's reaction speed was quick. As the master of playing dirty, his first thought was that the opponent was behind him. Boundless Sea turned around. Sure enough, Rulo was behind his back and had thrown a fireball at him. At this point, Thunder Apocalypse had ended, but Blizzard still remained. Although Blizzard's damage could not be compared to Thunder Apocalypse, the slow effect was a headache. Boundless Sea's movements were slowed, and He Ming had boldly teleported to a short distance between them and attacked. No matter how fast Fang Rui reacted, with his character unable to respond, he had no way of dodging. Bang bang bang! The fireball struck Boundless Sea and exploded. Fire element spells dealt the most damage out of all for elements. Fireball was only a low-level skill, but its explosiveness couldn't be ignored. Rulo wasn't close to being done yet. He Ming was extremely focused, carefully and attentively watching Boundless Sea's situation, planning every step of his offensive. After Fireball was a Dark Missile. It was a low-level Dark Element spell. Dark Element spells were neither fast nor strong, but they had strange effects. Dark Missile followed closely behind Fireball and stabbed into Boundless Sea. The Dark Element wasn't Rulo's main element. This Dark Missile was only at level 1, so its damage was limited. However, its effect still came into effect. After being struck by Dark Missile, Boundless Sea spun 180 degrees. It was just a turn of the body, but in a high-level match, it was an exploitable detail. Having your back turned to the opponent could be considered as a short blind, as you wouldn't be able to know the opponent's next action. No matter how fast you're turned, you would always be a half beat behind. Fang Rui was an experienced veteran though. He wouldn't make such a rookie mistake. It didn't matter what was going on behind him, he immediately had Boundless Sea roll forward. Unfortunately, this sort of experience response wasn't outside of He Ming's expectations. Elemental Power. During this tight window, He Ming had Rulo cast the lowest-leveled Elementalist skill. It was the slowest of all 24 knock-up skills because it required a cast time. However, of the 24 knock-ups, it was one of 2 long-range knock-ups. As long as it was cast and the target was within its range, there was no way of defending against it. In exchange for the downside of needing to cast the spell, this Elementalist knock-up was given a powerful upside. Boundless Sea was inside Elemental Power's range. As soon as he finished rolling, he was lifted into the air. Raging Flames. A pillar of fire erupted from beneath Boundless Sea, swallowing him whole. Rulo continued to wave his staff. From the light gathering on his staff, the next spell had to be a powerful one. Rays of light burst forth, radiating waves of red fire. The magic condensed onto the tip of the staff and then ignited fiercely. The flames danced and swayed, letting out the cry of a bird. New Elementalist level 75 skill, Fire Bird. Bang! A blazing fire bird flew towards Boundless Sea, who was falling down after being knocked high into the air by raging flames, and engulfed him. Boundless Sea burned as he flew backwards and crashed into a wall behind him. His health fell at a visible rate. The fireball left an imprint on the wall, slowly dissipating from the burning Boundless Sea. Fire element spells didn't have much else other than overwhelming damage. This fight was truly surprising. Even though Fang Rui had switched classes, he had a shining all-star title on him. No one would dare to underestimate him. During this period of adjustment, his Chi Master had been doing quite well too. Even though there were comments about his problems here and there, Fang Rui's win rate during these past 8 rounds was quite good. And now it looked like his honeymoon period was over. After 8 rounds of observation, Happy's rookies had yet to crash into a wall, but Fang Rui had already been completely seen through. Fang Rui wasn't able to display his dirtiness this fight, and after being caught by He Ming, he was being beaten senselessly. At this rate, He Ming would achieve a perfect win. The applause from the crowd was thunderous. After losing 3 individual competition rounds, there was finally a show worth seeing.
I really am a useless dim sum.
Fang Rui was sullen. In the previous press conference, Yi Xiu had given him a snide remark calling him a useless dim sum. He knew that Yi Xiu was just joking, but starting from the previous round, Fang Rui knew that his rhythm had been completely seen through. In face of Wang Jieshi, he wasn't able to find even a chance of winning. And in this match, He Ming, who was clearly a level lower than Wang Jieshi, was completely crushing him too. Fang Rui was the master of playing dirty, but just because he was dirty didn't mean he had no pride. Right now, he was feeling wounded. Switching classes could be a reasonable excuse, but he didn't want to lower his expectations for himself because of this excuse. If he lost his heart, he would only lose again and again. You really have some skill. After being roasted into a half-dead state by the fire bird, Boundless Sea had dropped to the bottom of the wall, but Fang Rui still typed these words in chat. He Ming ignored them. After Fire Bird, Rulo drew an ice line, trapping Boundless Sea in the center. Afterwards, he calmly started casting a new spell. There was still some distance between his Elementalist and Fang Rui's Chi Master. Rulo was sitting comfortably outside Boundless Sea's attack range. If Ice Line wasn't triggered, it would last for 12 seconds. 12 seconds was more than enough time for any spell, so just obediently sit there in prison. He Ming felt pleased with himself. He was very satisfied with his playing this fight. This is the way to victory, right? Bright light gathered onto his staff again, clearly another large spell. Are you addicted to high-level skills? Fang Rui chattered. Take a look at this move. Fang Rui sent a shouting emoji. What move? He Ming's mind rapidly turned. He was at a completely safe distance. No Chi Master skill could reach him. Chi Masters had no such skill, nor did any of fighter classes. He Ming had very carefully considered everything beforehand. Qigong Blast. Fang Rui shouted the skill he used for morale support. Boundless Sea flipped over his palm and placed it on the wall behind him. The imprint burned onto the wall by the fire bird crumbled. With a boom, an ugly dog hole was split open. Come at me! Fang Rui shouted in the chat as he had Boundless Sea run through the dog hole. Chapter 1205. The Labor Pains of Class Transition. He Ming was dumbstruck. Rulo's fearless chanting of powerful spells instantly became purposeless. That ugly dog hole seemed to split the entire world into two. Boundless Sea had vanished. That dog hole didn't seem that big, yet he had very precisely darted right through. Fang Rui's mechanics were extremely precise, but how he got so good at worming through holes was a mystery. He Ming didn't know of any training with this sort of content, and he believed that Wind Howl wouldn't have something like that either. His wonderful lead, broken, by this dog hole? He Ming couldn't accept that. He immediately cancelled the high-level skill he was casting and hastily adjusted his character's position. Though the hole wasn't big, an elementalist could utilize their elemental power so long as they could see. But when he got there and looked at that hole, complete darkness. He couldn't see anything on the other side. He Ming's face clouded over. That bastard had blocked the hole? What sort of technique was this? That was way too low, wasn't it? The structure of the map quickly flashed through He Ming's mind, and he immediately brought up what the terrain was on the other side in his mind. If he went around through this corridor, then that would be too far. He'd have no idea where Fang Rui would stash his Boundless Sea by the time he got there. The fastest way was still to retrace his steps out of the corridor and climb over the wall. He Ming immediately came to a decision. Rulo hastily retreated backwards. Just looking at the hole made him irritated. Swiftly, Rulo's staff raised and he chanted a fireball. Boom! The fireball accurately flew through the dog hole, sending waves of fire inside and smashing against whatever was blocking it. He Ming didn't want to waste time here. He had randomly flung a skill just to vent a little before Rulo hastily dashed away. But suddenly, his character seemed to slip from his control and was flung towards the dog hole. Cloud-grasping fist. He Ming immediately realized what it was, but apart from seething about this dirty play, he couldn't do anything about it. Rullo was flung horizontally towards the dog hole, but naturally wouldn't be able to fly right through. In the end, he crashed against the entrance, his health even slipping a little. Pulse break, break intelligence. Flash burst. Boundless Sea's hand came through the hole and these two skills were consecutively blasted onto Rullo. With this chi attack, even the walls were shaking. Then, both of Boundless Sea's hands came through, grabbing onto Rullo. With a yank, the parts of the wall around the dog hole shifted out, almost to the point of shattering. The enlarged dog hole was enough for Rullo to get through, and he was immediately thrown to the ground by a back throw from Boundless Sea. The crowd was dumbstruck. The big screen wasn't even sure which shot to show this from, so it just ended up replaying this moment from several different angles at once. Rullo, having clambered to his feet, had already been completely closed in on by Boundless Sea. Teleport was still on cooldown, so he couldn't pull away. Chi Masters had the weakest close combat ability out of the 4 fighter classes, but it was better than Elementalists. Now, Fang Rui didn't bother with any tricks and had Boundless Sea teach Rullo a lesson with his fists. No, it wasn't exactly with his fists. Chi Master skills were primarily palm strikes and jabs, very rarely punches. When they connected, it seemed light, without much strength, but they played with the inside of the body. Those light strikes injected internal energy, and the damage it dealt wasn't second to any physical punch. With the slaps and hits, He Ming's Rullo didn't look like he was losing in a very ugly way. On the contrary, all the dust that had gotten on him when he was thrown to the ground had been struck clean. At the same time, his health bar was also being cleaned. He Ming didn't want to be slapped to death by Boundless Sea like this. Fang Rui's Chi Master was still riddled with holes because he wasn't familiar enough with his class, and he was hindered by the habits he had spent years cultivating as a thief player. Now, when he was attacking, he'd show a lot of openings when comboing. This was no secret. It even appeared in the news. And what He Ming had to do was to not miss the opportunity when it came. Rullo swung his staff. Even Elementalists could swing their staffs for normal attacks. He Ming fought back as much as he could. He couldn't just stand there against Fang Rui's palm strikes like a sitting duck. His efforts weren't for nothing. When the dust on his robes had mostly been slapped clean, Boundless Sea finally stumbled. Piercing lightning. This instant cast spell blasted forth. At such a close distance, Fang Rui wouldn't have time to dodge no matter how quickly he reacted. Boundless Sea, struck by piercing lightning, went numb. In that short time, Rullo once again activated Absolute Focus and then followed up with a cast-free level 75 Ice Element Ultimate, Absolute Zero. They were simply too close. Although piercing lightning's short paralysis had passed, Fang Rui didn't have the time to escape Absolute Zero's range. Instantly, Boundless Sea became an ice statue. One of his legs was still in midair, suspended in his fleeing position. He Ming let out a breath of relief. Absolute Zero had the longest freezing time out of all ice element skills of the 24 classes. When maxed out, it would freeze for up to 8 seconds. He Ming didn't rush, having Rullo pull away. In 8 seconds, he didn't rush to attack, because attacks would reduce the freeze time of Absolute Zero. In a one-on-one, it was best to use these 8 seconds to prepare to launch an offense. Fang Rui's Boundless Sea maintained that rather silly pose, forced to watch as He Ming's Rullo escaped to a position and distance suited for an Elementalist's attacks. Fang Rui was helpless. Like a rookie that met the rookie block, he had met the labor pains of transitioning between classes. He had met it last round and hit it this round too. Even after using his masterful dirty play to save himself from the torrent of attacks and complete a counterattack, he still revealed an opening that the opponent was able to grasp. He had been too greedy. Fang Rui criticized himself. With how well he was settling in, it was better for him to just use simple and fast methods to stall his opponents and chip away at them, like with Zhu Guangyi. The problem was that such simple methods would be easily seen through by pro players. Fang Rui didn't have an infinite amount of tricks like that to use. The current him was at his wit's end. Fuck, if only I were still a thief? No, he had already come this far, how could he still have thought like that? Having these thoughts meant that his determination and will weren't enough. Now that he had switched classes, he had to completely become a chi master. The tricks he had as a thief couldn't be employed anymore. Couldn't be employed? After confirming this to himself, he suddenly had a doubt. Could they really not be employed anymore? A second doubt rose from his heart. What a joke! Thief and Chi Master, two completely different classes that had no similarities whatsoever. The classes might not have similarities, but what about the thought process? Could the thief's playstyle and strategies not be used by a Chi Master at all? Imagine if he were a thief who had acquired the skills of a Chi Master. Thinking from this angle, Fang Rui's eyes suddenly lit up. What if he was still a thief, but had a bunch of Chi Master skills? These thoughts boiled in his head, a movement of ideas that not even Absolute Zero could freeze. It's about time. He Ming, advantage back in his hands, typed in the chat. It felt pretty good to have this sort of advantage against an all-star level player. He took note of Absolute Zero's timing and, without wasting any time at all, a rather long chant was finished and a skill flew out. Firestorm. Elementalists had ice, fire, light and dark element spells, but because they only had a limited number of skill points, they couldn't learn all the skills of all the elements. Usually they would choose 2 elements to focus on and spent their leftover points on some helpful skills from the other 2 elements. He Ming's Elementalist focused on light and fire. The fastest light and the fiercest fire. Fire and light could be called the most defense-oriented combination for Elementalists. Rulo's equipment naturally would prioritize buffing light and fire. As for ice and darkness, He Ming mostly used them for their effects. Now that Boundless Sea had been frozen by Absolute Zero, he was about to receive the fiercest attack. It was unfortunate that the strongest of HS skills, Fire Bird, was still on cooldown. He Ming didn't have many options. The Firestorm Whirlwind and Boundless Sea quickly got out of Absolute Zero's effect, but at the same time, Lightning Hell fell from the skies. For a fire and light elementalist like Rulo, how could he lack the level 75 spell, Lightning Hell? And this ultimate of light element spells had inherited the most distinct characteristic of its element, a quick attack with a short chant. Lightning Hell had to be chanted, but the chant went by like a weak, low-level spell. The time it took for Firestorm to devour the effects of Absolute Zero was enough to finish Lightning Hell's chant. A bolt of lightning fell just as Absolute Zero faded. Boundless Sea had no way of dodging. 1 bolt, 2 bolts, 3 bolts, 4 bolts. A full 6 bolts of lightning struck. The lightning bolts actually didn't strike soon after one another, but, for Lightning Hell, so long as one struck, the target would be locked on, and the rest would be directed towards the target by the system. Boundless Sea, after taking the first strike, had then taken all 5 other strikes. After 2 ultimates, Boundless Sea had once again taken heavy damage. The damage from the attacks he sent at Rulo, almost like he was patting the dust from him, was easily returned full force. Want to run? Seeing Boundless Sea darting through after escaping from Lightning Hell, Rulo pointed his staff and a fireball sped out. Boundless Sea practically lunged forwards to dodge the fireball, then coming to a roll, jump, crouch, then roll. Boundless Sea rapidly moved forth using this weird method. He Ming was stunned. This was quite an unusual way of movement, but you couldn't call it weird. This was actually rather common. Thieves like to move in this way. Since traps were the main skills of thieves, they had to crouch to set the traps, so the character would use crouching movements and maintain low-set movements like rolling. Staying close to the ground allowed thieves to maintain the form they needed to set traps. It was both convenient and discreet. But this set of movements for these skills had appeared on a Chi Master? Ha 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 ha, are you going crazy from longing for your thief? He Ming sent a ruffle emoji, yet that was when he suddenly realized that something was pulsing in the air. Chi Blade. Chapter 1206. The Thieving Chi Master. Chi Blade. One could easily imagine how blurry a cluster of chi without light effects could be when it streaked across the air. One needed to observe the character's movements to predict and dodge this skill, otherwise, it would be difficult to get a grasp of the distance. However, Ming failed to notice Boundless Sea's chi blade movement, so the cluster of chi arrived before Rouleau's face. It's too late to dodge. Rouleau was struck by this silent chi blade and stumbled. Most of the crowd wasn't observant enough to discover the chi blade and thought Rouleau's shiver was some kind of starting action to cast a spell. Boundless Sea, still rolling on the ground, leapt up into the air almost around the same time as the attack hit. By the time he pushed both of his palms forward, a portion of the gathered chi had already shot out. Sky-piercing strike! The powerful chi attack billowed the dust on the ground and blasted right into Rouleau's head. It wasn't as if Ming didn't react. He had tried to dodge it, but he was too late. He thought the distance between him and Boundless Sea had been pretty safe, and he felt confident in handling any Chi Master attacks with ease. However, he soon realized his mistake when the Chi blade was right in front of his face. Even a powerful skill like the Sky-piercing strike was covering another attack? What sort of fighting style was this? Was it related to the movement style he used as a thief? Ming was an experienced pro player. Even though he didn't have a complete understanding of what Fang Rui was doing, he was able to find the key idea. All of this rooted from the movement style of a thief. This particular movement method not only allowed the thief to plant their traps quicker, but also to conceal them better. Otherwise, any idiot would be able to figure out that a thief was planting a trap when they suddenly bobbed down from running to dig up a hole. What use was a trap if its location was known? Fang Rui's Boundless Sea was using this exact same movement method. Even though he had no traps to plant, he achieved the effect that thieves wanted. His attack was like a trap, it would stay hidden until it suddenly popped up. This was Fang Rui's strength. The former number one thief, Fang Rui, had impeccable control over this sort of rhythm. He was now applying this to the Chi Master. Despite having only used 2 skills, he felt that they were effortless. Stupid! Why didn't I think of this earlier? Among all the long-ranged attacks, were there any attacks that were as easy to conceal as the Chi Master's Chi attacks? They had no sound and the visual effects weren't flashy. This was just like a moving trap. The Chi Master was truly dirty. Such secretive methods were too satisfying. After being enlightened and changing his perspective, Fang Rui interpreted the honorable and righteous Chi Master class in this dirty way. No Chi Master through the course of glory had interpreted their class in such a way. After the Sky-piercing strike, Boundless Sea followed it up with a leap backwards. However, this leap was towards Rouleau's direction. What is he doing? Rouleau nearly flipped over from the blast of Sky-piercing strike. After he finally straightened up again with difficulty, Ming saw Boundless Sea jump backwards towards him. Is that his back? Whenever Boundless Sea landed, he squatted, and it seemed like Boundless Sea's hand was hitting the ground. Shit! His camera shook. Although Ming didn't do anything, Rouleau was tossed into the air. Seismic throw. Fang Rui had hit it with his back. Why was he so dirty? The target within seismic throw's range wouldn't simply bounce around like one would in a trampoline. Chi was involved in this quake, so all the targets within range would be overturned. When Rouleau fell, Ming immediately performed a quick recover. After landing on the ground, Boundless Sea rolled. As he turned around and got up, he pushed both of his hands out. The chi drill rushed towards Rouleau, who was still getting up. I can only teleport. Ming's mind was clear and knew that only this skill could help him avoid this attack. He immediately cast it, but he was still too slow. The spiraling chi drilled through Rouleau, whose body spun with it. With a boom, he was pinned to the wall behind him. Fang Rui finally took revenge for the fire bird that had blasted him against the wall. This guy. Ming was getting a little nervous. Fang Rui's fighting style suddenly changed from the style that he had observed for the previous 8 rounds. It was rather common to take the advantage to attack while transitioning between rolls and jumps. However, no one was as thorough as Fang Rui when it came to using all of these postures just to hide his attacks. When he finally noticed the chi blade, it was already in front of him. When he noticed the sky-piercing strike, a portion of the chi had already come out. When Fang Rui launched Seismic Throw, Fang Rui's back was facing him to conceal his attack. As for Chi Drill, the concealing jumps for the Seismic Throw also became a method to close up the distance for this skill. Furthermore, he could complete the inputs for the skill while rolling, so he could launch it when he got up. Even if the Elementalist had Teleport, he couldn't use it because he couldn't make his move in time. How were these attacks of a Chi Master? These were literally traps a thief would set down one after another for the opponent. The only difference was that the traps weren't waiting for the opponent to trigger it because the current traps were more proactive. Boundless Sea was moving around once again. Those rolls and jumps of a thief made him seem like a hound as he leapt towards Rouleau. Ice walls! He-Ming immediately controlled Rouleau, who just fell from the wall, to launch this skill among the remaining skills he had left with the ice element. He needed this to block the opponent because he needed time to think. He-Ming had never seen this Chi Master's fighting style before, so he couldn't interpret and counter it immediately. He needed more time to observe and analyze Fang Rui's attacking methods. The ice walls cut off Boundless Sea, who couldn't attack Rouleau directly. Take a detour? Then this would only turn into a childish game where two people surrounded a table and ran in circles. Last time, the person who was in panic was him, but this time, it was the opponent, right? Don't panic, I still have the advantage. He-Ming looked at both of the characters' health and recovered his confidence. In terms of health, he still had the advantage. But what should I do next? Boundless Sea was nearly done smashing his ice walls into pieces, but He-Ming didn't have his character do anything. You can't run. Fang Rui sent a smirking emoji. The ice wall shattered at this instant, but Rouleau also happened to have disappeared. I predicted this much. Boundless Sea continued to jump backwards. His back became the defense to concentrate his chi once again. However, without waiting for him to turn around, a bolt of lightning shot through his back. Boundless Sea, who was still jumping backwards, froze in midair and fell. The audiences were stupefied. Frankly speaking, they didn't really understand what was going on this fight. That was because normal players who watched from the bird's eye view without enough skills weren't able to experience what sort of effect Fang Rui's changed style had made. For them, He-Ming should be able to dodge all of these attacks, but he was still hit. This was like vanishing step, dead angle strategy, or false combos. Only players who were placed in the situation would know the difficulties that they were facing. He-Ming was like this right now. However, this was soon followed by raising the ice walls, Boundless Sea charging ahead, and Rouleau moving with teleport. Boundless Sea then held up his back and sent himself towards Rouleau's direction without bothering to look back. Was he looking for death? Everyone thought in such manner. Boundless Sea was indeed struck down by Rouleau's spells. Sigh, it seems that I've committed a lowly mistake. Fang Rui turned around. He was so deeply absorbed in figuring out ways he could secretively launch his attacks that he forgot that since he was sneaking around, he needed to ensure that he wasn't attacked by the opponent. His backward jumps this time was too careless and predictable. The audience thought Fang Rui was seeking death, but at that instant, He-Ming was very nervous. Although he had Rouleau immediately launch a piercing lightning, he truly feared that Boundless Sea had been hiding another skill, so before piercing lightning was released, that skill would have struck him first. However, that didn't happen. The piercing lightning shot Boundless Sea down, and He-Ming's heart was at peace. He started to make use of this opportunity at once. Spells were set up on a grand scale, and Boundless Sea was stuck in it once again. Die! As he watched Boundless Sea's decreasing health, He-Ming felt some sort of urge he never had before. It was as if he would lose if he failed to finish off his opponent in this wave of attacks. Even if his character's health was still that much ahead, but the thick sense of danger still enveloped around him tightly. Glory! The two large letters finally popped up onto the screen. He-Ming felt as if he was released from great burden. No matter what happened, he still managed to take this round with a decent outcome. Rouleau still had over half of his health. Fang Rui, who lost, left the stage, but he wasn't dispirited. Although he lost, he saw a miraculous future ahead. If this weren't a formal match, he would definitely continue to shamelessly squat at the computer for another round with the opponent. He wanted to quickly confirm whether this future was possible. After seeing Fang Rui's face flushed with pride, his teammates saved their thoughts of comforting him.
"It seems that you discovered something," Yixiao asked.
The others weren't surprised at Fang Rui's attitude despite his loss, since they had listened to Yixiao's interpretation of Fang Rui's sudden adjustment in middle of the match.
"Yep, do you think it has any future?"
Fang Rui humbly consulted him. The person before him was the master of all classes. He was proficient in both the Chi Master and Thief, so he should be able to give out pertinent suggestions.
"Seems pretty good, you just have to avoid those sort of disgusting mistakes," Yixiao said.
That was only an accident. Fang Rui took that matter as an exception. At the time, he was so deeply enthralled by his new discovery that he allowed such a careless mistake to occur. Such mistakes wouldn't occur again, so after receiving Yixiao's approval, Fang Rui became even more excited.
"I really want to investigate it now. Who's the next one?"
"Quickly finish the match."
"I'm in a hurry,"
Fang Rui yelled. Mo Fan stood up, but didn't show any reaction towards Fang Rui's shouts. He only walked quietly towards the stage.
"Walk faster,"
Fang Rui yelled at his back. Mo Fan's figure distinctly froze, but then, in a very awkward manner, he actually started to walk faster. Chapter 1207. Charging Ninja. He Ming, having defeated Fang Rui, let out a breath of relief. It wasn't just relief for this matchup, but the overall situation of the group arena. Yixiao, Su Muqing, Fang Rui, the three all-star level players had all come up already. That meant that the rest of the group arena only consisted of the rookies they had picked up. He Ming wasn't underestimating these rookies, but he definitely doubted that they would be harder to deal with than those three all-stars. He had sent off Fang Rui with quite the lead. With only 2 rookies left for Happy, Miracle was already on their way to victory, right? Just as he was basking in his triumph, the opponent's character had appeared on screen.
Deception, that ninja that got a red card?
This was the deepest impression Mo Fan had left on people after 8 rounds. Apart from that, he hadn't won a single match, so, naturally, people wouldn't pay that much attention to him. As for He Ming, he had met Deception quite long ago. In the online game, when they were fighting Yixiao, Deception had been one of Yixiao's helpers. Yes, helper, that's what He Ming thought. He didn't know all the specifics of what had happened between Deception and Happy. He remembered this guy. He Ming's impression of Deception stopped there though. Apart from that, he knew that getting a red card meant he didn't understand the rules of pro matches. Glory wasn't football or basketball. It was very, very rare that someone would manage to violate the rules, never mind get a red card. He had yet to win a match too, so he wasn't all that strong. A helper of Yixiao's who didn't know the rules very well and was average in strength. That was He Ming's full understanding of Mo Fan, and in this week of preparations, Mo Fan wasn't their main focus. If he had to be categorized into important and unimportant, then he'd be thrown to the unimportant side. Now, this unimportant guy was coming on stage. He Ming readied himself with his spirits high. From a basic overview, he could tell that Mo Fan was a very patient player, who often relied on ambushes. Yes. That's happy for you. He Ming couldn't help but think. The match soon began. The map was still Wuchuan Path. There was no point in comparing his speed to a ninja's, it would definitely be Deception who got there first. This time, He Ming decided not to bother rushing. His ruler walked over slowly. Wasn't his opponent a very patient player? Then let him wait some more. He Ming was very relaxed. But soon enough, when he still had some distance to go from the winery in the center of Wuchuan Path, He Ming saw Deception. What on earth? He Ming was surprised for a moment. Shouldn't this person have stashed himself in a corner of the winery to observe in silence and wait for a chance to ambush? That's what he had always done before, so how come he's changed his strategy today? So what if he did? He Ming didn't look too much into it. Fan truly wasn't a name that could make him feel pressured. Deception charged and Rouleau met him. Electric Ring. Ming first had Rouleau put this skill on himself. Ninjas were very likely to close in with a skill like Shadow Clone. The presence of this skill was often worrying. Afterwards, Rouleau fired off a fireball. Starting with low-level skills was practically a universal traditional starting strategy. Deception quickly changed directions, dodging the fireball, and his hands then began rapidly moving in front of his chest, forming hand seals. Ming was stunned for a moment and couldn't help but think of the last match. A ninja's hand seals were a very exposed way of activating skills because every ninja skill was triggered through a different set of hand seals. One could figure out the skill through looking at the hand seals. However, since the speed of the hand seals was directly related to mechanical skill and hand speed, if a player was fast enough, then the hand seals would be nothing more than a blur. It'd be impossible to tell if they had bent one finger or two and therefore impossible to accurately determine the skill. They could only guess from there. With a pro player's hand speed, they could all reach that standard. Fan's mechanics were pretty good too. His hands blurred, leaving a few afterimages, then the seals were completed. Instantly, over 10 copies of Deception appeared. Ninjutsu, Shadow Dance. His first move was a level 70 skill. If this were the all-star level player Li Hua, Ming would feel surprised, but this player was just a rookie who not only failed to earn a single victory in the past 8 rounds, he also didn't even know the rules clearly. To Ming, there was only one way to describe this: childish. A bunch of shadow clones charged at Rouleau. Ming didn't give ground, an elemental power immediately gathered in Rouleau's mind with an absolute focus, before instantly casting the level 70 high-level skill, Heavenly Lightning, Earth and Fire. The bunch of deceptions were immediately enveloped in an array of lightning and fire. Ming let go and went wild, directly having Rouleau use a high-level skill to neutralize Deception's high-level skill. The shadow clones were destroyed one by one under Heavenly Lightning, Earth and Fire, disappearing into smoke. 5, 4, 3. Ming silently counted. Shadow Dance wasn't like Shadow Steps with real and fake forms. It could be said that they were all real forms. When the skill ended or when the shadow clones were killed one by one, the last one left would be the ninja's real body. 1. Ming locked onto the last deception and stopped controlling the Heavenly Lightning, Earth and Fire. He was preparing to follow up with some new skills, throwing forth a new wave of attacks. Who would have expected that before Rouleau even finished casting, the last deception would be killed just like that too? How? Ming was really shocked this time. If this one was killed too, then that meant there were still clones present. Where were they? Why didn't he see them? Rouleau whirled around, turning his head. After looking at his surroundings, he didn't see anything. Ming then realized something, but too late. Underground tunneling technique. Deception shot right out of the ground, his ninjato striking Rouleau's chin, yet very unrealistically it did not cut his face off, but threw him into the air. Ninjutsu, bird fall. Deception curled up in midair, darting higher. When he stretched out his legs again, he directly kicked off of Rouleau's shoulders. After using the jump, he then executed a neck bind. The rope attached to the hilt of the ninjato had already wrapped itself around Rouleau's neck. Deception landed lightly, his arms crossed in front of his chest, binding Rouleau behind him and dragging him to the ground. Ming, who hadn't thought much of deception, panicked. These 3 skills, like a falcon swooping on a rising hare, didn't leave any openings whatsoever. In the previous second he was being ambushed and in the next, he had been bound and thrown to the ground. His character hadn't been killed yet, but the abruptness of the ninja's assassin-like skills made Ming's heart leap into his throat. After falling to the ground, he turned his head and saw Deception rapidly forming hand seals. He didn't have the time to look closely, hurriedly having Rouleau roll sideways to a stand. Several streams of water shot out, 100 streams just missing Ming. Ming was just starting to feel relieved when Deception struck with a flame-cut, ninjato ablaze. Jump back, back, back. A skill like teleportation required too many inputs, so He-Ming could only jump backwards. The flame cut swept down, almost striking. Rouleau jumped thrice before finally stopping. How excessive, Yi Xiu exclaimed from the sidelines. To dodge that skill, one jump was enough. He-Ming had panicked and made unnecessary actions. The extra 2 jumps didn't do anything to get him to a safer distance. On the contrary, because of the excessive nature of these actions, he was unable to dodge the next attack. By the time the extra 2 jumps were over, Deception Storm Shuriken had already arrived in front of him. No matter how fast he jumped, he couldn't beat the speed of a skill. It was too late for He-Ming to take back those 2 jumps. Rouleau was sent flying by the Storm Shuriken. Deception charged forwards in pursuit, and threw another shuriken before using Shadow Clone technique, sending his real body right next to Rouleau. Then came a cicada shell double slash. The force of the 2 karate chops successively struck Rouleau. Rouleau hadn't even flown the full distance he was meant to when he got struck down by Deception halfway. What is going on? He-Ming was rather confused. Against Fang Rui, he had met a style Fang Rui had never used. Against Mo Fan, he also met a fury that had never been displayed by this player in the past 8 rounds. Wasn't this person meant to be a player who played dirty, hiding in the shadows, waiting for a chance to strike? How come he had become so fierce when it came to him? Rouleau was once again knocked flat on his back. He hurriedly rolled to a stand, but Deception's attack came once again. Teleport! He-Ming didn't think too much, getting his character to pull away first. However, teleportation didn't actually take the user very far. Just as Rouleau landed, he turned to look and saw Deception's hand seals forming constantly, taking 1 step out and somehow managing to immediately close their distance. Ninjutsu, ground shrinking technique. Ninjutsu, moon-slaying Sakura. With 1 step forward, before even entering attack range, Deception activated the level 75 high-level skill Moon-Slaying Sakura. Deception's ninjato transformed into broken cherry blossoms, swirling forth. He-Ming didn't know what to do. Run? Not possible. Dodge? He had just used his dodge skill. Ice wall. Seeing that the other still had some distance to go, He-Ming hurriedly summoned a wall of ice in front of himself. Deception had already arrived by then, and the thin petals embedded themselves into the wall. Instantly, a crack could be heard, and a hole was made in the ice wall. Though it was just a hole, the ice wall counted as having been broken through by the system. Deception didn't avoid it, directly charging forward and shattering the rest of the ice wall. His ninjato had stabbed Rouleau already and broken cherry blossoms flew by, slashing open flowers of blood. In that moment, it seemed that Rouleau was being torn apart. What on earth was this? He-Ming really, truly, didn't understand. How come, when it came to him, none of the opponents were like what he researched? Against Fang Rui, he was in the lead, he had the advantage, then since Fang Rui didn't use all those new tricks at first, He-Ming won. This time, Mo Fan was different from the very start. Fiercely attacking, relentlessly attacking, not giving a single chance for retaliation. He-Ming was an elementalist. What elementalists were most afraid of was someone closing in and not giving them any chance to pull away. This time, he couldn't shake the other off at all. What suspense was there left? Mo Fan finally gained a win. A complete and straightforward win. Chapter 1208. The issue of communication. Hey! This kid's really playing this match with spirit. In Happy's player area, everyone was overjoyed. Mo Fan was still that silent, still that uncommunicative, so even though they chose him to go on stage, no one knew how he planned to fight. But this match, he won beautifully. Seeing He-Ming's cold face as he came off stage on Miracle's side, it was clear how depressing that match had been for him. Not bad at all. Happy's players showered him with praise, but sadly this was the group arena, so for now the victorious Mo Fan had no way of receiving everyone's congratulations. As for how the next battle would play out, no one knew. Looking at Miracle's player area, they saw their second player standing up. Jioxing, Battle Mage, Character Prideful Mage. What a villain-like name. As soon as you hear it you know he's going to lose. As Fang Rui expressed this, Jiaoxing walked unstage. The map was still Wuchuan Path, and if nothing out of the ordinary happened, the two characters would still meet at the winery at the center of the map. Because, as of right now, neither of them had taken a roundabout route or slowed there, they both rushed right toward the center. However, as he approached the winery, Jiaoxing still hesitated for a moment. He had seen that in Mo Fan's fight with He Ming last round, he had fought a bit differently from his previous appearances. But would he regain his normal style in this battle? After a moment of thinking, Jiaoxing still controlled Prideful Mage to enter the winery more cautiously. He constantly turned his camera from left to right, treating every corner of shadows as a place where the enemy could be waiting to ambush him. Where was the opponent? The crowd knew better than Jiaoxing did. Mo Fan didn't control deception to hide in one corner. After he arrived at the winery, he first took a circle around outside, and after failing to discover the opponent's character, only then did he enter the winery. He was still moving around, evidently looking for the opponent. He took an extremely active attitude. Clearly, for this battle, he was using the same new playstyle he had used in the previous battle, preparing to find the opponent and face them head-on. But because this map had this winery at its center, with twisting paths, the two didn't meet so easily. "This kid, what's up with him today?" Fang Rui asked, slightly confused. Yixiao shook his head. He wasn't clear either. Last round, Mo Fan changed his normal play style. It was unexpected, but looking at the battle situation as a whole, the change he made was very reasonable, because last round his opponent was an elementalist. Using this sort of active, aggressive, close-up style to attack fit the typical logic. But in this round, the opponent was a battle mage, a class that was very good at direct confrontation, yet Mo Fan still used the same method he had last round. This led people to feel that his adjustment last round wasn't a decision made after seeing the class of his opponent, was it? The two characters were playing hide and seek in the winery, and the crowd, with their omniscient view, were the most anxious. Especially one time when they were one wall apart, but one went left and the other went right, passing each other by so closely, provoking all sorts of sighs from the audience. Finally, the two characters met in the lane formed by the gap between two courtyard walls. Mo Fan was calm, but Jiaoxing jumped. He thought that the opponent had been hiding somewhere, only for him to just boldly appear before him like this. What was going on? Jiaoxing already had a general guess. "Since we've met like this, let's just fight." The lane wasn't very wide. The two characters met, were stunned for a second, and suddenly charged forward. Whoosh! The ninja had some long-range skills. As Deception rushed forward, he had already thrown out a shuriken. Prideful Mage twisted his body to dodge. His movement didn't slow, and his spear was already lifted. Dragon breaks the ranks. Hapis Tang Ru often used this as a powerful opening move, and Jiaoxing felt that it was a suitable move for this current terrain, and so he directly used this powerful skill as he sprinted forward. Surrounded by a rippling magic aura, Prideful Mage rushed forward with his spear. The sound of his footsteps against the limestone-paved path rang in the air. In the narrow channel, the magic flow from the dragon breaks the ranks filled the space, and it looked like there was no place for Deception to hide. But Mo Fan turned his camera, and Deception instantly ran toward one of the walls at the side. Jump up, stab Ninjato into the wall, use that to jump up again, and Deception was already flying in the air. The dragon breaks the ranks pass below him, and the aura was enough to send his clothes flapping, but it didn't affect his body. Here, he was outside of the attack range of dragon breaks the ranks. As Deception twisted in the air, his two hands were flying to form seals. Ninjutsu, Shadow Dance. Mo Fan didn't hold back, directly using a powerful attack against the opponent. Dozens of Deception's shadow clones chased the silhouette of Prideful Mage behind the dragon breaks the ranks. But Prideful Mage suddenly jumped up, turning in midair. Seeing Deception dodge the dragon breaks the ranks so nimbly, Jiaoxing immediately stopped the attack. He anticipated that the opponent would immediately try and attack him, so he borrowed his lingering momentum and jumped up, twisted, Magic fluctuated around his spear, and he swung it down, shattering heaven and earth. Powerful attack, another powerful attack. Jiaoxing also retaliated with a powerful attack. The shadow clones of the shadow dance hadn't had the chance to all attack Prideful Mage when this powerful attack enveloped all of them. Shadow clones, how much life could they have? They definitely couldn't resist this bold level 75 Battle Mage attack, which produced waves of magic enough to stir a mountain. In an instant, these clones were dissipated into light, leaving not a single one. Not a single one? This situation was very similar to when Heiming earlier used Heavenly Lightning, Earth and Fire to blast away all of the shadow clones. Not a single one remaining meant that Deception had already hidden somewhere that was out of sight. Underground? Prideful Mage spear already thrusted downward, but no, he wasn't there. Everyone saw, Deception was coming at him from behind, using skills like Shadow Clone technique to instantly send himself to this position. The ambush of a ninja was of course silent and stealthy. As soon as Prideful Mage spear hit nothing, Jiaoxing knew that something was wrong, but it was already too late to react. Deception had gotten behind him. Annihilation! The ninja's knock-up skill sent Prideful Mage into the air. And then, ninjutsu, flickering charge. The rapidly moving silhouette seemed to flash in the air, chasing Prideful Mage with attack after attack. As flickering charge was executed, Prideful Mage's body was still floating in the air. He hadn't had the time to fall back down, but he suddenly waved the hand that wasn't holding his spear. A purple shadow flew forth. This battle mage had the witch's low-level skill Night Cloak. Night Cloak's grab effect was extremely good, but Mo Fan's reaction was fast. Deception swiftly jumped backward, and this Night Cloak hit air. But immediately afterward, a burst of something that looked like stardust scattered in front of them, and Deception was unable to dodge it cleanly. Disperse Powder, another witch skill. Using these two instant witch skills, Jiaoxing won back the initiative. The speed-lowering effect of Disperse Powder had a significant impact on the ninja, who relied on agility. Jiaoxing easily controlled to dodge Deception's follow-up attack, and then he began his counter-attack. Just in this narrow alleyway, the battle mage and the ninja began a fierce confrontation. The two competed in observation, reaction, hand speed. Neither of them thought to use some opening to retreat and adjust before coming back. It was as though the entire map were limited to just this little area and leaving would be dying. The two traded blows, both refusing to back down. But the ninja class, in terms of style, wasn't entirely suited for this sort of hard, direct battle. Compared to the opponent, he was at a disadvantage. But the battle was still that intense. The disadvantage was only evident in the speed at which the health of the two characters decreased. But no one dared to confidently say right now who would win and who would lose. In this sort of confrontation, one slip-up could be seized by the opponent to reach a new high. An advantage right now could be completely turned around by such a high. This was Miracle's home game, and so there were more supporters of Miracle and Jiaoxing. Right now Prideful Mage had the slight upper hand, but no one dared to relax. They worried, their hearts raced, every clash made them jump. At a time like this, wouldn't it be better for him to adjust his rhythm a bit? At Happy's player area, the players were discussing the situation at hand. From the way he's acting, it looks like he's prepared to fight like this until the end, Yi Xiu said. This battle mage seems quite tough. Mo Fan really should have used his normal playstyle to wear him down, Fang Rui said. Yeah. Yi Xiu agreed, but the problem was, no one knew what Mo Fan was thinking. Worse, even after he came off stage they still might not get an answer. Lack of communication was always Mo Fan's biggest problem. At last, this battle ended with Jiaoxing's victory. Prideful Mage still had just under a third of his health left, not a bad situation. Over at Happy, they were sighing. For this battle, Mo Fan's health had lagged behind at the start, but if he had used his normal style for this battle instead of the direct confrontation, he might have had a greater chance. Watching Mo Fan walk back step by step, Happy's members maintained their silence, all the way until he returned to the player room. Not bad, Yi Xiu put simply. Mo Fan looked at him, didn't say anything and headed back toward his own seat. Yishio gave Sumuching a meaningful look. At Happy, the only one who could have any bit of communication with Mo Fan was Sumuching. Sumuching smiled. She twisted her head to look back at where Mo Fan heading back to his seat and called, "It's a bit sad that you lost. How come you played in such a rush?" Mo Fan stopped and looked back, but his gaze landed not upon Sumuching, but upon Fang Rui. In a hurry, Mo Fan said. Everyone was stunned. "You useless dim sum. Are you looking for death? Hurry up and kneel." Yishio hit Fang Rui on the head. My mistake. My mistake." Fang Rui was weeping and crying. The others didn't know whether to be angry or amused. This communication issue was really a big problem. Chapter 1209. Who's under pressure? In the group arena, 2 of Happy's people were down, and Miracle's second player still had a little under a third of his health left. This was a relatively common situation in a group arena. This around 30% health lead wasn't enough to let Miracle relax or have confidence in their victory. They all couldn't help but look at Happy's players, observing their movements. Happy's third player, Tang Ru, had already stood up. She turned back to place on her seat the copy of esports time that the Miracle players had harassed them to take. Starting from the first player Wei Chen, all the way to Mo Fan, Happy had already sent out 5 players. What effect did the esports time have on their spirits? To be honest, if they hadn't seen Tang Ru putting the magazine down just now, Miracle almost forgot about this whole thing. From those 5 players, they really hadn't seen any effect at all. Was it that Fang Rui and Mo Fan's unusual performances today were provoked by the esports time? That possibility would really be a slap in their face. But no matter what, the next player from Happy was the one at the center of the whole controversy, Tang Ru. There was no way she was entirely unaffected by this. The attacks from Ron Cheng's article in esports time were extremely aggressive. There's no way a rookie can take that kind of pressure, He-Ming said. But she seems very calm, Shen Jian said. She wouldn't be so nervous that she can't even walk. As He-Ming spoke, he followed Tang Ru with his eyes as she entered the competitor booth. The group arena continued, same map, the characters loaded and entered. Don't wander around inside, let's just meet outside. We're in a hurry. Tang Ru actually first sent a message in the chat. What's that all about? What in a hurry? Tang Ru never has the habit of chatting during a match, does she? He-Ming said with some confusion, only to hear a rattling crash from Happy's player area. Everyone immediately looked over, and saw Fang Rui fallen upon the ground, covered in dust with a depressed expression. This is just too mean, this. Fang Rui was saying. Miracle couldn't hear clearly, but Happy's players were all laughing. Tang Ru's in a hurry was of course a very pointed comment. No one thought that she would actually tease Fang Rui in such a way. Fang Rui felt overwhelming pressure. These guys were all in a hurry to deliberately push the responsibility of loss onto him. While Happy was all joyful, Miracle became even more stunned. What was going on? A 30% health lead wasn't considered much, but it couldn't be completely ignored. Happy was clearly in a bad situation right now, but they really seemed to be quite happy. Did they have some ace up their sleeve? In a hurry? In a hurry for what? Miracle's members exchanged looks. No one understood what this was about. Meanwhile, the 2 battle mags on stage had almost arrived at the center of the map. Tang Ru sent an invitation for a direct fight, but her opponent Joshing ignored her. In a situation where a player had the health advantage, they generally wouldn't go to fight the opponent directly, they would prefer to play some tricks, and Joshing followed this normal thought process as well. Tang Ru soft missed, like deception last round, first took a circle around the winery. Upon failing to discover Prideful Mage, she had no choice but to enter the winery. A large courtyard with 3 entrances and exits. Joshing was relatively active, not waiting in one place. The 2 wandered around, and before long they met. Tang Ru's soft mist rushed forward without any hesitation, but Joshing's Prideful Mage decisively retreated, swiftly finding a shadowy position he had passed earlier from which he could launch an ambush. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Jiaoxing silently counted the rhythm of Soft Mist's approach, his eyes focused on the spot where Soft Mist would appear. Boom! A thunderous sound. The walls of the winery courtyard weren't particularly sturdy. If even a Qi master's Qi could break it, how could it pose any difficulty for the powerful magic aura of a battle mage? Soft Mist directly blasted a large hole in the wall, and from her pose, it was clear that she wanted to cut off the path and intercept Prideful Mage. A lucky hit, for as soon as she came through, she saw Prideful Mage holding his spear, staring intently at the other opening and sneakily hiding. Happy had so many experts at playing dirty, skilled at waiting, ambushing, and laying traps. Tang Ru, growing up in this sort of team environment, of course, understood these tactics. Seeing Prideful Mage's position, she immediately guessed his intentions. But would Tang Ru care that much? We meet, so let's fight. Soft Mist, Dragon breaks the ranks, charged toward Prideful Mage. At this point, Jiaoxing had seen Soft Mist breaking through the wall, turning, and rushing toward him without hesitation. He immediately controlled Prideful Mage to dodge. If this little shadowy corner were hit by that Dragon breaks the ranks, it would likely collapse. Tang Ru's rhythm was of course very fast. Soft Mist's spear twisted and chased Prideful Mage, continuing to batter him. Jiaoxing wanted to avoid the spear, but he couldn't find the space and could only harden his skin and meet her attacks. The two battle mags were immediately tangled together. Confrontations between players of the same class were both monotonous and fierce, but this time, Jiaoxing didn't have the chance to feel any boredom, he only felt the ferocity. Because this was too familiar, he needed to make more calculations. He didn't even have time to think about too many problems, as Soft Mist attacked too rapidly, too ferociously, he had no chance to plan anything. He could only input controls non-stop, almost unconsciously, all the way until his Prideful Mage fell. He lost? Jiaoxing finally regained his wits. The battle just now seemed like an empty fog, as though his brain completely stopped turning, and only his hands kept working. And now, he had already fallen. The word glory would not be sent to his screen. Jiaoxing walked out of the player both. How long had this battle taken? He felt lost. He only had one feeling: fast, very fast, extremely fast. How did it turn out like this? Shouldn't she be? Only now did Jiaoxing think about how stress-ridden Tang Ru should be. Her performance should have been subpar. But he hadn't felt that at all. Tang Ru's attack rhythm was still as determined as ever. Jiaoxing didn't feel it, and the Miracle members offstage didn't see it either. The unfortunate trio exchanged looks. If even Tang Ru hadn't been affected by this whole affair, then there was no point in mentioning any of the other players in Happy. The situation they had been relying on to win this match didn't exist at all. No matter what, let's get these 2 points first, He Ming said. Shen Jian nodded. He was Miracle's third player for the group arena, the anchor of the team. Be careful, He Ming added, unable to relax. Yeah. Shen Jian nodded. He couldn't relax either, and so he didn't have the confidence to say any bold words to settle their hearts. Seeing Jiaoxing's dazed expression as he came off stage, Shen Jian's heart started beating more rapidly. How was it? Shen Jian told himself that the opponent was a rookie, that there was nothing to panic about, and at the same time, he tried to get some report from Jiaoxing. Jiaoxing, who had been beaten so pathetically that his mind was empty, of course had nothing to talk about. His face showed only an expression of loss, and Shen Jian could only carry his various emotions of suspicion and alarm as he went on stage. The battle began. The blank-minded Jiaoxing had still made some contribution, knocking away 10% of Soft Mist's health. With that sort of direct fighting earlier, it was inevitable that both sides take some damage. And so Miracle's advantage in the group arena, starting from the 50% that He Ming had, was now whittled down to only 10%. 10%. Staring at this advantage, Shen Jian didn't have much confidence. His striker walked forward, but his heart was jumping. He wasn't a rookie. He had experience in professional battles, but to put all of the pressure of the group arena on him, Shen Jian discovered that he wasn't as strong as he thought he was. The opponent is a rookie. The opponent has already lost 10% health. The opponent is suffering the heavy pressure of public opinion. None of these reasons were enough to boost Chen Jian's confidence. A core player was a position, but it was also a responsibility. Every pro player anticipated having this kind of position, but not everyone could take on this kind of responsibility. Sometimes, it was because they didn't have enough ability, such as in old Excellent Era, Chen Jian never had enough ability to become the core player. And now, in Miracle, as an experienced player born in Excellent Era, Chen Jian became a core player for this team alongside He Ming and Wang Zi. But now, with the weight of the group arena upon his shoulders, Chen Jian found that he couldn't calm down. His main thoughts were not about how to achieve victory, but what if he lost? His mental state was a mess, but it wasn't so bad that it affected his basic movement ability. Chen Jian's striker Lethe quickly arrived at the winery at the center of the map. He didn't directly find Tang Ru to battle. After tumbling into the winery courtyard, he found a place to crouch and wait. What is he doing? Offstage, He Ming was scowling. Playing dirty? That wasn't Chen Jian's strong point. Before the match, he had never expressed wanting to use such a play style. He Ming was stunned, Wang Zi didn't understand either. These two teammates had no way of knowing the jittery feelings Chen Jian was experiencing on stage, they could only exchange glances. In the match, Chen Jian sent a message in the chat. Where are you? Come out and let's decide this. Confuse the enemy, hide your true intentions, this was what Chen Jian was thinking. But for those in this field, this sort of dirty playing was really a bit out of place. 124, 131 clean and direct, Tang Ru sent out the coordinates of Soft Mist's position, not dirty at all. Then, what would Chen Jian do? The viewers looked over, only to see Chen Jian's striker Lethe sneak out of his corner, looking like he was really about to run over to the position Tang Ru indicated. If that was the case, then what was the point in crouching at the beginning? Those who had some understanding were all confused by Chen Jian's actions. What's this guy playing at? Fang Rui asked, mouth agape. After all, this was one of Yi Xiu's former teammates. He's probably playing dirty. Yi Xiu said. Are you trying to insult me? Fang Rui was unhappy. Dirty playing wasn't this low level. He refused to recognize this as dirty play. Chapter 12:10. Title is spoiler. 124, 131. Chen Jian's striker Lethe headed towards the coordinates mentioned by Tang Ru, but he wasn't moving fast or slow. His wading in the mud and water showed the uncertainty in his heart. When he was almost at the destination, he didn't directly show his face. He searched his surroundings as if he were looking for a good spot to set up an ambush. His opponent had justly and honorably declared her position, but he was stealthily creeping forward preparing for an ambush. Most people usually despised this sort of dirtiness. Luckily, this was Team Miracle's home ground, so the boos from the crowd were more subdued. Chen Jian looked around for a while before finally finding a position that he liked and then sprinted towards it. No one? His gaze moved towards the coordinates 124, 131, but there were no signs of Soft Mist. You liar! Chen Jian was furious. He felt like he had fallen for a trick. This had to be a trap, yes, a trap. As he lashed out in chat, he immediately had Lethe quickly leave. What, you've arrived? Tang Ru replied back in chat. Chen Jian ignored her. Don't even think about using words to distract me, Chen Jian thought, forgetting that he was the one who had started this conversation. You're too slow. If I didn't walk around for a bit, the referee would punish me, Tang Ru said. Chen Jian didn't believe her, but the crowd knew she was telling the truth. After Tang Ru announced her location, Soft Mist stood there waiting the entire time. However, Chen Jian's Lethe kept dilly-dallying. When he had almost reached her location, he started looking for an ambush spot. Tang Ru had waited for quite a while before she had Soft Mist start moving around. I'm on my way back. Just wait there. Tang Ru said. Chen Jian was suddenly in a panic. Lethe spun around, his gaze sweeping over his surroundings, searching for Tang Ru's location. The crowd stared blankly at him. Wasn't this supposed to be a fight between two players? From the looks of it, why did it feel like he was playing hide and seek? Chen Jian didn't just stand there like an honest person. After spinning around twice, he felt like there were too many places for his opponent to come out from. There weren't any ambush spots nearby, which meant that she had run away. The home crowd was Team Miracle's, so they endured it once more. Quite a few people were looking forward to how the show would continue forward though, because the escape route chosen by Chen Jian just happened to be Soft Mist's return route. The crowd had a bird's eye view of the situation, so they could see it very clearly. The two sides finally met face to face. This surprise encounter once again made Chen Jian panic, but Tang Ru didn't even greet him before attacking. Dragon breaks the ranks. A dragon instantly appeared in front of him. Chen Jian's Lethe moved backwards to dodge and evaded it. His character glanced around. It seemed like he was searching for an escape route. The match has already reached this point, and you're still thinking about running away? How is he planning on playing this match? This time, the crowd had no answer and boos gradually started coming out. It wasn't that those who played dirty couldn't accept running away, but those who played dirty weren't this gutless in a direct confrontation either. Running away needed to have a clear tactical intent, but Chen Jian? The crowd couldn't see even a glimpse of a plan. From the start, he had appeared overcautious the entire time. He was now faced with his opponent's spear, yet he was still like this. Can you win with this sort of attitude? Bang! A falling flower palm pushed forward. Chen Jian wasn't able to react in time, and Lethe shot backwards. However, Lethe was surrounded by walls on three sides. Lethe slammed into a wall and then rebounded back. Soft Mist's furious dragon strikes the heart welcomed him and pinned him back to the wall. What is he doing? The crowd wasn't just booing. Angry curses were starting to be thrown out. Even Heiming and Wang Ziyi, Chen Jian's former teammates, his two pals after coming to Team Miracle, were also having trouble watching. What's wrong with him? Heiming asked Wang Ziyi. Who could Wang Ziyi ask? It looked like Chen Jian was the player being pointed at by everyone, fearful and nervous from the pressure. As for Tang Ru's Soft Mist, her temperament, play style, and drive were no different than before. Chen Jian's gaze shifted towards Happy's player area. An esports time was quietly sitting where Tang Ru had been sitting at before. What's going on? Did I give her the wrong one? Heiming didn't dare to believe it. The other players on Happy might not be affected, but he had trouble believing that a rookie like Tang Ru would feel nothing from the pressure of the public. Little Tang is playing quite relaxed, Yi Xiao commented on Happy's side. Would Tang Ru be affected by this pressure? It wasn't just Team Miracle who cared, Happy cared even more. And from this match, it couldn't be said that Tang Ru was completely unaffected because there truly had been some changes. For example, in the dialogue in this match, the previous Tang Ru wouldn't have bothered with topics unrelated to the match. But now, she could mischievously tease Fang Rui and chat a few words with Chen Jian. This was a change in attitude. She wasn't impatient to prove the public opinion wrong, but rather play in a more relaxed way. With her personality, she might not be able to excite her full potential, but controlling and adjusting her emotions purposefully was a more mature transformation. Chen Jian's cowardice put him in a stifled position. His 10% health instantly disappeared and then he started falling behind, losing to panic. Under this vicious cycle, he suffered a crushing defeat to Tang Ru. What were you doing? Heiming ruthlessly berated Chen Jian. It wasn't like they couldn't afford losing, but in the end, Chen Jian had only been able to take away 20% of Tang Ru's health. This sort of trash performance was practically the same as giving away the point. Heiming couldn't understand what had happened to Chen Jian. Why did his playing suddenly take a dive? Their Team Miracle had prepared amply for this match, and seeing that their opponents were at the sharp end of the public stick, their mentality going into the match had been quite solid. The rookies that joined the alliance along with Team Miracle might have lost, but they performed very well. On the other hand, it was Chen Jian, their anchor for the group arena, that had lost in such an embarrassing manner. Chen Jian didn't know how to explain himself. He had been given such a heavy responsibility, but it turned out that he had no confidence with this heavy responsibility. It was truly very shameful. In Team Miracle, he had acted quite arrogant as a capable senior. He didn't want his lofty image to crumble this easily. We can't lose this team competition. We can't be shaven clean by them, can we? He Ming saw that Chen Jian hadn't responded. He didn't say anything more and started encouraging the team for the following team competition. However, they had been quite confident about this match, but in the group arena and individual competition, Happy annihilated their forces. The psychological advantage held previously by Team Miracle had disappeared long ago. In particular, each of them hiding a copy of the esports time and then giving the copy to their opponents wasn't exactly a good-looking move, yet their method was completely ineffective and might end up being laughed at later. In this round, everyone in Team Miracle felt like they were clowns. Happy's team strength is much worse than their individual strength. Their teamwork isn't good. This is our chance, He Ming said. However, everyone already knew this. He Ming repeating it didn't do anything. He Ming didn't know what to do with their down spirits. In reality, his confidence had been killed too. It was just that he was the team captain, so he kept reminding himself not to show weakness. What's there to be afraid of? At worst, we lose. We're just a new team with new players. Go in with a learning attitude. At this moment, the punk Guo Xiao jumped out and yelled. He was still bursting with life, filled with hope towards this following team competition. He actually dared to say something like that. Worse, we lose. Perhaps no team captain would ever say these words, but that was the truth, and it actually eased the players up quite a bit. Even Chen Jian seemed to have relaxed. He didn't belong to the new players category. We can do this. Guo Xiao might as well just jump into the crowd and start cheering for his teammates. He attracted quite the attention from the crowd. The team competition began shortly afterwards. Guo Xiao's words had been quite effective. With the attitude of at worst, we lose, Team Miracle's players let loose. But the problem was that once they let loose, they couldn't keep it together. In the end, they were a new team too. They had problems with teamwork because of their lack of experience. He Ming, Chen Jian, and Wang Ziyi were experienced players, but they weren't experienced as core players. Their ability to keep things together clearly couldn't compare to Yi Xiu, Su Muqing, and Fang Rui, who had all once been top core players in their teams. Their home map advantage wasn't able to help them. In the end, Team Happy won the team competition, sweeping Team Miracle 10-0. The other matches taking place that same day ended in succession. In the 9th round, an extremely unusual scene appeared. There were unexpectedly 5 perfect wins this round, and all of them were away game victories. Team Happy vs Team Miracle, 10-0. Team Blue Rain vs Team Conquering Clouds, 10-0. Team Tyranny vs Team Lightly, 10-0. Team Samsara vs Team Bright Green, 10-0. Team Tiny Herb vs Team Seaside, 10-0. Apart from Team Happy and Team Miracle, the other 4 matches were all strong versus weak team matchups. However, the weak teams had the home game advantage. Not being able to win even a single point was very surprising. The public opinion believed that as the league developed, the disparity between the top teams and weak teams was growing larger and larger. The powerhouses prospered in the current scene, receiving more resources than weak teams and then using these greater resources to further strengthen their team. Under this cycle, the strong teams became stronger, while the weak teams became weaker. The new teams without any strong financial backers seemed to have difficulty breaking through these strong teams. Team Heavenly Swords had initially been looked at highly because of their strong backing, but who would have thought that their boss would be personally taking up the banner? Their expectations for Team Heavenly Swords would have to wait until after this boss lost his interest in playing. Chapter 12-11. Strong Performances. Apart from the 5 perfect 10-0 wins, the other matches in round 9 were very orderly, 3-2 to 8 losses and 2-7 to 3 wins. The 3-2-8 losses were the home team's Heavenly Swords, Parade, and Radiant losing to the visiting team's Misty Rain, Void, and 100 Blossoms respectively. As for the 2-7-3 wins, 301 and Royal Style took down Wind Howl and Thunderclap, relying on their home field advantage. In the end, the weaker teams weren't able to pull off any upsets in round 9. However, 301 and Royal Style, the two mid-tier teams that were on the edge of making it into the playoffs last season, utilized their home field advantage to beat Wind Howl and Thunderclap, rather surprising victories. After round 8, Thunderclap had been in second place, but their lead over the lower-ranked teams hadn't been that high. With this loss, they immediately slid down to fourth place, while Blue Rain and Tiny Herb with 69 points and 66 points took second and third. Samsara's consistency and dominance once again placed them in their own separate tier. Their point total was 77, 8 points ahead of the second-place team. After Thunderclap was Misty Rain in 5th with 59 points, Tyranny in 6th with 57 points, Wind Howl in 7th with 57 points, and then 100 Blossoms in 8th. After Happy took a huge win over 100 Blossoms, beating them 9-1, 100 Blossoms adjusted rapidly. After 2 rounds, they were back on their feet, quickly making their way back to the playoff zone. After 100 Blossoms was Void, 301, and Royal Style placed outside of the playoff zone. With Happy winning this round 10-0, they moved up one spot from 14th to 13th, but the distance between Happy and the 8th place 100 Blossoms was 14 points. The teams in the relegation zone were Seaside and Bright Green. After round 7, these two teams were locked into last and second to last. The gap between these two teams and the teams ahead of them were pulling farther and farther apart. It looked like there wouldn't be any suspense as for who would be relegated this season. The post-match reports for round 9 didn't focus on a single team or person but rather how weirdly orderly the point distribution was. The media really wanted to about the dominance of powerhouses because of the several 10-0s, but the problem was that of these 5 10-0s, one of them just had to be Happy, a truly irksome presence. Happy was without a doubt unrelated to this topic, but they just had to show up at this moment. The issue of dealing with Happy gave the media huge headaches. In the end, it was still esports home with the talent. Samsara, Tiny Herb, Blue Rain, and Tyranny were used to describe the untouchable dominance of the powerhouses. On the other hand, Happy was singled out as the representative team of wildly inconsistent and incomprehensible team. They could crush 100 Blossoms 9-1, but also lose 3-7 to Radiant and Parade. Yet after those losses, they could achieve perfect 10-0 wins over Heavenly Swords and Miracle. Figure out a team's strength from their win records? In Happy's case, it seemed extremely unreliable. In these 9 rounds, Samsara had obtained the most 10-0s with 3 perfect wins. Next, with 2 perfect wins, was Tiny Herb and then Happy. But Happy was also among the teams who were annihilated 0-10. It was as though Happy just had to stick their nose in everything. The esports home concluded with a serious reminder to all teams in the alliance, be wary of Happy. This sort of spotlight onto them was quickly met with backlash by people such as the Esports Times' Chen. The Esports Time was bi-weekly, so he had no way of immediately writing an article through the Esports Time and could only use his personal blog to express his opinions. Tang Ru breaking her promise wasn't going to be forgiven so easily by him, but repeating the same thing again and again would tire out the readers. In fact, it might help her through reverse psychology. Chen was a master though and had a subtle grasp of the pace. He wouldn't constantly stick in reminders, but he would never forget to raise the topic seemingly by accident at the appropriate time to avoid readers from forgetting about it. Because of Tang Ru, Chen had turned into a through and through Happy hater. However, he was still a public figure and had to care about his reputation, so even if he had to paint Happy black, he had to back it up with logic, feigning reason and hiding his individual bias. As a result, under Chen's artful writing, Happy became a shit stick that harmed others without benefiting themselves, supported clearly and logically. Why did his writing seem so reasonable? Because what Chen wrote was really just a reiteration of the esports home's negative opinions of Happy in an uglier way. However, due to the influence of his writing style and the push from other journalists who were also unhappy with Tang Ru, Happy was generally viewed in a more negative light. 2 10-0s? 1 Heavenly Swords and 1 Miracle. Both these teams had certain ties with Happy. Snatching all 10 points from them could also be considered quite vicious and merciless of Happy. Some of the sillier comments even took those words vicious and merciless to describe Happy, seeming to have forgotten that any team wanted to win as many points as possible in a competition. But despite these negative comments, Happy's pace became steadier and steadier. In their 10th round home game versus Royal Style, a 9-1 victory. In their 11th round away game versus Seaside, Boundless Sea returned to the first time to his old home. The Seaside fans familiar with Boundless Sea saw their team's former symbol walk onto a path never to return under Happy's Fang Rui. Amidst the unrelenting boos from the crowd, Happy wasn't polite and sent away Seaside 10-0. 2 huge victories in 2 rounds. Happy had won 19 points, rising up 2 places on the rankings, currently at 11th place. Their distance to the playoff zone had shrunk to 10 points. Right now, Team Void was 8th. At the end of round 9, the 5th place team Misty Rain performed poorly in round 10 and round 11, falling out of the playoff zone at 10th place with 65 points. Even Team 301 was ahead of them. 100 Blossoms continued to perform consistently, winning 7-3 against the away team Blue Rain. Fang's departure from Blue Rain had been quite controversial. Many fans thought he was being greedy. He had been one of the 3 core players of Team Blue Rain. Wanting an even higher position than that was endless greed. This time, Fang directly confronted Team Blue Rain, proving that he had the qualifications for an even higher position. Although his Berserker lost to Huang Xiaoqian's Blade Master in the final round of the group arena, 100 Blossoms had opened poorly. By the time Fang had to face Huang Xiaoqian, he was only at 30% health. But in the following team competition, Fang became the most eye-catching player. His display of power pierced through the tactical net sown by Team Blue Rain. In the end, 100 Blossoms won the team competition. Having won 7 points, they now had 71 points, rushing ahead to 6th place on the rankings, leading Tyranny by 1 point. Blue Rain wasn't the only powerhouse that lost in the 11th round. Tyranny lost their away game to Thunderclap 3-7, putting them at 7th place with 70 points. Thunderclap was 3rd, continuing on their radiant path this season. Apart from them, Tiny Herb lost to Void 2-8. Through this victory, Void broke into the playoff zone, while Tiny Herb was surpassed by Thunderclap, placing Tiny Herb at 4th. In 5th place, Team Windhowl won their away game 8-2 against Team Misty Rain, sending Team Misty Rain out of the playoff zone. As for those outside of the playoff zone, Bright Green and Seaside were stuck in the relegation zone. Lightly, Miracle, Conquering Clouds, and the other low-tier teams had clearly become targets to snatch points from. The weak teams were of no use to be looked at. Thus, the ups and downs of the rankings depended on the confrontations between the strong teams. Samsara led in 1st place with 94 points, 13 more points than Blue Rain. Their position this season was practically untouchable. Thunderclap had originally been this season's biggest surprise. After 10 rounds, Thunderclap was still stuck in the second echelon teams outside of Samsara, running neck and neck with Tiny Herb and Blue Rain. Team Windhowl's momentum this season had been astonishing, but from their performance these 11 rounds, they were like loud thunder but small raindrops. Even though they weren't like Happy who would sweep a team and then get swept, their inconsistency was a reality. After 100 Blossoms' first 4 rounds, they became more and more stable, beating Blue Rain this round. Fang had proven himself. 100 Blossoms also showed that they had the ability to beat a top team. Afterwards was Tyranny. No one had any hope for them dominating like last season. Tyranny was determined to keep rotating in their subs to the extent that it was rare for all for Heavenly Kings to be on stage at the same time. Their win record was also fleeting. When they were facing weak teams, they weren't weak, but facing strong teams, they weren't too strong either. Many were disappointed in them, feeling helpless about the issues of age. Void relied on their good performances these 2 rounds to return back to the playoff zone. Their victory over Tiny Herb had boosted their morale considerably. The air around them was very different from before in their post-match conference. The teams 10 points away from qualifying for playoffs were 301, Misty Rain, and Happy. Team 301 was always like this, pacing back and forth in and out of the playoff zone. When the end of the season came, if their luck was good, they would make it to playoffs. If their luck was bad, they wouldn't. As for Misty Rain and Happy, they would be fighting each other in round 12. This match would determine who would be closer to the playoffs. From the current trend, Misty Rain had performed poorly 2 rounds in a row, losing to 301 and Wind Howl. As for Happy? After losing to Tiny Herb in round 8 and Tang Ru refused to keep her promise, Happy started taking points like crazy. Over the 9th, 10th, and 11th round, Happy had unexpectedly took 29 points in total, even beating Samsara in terms of points, who had obtained 27 points in these 3 rounds. Happy had matched with Miracle and Seaside, who weren't strong teams, but Royal Style was a mid-tier team with an all-star watching over. Royal Style even upset the roaring Thunderclap 7-3. But facing Happy, Royal Style was swept 9-1. Happy is coming. The esports home highlighted Happy's recent momentum. As for people like Ruan Cheng, who hated Happy, there was not much they could say. Happy's win after win was slap after slap to their faces. They were waiting for Happy to capsize. That way they would wantonly throw stones at them while they were down. This upcoming match was looking to be a good opportunity. In round 12, Happy would be facing Misty Rain, a team with the strength to make it to playoffs. If Happy couldn't pass this obstacle, let alone losing points to their direct competitor, Ruan Cheng's group could directly say that Happy were just paper tigers that could only topple pushovers. Chapter 12:12. The Number 1 Ninja. November 22nd, Glory Professional Alliance Season 10 Round 12. Happy played their home game against Misty Rain, and once again the television chose to live broadcast Happy's match. In this round, there were many matches between powerful teams, such as Wind Howl vs Void, Tiny Herb vs 100 Blossoms, Blue Rain vs Thunderclap and so on. But in the end, they chose to broadcast this match between 2 teams that currently weren't in the playoff zone. They took into consideration the current situations of these 2 teams. After 11 rounds, Happy's claim of aiming for the championship was still treated as a joke, but with their current ranking, people had to notice the potential this team had to make it to the playoffs. With a performance stronger than Samsara's in 3 consecutive rounds, they finally met a strong team, and everyone was curious as to whether or not Happy could continue their strong performance. Misty Rain had performed poorly in the past 2 rounds, instantly sliding from 5th place out of the playoff zone, and they urgently needed to regroup. So, the collision of these 2 teams was a bit more exciting, and was therefore chosen to be broadcast. The attendance rate at Happy's home games continued to rise. Because of Excellent Era's many years of operation in City H, there was already a strong Glory fanbase. The old Excellent Era shut down and new Excellent Era was in the Challenger League. Many fans continued to follow Excellent Era matches, but many who liked watching professional matches slowly began to watch Happy's home matches. Happy's strong performance in the past 3 rounds incited even more attention and excitement, and now that they were facing the relatively strong Misty Rain, there was quite a crowd that came to watch the match in person. The players were introduced as they came on stage. Misty Rain, on Happy's home turf, actually received a decent amount of applause. After Misty Rain let go of their sharpshooter Lu Yining, the twin flowers Shukari and Shukasin became part of Misty Rain's main force. Half of Misty Rain's positions were now occupied by females, and they finally became a veritable woman's army. This unique scenery naturally inspired unique attention. The Shu twins are very popular right now. They can receive such a welcome even at an away game. Television commentator Pan Lin noted the current atmosphere of the stadium. Their skill is very high, guest Li Yibor said. After the away team, the home team players came on stage. In terms of female players, Happy only had 1 fewer. Su Muqing and Tang Ru were both part of Happy's main force. Su Muqing's popularity in City H really didn't need to be mentioned. Her appearance always caused the audience to reach a peak in energy. But Tang Ru, after the 1v3, her supporters drastically diminished. Never mind neutral audience members, even many of Happy's supporters didn't like to see her anymore. The applause after her introduction was always scattered and lacking, and the atmosphere was so cold that it was awkward. The welcome received by the home players is even less than what the away players received. This is really... Pan Lin lamented. Tang Ru is very talented, but the way she dealt with this incident was really... Liebo also gave a half-sentence lament. After the introductions of the two teams, what came next were of course the polite greetings and interactions between the teams on stage. Welcome back. Even though she was Misty Rain's captain, Chu Yunxiu didn't follow the custom to shake hands with Happy's captain, Yi Xiu. Instead, she went to her close friend Sumucheng and gave her a hug. Yi Xiu was left hanging with his hand still extended, smiling awkwardly, but from the side someone suddenly appeared to shake his hand. God Yi, it's been a while. It's been a while, Yi Xiu answered, smiling. This small and scrawny man before his eyes was Misty Rain's Li Hua, the current #1 ninja in Glory. He entered Misty Rain in Season 7, appearing on the main roster that year, and that season he and Sun Strong were the most attention-grabbing rookies. But the styles of these two were exactly opposite. One was bright and eye-catching, charging at the front lines of battle. The other preferred to lurk in unnoticed shadows, launching sudden attacks when the opponent was defenseless. That season, Sun Strong had snatched the title of Best Rookie, and the next year he joined the Powerhouse Excellent era, taking up one Autumn Leaf, a top account in Glory. And then his team was relegated, and failed to fight through the Challenger League, and only now in Samsara this season did he have a strong chance of winning. Sun Strong's pro career could be said to be extremely unfortunate and frustrating. And Li Hua, who debuted the same year, had spent all his time working hard in Misty Rain. After his abilities were recognized, the team began working hard to build a character for him. The ninja Dark Forest was voted into the All-Stars along with Li Hua in Season 8, and again in Season 9. And in this season, Misty Rain's strategic style changed, and experts could all tell that it now revolved around Li Hua. This skinny little man played an extremely major role in Misty Rain. But after shaking hands with Yi Xiu, he backed away and quietly stood to the side. If no one introduced him, it would be hard to imagine that this person was also an all-powerful top player in Glory. Chu Yunxiu finally broke apart from her hug with Sumucheng. She turned to look at Yi Xiu and casually slapped the right palm he was extending. What, you want a hug too? I don't dare, Yi Xiu grinned. If you want a hug, then hug. And Chu Yunxiu really came over to give Yi Xiu a hug, just like that. Welcome back, she said, patting Yi Xiu's back. Ha ha, in a while you won't be so welcoming, Yi Xiu laughed. Give it a try, Chu Yunxiu laughed coldly and pushed him away. To the side, Fang Rui also opened his two arms. Come. The embrace of love, he called. Get out. The player is as dirty as his playing. Chu Yunxiu ignored Fang Rui. The players continued to move, shaking hands with each other down the line. When the Shu twins came to shake Yi Xiu's hand, their feelings were a bit complex. Last year during the Christmas event, they really wanted to tear out the heart of this person in front of them. For this round against Happy, the two were already secretly planning to give this god a proper retaliation. How about it? Do you regret joining Misty Rain? You should have come to our Happy, Yi Xiu said as he shook their hands. We're ahead of you in ranking, Shuki said. Not for long, Yi Xiu smirked. Just wait and see. The sisters glared at Yi Xiu, not at all afraid. The greetings were quickly completed. The first players in the individual round stayed unstage while everyone else returned to their player areas. Happy, Yi Xiu, Lord Grim. Misty Rain, Li Hua, Dark Forest. What a coincidence, Senior. The easily overlooked Li Hua was set up with Yi Xiu again. It is. I hope to learn from you in this match, Li Hua said politely. Likewise. After this exchange of meaningless words, Li Hua paused. He clearly still wanted to say something, but he couldn't find the right words. After silently thinking for a while, the judge already declaring that they could enter their player booths, Li Hua finally said a third pointless sentence. Good luck, Senior. Good luck. The two headed toward their respective competitor booths. Yixiao, happy once again, sends out Yixiao for the individual competition. So far he has almost always appeared in the individual competition. He already has 10 consecutive wins. This is the 12th round, Pan Lin said. In other words, this season, he hasn't lost a single 1v1, Liebor said. Right now was round 12, and Yixiao was heading toward his 11th straight win in his 11th individual appearance. The answer was clear. With such a powerful 1v1 ability, why doesn't he anchor the group arena? Pan Lin didn't understand, since that was how most teams set it up. Probably to lessen his burden, Yixiao isn't young anymore. Tyranny's already rotating their players, Liebor said. In a question of age, tyranny always had to be mentioned. Then if Yixiao continues with this pattern and rhythm, this season's King of Dueling award will be uncontested, Pan Lin said. Ah? For now, his unspecialized class gives him too great of an advantage. We'll see everyone's professional ability, Liebor said. Even if everyone is able to adjust, that doesn't necessarily mean they can beat Yixiao if they meet. With his current win streak, even if he loses the next few rounds, there's a good chance that no one can surpass his 1v1 record, Pan Lin said. We need someone to hurry and break his consecutive win record first. Liebor laughed. All right, let's watch Li Hua. The two characters loaded onto the map. This was Happy's home game, so of course Yixiao was the one choosing the map. He had already chosen all of the maps with nothing on them, so this time he had to pick one with some terrain features. This time, Yixiao chose the hillside map. It was still flat with no barriers or obstacles, but the flat surface was slightly tilted, which of course would cause some changes. The two characters spawned at the two ends of the map, at the same height. Since this was a map with no barriers, the two of course wouldn't try any strategic maneuvers. They both charged straight ahead, at the same time staring at the opponent's position. There was much strategy involved in choosing a position to stand on the hillside map. Because there was a slope, this would affect many skills and movements like jumping and rolling. To seize the high or the low ground, this was a question that had to be considered. The two players were both paying attention to this, so they both stayed at the same elevation, neither one gaining an advantage. Yixiao didn't launch an attack as soon as he was in range. Lord Grim continued to rush forward all the way until he was in the ninja's attack range, but even then, Li Hua didn't control Dark Forest to attack, either. Shining Cut! Lord Grim suddenly swept forward with his blade, instantly springing forward and greatly reducing the distance between the two. Li Hua was no longer quiet. Dark Forest waved his hand and a shuriken was sent flying toward Lord Grim. Next, his two hands were already rapidly forming seals, preparing the next step of attack. Ninjutsu, Shadow Dance. This powerful level 70 attack saw increasing direct use among ninjas. It could be used as a main attack, or to hide movements and confuse the opponent. In any case, with a Shadow Dance, a ninja suddenly had many options available. It didn't necessarily have to be used as a pure attack skill. Immediately, over a dozen Dark Forests charged at Lord Grim together. As the number one ninja in glory, his mastery over this powerful ninja skill didn't need to be mentioned. The live broadcast cut to Li Hua's camera view, which was constantly switching. It was clear that Li Hua was jumping non-stop between clones to achieve the best possible control over them. The 14 shadow clones formed an impressive array to surround Lord Grim. Chapter 12-13. A continuously updating record. Pu. A cloud of purple smoke exploded, and Lord Grim disappeared into it. Facing Dark Forest's Shadow Dance, Yixiao had Lord Grim surprisingly throw down the ninja skill, Smoke Bomb, to counter it. However, the purple smoke was only a cover, it didn't allow him to turn invisible. Dark Forest's shadow clones charged into the smoke. Li Hua switched his viewpoint around even faster. The purple smoke only lowered his visibility, it didn't make him blind. With so many shadow clones and so many eyes, Li Hua kept on switching between clones until he found Lord Grim soon afterwards. Li Hua was calm. All of his shadow clones gathered into one spot and marched forward together. Numerous ninja blades stabbed towards Lord Grim. Hit! Surrounded on all sides, Lord Grim had no way of dodging, and the numerous blades pierced into Lord Grim. However, Lord Grim puffed into smoke and became one with the surrounding purple fog. Shadow clone technique. Li Hua reacted. If not for the smoke bomb affecting his vision, with his skill as the #1 ninja, he could easily distinguish between a fake and a real body. However, he had fallen for it. All of his clones had gathered into one spot, but their attacks only hit a clone. Where's his real body? A purple shadow flashed out from the purple smoke. Because of the closeness in color, the shadow could only be seen by relying on the disturbances in the flow of the smoke. Which skill? The Night Cloak. The group of Dark Forest clones were bound together by the Night Cloak. Earthquake Sword. The earth tumbled in the smoke, and a Spellblade Earthquake Sword swept over the bundled together Dark Forest shadow clones, rocking them wildly. A grenade rolled over. Boom! The grenade exploded and the shadow clones puffed one after the other. These clones didn't have much health. After taking heavy damage, they faded away. Lord Grim could finally be seen. The myriad manifestations umbrella extended outwards, curving at the top, an exorcist's scythe. Rising Emblem. A blue ring of light floated above the ground, and the remaining shadow clones rose into the air. Lord Grim rushed forward, sweeping at them with his scythe. The frail shadow clones instantly disappeared. The only one remaining was Dark Forest's real body. Collapsing Mountain. The attacks didn't stop as Lord Grim swung his blade. Li Hua didn't dare fight head-on. Dark Forest quickly formed a hand seal and then disappeared. There was no substitute straw nor a shadow clone left behind, yet to suddenly disappear could only mean. With a collapsing mountain to quickly drop to the ground, Yishio didn't pause, immediately having Lord Grim leap backwards. Dark Forest drilled out of the ground, underground tunneling technique. Lord Grim had leapt backwards, but it didn't seem to be enough. However, the sword in his hand suddenly pointed in front of him. Falling Light Blade. Lord Grim didn't dodge. When he jumped back, he readied this skill, timing it so that it would clash with Dark Forest's ninja blade. Ding! Dark Forest tumbled back, while Lord Grim was left hanging in the air. Storm Shuriken. Dark Forest didn't wait to stand up and threw a Storm Shuriken at Lord Grim. A sword light flashed. A sword draw accurately connected with the Storm Shuriken. However, the word storm indicated this shuriken's might. It wasn't something a sword draw out prioritized. Storm Shuriken broke through the sword draw and stubborn continued onwards. Moonlight, full moonlight slash. 2 beautiful arcs and 2 clear rings. Lord Grim quickly used the Ghost Blade's 2 combo slash, and with these 3 consecutive skills, he was able to knock down the Storm Shuriken. Lord Grim was still in the air. Dark Forest stood up and attacked. Ninjutsu, Flickering Pursuit. The difficult-to-see shadow arrived in front of Lord Grim in the blink of an eye. One attack, hit. His shadow flickered, and he appeared behind Lord Grim. Another attack. Third hit. Dark Forest's silver weapon, 16 Dark Knights, stabbed silently without light. But this time, the blade didn't strike the body. Lord Grim had grabbed it. It wasn't possible to do such fine movements through normal inputs, which meant it was a skill. Back throw. Dark Forest's head crashed into the ground. Li Hua was dumbstruck. He was in disbelief. To be able to grab someone in the middle of body pathway derangement, what type of judgment and mechanical skill did he have? After falling to the ground, Dark Forest was stepped on by Lord Grim, who fired at his head repeatedly. Punisher. Dark Forest immediately rolled in an attempt to get up and Lord Grim also jumped back, but Lord Grim was prepared for his roll. Long-ranged attacks used at close range were too fast to dodge. Dark Forest, who was in mid-roll, was unable to dodge Lord Grim's bullet and was hit. The damage wasn't high, but it stunned. This was a Spitfire's stun bullet. Lord Grim calmly chased after him and started attacking. TSK, the commentator Pan Lin sighed, shaking his head. The unspecialized skill options really make it difficult to defend against. Liebor said. He has too many similar skills at his disposal. For example, knock-up skills, knockback skills, charge skills, skills that every class possesses. However, these classes usually just have one or two of these skills, but he has access to all of them. Just take knock-up skills. Every class can get for low-leveled ones, but he gets 24. The available options that he has is too much. For the average player, just these 24 knock-up skills is enough to juggle them in the air endlessly until death. But I've never seen him play like that. Pan Lin said. Of course, he's playing against pro players, after all. They shouldn't be getting juggled to death. I didn't raise this example to talk about this though. I'm pointing out that with so many options, he has practically no cooldowns because most of the time, he can find a similar skill to substitute what he wants. Low-level skills have short cooldowns too. This one's on cooldown, but that one is off cooldown, Liebor said. We understand Coach Li's reasoning. In reality, it isn't his class that's crucial, but the weapon in his hands. The Myriad Manifestations umbrella eliminates the cooldown required for switching weapons, allowing him to freely use whatever class skills he wants, Pan Li said. Yes, without the Myriad Manifestations umbrella, it's not possible to play in this way. Liebor said. The discussion going on between these two wasn't anything new. Yixiao already had 11 consecutive wins. These problems could be seen in each of his wins. Fortunately, Happy's matches weren't always the broadcasted highlight matches. If not, this discussion would be repeated so many times that the viewers would have insects crawling out of their ears. The stun bullet into comboed Li Hua found an opening and used substitution technique to escape. But right when he turned around, he saw that Lord Grimm was already in front of him. See, Liebor yelled, charge, shining cut, and then colliding stab. What class can use so many movement skills in a row? The distance gained by Dark Forest using substitution technique should have completely safe against any class, but Lord Grimm was able to use 3 high-speed movement skills to instantly close the gap. Pu. While Liebor was chattering, Dark Forest was pierced through by Lord Grimm's colliding stab and then with a fling, Dark Forest crashed into the mountain wall. Sigh, there's no suspense. This map indeed isn't very suitable for ninjas. Yixiao is also very cunning. All the maps that he chooses force the other side to have a direct fight with him, however, none of his opponents can defend against the unspecialized offensive. But he hasn't met another god yet. That's true, the gods are always the anchors in the group arena. Pan Lin were already declaring this as Yixiao's victory ahead of time. Reality proved their predictions true. In the end, Li Hua was unable to stop Yixiao from continuing with his record. 12 consecutive wins. Pan Lin said. Yeah. Happy won the first round of the individual competition. Yixiao's 12 consecutive wins was added to Glory's history books. Not only was he setting this record, he was continuously updating it. Just like what Pan Lin sighed, how many consecutive wins is he going to stop at? After Yixiao, Happy's ninja, Fan, went on stage. The map that he chose was incomparably complex. Deception appeared and disappeared like the gods and devils, eventually grinding down the opponent to death. His victory wasn't easy though. In 2 of his ambushes, the other side was the one who controlled the flow, especially the second time. He was almost burst to death. At this moment, Fan's reason for choosing a ninja showed. Smoke bomb, substitution technique, shadow clone technique, ninjas had quite a few escape skills. After Fan was Su-mooching. Her artillery fire helped Happy win another match, completing the individual competition with a clean 3-0. The strong team Misty Rain seemed unable to stop Happy's recent momentum, which annoyed those like Ruan Cheng who wanted to ridicule Happy. You guys are playing well. Boss Cheng Guo led the applause, celebrating their 3 wins in the individual competition. Good, next up, watch us. Fang Rui stood up and shouted. He often went on stage in the group arena appearing as the lead of the group arena. Under Fang Rui's lead, Happy won another 2 points in the group arena. The crowd cheered. Happy was on its way to a 10-0. The map chosen for the team competition was more important, which also meant that the home team had a greater advantage. As Happy improved, their teamwork was becoming better and better. With the individual competition and group arena won, the fans were very confident for the team competition. The players going up for the team competition were all actively preparing for it, whether that be calming their emotions or stretching their shoulders and fingers. Nervous? Yishio suddenly asked the person next to him. What are you joking? Wei Chen turned his head as if he had heard the greatest joke of the century. That's good, Yishio chuckled. Got any cigarettes? Hand me one, Wei Chen said. Smoking is prohibited. Yishio said. Sigh, back then was the best, now we can't even smoke. Wei Chen looked up at the spacious stadium. When he had been competing, there hadn't been such beautiful stadiums nor had there been so many rules. Let's go. Yishio patted his back. With this old man, this match will be a piece of cake. Wei Chen said, standing. Chapter 12-14. Observer Wei Chen. The player sent up for the team competition walked onto the stage. Happy, Yishio, Su Muqing, Tang Ru, Wei Chen, Fang Rui. Misty Rain, Chu Yunxiu, Li Hua, Shukasin, Shukari, Feng Xiangming, Bai Qi. Misty Rain's lineup for the team competition was rather unusual. Their team composition consisted of an elementalist, ninja, 2 sharpshooters, and a cleric. Over the course of Glory history, all sorts of systematic analysis and experimentation had been done. In the early days, there had even been 5 Blade Master team comps, but these types of team comps quickly faded away. According to the current Glory meta, a team composition should have at least a melee class, a long-ranged class, and a healer with 2 other classes to build on this base. But in Misty Rain's team comp, their melee classes weren't pure melee. Whether it was taijutsu sharpshooters or a both long and close-ranged ninja, none of these classes were true melee classes, yet this unconventional team composition was Misty Rain's main force. Their tactics revolved around this team comp. According to past data, Misty Rain's team comp didn't seem to be reliable. Facing strong teams, their team had yet to win a single match. They had even lost their home game against Team 301, a team considered weaker than them. Even those who won, never expressed their disapproval of Misty Rain's innovative tactics. The one with the most persuasiveness was Team Tyranny's master tactician, Zhong Xinjie. In their 6-4 match against Misty Rain, Tyranny had lost their points in the individual competition and group arena, but in the post-match press conference, Zhong Xinjie focused more on Misty Rain's performance in the team competition. Very flexible with lots of variations. This was Zhong Xinjie's evaluation of Misty Rain's team comp and play style. It was very simple, only 6 words, but was just how Zhong Xinjie spoke. Everyone knew that Zhong Xinjie would never talk about anything without reason. He might not say that something was 9, but if he said it, then it was definitely 9, and not 8 or 10. As a result, Misty Rain's team comp and playstyle led to quite a bit of discussion. Tactics were never secrets because you had to use them on stage for everyone to see. Thus, many tactics were common among everyone. The difference between strong teams and weak teams was an issue of a team's execution. The analysis and discussion towards Misty Rain's tactics leaned towards the positive side, which meant their rather poor win record was because of their execution. After all, this was the first season Misty Rain started running this play style. They needed time to practice and familiarize themselves with it. Every opponent each round was a sharpening stone for Misty Rain. However, no team was willing to become their stepping stone. Happy wasn't willing either. Happy had carefully discussed and analyzed Misty Rain's playstyle in their prep work. In the end, they arranged this team lineup to counter it. Wei Chen would be appearing for his first time in the team competition in round 12. His Warlock was undoubtedly a crucial part to Happy's strategy. Wei Chen, who was sitting in the player booth, wasn't calm. The stadium and the seats, none of these were the same as when he had played competitively back then. Even though he was an experienced old general, in reality, he was new to the modern glory competition. The seat under his butt felt uncomfortable and the sealed player booth felt stuffy. A cigarette would be great, Wei Chen thought to himself, but when he looked around the interior of the player booth, he could clearly see a sign prohibiting smoking. Fuck, this senior won't smoke, but just dangling a cigarette in my mouth is fine, right? Wei Chen felt indignant. He felt out a cigarette from his pocket and put it in his mouth. The 5-second countdown passed, and the two teams loaded into the map. The map was Mud River Peninsula and was split into 4 sections, linked together by a narrow piece of land. The separation between these 4 sections could be crossed, they were just a collection of small or large swamps. The center of the map also had a circular swamp. Characters could go into the swamps and not receive damage, but their movement speed would be slowed by 70%. This map was clearly a restrictive map. Apart from the swamps, there were lots of trees that could be used for protection. Happy had clearly chosen this map to restrict Misty Rain's long-ranged classes. Happy loaded into the northwest corner of the peninsula, while Misty Rain loaded into the southeast corner. Wei Chen sucked in a deep breath and had windward formation set out according to the strategy the team had prepared. Team Happy's 5 players split up into 3 groups as they moved forward. Tang Ru, Su Muqing, and Wenyi went straight ahead, while Yuxiu and Wei Chen circled around from the left and right. The middle group moved more slowly to match the pace of the 2 circling from the left and right. The 3 groups were constantly updating each other with their positions as they advanced. The team competition maps were much larger than the 1v1 maps, but that didn't mean the 2 sides would take a long time to find each other. The middle group were gradually starting to see the circular swamps in the central region appearing within their sight, but they were intentionally slowing their pace, so since they had yet to see Misty Rain, they knew that Misty Rain took a roundabout path. The middle group informed Yuxiu and Wei Chen, the 2 on their left and right. I know, they're on my side. Wei Chen had been just about to notify them. Windward formation was hiding in a shrub on the side. Misty Rain's 5 characters hadn't scattered and were concentrated in one place, preparing to traverse through the swamps to directly cut across to the southwest region. If they moved along the swamp line, they would get to the rear of Happy. Too bad they've been found by this senior. Wei Chen peeped at them, while delightedly plotting what he should do next. If Happy had been together, then ambushing them while Misty Rain was traversing through the swamps would be the most optimal choice, but since he was alone, Wei Chen hesitated. Even though his windward formation had an abnormally long range, that was only relative to his class. Misty Rain had 2 sharpshooters, whose natural attack ranges were above mags. Even with windward formation's increased cast range from his weapon Death's Hand, he had no advantage over these 2 sharpshooters. Misty Rain is forcefully traversing through the swamps. Do you guys think I should attack or not? Unsure of what to do, Wei Chen asked for the opinion of his teammates. They have 2 sharpshooters. You won't be able to suppress them. Yuxiu replied. Stealthily place a death's door to their side. Wei Chen said. Windy rain spells will instantly blow it up, Yuxiu said. Stealthily placing a death's door was a concept that only existed among the normal players. Death's door made a huge disturbance when cast and required the caster to control it. Pro players could easily deduce the enemy warlock's position. Then what do I do? We'll prepare an ambush at the half-moon rock in the 9 o'clock position, while you go back on your original path and cut to their rear, Yuxiu replied. They're probably about a minute away from the half-moon rock, assuming that they directly move in that direction, Wei Chen calculated from Misty Rain's movement speed. Good, that's enough time. Are you fine? Yuxiu said. No problems here, Wei Chen replied. Don't appear in front of them too early, Yuxiu said. Ha ha ha, hilarious, Wei Chen replied. He didn't hurry to move his windward formation into position. He continued to crouch inside the bush, watching as Misty Rain's 5 players moved through the swamp towards the southwest corner. They've passed through. After Wei Chen sent the message, windward formation finally left the brush. Half Moon Rock. Situated at the link between the northwest and southwest region, Tang Ru's soft mist leaned on the outer edge of the rock with her spear propped up. In just one step, she could launch an attack on any passing characters. Su Muqing's dancing rain leaped to a spot 3/4 of the way up the half-moon rock. In one jump, she would be able to reach the top of the rock, letting her suppress the enemies with her firepower from the high ground. And Wenny's little cold hands didn't need to find an attacking position. He just moved into a position between the two characters to support them. In position. In position. In position. The three players each confirmed that they had reached their chosen positions. Would they succeed in ambushing Misty Rain? The suspense was unfolding before them. The live crowd and the viewers watching the broadcast waited for the moment to happen. After Team Misty Rain crossed through the swamp, their movement speed returned to normal, and they quickly advanced forward. Soon, the half-moon rock was within their sights. Wei Chen's windward formation reached this area one step ahead of them. He once again found an ambush spot in a shrub by the road and observed Team Misty Rain's movements. They've arrived. They've slowed down. They're probably wary of the half-moon rock. They've changed direction. They're not heading towards half-moon rock. Fuck, they're coming my way. Then you're the bait. Go lure them into our ambush. Yishio made a firm decision. How evil. Wei Chen cursed, but he also approved of this decision. Windward formation suddenly scurried out of the bush. Bang! Lower your head, none dare attack. Having changed from male to female characters through a back door, the Shu sisters immediately fired at Windward formation. Windward formation rolled and crawled frantically, moving in a beautiful S-path. Bang! An incomparably powerful sounding gunshot sounded. Lower Your Head directly mounted Thunder Snipe and fired a heavy shot amidst None Dare Attack's rain of bullets. Windward formation wasn't able to avoid the snipe. Blood spurted from his wound. Both person and blood tumbled forward. How fierce. Wei Chen didn't forget to give a remark when he was hit. Keep up the good work, Yishio encouraged him. Where the fuck are you? Wei Chen asked. Yishio wasn't among the ones who confirmed they were in position. I'm ready to help you at any moment, Yishio said. Wei Chen turned around to look. Misty Rain had started speeding up, looking as if they wouldn't rest until he died. The two sharpshooters shot a hail of bullets, putting Wei Chen's reactions to the test. Windward formation was instantly hit by several bullets. Fuck, if this was 10 years ago. Wei Chen's reaction speed and mechanical skill weren't able to keep up. He suddenly realized that he might not be able to complete his mission as bait. Help! Wei Chen immediately called for help. Dancing Rain leaped onto the top of Half Moon Rock, propped up her heavy cannon, and started firing. Chapter 12-15. Suppression from Map and Skill. Explosive artillery fire headed straight towards the center of Misty Rain's formation. The AoE covered by her attacks could not be ignored. The 5 Misty Rain players immediately had their characters dodge, instantly pulling their formation apart. They weren't planning on giving Su Muqing an opportunity to burst them all at once. As the Misty Rain players avoided the artillery fire, they didn't loosen their attacks towards Windward formation. They seemed to have no intention of firing back at Dancing Rain. As a result, Su Muqing also switched targets. Her dazzling artillery barrage fired towards Windward formation. Everyone was struck dumb. Windward formation wouldn't take damage from his allies' attacks, and the light from the artillery fire made his figure flicker, appearing and disappearing intermittently. This was Zhong Jiala's famous 100 Blossom style. Team Misty Rain was suddenly unable to effectively locate and attack Windward formation. The Shu sisters immediately switched targets, and their bullets fired towards Dancing Rain at the top of the Half Moon Rock. Su Muqing didn't retreat. Dancing Rain only dodged the necessary incoming attacks, while taking the attacks that wouldn't affect her much. At the same time, a white light glowed around her. Little Cold Hands, who was hiding behind the Half Moon Rock, had started doing his work. Without any danger of being attacked and only needing to focus his healing on Dancing Rain, Wenny's weaknesses were completely covered up. Under these conditions, Wenny's healing displayed an extremely high level of skill. Dancing Rain's health was maintained at a steady state. Dancing Rain continued to provide cover for Windward formation. Chu Yunxiu realized that something wasn't right. With the Shu sisters switching targets, Windward formation was no longer under any pressure. Thus, Su Muqing could easily switch targets too, yet why was she still protecting Windward formation? Absolute focus. Chu Yunxiu immediately had her Windy Rain activator skill. Just when she was about to cast a high-level spell, Windy Rain was suddenly entrapped by an array of light. All of her skill icons turned grey, meaning they could not be used. Spell Shackle. Chu Yunxiu was startled. This was an elementalist skill. If it had come from the enemy team, then it could only have been from their unspecialized, Lord Grim, and his myriad manifestation umbrella's mage form. Where was Lord Grim? Spell Shackle was a silence. It did not stop her character from moving. Chu Yunxiu whirled around, but she couldn't see any signs of Lord Grim. There's only one possibility. Chu Yunxiu's gaze locked onto the dazzling light created by Dancing Rain. The flickering of the light created a facade, falsely making it seem like the covered target was moving. In reality, Windward formation might not be moving and might actually be casting some sort of powerful spell. Lord Grim had entered the light cover as well and sealed her attacks with a spell shackle. His intentions were obviously to protect Windward formation. Chu Yunxiu instantly read and understood Happy's strategic intentions. Focus your fire onto Windward formation. Unable to attack, she immediately sent down a command in their team channel. The Shu sisters didn't really understand why they should, but they followed their captain's orders. The two sharpshooters switched fire back to Windward formation, but where was he positioned at? The two weren't able to accurately grasp his location. Chu Yunxiu felt a bad premonition in her heart. Although the sharpshooters attacked fast, their coverage was small since they didn't have any AoE skills. Scatter! At this moment, she could only take precautionary measures. Windward formation was most likely casting a spell such as Death's Door. Chu Yunxiu's prediction was absolutely correct. At this moment, an evil aura condensed into Death's Door right in the center of Misty Rain's formation. The light screen from Dancing Rain's 100 Blossoms style suddenly dimmed. Misty Rain's players could now see that inside this light screen, Lord Grim had his myriad manifestations umbrella open, shielding Windward formation. How did he suddenly get there? It had to be from some instant movement skill like Shadow Clone technique. But the issue wasn't the process, but rather the result. Death's Door had been summoned, and it was now starting its work. Black tendrils extended out of the door, grabbing towards Misty Rain's 5 players. Yes, 5! Chu Yunxiu's scatter had been too late. Everyone in Misty Rain was still inside Death's Door's range. Some were still closer than others though. Shukari's lower your head stepped back a few times and reached the safe zone. She was the farthest away, being able to escape from the Death's Door with just a few steps. The closest was Li Hua's Dark Forest. However, ninjas had the most escape skills out of any class. Substitution technique into Shadow Clone technique into the assassin's high-speed dash, Shining Cut, Dark Forest was the second to escape. The remaining 3 were in a more difficult situation. Being farther away from the safe area than Shukari, their characters weren't able to escape so quickly. All of them were running away and dodging for their lives. Interrupt Death's Door. This was the first thing that popped into Shukari's mind. However, Lord Grim's myriad manifestation umbrella being wide open like that was rather discouraging. Shukari tried moving around to adjust lower your head's attack angle, but unfortunately, this wasn't something that could be done in an instant. If she moved left, she would be blocked by the half-moon rock. If she moved right, she would be inside Death's Door's range, and she obviously couldn't force her way into there. And if she circled around, by the time she got into position, Death's Door would already be over. Helpless, Shukui discovered that while she had escaped, there was nothing she could do. This had to be planned. Being able to escape so easily yet unable to attack windward formation, Shukari felt like this wasn't luck. This was the enemy team fully utilizing the map and their skills to meticulously squeeze the amount of space available to maneuver. Li Hua, the second to escape from Death's Door, was in an even more awkward position. He wanted to hurry and break windward formation spell, but he was suddenly in the same predicament as Shukari. They could only watch as their teammates struggled to escape from Death's Door, while they seemed to be stuck in a crack, unable to move even a single step. Even if I can't interrupt him, I can't just do nothing. Li Hua's Dark Forest shot to the left and leapt onto Half Moon Rock. The number 1 ninja's ninjato skills were undoubtedly extremely high. Watching Dark Forest's agility, quickness, and fluidity was a sight to enjoy. The crowd couldn't help but wish that there was no top to reach. Happy wished for that too, but unfortunately, that wasn't reality. Dark Forest quickly scaled Half Moon Rock, heading towards Dancing Rain. Facing melee attacks, Dancing Rain could not forcefully take the hits like before. After all, she was a launcher, a long-ranged class. If the harassment was enough to mess up her aim, then it was equivalent to her being suppressed. Su Muqing immediately used aerial fire, and Dancing Rain jumped off of Half Moon Rock. Li Hua didn't stop to rest. Dark Forest jumped in midair, attacking Dancing Rain with flickering pursuit. But just before he did this, he threw a shuriken. His target, windward formation. Jumping over the Half Moon Rock, Li Hua found an angle at which he could avoid the myriad manifestation umbrella's shield and directly attack windward formation. Beautiful! Too beautiful, the commentator, Pan Lin, yelled in admiration. Yes, outstanding, Li Ibor followed up. Of course, he had to expound on it. Happy's tactical formation is quite remarkable. The two who escaped from Death's Door were stuck between Half Moon Rock and Death's Door, unable to interrupt windward formation's cast. Unfortunately, they ignored a point. For Li Hua's Dark Forest, Half Moon Rock can't be considered a cover. Even though it required a bit more time, Li Hua was able to successfully break through. A brilliant play, Pan Lin continued to give praise. As the two praised, the body pathway derangement struck Dancing Rain multiple times, and that shuriken was more than enough. While it's true that Lord Grimm could turn his umbrella around and block it, an opening at the front would appear, and the three escaping from Death's Door definitely wouldn't miss such an opportunity. Death's Door, interrupted. Fortunately, this was Happy's home stadium. If not, the cheers and applause from the crowd would have shaken the stadium. The commentators, Pan Lin and Li Ibor, continued to praise Li Hua. As for Li Hua, he discovered that below, Yishio's Lord Grimm was running back, waiting for him. Soft Mist, who was hiding behind Half Moon Rock, suddenly charged out, not towards his Dark Forest, but away from the Half Moon Rock. Li Hua turned around. To Dark Forest's back was Half Moon Rock. He was completely cut off. He had no idea what the situation behind him was. Li Hua was startled. Seeing Lord Grimm, who had been ready for him, he realized that he had made a mistake. He had been lured away from his team, and with how the enemy team was prepared for him, they didn't seem to be planning on letting him go back so easily. This was the enemy team's true goal. Li Hua understood now. He knew that the effect of him leaving the group was extremely large. Misty Rain's tactics revolved around him. Their team composition consisted of mainly long-ranged classes. Without him filling in the gap, their tactics were useless. Shit! Li Hua looked at Lord Grimm, who didn't wait for Dark Forest to land before starting his attacks. I have to hurry up and get away. Li Hua thought to himself. Then, he heard a crackle as Dark Forest was suddenly lit on fire. Sacred fire? Li Hua watched in astonishment as his skill icons turned grey. He hadn't seen any indication of the fire. This meant that the other side had precisely calculated Dark Forest's full speed. The instant Sacred Fire burned, Dark Forest would land directly into it. What type of calculative ability and mastery of timing is this? Li Hua turned his gaze toward the rear of Half Moon Rock at the cleric, who had always been viewed as weak. Chapter 12:16. Dark Forest Rock Climbing. This sacred fire sealed all of Dark Forest's skills, while simultaneously gluing the mouths of Pan Lin and Liebor shut. Just a second ago, they had been wantonly praising Li Hua's brilliant play, and now the two suddenly stopped talking. If the two failed to realize Happy's tactical arrangements by now, the two weren't qualified to be professionals. Their awareness towards the situation was more sensitive than the vast majority of people, but they got it wrong and were now in a difficult position. The two looked at each other in the eye, too embarrassed to say anything. Li Hua might have been the key to victory, but he was the key to Happy's victory, not Misty Rain's. He had fallen into Happy's trap. The effects of this trap quickly emerged. Tang Ru's soft mist entered the fray and charged towards Team Misty Rain. Wei Chen's windward formation didn't flee either, attacking from the sides. Su Muqing's dancing rain bombarded them as well. These two were both using screen cannon tactics, coordinating with both sides, attacking here while also helping Yi Xiao over there. Without Li Hua, the rest of Team Misty Rain was thrown into disorder. Although the three long-ranged classes had fierce offensive prowess, facing Soft Mist's unwavering push, their formation was forced to scatter. Their teamwork was having trouble flowing. The weaknesses in Misty Rain's tactics have been exposed. Liebor began commentating. He directly jumped to the current situation as if his previous mistake in praising Li Hua weren't his words. Yeah. Pan Lin followed along with Liebor's pace. Li Hua needs to hurry and get back to the others, Liebor said. But he's being pressed hard by Yi Xiao, Pan Lin said. Yes, he just lost to Yi Xiao in the individual competition. He doesn't have the mental advantage in a 1v1. What's more, Yi Xiao is also receiving assistance from Su Muqing and Wei Chen, Liebor said. However, ninjas have the advantage if they're only looking to escape, Pan Lin said. That's true. However, since Happy had this planned out beforehand, then they should have countermeasures prepared. I think Yi Xiao is quite confident that he can force Li Hua to stay here. Liebor gradually started waving his banner towards Happy, stealthily reconstructing his image of having acute foresight. As the two spoke, the sacred fire on Dark Forest wore off, but it hadn't been very long since he escaped from Death's Door. The assassin skill, Shining Cut, could be used again, but his other escape skills such as Substitution Technique and Shadow Clone Technique were still on cooldown, and Li Hua didn't know whether he had the time to wait for them to refresh. Lord Grimm's offensive was ferocious. Su Muqing and Wei Chen would also help from time to time. In fact, most of their attention was focused on this side. They were only coordinating with Tang Ru to help harass and restrain the other side. I can't wait. Li Hua quickly came to a conclusion. Underground tunneling technique. Li Hua used this skill regardless of the timing. In response, Lord Grimm jumped away and blasted the ground. Dark Forest tunnel to below Half Moon Rock. He had used this skill as an underground movement technique. Although the distance he moved wasn't far, it was enough for him to reach Half Moon Rock. Li Hua leaped up and stabbed his ninjato into the rock. Dark Forest began quickly scaling Half Moon Rock. Bang bang bang. Boom boom boom. The gunfire behind him echoed. Lord Grimm chased after him with long-ranged attacks, and Dancing Rain had shifted her attention over too. Li Hua could not just simply move upwards. His movements would be too predictable. As a result, Dark Forest leapt left and right on Half Moon Rock, adding in many irregular horizontal movements as he climbed to make it harder for the enemy side to catch him. Li Hua prayed that he played well. At this moment, Lord Grimm dashed to below Half Moon Rock and jumped up. Wah! Ooh! Whoa! The crowd made all sorts of astonished noises. Lord Grimm leaped up and took out a knife. The Myriad Manifestations umbrella also had a ninjato form. Their skilled climbing made the crowd curious, Li Hua or Yi Xiao, who was faster? In this situation, Yi Xiao was obviously faster because he had no obstructions. He could simply move upwards in a straight line. On the other hand, Li Hua needed to dodge attacks and add in horizontal movements. And because Dancing Rain's attacks were AoE, his horizontal movements had to be fairly large, further increasing the amount of distance Dark Forest needed to move. In practically the blink of an eye, Yi Xiu's Lord Grim reached Dark Forest's height. Li Hua's heart froze. Today, his heart kept freezing. His heart was going to be frozen stiff at this rate. He could only clench his teeth and persevere through. He started moving horizontally even more, but because he had to dodge Lord Grim, his movements were much easier to predict for Su Muqing. As a result, Li Hua had no choice but to start making circular movements. He clearly wanted to get over Half Moon Rock as fast as possible, but in order to do so, he needed to climb downwards from time to time. Li Hua wanted to cry, but a short moment later, he suddenly realized that at this rate, he could just circle over the Half Moon Rock from the side. Being forced to do this was quite tragic, but it was a feasible solution. Li Hua continued to work hard at it. Suddenly, he heard a motor sound from behind him. He turned around to look and saw Lord Grim flying over with rotor wings. Fuck! The usually gentle and quiet Li Hua cursed loudly. He was truly under a lot of pressure. Lord Grim flew in front of him and stabbed a ninjato into the Half Moon Rock. Attack him! A loud voice called out to him in his heart. It wanted him to attack this nearby, irksome presence, but his reason stopped him. Go reunite with your teammates, an even stronger voice called out to him. It was like there was a devil and an angel in his mind scuffling ***. But the winner was quickly decided. Dark Forest climbed up, but Lord Grim also leapt up, directly towards Dark Forest. Dark Forest spun around his ninjato, dodging Lord Grim. He stepped on his ninjato and was just about to jump up, when Lord Grim's umbrella turned into a spear. Lord Grim dropped down as his evil spear stabbed upwards. In the end, Dark Forest was unable to escape from the spear. All sorts of applause, laughs, and but related words poured out from the crowd. Circle swing! Lord Grim threw Dark Forest in a circle, smashing him into Half Moon Rock. Then, because of his position, Lord Grim stepped on Dark Forest, forcing him down as he moved up. Does that do damage? The crowd was curious to why Lord Grim stepped on him. He's still attacking. Someone discovered that as Lord Grim stepped on Dark Forest, he was also jabbing with his spear. His target was, of course, Dark Forest's head. Dark Forest dropped to the ground with a face covered in blood. Beaten up. Dark Forest failed to make it over the wall and was now being beat up violently. However, this tussle helped win him some time. Li Hua was now confident that he could wait for his escape skills to come off cooldown. The east side darkens, the west side brightens, close a door, another door opens, Li Hua heard comforting thoughts from his heart. Rock climbing really is a good way to stay alive. Li Hua thought to himself. He even wanted to climb some more, but Yi Xiu wasn't going to give him the same opportunity twice. This time, he attacked even tighter. Li Hua kept trying. Chu Yunxiu and the others obviously weren't going to wait for Li Hua and do nothing. They were also trying to rush over, but soft mist was standing in their way. It really was difficult for these long-ranged classes to break through. After several unsuccessful attempts, Chu Yunxiu decided to have everyone split up and take a roundabout route. The fog from Misty Rain started spreading out and circled around soft mist. Tang Ru could only bite onto one person. However, Tang Ru didn't target anyone. Her soft mist suddenly retreated. Not good. Chu Yunxiu suddenly had a realization: she had made a mistake. By circling around, if they went too far away and Happy couldn't chase them, then... Too late. Soft Mist's retreat was a signal. When Misty Rain shrunk back, Happy didn't pressure them. They also withdrew and then focused their efforts onto Dark Forest. With Soft Mist returning, waving a spear in her hands, and Dancing Rain and Windward Formation pulling back to behind the Half Moon Rock, Li Hua's heart wasn't merely frozen. It was dead. So those were the enemy's original intentions. I was too naive. After wearing him down, they suddenly focused their attention onto him. Ninjas weren't high health, high defense classes to begin with. Once Dark Forest was caught up in their wave of attacks, he was quickly washed away. Chu Yunxiu and the others were hurrying over, and at this moment, they had just gotten past the half-moon rock. Everything had been calculated perfectly. Lord Grim and Soft Mist, the two melee characters, cut straight into Misty Rain's ranks and picked off their healer. No matter how fierce the three ranged characters attacked, they had no way of forcing the two melee enemies apart. This was their weakness. Compared to melee classes, they lacked knockback and knockdown type skills. Yixiu and Tang Ru ignored the attacks from the three ranged characters. They're planning on trading. Those with the knowledge could see it. Happy had the numbers advantage, so they planned on sacrificing one of their characters for Misty Rain's healer. When one side had the numbers advantage, it was difficult for the other side to do anything about this type of trade. Misty Rain was helpless. By the time their sixth player arrived, this trade had already been completed. Lord Grim and Misty Rain's healer died. Why Lord Grim? If a trade was being forced to happen, then Misty Rain would obviously choose to trade for the bigger threat. In the entire alliance, all 19 teams would most likely choose Lord Grim in this situation. But Happy's determination could be seen from this. If they were even willing to trade their strongest player, then they must be extremely confident towards what followed next. In the end, Team Happy won the team competition. 10-0, another 10-0. This was Happy's fourth 10-0 this season. This was an achievement for a top powerhouse. However, top powerhouses being 10-0'd by other teams was very illogical. Happy. Chapter 12-17. Voice chat rules. 10-0, this result silenced all those who were hoping to see Happy capsize. Ron Cheng of Esports Time had come to watch this match in person, but upon seeing this result, he skipped the post-match press conference entirely. Happy's performance this match was indisputable. Their strategy in the team competition had been tailored to fight Misty Rain, and they were able to build their strategy around the unique features of the map in a beautiful manner. No matter how aggressive a reporter was, they couldn't find anything to criticize Happy within this match. In the end, reporters had to follow logic. As of now, no one hated Happy enough to attack them out of nowhere. The press conference ended with a host of congratulations. With these 10 points, Happy rose 2 places on the leaderboard. After 12 rounds, they were now in 9th place, only 1 step away from the playoff zone, and it was a step that couldn't be smaller, only 1 point. Happy was closing in on the 8th place Void, who currently had 71 points. In the 11th round, they had used their home advantage to defeat Tiny Herb 8-2, but in this round's away game they lost to Wind Howl 1-9. A number of people were already looking forward to next round's match. Round 13, Happy would play their away game against Conquering Clouds, which wasn't any unbeatable team. And Void, meanwhile, would be playing their home game against the team which Happy had just swept, Misty Rain. If Void wanted to maintain their lead over Happy in the rankings, they needed to have a showing just as strong as Happy's was this round. And the just-finished Happy vs Misty Rain match had been a clear tactical guide in fighting Misty Rain. Boxer 1, trapping Li Hua outside of Misty Rain's tactical maneuvers would cripple the team. But strategy was something that everyone knew. The important part was execution. Comparing Happy and Void's next respective opponents on paper, most people anticipated that Happy would surpass Void next round. But Misty Rain wasn't the only team that Happy had managed to surpass. After 12 rounds, the 7th place team was the team that had previously been swept by Happy, 100 Blossoms. They now led Happy by only 3 points. If these two teams had the same point score, Happy would rank above them by virtue of their prior victory. In round 13, 100 Blossoms would be facing a strong Team 2, Wind Howl. If they didn't make good use of their home field advantage, it was likely that Happy would surpass both them and Wind Howl. Right now, Happy was accumulating points in a frightening manner. In round 12, Samsara defeated Radiant 10-0, preventing Happy from having the honor of being the only team to have 10-0 wins. Samsara's performance was as strong as ever. In addition, Tiny Herb, Tyranny, and Wind Howl all earned high-point victories. But Blue Rain, who had played their home game against Thunderclap this round, had earned a powerful 5 points in the individual competition and group arena, only to lose the team competition. In the battle between two master tacticians, this time Xiao Shiqin took the lead. In the post-match press conference, Blue Rain's Yu Wenju took responsibility, but the reporters didn't give him too much blame. Because Yu Wenju hadn't made any mistake, it was only because his hand speed wasn't enough, he couldn't issue directions and battle at the same time. After all, against a team with a master tactician like Xiao Shiqin, the battle strategies were constantly evolving in complex ways. It wasn't enough to solely rely on team cohesiveness and strategic habits. There needed to be someone directing the team members so that they knew the tactical intentions. Yu Wenchu's hand speed in the pro circle was indeed subpar, and in this match that required a high hand speed to give directions, he was truly powerless. And in the post-match press conference, Yu Wenju could only helplessly offer these words: "The opponent was very smart, accurately pinpointing my weakness." Typically, for the post-match press conference, the losing team would go first, followed by the winning team. But in this round, both teams tied with 5 points, so the away team went first, then the home team. When Yu Wenju made this statement, Thunderclap was already preparing to leave, but later there was still a reporter who managed to chase down Thunderclap's captain Xiao Shiqin. Xiao Shiqin personally confirmed that in this round, Thunderclap's strategy was to increase the variability of their fighting, with the intent of forcing Blue Rain into making adjustments. Thunderclap would attack the flaws that appeared when Blue Rain couldn't adjust fast enough, or the flaws revealed by individual people. Use complex and variable tactics and put greater pressure on Yu Wenchu's slow hand speed. Xiao Shiqin's targeted strategy sparked some controversy. Some people felt that this was just another way of attacking the opponent's weaknesses, and there was nothing wrong with that. But others felt that using tactics to create this effect was low-level and uninteresting. Strategy should display intellect and cleverness, and this sort of method changed that. Thus, this reignited the calls to allow voice chat in matches. But as soon as those arguments surfaced, there were quickly others who said that if that happened, then trash talk would be spewed non-stop. Immediately, everyone's first thought was of a certain other person on Team Blue Rain. His trash talk wasn't especially hurtful, but unrestricted voice chat would be ideal for him. Once this person was mentioned, this person who had forced the Alliance to specially modify the rules of battle, those calls to open voice chat were weakened. But quickly, other people proposed, what if voice chat was opened just for members of the same team? A team voice chat could only be used to give directions. There would be no way to launch trash talk attacks. But there was no way to present this kind of voice chat in a broadcast. The sound of each team chat couldn't be simultaneously broadcast, and cutting back and forth between the two would be unpleasant to listen to. The Alliance had always used text chat up until now so that they could show the team's communications to the audience, and this was also a reason why they never used voice chat in competition. However, typing instead of focusing solely on putting in combat inputs weakened the intensity of the competition. At this point, these arguments started surfacing as well. After all, the debate over voice chat had been ongoing for a very long time now. This Blue Rain vs Thunderclap match just showed another problem caused by the lack of voice chat. Yu Wenju was able to survive in the Glory Alliance through his unique methods. The Alliance, for its part, hoped to see competitors of all types. But now, the existence of players like Yu Wenju was being strangled. With Thunderclap's battle results, did that mean that in the future, all teams would use these complex, changing battle strategies to face Blue Rain? After all, this wasn't something that only a master tactician could do. Even tactical duels were becoming competitions of hand speed. Was there any intelligence in pro matches anymore? There were more and more angles of questioning, and the issue rose from just Yu Wenju to extend to all of the various teams' shot callers. Without voice chat, they were forced to input extra keyboard controls. This wasn't like trash talking, where if you didn't want to say anything you could just not say anything. Issuing orders was a matter of victory or defeat, something that absolutely had to be done. Because of the rule preventing voice chat, they bore a greater burden upon their hands. It was unfair to these players. The players that directed strategies needed intelligence. But because of the competition rules, hand speed became a factor, even though it shouldn't have anything to do with tactics. It was completely unreasonable. The voices of doubt became stronger and stronger, and so the Alliance finally made an official response, saying that they would begin discussion and investigation into the issue of voice chat. Hearing the Alliance's solemn recognition, many people calmed down. With the calm, the sounds of complaints and mockery quickly came as well. It wasn't long before many people pointed out that, if the Alliance changed the rules again because of this, then Blue Rain would have two people who forced the Alliance to change the rules. Blue Rain didn't acknowledge this interesting fact, but regarding the opening of strategic voice chat, Team Blue Rain was in clear support. The Alliance needed to do research, so there was no way for a result to appear in a short period of time. Soon, it was November 29th, round 13. Happy played their away game at Conquering Clouds, and didn't disappoint their supporters. 9-1, Happy won. Yishio's individual win streak was now up to 12. The 1 point they lost this round was from Su Muqing's mistake in the individual competition. And after this round, Happy finally stepped into the playoff zone. Void, who had previously been one place above them, had also done quite well this round, defeating Misty Rain in their home game 8-2. It was clear that they had learned from Happy's strategy against Misty Rain in the team competition, causing Misty Rain to eat a big loss in their 2 consecutive away games. Happy earned 9 points, Void earned 8, so the 1 point difference between the two teams was erased. As it happened, both Happy, Xingxin, and Void, Shukong, started with the letter X in their pinyin names, so the next step was to compare order of appearance in the dictionary, in which Happy took the lead. But at this point people had already realized, in the upcoming round 14, Happy and Void would be directly facing off against each other. 100 Blossoms, who were within range of catching up to Happy, had also done fairly well this round, winning 7-3 in their home game against Wind Howl. For now, they still led Happy by 1 point. And Wind Howl continued their path of ups and downs, some people even summarizing their performance as home game Dragons, away game Bears. But for now, this conclusion was a bit reckless. People mostly paid attention to Wind Howl's away game loss to 301, but 301 wasn't any weak team, and it shouldn't be shocking that they could win their own home game. Right now, 301 was in 10th place with 76 points, only 3 points behind Happy and Void. Next round was Happy and Void's battle, so it was very possible that it would be 301 who would surpass them both and make it to the playoff zone. Wind Howl wasn't so terrible, but their current slippage was undeniable truth. They had now fallen to 6th place, surpassed by Tyranny. Tyranny, Samsara, and Happy were the 3 teams that had won 9-1 this round. Blue Rain and Tiny Herb had lost their away games 4-6. Blue Rain had lost to Royal Style, and their loss in the team competition once again caused people to pay attention to the issue of voice chat. This battle, Royal Style had definitely learned from Thunderclap and used lively and variable strategies. But over the course of the battle, Blue Rain's loss this time wasn't because of Yu Wenchu's hand speed. Blue Rain's players didn't need their captain's reminders to respond every time they encountered the slightest change. Master tacticians were known as such because even if they followed the same general rules for strategies, their tactics would be more complete and effective. Blue Rain lost to Royal Style, but Tiny Herb lost to Thunderclap. After losing many points in the individual battles, Thunderclap once again made a comeback in the team competition. Their record in the team battles was as tyrannical as Yishio's in the individual battles. Right now, they had 12 wins and 1 loss, the only difference from Yishio was that their wins weren't consecutive. Chapter 12-18 All-Star Voting. Thunderclap's strength in the team competition guaranteed their strong showing on the rankings. Right now, they were tied with Blue Rain with 90 points. Because the two had tied in their match against each other, their ranking was determined by alphabet, with Blue Rain, Lanyu in 2nd place and Thunderclap, Leitang, in 3rd. Samsara led the pack with 113 points, a score so high that people had already lost the desire to try and catch up. After 13 rounds of competition, they entered the month of December. The yearly voting for All-Stars began with the new season and ended in December. The earliest votes cast were based on the players' performances last season. The strong players in last season's playoffs would gain favor. Then, after entering the rhythm of the new season, 1 or 2 stunning plays could invite a lot of votes. Tang Ru was a perfect example of this. A rookie who had just entered the alliance, after an exciting 1v2 in the second round, was swiftly pushed into the ranks of the All-Stars. Of course, her beautiful appearance contributed to this as well. However, after the 1v3 incident and her clear revocation of her word, Tang Ru's popularity instantly died down. Even many of the team's fans couldn't look at her anymore. How much support would she have left from everyone else? Instantly, Tang Ru's name went from daily rising in the All-Star voting to complete erasure. And right now, the highest-ranked player was still Juzakai. Last season, the team had won in the playoffs. This season they maintained a powerful lead, and Juzakai's performance was indispensable. He led the rankings with no competition. And compared to last year, the biggest change on the leaderboard was the return of a few names, the most significant of which were the ones who had gone to excellent era last season. These 3 all had their dedicated fans and were immediately pushed onto the leaderboard. Aside from the unwavering support of their loyal fans, there was the effect of their performances this season. Xiao Shiqin was the most eye-catching of these 3. Everyone knew Xiao Shiqin's major contributions to Thunderclap's shocking accomplishments this season. Although Xiao Shiqin wasn't like Juzakai or Sun Slong, who were core players based on their technical skill, Thunderclap's outstanding performance allowed Xiao Shiqin's tactical skill to shine and draw attention, attracting scores of fans. Right now, on the All-Star voting leaderboard, Xiao Shiqin was in 3rd place, much better than his rankings in previous seasons. Su Muqing and Sun Strong were both ranked around 10th. With their fan-base support and their performance, they hadn't seen any big ups or downs. But if you wanted to name someone who was only rising more and more rapidly, you'd have to say another returning name. No, strictly speaking, the name wasn't returning. What was returning was the person. Yishio. Never mind his accumulated popularity from previous years, just looking at his ongoing 12 consecutive individual win record, this kind of player would gain enough attention to be pushed onto the rankings. As he achieved wins round after round, the ballots cast for Yishio only increased. Happy's recent strong performance gave him a boost as well. Right now, Yishio was at number 6 and was still in the process of beautifully rushing upward. One could see how influential he was just from the recent in-game interest in Unspecialized. It got to the point where the Glory developers added a strong reminder in-game, notifying the players who didn't choose a class at level 20 just how difficult their existence thereafter would be. Without naming names, they reminded everyone not to try and imitate a certain person because this certain person was an exceptional player with exceptional talent and an exceptional self-made weapon. Despite this, the enthusiasm of the players couldn't be stopped. Quite a few players started playing with the equipment editor to try and make a Myriad Manifestations umbrella, which suddenly caused the prices of level 5 equipment materials to rise. With some people returning to the leaderboard, others would of course be pushed down. There was one such person in Happy. Fang Rui changed classes, which his former thief supporters couldn't accept. The players of his new class, Chi Master, even though they saw that Fang Rui held the All-Star Chi Master Boundless Sea, his Chi Master performance, to be honest, up through now there was still nothing very convincing about it. As for his recent crawling and rolling Chi Master style, a number of Chi Master players felt that it was disgusting, and it didn't inspire any imitations. Also kicked off the leaderboard was 100 Blossoms Zhu Yuan. He had been pushed onto the All-Star leaderboard through nostalgia for 2 years in a row. But now that he was finally gradually bringing out a new character, he was shoved downward by the fierceness of the competition. Unfortunately, he was helpless about this. Another player squeezed off the rankings was Royal Styles Tian Sen. Peaceful Hermit, this former pinnacle god-level character. Ever since the All-Stars began, this character had made it to the leaderboard no matter the controller. But finally, because of the team's slipping performance through the years, he vanished for the first time from the top 20. Regarding this, Peaceful Hermit's current user Tian Sen was extremely helpless. Year after year of hard work, but the team still saw no improvement and hovered at the middle. Now that there were more and more challenges, they were finally kicked off the altar. Tian Sen and Peaceful Hermit's fall conjured many sighs. There was another old general pushed off the leaderboard, Tyranny's Lin Jingyan. This old, long-time all-star finally had his position stolen away. Tyranny's near miss of the championship last season had originally garnered much sympathy, and at the start of this season, the ballots for Tyranny's players surged upward. But after that wave passed, their performance in this new season was factored in. Tyranny was rotating their roster for these matches, and the old veterans, no longer having regular appearances, began to slow in the rankings. The position of Tyranny's captain Han Wenqing was still relatively stable, while Lin Jingyan had dropped off the rankings. There was Zhong Jiala too, currently at a precarious 23rd place, at high risk of being replaced over the course of December. Just off of the votes, the rankings for many players were very close. A single explosive performance could bring enough ballots to surpass him. But overall, the changes to the rankings couldn't be called large. Xiao Shiqin, Su Muqing, Sun Slong, and Yi Xiao's returns weren't any surprise. Compared to last year's Lu Hanwen and Jiao Yingjie entering the rankings as rookies, this season, there was no such entirely new blood breaking into the rankings. Tang Ru originally had this potential with her explosive performance in the second round and her steadiness thereafter. She was a very strong rookie. But unfortunately, after that 1v3 incident destroyed her reputation, she naturally didn't have much chance in this kind of popularity voting. Right now, the one who was in more of a dilemma was the Alliance. The All-Star voting was just for excitement, a good performance on stage could increase votes, but in the end, that wasn't the only determining factor. However, the Alliance's yearly awards were entirely based on the player's real performance on stage, based on numbers and statistics. And from the statistics, among this season's rookies, Tang Ru faced no competition. But when they thought about giving the Best Newcomer award to this player with a ruined reputation, the Alliance felt the pressure would be extremely large. Right now, there was still over half a season to go before these awards were given, but there were already people worrying about this issue, which was a sign of just how outstanding Tang Ru was right now among the rookies. December was the last month for voting the All-Stars, and looking at the current ballot counts, no final judgment could be made based off the rankings as they entered December. Because more and more players would save all of their tickets until December, waiting until the voting was just about to close so that they could see the entirety of the players' performances before casting their votes. Would December see any player powerfully slaughtering their way onto the leaderboard? This was something to watch when the league reached December. Before, there was also something else to watch in December, the winter transfer window. At that time, the Alliance didn't have as many teams, so when they began in September, the season would be halfway over the time it was December. That was the original reason for why they set the winter transfers in December. But now, the season often wasn't even half over by January. After discussing this for several seasons, in Season 10, the Alliance finally decided to move the winter transfer window to January. In comparison, the Glory new server opening now had almost no effect on the pro teams. The only ones who were busy were the guild workers of the various large clubs, who before December would have to prepare their strength to enter the new server to compete for resources and advertise for the club. Happy now already had its own official guild department. After half a year of development, the personnel organization was already finalized. And to a new guild like Happy, the opening of this new server was beyond important. In the old servers or in the heavenly domain, Happy was constantly playing catch-up, but in a new server, everyone was starting at zero, so they had a greater chance at achieving an advantage. After Wuchuan organized the work for the new server, he solemnly gave Chen Guo the list of people who would be expanding in the new server. Boss Chen was generous, knowing how crucial the work in the new server was, gave the new server employees additional bonuses with a flourish of her pen. As of now, the guild department was relatively well developed, and Happy's R&D department had expanded slightly. Finding technical researchers was difficult, but didn't all of the big teams have to deal with this? The R&D would sometimes experience changes of personnel, and sometimes people would leave their jobs. When Chen Guo failed to find enough suitable R&D candidates, she started paying particularly close attention to this area, and her efforts weren't wasted. In November, there was a small adjustment at Thunderclap, and an R&D researcher left his job for personal reasons. Chen Guo instantly pounced on him, but this person's personal reason was that he wanted to return to his home city to work, and his home city unfortunately was not City H. Chen Guo had no way of satisfying that requirement, and so she could only watch with her eyes wide open as this rather skilled R&D researcher returned to his home city K and entered 100 Blossoms. The second time, it was Royal Style whose personnel was changing, with 2 R&D researchers leaving one after the other. Chen Guo made some inquiries, and after confirming that it wasn't for a reason like returning home that they had no way of satisfying, she approached them in person in City B. This time, Chen Guo's actions were truly swift and fierce. Heavenly Swords was in the same city as Royal Style, but by the time they began to approach them, one of them had already reached an agreement and signed with Chen Guo. With one of them already taken, Lu Guanning of course couldn't try and pull some evil trickery, but the remaining one didn't want to live modestly with happy and cleanly slammed down a checkbook. After Chen Guo knew, she didn't have any words. Being able to get one researcher was good enough, and she could only hope that the person they got wouldn't have any regrets after learning that he'd missed the opportunity to enjoy the riches of Heavenly Swords. Although from the looks of it, this new R&D researcher who had now been at Happy for 10 days, Wang Sen, seemed quite at ease. Chapter 12-19 Lord Grimm's Counter December 6th, Glory Professional Alliance Season 10 Round 14 Team Happy greeting the visiting challengers Team Void. This was a confrontation between 2 direct competitors. In round 12, it was because of this reason that the Happy vs Misty Rain match had been chosen to be broadcast. However, this time, the broadcast chose Wind Howl vs Thunderclap. Reportedly, when the internal esports broadcast team had their meeting, the commentator Pan Lin expressed his opposition towards broadcasting Happy's match. Pan Lin's partner, Liebor, also had the same opinion. This reasoning was very pompous, but even though Pan Lin hadn't explicitly stated the true reason, everyone knew what it was. Wasn't it because they were afraid of being slapped in the faces again after misreading the situation in another Happy match? But then again, Team Thunderclap's tactics were top tier too. Just take that round where the complex and changing tactics forced Yu Wenju to make such a statement. Could these 2 partners see through that? In the post-match interviews, those experienced Glory reporters hadn't noticed it. They hadn't noticed it until Yu Wenchu's grudging comment. Only then did they ask Xiao Shiqin for verification. The level of the commentators need to improve. Constantly getting slapped in the face was embarrassing for the broadcast team too, but there was no one better to choose. After all, to be a commentator and guest duo, just having knowledge wasn't enough, the 2 needed to be compatible. Commentating required speaking eloquently at an appropriate pace. Zhu Zikai and Huang Xiaoqian were extremely skilled players with far more knowledge of the game than Pan Lin and Liebor, but could those 2 become a commentator duo? Could they? Could they? Compatibility was the most important. Right now, Pan Lin and Liebor formed their best commentator duo. As a result, the Happy vs Void match was not chosen to be broadcast. Team Void's core still revolved around their Ghostblade duo. Their new rookie last season, the exorcist Ji Saijie, cemented his position even further, becoming the 2 Ghostblades' most reliable partner. As for Team Void, the team put in great efforts to upgrade Ji Saijie's exorcist character, Blue Exorcist. When Team Void heard that Team Royal Style was shifting around their characters and that people from their R&D department had left, Team Void had been very excited. Team Royal Style may have only been a mid-tier team, but their R&D department was at the forefront of all things related to exorcists. Their peaceful hermit did not have the votes to make it into this season's All-Stars at the moment, but his lack of votes was mainly because of the team's poor win record. In terms of raw stats, Peaceful Hermit still stood as the king of exorcists. Team Void wasn't heroic enough to directly purchase Peaceful Hermit, but hiring 2 experienced members from their R&D team would be excellent too. But when Void made their move, they were stunned when they learned that one of the 2 R&D team members had already gone to Happy and the other to Heavenly Swords. Void had been just 1 beat too slow, missing this opportunity for 2 long-awaited helpers. With their cheeks were streaked with tears, they could only rely on their current R&D team to continue developing their exorcist. Their blue exorcist was a bit weak, but their player Ji Saijie didn't complain. In the current state of the alliance, where rookies nowadays were fickle and demanding, this was a rare sight. Ji Saijie had a maturity and composure that exceeded his young age. In the first round of the individual competition, Void sent out this second-year rookie. His win record this season in the individual competition was exceptional. Out of 12 matches, he had 10 wins and 2 losses. If it weren't for Yishio's 12 consecutive wins, Ji Saijie would have been the player with the highest win rate. In this match, the number 1 and number 2 in 1v1s would be clashing. The match was filled with topics to talk about as soon as it began. In comparison, the opening for the Thunderclap vs Wind Howl game was very ordinary and dull. Team Thunderclap didn't have anyone too noteworthy for their individual competitions. "Senior, I hope to learn from you." The respectful Ji Saijie didn't forget his manners. Let's see who'll be the one to change up our win rates," Yishio replied. It could be seen from his words that he had paid quite a bit of attention to this rookie. He at least knew that in 1v1s, Ji Saijie was second only to himself. The countdown finished, and the two characters loaded into the map. Happy's home game. Yishio's choice of maps was in the same style as always. The two characters didn't dally around and directly headed towards the center of the map. Lord Grim used long-ranged attacks to initiate. Ji Saijie's blue exorcist evaded them, while swinging his arms, throwing the scythe in his hands. It was just an ordinary spirit guidance without any additional talismans, clearly meant as a probing attack. Ji Saijie didn't let down those who praised his steadiness. He didn't immediately rush in to take the initiative. Although it was unanimously held that the exorcist was the counter of the unspecialized, what happened when Royal Style faced Happy? Chen impatiently had Peaceful Hermit set out to fulfill his mission as Lord Grim's counter, and the match ended with Royal Style losing to Happy 1-9. The two didn't face each other in the individual competition, and in the team competition, Peaceful Hermit seemed to be the ill-fated one and was the first to be killed. Exorcists were only counters in theory. To prove this theory, real results were necessary. Ji Saijie believed that Yishio was more familiar than anyone else about why exorcists were considered Lord Grim's bane. There was no way Yishio would not be on guard. Before Ji Saijie began, as the one widely considered as a counter to his opponent, he had to be ready to face an opponent who was at his 120%. Lord Grim easily dodged the Spirit Guidance scythe, but Ji Saijie immediately used Spirit Guidance again, having the scythe return to him and attack Lord Grim from behind. Lord Grim didn't even look back before being sliced into smoke. Shadow Clone Technique. The real body flickered to a position several units forward. Along with an arc of cold light, Lord Grim instantly arrived in front of him with a shining cut. Blue Exorcist had just thrown out the weapon in his hands with Spirit Guidance, so he couldn't even parry it with an attack of his own. However, Exorcists were a class that didn't need their weapon to utilize their skills. He pinched with his hands, and a talisman appeared, letting out thin strands of cold chi. Blue Exorcist jumped back while pressing the talisman towards Lord Grim. Ice Talisman was an ice element skill with freeze effects. This skill could not be ignored. Lord Grim, who had been pressing forward fiercely, had no choice but to retreat. The ice talisman failed to hit its target and shattered into fine pieces. Blue Exorcist pinched his hands again, and a new talisman appeared. Fire Talisman. Fire after ice. Blue Exorcist didn't leave any gaps between his two talisman attacks. His rhythm and skill linking was immaculate. Retreat again? Impossible. Yishio hadn't forgotten about the scythe flying back. Dodging to left seemed to be the most logical course of action, but if he did that, Blue Exorcist would simply conjure another talisman and throw it there, forcing him into a position with nowhere to run. As a result, Yishio chose to continue pressing forward. Colliding Stab. Lord Grim used a Berserker skill to quickly cover some distance. The Fire Talisman wasn't like the Ice Talisman. Forcefully taking the hit was bearable. Ji Saijie clearly wasn't prepared for Yishio's choice of action. Lord Grim stabbed Blue Exorcist and continued forward, pushing them away from the returning scythe. Then, he rolled to the right. Boom! Lord Grim was struck by the fire talisman and his body was set ablaze, taking damage over time. The scythe returned to Blue Exorcist's hands. All Yishio got was damage from colliding stab, which wasn't as heavy as the damage from fire talisman. It was better than nothing though. Sky Strike! The myriad manifestations umbrella changed forms and slashed upwards. Ji Tsaijia's heart jumped, but not much. He placed the scythe in front of him and blocked the Sky Strike. Then, he pushed out and threw a lightning talisman. Lord Grim jumped back to dodge it. Blue Exorcist swiped with his scythe, and a blue light rose from the ground. A rising emblem threw Lord Grim into the air. Boom! Lord Grim quickly adjusted himself while in the air and fired an anti-tank missile at Blue Exorcist. Blue Exorcist was just about to follow up, but was forced to back away. Lord Grim relied on the recoil from it to shoot back and threw a grenade at the same time. After several quick exchanges, neither side had lost much health or won any big advantages. Compared to normal, being able to fight evenly with Yishio's Lord Grim was very rare. But now, many people had higher expectations of Ji Tsaijia. Exorcists were considered to be counters to Lord Grim because of their new level 75 skill. However, Ji Tsaijia had yet to use it. Was he waiting for a more opportune moment? Everyone understood the logic, but they weren't as patient as Ji Tsaijia. They wanted Blue Exorcist to hurry up and use it. How could finding an opportunity be so easy though? A careless usage wouldn't get the desired effects. It would just be wasting the skill, and Ji Tsaijia would no longer have the threat of it anymore. And Ji Tsaijia could clearly sense that Yishio was being very wary of this skill. Some of his decisions carried this sort of vigilance. The might of a counter could already be seen. It wasn't just as simple as using a powerful skill to make the opponent kneel. You really have patience. Even Yishio couldn't help but sigh. I'm looking for an opportunity. It seemed like Ji Tsaiji also couldn't resist chatting. There won't be any, Yishio said. No one can be certain of that, Ji Tsaiji said. When he said these words, Blue Exorcist's scythe swept up and then down, while his other hand readied another talisman. Not to Ji Tsaiji's surprise, Yishio didn't dare use something as simple as parrying to defend. Lord Grim jumped back. Spirit Guidance. The scythe that was swinging down suddenly flew out from his hands. Lord Grim hadn't jumped far back enough. But Yishio was able to pull some distance away. At this moment, he seemed quite relaxed. His myriad manifestations umbrella opened up, ready to shield against the attack. The instant the two weapons were about to clash, Yishio noticed Blue Exorcist's left hand quickly touching the scythe. Not good. Yishio knew the situation wasn't good, but it was too late to make a different move. The myriad manifestations umbrella and the scythe collided. Talisman energy swiftly moved up the scythe handle, linking the two weapons together. The energy moved through the myriad manifestations umbrella. When the light suddenly blossomed, a faint, seal, character could be seen. Exorcist level 75 skill, seal talisman. Effect, seal the targeted equipment for 1 minute. Chapter 1220. Title is spoiler. The seal talisman had no damaging effect, but it brought this 1 minute of status effect. What did 1 minute mean in Glory? A 1v1 duel where one side was much stronger than the other would generally end within 1 minute. When the two sides were relatively evenly matched, then it would depend on the player's individual habits and styles, so time duration wasn't a good statistic to keep track of. Still, assuming the characters met in direct confrontation, it would usually take over 3 minutes to determine victory. Yishio, in his individual matches, typically played with this kind of rhythm, and this match with Ji Tsaijia was the same. After they had each tested the waters, the two of them began fierce combat. Talismans were the Exorcist's unique method of combat. They either directly used the talisman to attack, or they would attach the talisman onto their weapon, causing the weapon to have certain damage bonuses or effects based on the talisman. In fact, they could attach the talisman to the weapon and then use spirit guidance to throw away their weapon, turning it into a long-range talisman attack. Just now, Ji Tsaijia had, at the very last moment, suddenly slapped a talisman onto his scythe, causing his attack to have a talisman effect. But whether it was ice or fire, Lord Grim had successfully parried and the attack hadn't landed, so the talisman couldn't have dealt any damage. But the talisman that Ji Saijie had used was the Seal Talisman. The Seal Talisman was used on equipment. With this attack, Lord Grim's parry actually sent to Ji Saijie the target he wished to attack. It all sounded very simple. However, when the spirit-guided scythe shot out toward the opponent's parry, he had to activate the talisman in the instant just before they made contact. The difficulty of such control was extraordinary. Yixia was hit. The Myriad Manifestations umbrella was sealed and was now unusable. It was unusable, which meant that the equipment stats would be temporarily deducted from the character, as though the character hadn't equipped this equipment at all. And for the equipment that had special additional effects, these effects would also all be eliminated. For now, sealing the weapon or sealing the shoes were viewed as the most worthwhile ways of using this skill. Most of a character's attack power came from the weapon, and most of a character's movement speed came from the shoes. These two equipments, from ordinary players to the professional circle, were always prioritized, because they each decided a character's advantage in one particular attribute. Sealing the weapon was like pulling out the opponent's fangs, sealing the shoes was like breaking the opponent's legs. And now, the Myriad Manifestations umbrella was sealed. For Lord Grim, it wasn't just a matter of pulling out his fangs. The shapeshifting ability of the umbrella, after being hit by the Seal Talisman, was also eliminated. The Exorcist was said to be the counter to Lord Grim exactly because of this reason. The Myriad Manifestations umbrella's greatest characteristic could be eliminated by the Exorcist. The Myriad Manifestations umbrella was the true source of the headache that the professional circle felt toward Yixia and Lord Grim. And now, in front of Ji Saijie, this problem was eliminated. During this 1 minute, Lord Grim held in his hand an unchanging weapon that had no bonus attributes at all. Beautifully done! Even Yixia couldn't help but express his admiration of Ji Saijie's exciting action. Thank you, Ji Saijie answered, but his playing wasn't polite at all. He had to use this 1 minute properly. The Seal Talisman had a cooldown of 7 minutes, there was no way it could be used a second time in an individual battle. This was also why Ji Saijie had been so cautious in the beginning. He couldn't afford to waste this skill. The scythe was swiftly swung down again, and his other hand was already preparing another talisman at the same time. This was the technique that any high-level Exorcist player should have. Putting the talisman on the weapon first and then attacking was what an ordinary player would do. Pro players needed to begin their attack first, and only when they felt their attack was a sure hit would they suddenly attach a talisman. This way, they could conserve their talismans and also allow variation in their attacks. The scythe flashed down, but there was already another flash before his eyes. Sword draw? Ji Saijie had seen very clearly, when he had applied the seal, the Myriad Manifestations umbrella was in sword form, and now it could only use sword-type skills. However, without weapon attributes and just relying on the skill itself, whether the damage or the speed or the priority or so on, they would all decrease drastically. A skill like this could be completely ignored. Shatter! Blue Exorcist didn't even dodge. This sword draw, whether it hit another attack or it hit himself, it would break into shattered fragments of sword light. It wasn't even worth defending against, without weapon attributes, it was too small and weak. Ji Saijie was sure of this. But when the light of the sword hit his body, significantly faster than his own attack, Ji Saijie realized that something was wrong. A sealed weapon essentially had an attack speed of 0. Even the famously quick sword draw shouldn't have this kind of speed now. Ji Saijie had no time to think of anything. Blue Exorcist's body was already inadvertently thrust backward. This was the momentum from the sword draw, but by Ji Saijie's calculations, in this situation, there was no way for the sword draw to have this kind of power. Did he? There was only one possibility. Ji Saijie watched, eyes wide, as Lord Grim waved his hand and that Myriad Manifestations umbrella smoothly shifted into spear form and a dragon tooth chased toward him. How could this be? Ji Saijie was utterly stunned. Unable to dodge this dragon tooth, he was hit. You don't need to be that surprised, do you? Yishio said. A sky strike leapt out, sending Blue Exorcist into the air. But as expected of the most stable and calm player of the new generation, even when he was shocked, he quickly steadied his heart. The mid-air Blue Exorcist swiftly used a talisman and swung his scythe with spirit guidance. Lightning Talisman. When the scythe hit the ground carrying this talisman, lightning instantly flared around the scythe. Lord Grim had no way of continuing to attack Blue Exorcist from this position, he could only dodge first. Blue Exorcist hit the ground, the spirit-guided scythe had already returned to his hand. He turned and stared at Lord Grim over there, and more accurately, the Myriad Manifestations umbrella that was in Lord Grim's hand. Myriad Manifestations umbrella, spear form. This isn't the one from before. Ji Saijie saw through what had happened. Yup. You guys throw around the word counter so much, if I didn't make any preparation, wouldn't that just be too dumb? Yishio chuckled. 2 Myriad Manifestations umbrellas. Ji Saijie was a bit speechless. It wasn't that he hadn't thought of such a possibility before, but wasn't happy relatively poor. This silver weapon, even though the R&D departments of the various teams hadn't figured out how it was made, they all understood that this was definitely a high-cost item. A silver weapon like this, with Happy's conditions and grassroots background, there was no way they could make a backup copy, was there? If they only made one to counter the Exorcist's seal talisman, that was rather wasteful. But on the other hand, even if the seal talisman hadn't managed to stop him, wouldn't this at least greatly increase the burden on Happy? To make an extra copy of such a high-cost weapon, who knew how many fewer silver equipments the other characters now had? In that regard, this at least had some use in suppressing Happy. Just as Ji Saijie was thinking all of this, he heard Yishio speak. Yep, 2 Myriad Manifestations umbrellas, 1 level 70, 1 level 5. Ji Saijie froze. Using a level 5 weapon to fight is really a struggle. So I was very anxious seeing you holding back for so long. Next time be more bold, come up and directly use a seal talisman, I'll let you stick it right on, Yishio said. With that, Ji Saijie could only laugh bitterly. So this guy had just casually used a level 5 weapon to play around with him, this was really. But was Yishio always using the level 5 weapon earlier? Ji Saijie didn't believe it. A level 5 weapon, he definitely would have noticed that something was wrong with the damage dealt. So Yishio, in reality, had secretly switched his equipment at some point, just like how later when he swapped back the real umbrella after the false one was sealed, which Ji Saijie hadn't noticed at all. It looks like this seal talisman being able to hit you was also an opening you purposely left, Ji Saijie said. Selling you an opening was just as difficult as finding an opening on you, Yishio admitted. Since that's the case, then why? Ji Saijie said. You'll know soon enough, Yishio said, as Lord Grim charged forward. Indeed, Ji Saijie knew soon enough. He now knew just how much Yishio had restrained himself when playing earlier, all because of the existence of the seal talisman. Ji Saijie now had regrets. If he just hadn't used the seal talisman and saved this threat as a deterrence, this battle might have been much easier. And no? The seal talisman was tossed out without achieving its effect, and an unrestrained Yishio was truly too terrifying. Ji Saijie parried for his life, but before him, even god-level players had fallen one after another to Yishio's Lord Grim. Ji Saijie found that he couldn't do any better than them. He had only lasted earlier because of his class, because his class had a skill that the opponent feared. The Exorcist was truly Lord Grim's counter, but in order to serve as a true counter, the skill had to be effective. When the skill didn't achieve its effect, the counter melted into scattered clouds. After all, this was an ultimate move that could only be used once in 7 minutes. See, if I didn't make you use up that seal talisman, fighting you would have been so tiring. As Yishio spoke, Lord Grim had already sent the final attack. I understand. Ji Saijie answered. Blue Exorcist, under an attack that couldn't be resisted, fell. First battle of the individual round, Happy won. Yishio had now won 13 consecutive individual battles. Was he using this sort of method to announce his powerful return? Some people discussed this possibility. But that was too cheap, wasn't it? What sort of top-core player would play in the individual competition instead of the group arena? Some people thought this way. It was true. Every team's best player, like Zhu Zikai, like Huang Xiaotian, like Wang Jieshi, they all appeared in the group arena to try and win those greater 2 points. They might occasionally appear in the individual competition, but none of them would treat the individual competition as their main battleground like Yi Xiao did. And so, just like this, he continued his win streak. This is the strong bullying the weak, someone sighed, indignant. The feelings were complex. Was this person a fan or a hater? If it was the strong bullying the weak, what did that make those powerful veterans whom Yi Xiao had defeated? Translator's thoughts. Nomiumi. Title: 2 Myriad Manifestations Umbrellas. Sorry I posted the wrong chapter, sad face. Chapter 1221. Lucky Steamed Bun. The crowd clapped. The deep mind games and probing from both Yi Xiao and Ji Caijie weren't really understood too well by the crowd, but those who were sitting right spot noticed Lord Grimm switching umbrella forms. Truthfully, when they saw it, because the movement was too fast, the ones who saw it didn't really know what happened. Luckily, the 2 players in the match spoke to each other and revealed the important points in the match. As a result, when the reveal came out, quite a few crowd members suddenly remembered and yelled out excitedly, "I saw it! I saw it!" They realized that the movement they saw was Lord Grimm switching umbrella forms. "I saw it once. I saw it twice. I saw it 3 times. 4 times." People started competing with each other, and it quickly got to the point where it just became empty shouting. Weapons couldn't be switched too often because there was a cooldown. The Myriad Manifestation Umbrella's most important feature was that switching forms allowed it to bypass this issue. In this 1v1, the Myriad Manifestations Umbrella had been switched out at least twice. He had used the level 70 Umbrella at the start of the match, used the level 5 Umbrella when he feigned an opening, and then switched back to the level 71 afterwards. In any case, Ji Caijie lost the match. This was Happy's home stadium too, so the applause was thunderous. What's more, this was another strong opening, foretelling that Happy's momentum would continue tonight. After achieving a perfect win over Team Miracle in round 9, who was the happiest about Happy's crazy winning streak? Happy's fans, of course. The number of seats filled in Happy's home games increased round after round. More and more people were starting to seriously recognize Team Happy's strength. 10-0. The crowd cheered for a 10-0. For a new team facing a frequent playoffs contender like Void to have shouts for a 10-0, Happy's position in the league nowadays could clearly be seen. Happy could beat 100 Blossoms 9-1, Misty Rain 10-0, so why couldn't they beat Void 10-0 too? The fans reasoned it in this way. However, whether Happy won the second round of the individual competition wasn't something Yi Xiao could influence. Steamed Bun. Team Happy's second player to be sent out was already standing up, jogging excitedly over towards the stage. 10-0. Steamed Bun hollered along with the crowd. The crowd instantly became even more fired up. Team Void. Their second player was Li Zun, an assassin. His character was called Ghost Lantern. Li Zun was also a rather popular player. He was currently the only assassin player who liked to use life-risking strike for a one-hit KO. Starting from Season 5, ever since he joined Team Void, he was obsessed with the thrill of an instant kill. But he was the only assassin player like this, which wasn't without reason. In the current state of glory, the chances of finding an opening for a life-risking strike were becoming smaller and smaller. Even if Li Zun refused to give up on it, he could not stubbornly revolve his entire playstyle around it. Life-risking strike was a method only used when he saw an opportunity for it, or perhaps in certain situations, he would be more willing than other assassins to gamble everything. As a result, he wasn't suitable for playing in the group arena, so Li Zun quickly consolidated a spot for himself in the individual competition. The second round of the individual competition began. The map was 9 Pine Forest, which had 9 pine trees distributed across the map. There was nothing else besides those pine trees. Because it was a 1v1 map, the size of the map was very small, so these 9 pine trees filled up a lot of the space, allowing for numerous tactics through their positions. But from the looks of these two, it seemed like neither of them had any intentions of finding a strategic spot on a large pine tree. The two ran straight towards the center of the map, where 2 pine trees neighbored each other, and started fighting. A brick to start with. Old trick! Li Zun shouted. This assassin, who loved one-hit kills, was also someone who liked to talk. He tried to use words to distract his opponent's attention to make it easier for him to realize his pursuit of a one-hit kill. This was the general consensus towards Li Zun's trash talk. As for Steamed Bun, from the data on him, initiating with a brick was practically guaranteed. As someone who liked to trash talk, how could Li Zun not say anything about it? Ha ha, then do you dare stand there and let me hit you with a brick? Steamed Bun replied. Steamed Bun's trash talk was always the same, swift responses without any thought behind them. In more normal conversations, he might suddenly say something off the rails. Steamed Bun's trash talk talent was something Li Zun needed. The sort of crazy talk that left the opponent utterly confused was much more effective at diverting the opponent's attention than ordinary trash talk. While the two talked, Li Zun's ghost lantern dodged the brick and dashed over with a shining cut. He was taking the initiative. Steamed Bun's reaction wasn't slow. He immediately had Steamed Bun Invasion jump back and open his palms. Ghost Lantern nimbly leapt to the side to dodge the sand toss. Shadow Clone Technique. This was a ninja skill that could be used as an instant movement skill. All Night Walker classes would want to learn it. Li Zun suddenly used it at this moment, and Ghost Lantern instantly appeared behind Steamed Bun Invasion. The crowd cried out in fear. Life-risking strike? It looked like it could be used, but if Li Zun was so trigger-happy with his life-risking strike, Team Void probably wouldn't support his play style. Li Zun's life-risking strikes didn't always succeed, but the success rate was relatively high. Team Void could benefit from it, which was why they firmly supported him. The match had just begun, and he had gotten behind his opponent with a shadow clone technique. Was he going to use life-risking strike? As someone who loved this type of extremely dangerous play style, Li Zun was clearly someone who liked to take risks. However, the problem was that using life-risking strike in this situation wasn't a question of risk. Instantly killing a full-health brawler with a life-risking strike was impossible. Even if Li Zun had his Assassin Ghost Lantern stack health because of his playstyle, brawlers were a plate armor class. Their health growth was 3.5, which wasn't bad among the 24 classes. On the other hand, the brawlers were weak in their spirit stat, which only had a 1.5 growth for them. The key point was that he couldn't instant kill him. If Steamed Bun Invasion had been a summoner or an elementalist, Ghost Lantern might really have just used life-risking strike. Cutthroat. It was a fast low-level skill, but a back attack gave it a considerable increase in damage. Cold Light swiped towards Steamed Bun's neck. This attack was just the beginning. What followed would certainly be a combo. If done well, he might even be able to end it with a life-risking strike and end it one go. Those familiar with Li Zun and those who supported him were all hoping for this scene to happen. However, the cutthroat missed. Steamed Bun Invasion suddenly crouched, dodging the attack. What incredible awareness! Everyone sighed one after the other. He saw through Shadow Clone technique and even predicted a back attack. What's more, he crouched, which meant that he could immediately counter-attack. Sure enough. Steamed Bun Invasion rushed forward. Tyrannical Chain Punch. He directly let loose a powerful skill. Everyone watched in astonishment as the crouching Steamed Bun Invasion rushed forward and pinned Ghost Lantern's Shadow Clone to the ground. But before Steamed Bun could even punch, Ghost Lantern's Shadow Clone puffed into smoke. Who? Steamed Bun was puzzled. The entire crowd was dumbstruck. What are you doing? Li Zun was dumbfounded as well. He didn't even have Ghost Lantern pursue him after the cutthroat despite having the opportunity to do so. This tyrannical chain punch was making his head spin. There was no need to doubt Steamed Bun's speed, and Li Zun, who was his opponent, could sense that this tyrannical chain punch had started sooner than his cutthroat. If Steen Bun Invasion had turned around and used it, then dodging the cutthroat would have actually been extraneous. He reckoned that he would have a difficult time dodging this tyrannical chain punch. However, Steen Bun actually didn't realize that he had used a shadow clone technique and wasted a high-level skill on a shadow clone. Of course, that was probably why his tyrannical chain punch had been faster than his cutthroat. Steen Bun didn't know there was a threat behind him, so he immediately pounced on his opponent up ahead. Li Zun didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Truthfully, he hadn't even thought that his opponent wouldn't notice the shadow clone technique. After all, his character wasn't a ninja, and the only below level 20 ninja skill that required hand seals was shadow clone technique. Even though Li Zun would do his best to hide it, pro players had sharp eyes. Such an irregular motion on an assassin was very easy to notice. But today, he had actually met someone who failed to notice it. So it was a shadow clone technique. You punk! I got tricked! Steen Bun Invasion climbed back up from the ground and turned around, glaring at Ghost Lantern behind him. All sorts of thoughts ran through Li Zun's mind. He had no idea how to respond. You really got lucky, Li Zun said. Luck? That's a part of skill, Steen Bun said. He was clearly just going along with it. He had no clue what had just happened. Lose. You're a bringer of bad luck. Steen Bun's godly logic turned you got lucky into Li Zun being a bringer of bad luck. Steen Bun Invasion charged forward. Let's see just how lucky you are, Li Zun shouted. Ghost Lantern activated swift movement and then started sprinting. He moved so fast that there seemed to be a trail of dust behind him. In the blink of an eye, he reached Steen Bun Invasion's side. Leaping Blade. Ghost Lantern's dagger flicked upwards. Leaping Blade was the assassin's knock-up skill. Steen Bun Invasion turned around and swung his arms, slapping the dagger aside. This guy. His hand speed and reaction speed weren't slow, but he himself seemed a bit stupid. He's definitely a good prey for a one-hit kill. Li Zun rapidly thought to himself. In this day and age, an opportunity for a one-hit kill was something that had to be created. Finding someone as naturally stupid as this person was too hard to find in the pro scene. Perfect prey. Chapter 1222. One-hit certain kill. Heart-piercing stab. After the leaping blade was slapped aside, Ghost Lantern immediately followed with a heart-piercing strike that stabbed towards Steen Bun Invasion's chest. Steen Bun Invasion stepped diagonally to avoid it and swung his arm horizontally, latching onto Ghost Lantern's neck. Tiger flips the mountain. A huge amount of power surged forth, and Ghost Lantern was flipped into the air. However, a wound also appeared on Steen Bun Invasion's waist. Mother and child stab. When Ghost Lantern had been thrown into the air by Tiger Flips the Mountain, Li Zun quickly sneaked in this attack. It was a trade, but Li Zun was very unhappy with the outcome. He was someone who liked one-hit kills, and life-risking strike was an attack that traded health for health, so for him, his health was equivalent to damage. Health was an extraordinarily precious resource, so even though it was an even trade, in his eyes, he had lost out. Li Zun had his own idea of an acceptable trade, but this trade wasn't one. Steen Bun didn't care about Li Zun's feelings though. Mother and child stab didn't really do anything other than deal damage, so with Ghost Lantern in the air, Steen Bun Invasion had the initiative. Steen Bun wouldn't let go of this opportunity and continued his attacks. He leaped up with a powerful knee strike, smashing his knee towards Ghost Lantern. Ghost Lantern simply jumped to the side while in the air and avoided the attack. Air jump. Only assassins, who had access to this passive skill, had the ability to jump in the air. Other classes could only jump once off the ground. With this double jump, Ghost Lantern dodged the powerful knee strike and returned with a kick downwards towards Steen Bun Invasion. Diving Arrow. The assassin skill, Diving Arrow, shared a few similarities with the striker's skill, Eagle Stamp. Diving Arrow didn't have as high of a priority, but it was far faster than Eagle Stamp. After the first kick connected, his 2 feet kicked him another 4 times in an instant, forcefully sending steamed bun invasion flying to the side. For assassins, as soon as a single hit connected, the following combo would be linked together extremely fast. After the diving arrow, Ghost Lantern suddenly left behind an afterimage, flickering to steamed bun invasion's side and piercing him with his dagger. Flickering stab. This level 65 assassin skill was a displacement skill, but it was rarely used as a movement skill because the displacement was extremely small. It was only 1 step, a distance of 1 unit. But this single step was no different than an instant movement. When an assassin used flickering stab, he might originally have been in front of you, but the attack would come from the side. If the assassin were to the side of you, then the stab might turn into a back attack. However, more often than not, the assassin looked to still be 1 step away, when his dagger was already in your chest. Steamed bun invasion was hit once again. By this time, Ghost Lantern had landed back on the ground. He kicked upwards and struck steamed bun invasion's ankle. Ankle break. It didn't deal much damage, but it lowered the target's movement speed by 30% for 5 seconds. During these 5 seconds, trying to escape from an assassin's pursuit was nigh impossible. Splitting water stab, heart-piercing stab. All kinds of assassination skills struck steamed bun invasion one after the other. Blood splattered onto the pine tree. In an instant, countless red spots appeared on the surface of the tree. This really is easy. Li Zun smirked. Team Void had obviously done their research on steamed bun's tendencies. He knew that from time to time, he would make an extremely unusual and surprising move, but under his fast and tight offense, it didn't matter what type of crazy imaginative tricks he had. If there aren't any openings, what can he do? Blade Storm. Li Zun used another high-level damage skill. Blood splattered even more crazily. That's enough. Li Zun thought to himself. With the Blade Storm, steamed bun invasion was forced back by the momentum. Steamed bun invasion was under hit stun as he slid back, while Ghost Lantern also couldn't move due to the ending lag from Blade Storm. This sort of safe period was often built into high-level skills. However, players would always try to find a way to get around this safe period to seize the initiative. As a pro, Li Zun obviously had these thoughts as well. When he used his high-level skill, he had taken the terrain into consideration. The final stab sent steamed bun invasion sliding backwards, but he would only slide back at most for units before slamming into the pine tree behind him, extending the stun by a tiny amount. More importantly, the distance between the two would stay close, only 4 units. This is more than enough. The experienced Li Zun laughed confidently. His Ghost Lantern used as the Shadow Follows. As the Shadow Follows was a high-level assassin movement skill. The user didn't have much control over it though. After picking a location, the character would move at an extremely fast speed towards that location. As the Shadow Follows to close these for units of distance and then life-risking strike. When he used as the Shadow Follows, he had thoroughly burned down his health. The damage dealt by this life-risking strike would be more than enough to instantly kill steamed bun invasion. An afterimage was left behind as Ghost Lantern moved 3 steps. 1 more step and steamed bun invasion would be dead. 3 steps might have been more ideal. This thought suddenly popped into Li Hua's mind. Because at this moment, he saw steamed bun invasion suddenly move. The hit stun had ended. The extra stun from slamming into the tree hadn't been enough for Ghost Lantern to complete all 4 steps. 4 steps might not be perfect, but it's enough. With just a distance of 1 step, what skill could be faster than as the Shadow Follows? Instant movement skill? Shadow clone technique? Substitution technique? At this distance, there wouldn't be enough time to activate those skills, let alone the fact that steamed bun invasion didn't have access to those skills. Li Zun loved to take risks, but he never lost his calm. Daring but careful was the reason why he was an outstanding pro player. 1 hit certain kill. Yes, 1 hit certain kill, but the one to be killed was. Li Zun looked flabbergasted at the afterimage left behind below the tree. He stared in astonishment at the steamed bun invasion in front of him. The sharp claws on his fists were pierced through his ghost lantern's chest. Li Zun turned around to take a look. Within this one step, Ghost Lantern had moved 1/3 of a step, while Steamed Bun Invasion had moved 2/3 of a step. Thus, Steamed Bun Invasion's attack had been faster. That life-risking strike had been prepared for after that 2/3 of a step. Holy shit, I finally got a chance to use it, Li Zun saw Steamed Bun's message in the chat. Followed by, who? How are you dead? My god, this skill's that powerful. This skill's that powerful? As Li Zun's point of view fell along with Ghost Lantern, he saw that afterimage from below the tree disappear. Flickering stab? Tooth for tooth? How long has it been since I used Flickering Stab? He activated Tooth for Tooth at that time? After stealing the skill, he used it just a step before his death and then killed me instead? If it was Flickering Stab, then for a distance of 1 step, it was faster than as the shadow follows. If this had all been a part of Steamed Bun's plan, then Li Zun would have been shocked at how terrifying he was, but seeing Steamed Bun's words, Li Zun could only feel that it was ridiculous. This match was ridiculous. I actually lost like this? What type of stupid luck was this? Li Zun sat there in a daze for a long time. The referee had to come over and remind him. Li Zun walked out of the player booth. As for the crowd, there were traces of hesitation in their cheers. The problem was Steamed Bun's final words. If he hadn't said those words, everyone would have thought that he had planned everything, waiting there patiently for Li Zun to make his final move. But with those last words, the marvel of this spectacular play instantly disappeared. Everyone had the same thoughts as Li Zun. He won just like that? In any case, a win was a win. As happy supporters, there was no reason not to be happy about a win, right? Even if the win had been so comical and absurd that even the winner didn't really understand the situation. Speaking of which, this winner who didn't understand why he won seemed to be quite happy with this victory. After coming out of the player booth, he ran around the stage once. Victory! Steamed Bun yelled. The crowd cheered and clapped. 10-1. Steamed Bun shouted. 10-1. Everyone echoed his words. But they soon had a realization. What the fuck was 10-1? Fortunately, Steamed Bun immediately noticed his mistake. 10-0, he corrected himself. 10-0. This time, there was no problem and everyone cheered. After running around in a circle, he bumped into Li Zun, who was coming down from the stage. He went over and extended his hands out without any signs of embarrassment. You played well. Steamed Bun said. You played well too, Li Zun said. In all honesty, he had wanted to say you fucker, but the goddamn referee just happened to be nearby. Keep trying, Steamed Bun patted him and then ran back to this team. As he passed Team Void, he waved at them. The Team Void players looked at one another, unsure what to do. Luckily, Steamed Bun quickly passed by them. After finally returning to his team seats, Steamed Bun celebrated with everyone. As long as you win, it's good, Yishio nodded his head. For this match, it was too embarrassing to say that this win was due to Steamed Bun's crazy imagination. It could only be said that his Tooth for Tooth, which he had used on Flickering Stab for some inexplicable reason, gave Steamed Bun good luck. Yes, luck. The key factor to this win was luck. It was something that could eclipse hard work and talent, luck. With this kind of luck, he could have probably won just lying down. Chen sighed. These words were somewhat exaggerated, but it could be considered as a strong comment towards that fight. The loser on Void must be feeling very wronged, right? Yishio looked towards Team Void. But then again, if Li Zun didn't like one-hit kills, this sort of luck might not have happened. In the end, luck only worked when the differences in skill weren't that large. Lying down and winning would never actually happen. Chapter 12:23. The Old General's Way of Winning. 2 battles of the individual competition were now over. Whether through luck or strength, Happy now had a 2-0 lead. For this upcoming third match, the digital displays showed the players' names and the players stood up. After a pause from the audience, there was suddenly a small wave of cheers. "Old Wei, can you really do this?" In the audience seating near Happy's player area, someone hollered at him. Wei Chen evidently heard it. He turned in the direction of the shout, swept his gaze over, then lifted his index finger and waggled it in that direction. Void's players were dumbstruck. Waving your index finger wasn't as much of an insult as showing your middle finger, but there was at least some scorn in the gesture. To do this towards your own home audience, what was he thinking? But what surprised them more was that the audience members whom Wei Chen gestured at, although they were boiling and starting hooting at him, were in an undisguised laughing and joking mood. Anyone could tell, it wasn't that they didn't support Wei Chen. This was a sort of good-natured teasing between close friends and people who knew each other well. If people didn't have a close enough relationship, they couldn't crack such jokes. To have such a relationship with fans? Void's players continued to stare. It seemed somewhat unacceptable, but in their hearts there was a bit of envy. They didn't have this, thus they felt envy. It was a very natural thing. In this kind of atmosphere, Wei Chen went on stage. Happy's fans didn't have this same kind of relationship with the other players of Happy. The reason for this was that after everyone became pro players, only Wei Chen still had the air of being close to the earth with them. Even now, his Windward formation would still make frequent appearances in the game. His professional career had only lasted 2 years, but he had spent over a decade in the glory game. This was a deeply ingrained part of his life that had no way of being eliminated. Preventing him from going into the game would be even more difficult than preventing him from smoking. Windward formation wasn't an especially famous name, and it was clear that Wei Chen's primary role at Happy was just as a substitute, so he didn't receive much attention. His character in-game wouldn't be surrounded or gawked at to the point where he couldn't move. Since he was playing the game, he couldn't avoid interactions with other players. So the understanding that many people had of Wei Chen didn't solely come from the alliance, the team, or the official reports from the media. It came from casual conversations in the guild chat, or chatter from a dungeon raid. And so Wei Chen became this particularly special pro player. Plus, he also carried a record of his own. He was the oldest pro player to date to participate in the Glory Alliance. People even asked him, "Since you're still coming to play even now, why did you leave a blank space of so many years?" Wei Chen couldn't answer this question. He only knew, he stood here now. Even though he couldn't do much anymore, he would still put in his full effort. Because, he was a pro player. Individual competition round 3, begin. Happy, Wei Chen, Warlock Windward formation. Void, Yang Haoxuan, Launcher Translucent. Yang Haoxuan, a pro player from Season 7, entering Void's training camp at age 15 and offered a professional contract at age 17 from Team Void. Now, he had worked at Void for 4 years, and wasn't even 20 yet. How young? Wei Chen sighed. The battle quickly began. Against a launcher, Windward formation's high attack range naturally wasn't much of an advantage, so as soon as the battle began, Wei Chen began strategic movement. He had chosen the map, so of course he was very familiar with it. And Yang Haoxuan? When the match began, he did the same thing as Wei Chen, strategic movement. His character Translucent also took a roundabout path on the map. He quickly made his way to the center and didn't see the opponent's character, so he instantly understood what was going on. Boom! Yang Haoxuan immediately had his Translucent to fire a cannon shot, planning to use the sound to lure Wei Chen to expose the position of his Windward formation. But when Wei Chen heard the shot, he didn't look around, instead directly controlling Windward formation to make a U-turn. Everyone saw that this new direction was exactly the direction towards Translucent's current position. The old veteran's hearing ability was still exceptional. But after Yang Haoxuan fired this shot, he didn't have Translucent stand there motionlessly. He moved Translucent to a different position with a wider view like an oriole behind a mantis. The method of luring a snake out of its hole. Many viewers were used to seeing this kind of strategy. Wei Chen had been around for so many years, would he fall for it? The audience saw from the omniscient view Wei Chen's Windward formation, creeping bit by bit toward Translucent's original position. The crowd was becoming anxious. They worried for Wei Chen, but Wei Chen was just foolishly going ahead, as though this possibility of a trap hadn't even occurred to him. Windward formation revealed himself, and the crowd sighed. Yet Yang Haoxuan didn't begin his attack immediately. This strategy was so low level that even ordinary players could see through it. Wei Chen had the judgment to make his way here through sound alone. How could he not know this sort of simple strategy? Especially now that he could see that the opponent's character wasn't here, it should be even more obvious to him. So Yang Haoxuan didn't think that Wei Chen was just hastily crashing over here. He had to have some defensive preparations. If he attacked immediately, he felt that the opponent's defenses would be at their highest, and he might not be able to achieve any good effect. Better to hide and wait patiently, wait until the opponent felt that this wasn't a trap and lower his guard. And so Yang Haoxuan didn't move. And so Wei Chen spoke. "I'm here already, come out and fight. What are you hiding and dawdling for? You think I'll just let down my guard? He's trying to trick me." "I'm not moving," thought Yang Haoxuan. "Yes, I'm talking to you." "The one at position 45, 56, Wei Chen said. Yang Haoxuan jolted and glanced at the coordinates of his Translucent's position. Indeed, 45, 56. The crowd burst into applause. What incredible judgment! To predict the opponent's movement so accurately and clearly, this demonstrated an incredible all-around familiarity and understanding of both the map and the opponent. His coordinates were exposed just like that. Yang Haoxuan felt very awkward, but he knew that right now there were countless people watching them. If he just walked out like this, that would be too humiliating. As he agonized, Wei Chen continued to yell. "What, you're still not coming out?" The helpless Yang Haoxuan prepared to control his character to reveal himself. "Ha ha, I know, you're actually at 48, 31. Another message from Wei Chen suddenly jumped out in the chat. Filled with confidence, Windward formation scurried in that direction. Fuck! Just as he was about to charge out, Yang Haoxuan brought himself to a screeching halt. This old fox! Yang Haoxuan's forehead was covered in cold sweat. He had really been just about to reveal himself. Good thing he had spaced out for a moment. It looked like this round, luck was now on Void's side. After thinking about Wei Chen's final shout of position 48, 31, Yang Haoxuan had Translucent walk out, preparing to carefully circle around and then bombard Windward formation with continuous heavy firepower. Yang Haoxuan took several deep breaths, bracing himself for the intense moments to follow. But the crowd was filled with the sounds of tsking. Young people, someone sighed. Yang Haoxuan, among the esports players, couldn't be considered young. He was 20 years old, right in the middle generation that was at its peak. But compared to Wei Chen, who was older than him by over a decade, he really was just a young person. The young person prepared for the upcoming intensity, but suddenly, a hexagram prison descended from the sky. Before he had time to dodge, Translucent was already locked in. Shit! Yang Haoxuan instantly knew that, in the end, he had been tricked. Luring the snake out of its hole. Same strategy, different execution. The older the ginger, the spicier it was. With this ambush, Wei Chen gave himself an excellent advantage. And then, after several exchanges in this sneaky and complicated map, he finally defeated Yang Haoxuan. A win in every individual match, 3-0. The live crowd became a wave of excitement. 10-0. Countless happy supporters were shouting. To win all of the individual battles, that was the rhythm of a 10-0. Yang Haoxuan walked out of the competitor booth, downtrodden and depressed as he came off stage. On Happy's side, Wei Chen lingered inside for quite a while. That old thing, trying to act dull on the outside, but he's really passionate on the inside, said someone in the audience, laughing. Because there was a relatively long break between the individual round and the group arena, the judge didn't immediately come to urge him out. Wei Chen sat in the competitor booth, a cigarette stuck between his fingers, but eyeing the no smoking sign above his head, he still didn't dare light it. That was close. Wei Chen's gaze turned to the computer screen, and he looked at windward formation's remaining health, 8%. He won, but it wasn't easy. That ambush early on had greatly succeeded, instantly giving him a 30% health advantage, but in the end, his health had been whittled all the way down to 8%. This made Wei Chen rather unhappy, and in his heart, an agitated voice once again reminded him of that reality. I really am old, Wei Chen said to himself. And so, this is my win method. But 8% or 80%, does that matter? TCH, this isn't the group arena, Wei Chen muttered. He stood up and exited the competitor booth. When he finally showed his face, the crowd burst into thunderous applause. That's right. A win is a win. As long as this is the outcome. Wei Chen smiled, and his heart suddenly felt lighter. Old Wei, you did it! As he walked along the side of the stage, the audience members nearby again cracked jokes with him. Some of them might not have actually known him well, but seeing other people do the same, they felt that Wei Chen was the type of player you could interact with like this, and so they followed along. Wei Chen didn't disappoint them by refusing interaction. Towards those who were shouting at him, he responded, even cracking some dirty jokes like this old man still got it. He gave a wink and proudly and gleefully walked by. A small character like that, I can defeat him with a wiggle of my finger. Upon returning to Happy's player area, Wei Chen gestured with the tip of his little finger and spoke. Very strong, everyone praised him. You really should have given me a spot on the main roster. An old guy like you should rotate out and rest more. Wei Chen gruffly patted Yishio. Thanks. Yishio laughed. But I'm still very young. As long as you don't brag, that's best, Wei Chen said. Chapter 12:24. Void's Ghost Duo. What's wrong? Are we planning to lose to Happy 0-10? In Void's player area, looking at the current scoreboard showing Happy 3, Void 0, Void's captain Li Xian, the one called the #1 Phantom Demon, finally couldn't sit around any longer. As a member of the Golden Generation, he garnered attention in his very first season, and in his second season he gained an exceptional partner and helper. But in 6 years, what had they achieved? Even for the little award of Best Partners, he couldn't compete with his fellow player from the Golden Generation, Su Muqing. He had to wait until Yishio retired and left before he could pick up that award. The tacit understanding between the Ghost Duo wasn't any less deep than that between Yishio and Su Muqing. But the value of the Best Partners title wasn't limited to the partnership itself. It also considered how much this partnership brought to the team as a whole. Void was a frequent participant in the playoffs. And the old Excellent Era? After losing to Tyranny in the finals of Season 4, they had never entered the finals again. On some level, Excellent Era and Void weren't that different in terms of their. But during Yishio and Su Muqing's many years at Excellent Era, the award for Best Partners always seemed to go to them without any competition at all. Their so-called strongest competitors, the Ghost Duo, had in reality never managed to put any pressure on them at all. The reason was simple. Void's Ghost Duo, when in direct confrontation against Excellent Era's long spear short cannon combination, always came up inferior. They'd never won the championship, they'd never even entered the finals. Even for an individual award like Best Partners, they'd been beaten down for so long. There was no way that Li Xian felt no anger in his heart. What #1 Phantom Demon? It sounded cool, but in Li Xian's opinion? He wasn't even #1 in one of the 24 classes of glory. One of the 24 classes was called Ghost Blade, and he was only the #1 of the Phantom Demon branch of Ghost Blade. There were only around 200 Glory Pro players, so on average, each class didn't have more than 10 players. The Ghost Blade class was further divided into the 3 branches of Phantom Demon, Sword Demon, and Phantom Sword, so if they took an average again, there were only 3 Phantom Demons. And so, Li Xian was the #1 of 3 people. First among 3, was that anything impressive? To this, Li Xian could only shake his head and laugh bitterly. Of course, to be the #1 Phantom Demon meant that out of the millions of Phantom Demon players in Glory, he was the best. But Li Xian truly had no interest in using those outside of the pro circle to comfort himself. Number 1 was number 1. In the old days, no one said that Yi Qiu was the number 1 battle mage. Li Xian also wanted to become a true number 1. But after so many years, he was still just the number 1 phantom demon. He couldn't even get the title of number 1 ghost blade. But the one who was blocking him from this title was his own teammate, his closest friend and best partner since Season 5, Wu Yu's. What was up with this? Sometimes, Li Xian would mock himself like this. But even if they were best friends and partners, Li Xian and Wu Yu's, who was the best Ghostblade player in the end? This question, even Li Xian himself couldn't help but ponder sometimes. To be honest, he had no way of giving a clear answer, and the outside world had debated this question for many years, only to find that both sides had their arguments. And within Void? Everyone carefully avoided this question, and when asked by the reporters, the two would by tacit agreement always praise the other as superior. But even so, they wouldn't talk themselves down too much, either. And so everyone could tell, their responses were just out of courtesy. Who was the stronger between the two of them, they themselves never gave a true answer. For now, judging from their positions in the team and the All-Star vote rankings, Li Xian was still in the lead. But some people felt that this was only because Li Xian debuted a year before Wu Yu's, and thus had a head start. Who was stronger? Who was the true number 1 Ghostblade? In the past, Li Xian had been very sensitive about this topic. Regarding his lead, although he'd never say it aloud, he had been secretly pleased. But now, after so many years, he was used to it, he was numb to it, he was no longer interested in this question. What he wanted was to be the true number 1, the number 1 of the league, and not some number 1 phantom demon or Ghostblade. And the dream of being this number 1 was too much more difficult than those other number 1s. In the blink of an eye, it was already Season 10 of the Glory Professional Alliance. Last season, the team promoted a rookie, Ji Saijie, and everyone said that the Ghost Duo finally had a new reliable helper, that they had a lot to look forward to. Li Xian also carried such hopes as he entered Season 10. But up through now, he hadn't seen any sign of his team's strong rise. Void was still struggling against the other second-string strong teams for a spot in the playoffs. And now, Happy, this new team, was actually their direct competitor, and in this current confrontation had a 3-0 lead. What is our goal? Li Xian said, looking at his teammates. Void hadn't announced it to the public, but within the team, they felt that their roster was complete, and they had this strong rookie, Ji Saijie. They felt that this season was the season to taste the rhythm of charging for the championships. But playing up until now, they'd lost to Samsara, they'd lost to Wind Howl, they'd lost to Thunderclap, they'd even lost to Miracle. What kind of championship rhythm was this? They'd lost to Miracle. And it had been their home game. The 7th round of competition had been a harsh blow for Void. Then what about now? Do we plan on losing 0-10 to Happy? Li Xian repeated this question. No. Of course, his teammates could only reply like this. If not, then get your spirits up. Li Xian said. Yes. Everyone answered. Zhao Lan, you're up. Li Xian nodded toward one of the players. Yes. Ji Zhaolan nodded and followed the orders to head on stage. Void Spitfire was named Transparent. It was instantly apparent that the name had a common source as Yang Haoxuan's launcher Translucent. Indeed, these two characters were brought into the team by the seniors who established Team Void, and had always stayed in the team. But now, these two characters were just side characters in the team, largely because Void had never found any especially talented players for these two classes. When Zhong Jiala retired from 100 Blossoms, the team was caught off guard and had no plan. They were entirely unable to find a replacement player and could only promote someone from within the team in a hurry. To some extent, this was a sign that the current Spitfire players weren't up to par. It wasn't that they were bad, it was just that they weren't outstanding enough. Ji Zhaolan unfortunately was one of the Spitfire players who had been deemed not good enough. But the good thing was that he wasn't an especially ambitious person. He knew his position very clearly, and something like this didn't affect him. He continued to work diligently for Void. And now, Void needed him to show his strength. They lagged behind the other team 0-3 after the individual round. In the group arena, Ji Jiaolan and his Spitfire Transparent would lead the battle for Void. Unhappy? Their first player in the group arena was Fang Rui, with his Chi Master Boundless Sea. Happy's roster had basically been figured out by all of the opponents by this point. In the individual round and group arena, Yi Xiao, Su Muqing, Fang Rui, and Tang Ru would always appear. There was no dispute over having the three all-stars appear. Even if Fang Rui had been affected by his class change, it was exactly because of his class change that he needed more battles to improve more quickly. As for Tang Ru, despite her infamy, objectively speaking no one dared underestimate her strength on stage. But after that promise-breaking incident, people suddenly had higher expectations of her. As long as she didn't 1v3, in everyone's eyes it was a weak chicken performance. 1v1.5, 1v2, these performances were normally impressive, but if it was Tang Ru, everyone would just laugh and say, look, that person who wanted to 1v3 couldn't even do a 2.5, how weak. In this match's individual round, Yi Xiao, Steamed Bun, and Wei Chen had appeared on stage. Thus, it was already clear who would be appearing in the group arena. Now, Fang Rui was first on stage. The map selected for this group arena battle was relatively open, a bit better for unobstructed sight that Su Muqing needed and the simple direct confrontations that Tang Ru liked. However, this map didn't have any of the complex features that Fang Rui needed for his dirty playing. This was also a difficulty in picking a map for the group arena, and was also a factor to consider when deciding the player order. Fang Rui was the sacrificed piece in Happy's selection of this map. After entering the battle, he had Boundless Sea charge right towards the center of the map. It looked like he wasn't about to try and force some dirty playing onto this relatively simple map. The two sides' characters quickly met at the center of the map. A Spitfire didn't have too many demanding requirements of a map, and Ji Jiaolan, this rejected player, didn't have a particularly distinctive playstyle. He was right in the middle. Seeing that this was the map, he simply controlled his character to head right toward the center. When he spotted Fang Rui's Boundless Sea, he calculated the distance, and as soon as he entered the Spitfire's attack range, Transparent lifted his gun without any hesitation. Gunshot, Boundless Sea ducked to the ground. That rolling and crawling thief-like moving style once again appeared with this Chi Master Boundless Sea. The audience applauded. This Chi Master style that Fang Rui had invented had already attracted attention and a few imitations. To ordinary players without any sort of high-end in-depth background, they just made their best approximations, drawing a tiger like a dog. But in the professional circle, the Chi Masters who saw Fang Rui's current playstyle could only shake their heads. They didn't reject his style altogether, but this kind of style was just entirely different from their habits. This sort of rolling and crawling was only familiar to Fang Rui. If they had to do the same, they would all feel that it was strange. And this kind of playstyle wasn't as simple as making such postures. After some detailed analysis by some so-called experts, they all concluded that this sort of playstyle was closely linked to Fang Rui's own personal qualities. Chapter 12:25. Darkness and Light. What were Fang Rui's qualities? If this question were posed to 100 Glory players, approximately 100 answers would be dirty without any hesitation. This of course wasn't wrong, but the analysis by the so-called experts wouldn't be so unspecific. They used many technical details to pick out what qualities Fang Rui had, and the conclusion they reached was, this playstyle fits Fang Rui exactly, but possibly would not fit anyone else. Those that supported this view included the previous Chi Master All-Star, Zhao Yang. Although he had already retired, he hadn't stopped paying attention to Glory, and the reporters that were close with him easily obtained his views on Fang Rui's Chi Master. Zhao Yang believed that even he himself had no way of playing Fang Rui's style of Chi Master, and that it truly was a unique style that arose from the player. What would be the fruits of this play style? As of now, Fang Rui growing accustomed to his new playstyle was an indispensable contribution to Happy's recent strong performance. After being thrown off by Yi Xiao's unspecialized Lord Grim, the various members of the Alliance now faced another playstyle that they couldn't immediately understand, that caused them just as much difficulty as Lord Grim. Losing wasn't scary. But losing without knowing why you lost, that was scary. This meant that you had no way of obtaining experience and improving. And because of Happy, the Alliance players felt this strongly. The unknown unspecialized, the chaotic steamed bun, and now this new playstyle from Fang Rui. This new team was really very new. New people, new characters, even new playstyles. How to counter this entirely new element? The teams all spent time to study and try and figure out. But each team had 19 opponents in the Alliance, not just Happy. In the end, no team would do too much study or have too much focus on just one team. They had to follow the rhythm of the match schedule. Whatever team they were about to face, they would focus on defeating that team. And so Happy took advantage of this. After stabilizing their style, they accumulated points like crazy. Now at round 14, their footsteps hadn't slowed at all. Void's first player in the group arena, Ji Jiaolan, went down rapidly, having only knocked away 37% of Fang Rui's Boundless Sea. A beautiful opening. The cheers from the crowd sent the dejected Ji Jiaolan offstage. Li Xian sighed and shook his head, his gaze falling upon the one at his side. His closest friend, his best partner, but at the same time the one who was in conflict with him for the title of #1 Ghostblade. Wu Yu's. It's up to you, Li Xian said. Void's next players were Wu Yu's and himself. Right now, Happy had a significant lead, with 2.63 people remaining. Wu Yu's nodded. Without saying anything else, he stood up and resolutely headed toward the stage. The Happy supporters in the crowd gave vocal support to their home team, and of course they would also boo the Void players to disrupt them. But Wu Yu seemed as though he already had a natural defense against booing. His steps were very steady, and when he crossed paths with Ji Jiaolan, he even paused to say some words to him. He wasn't affected by the atmosphere of the stadium at all. Wu Yu's quickly arrived onstage, entered the competitor booth, and logged on to his character. Ghostblade, Carved Ghost. Among the recent all-star characters, one of the only two female ones. Bring it, Miss Wu. So when the battle began, Fang Rui immediately used this to trash talk. Wu Yu's didn't reply, and Carved Ghost moved along the map. And Fang Rui? He didn't seem to hope for any response from Wu Yu's. As he tossed this bit of trash talk, he controlled Boundless Sea to rush forward. In reality, Fang Rui wasn't too unfamiliar with Wu Yu's, as they had debuted the same year. But although both of them had proven themselves from the beginning within their respective teams, neither of them could compete with that other rookie from their year. That year, Juzakai made his dazzling debut on the professional stage. In his first season, he had carried the mediocre team Samsara into the playoffs. What were Fang Rui and Wu Yu's up to during that time? Fang Rui arrived at Wind Howl, initially as the successor to Lin Jingyan's Demon Subduer, but in that first season, Fang Rui revealed his talent for the thief class. And so, he settled on becoming a thief player, stepping on the road to becoming an all-star player. And Wu Yu's? When he first arrived at Void, the team had also wanted him to play a different class, but Wu Yu's refused to cooperate, insisting that he wanted to play Ghostblade. But Void at that time already had Li Xian, a Ghostblade player from the Golden Generation. Wu Yu's behavior was viewed as extremely unwise and provocative. He had been treated coldly at the beginning, until, by chance, he obtained an opportunity to go on stage. With that battle, the team finally began to re-evaluate its position toward him, and they decided having two Ghostblades wasn't impossible. From there, the double Ghostblade partnership was slowly established. Neither of these two players' beginnings were as shining as Juzakai's. They each had their own twists and turns, but they reflected the different attitudes of the two players. Fang Rui was very casual. He played a Chi Master at Blue Rain, then was raised by Wind Howl to play a brawler, and then when he finally became a full pro player, he found that thief suited him, so he became a thief. It could be said that Fang Rui was constantly compromising, but in the current pro player environment, if a player who hadn't yet made a name for himself wanted to be valued by the team, most anyone would choose this kind of compromise and obedience. And Fang Rui, his compromise and obedience was a bit more than normal, as evident by how many twists and turns there had been from his training camp days to becoming a full pro player. In the end, he succeeded. But this guy, after succeeding, changed classes again. With his current status and position, his class change generally wasn't viewed as compromise and obedience. Yet Fang Rui felt that this wasn't much different from what he had done in the past. Wuchuan didn't have much in common with Fang Rui. He hadn't gone along with the team's needs, instead stubbornly sticking to his choice. Most teams would perhaps directly give up on a player like this, but Wuchuan's luck wasn't bad. He entered the team like this, maintained his decision, and then afterwards, he waited for an opportunity and seized the opportunity. His persistence paid off, and he too walked upon the road to becoming an all-star. Two entirely different paths, but they had both resulted in equally excellent all-star players. And now, the two met. Fang Rui's playstyle was like his own character, casual, and so he became the master of playing dirty. Wuchuan, on the other hand, was tough and unyielding, thus his Ghost Blade also exuded a toughness from the bones. Fang Rui only tossed that one word of trash talk when Wuchuan first entered because Fang Rui was clear that this was someone who wouldn't be disrupted by trash talk at all. His personality was just that tough. As a rookie, he had dared to stubbornly refuse the plans of his team. This wasn't something that any player would be brave enough to do. The two sides quickly met at the center of the map. Without any further interaction, they began fighting. Boundless Sea began Fang Rui's trademark thief-style posture and movement, and before the opponent used a skill, a chi bullet was sent flying toward him. Ghost Slash! It was met by a Ghost Blade's Ghost Slash. A magic aura rippled from the blade, directly traveling through the chi bullet. The chi bullet wouldn't be completely dissipated by the priority of that attack, and it continued to fly toward Carved Ghost, but Carved Ghost Slash also continued toward Boundless Sea. With a bang, the chi bullet landed upon Carved Ghost. He hadn't tried to dodge at all, doing everything he could to send this Ghost Slash onto Boundless Sea. This guy! Fang Rui grit his teeth. The Ghost Blade wasn't very suited to hard and direct fighting, since it wasn't a class with high defense or health, but Wuchuan still preferred this method, as it suited his personality. But Fang Rui hadn't expected this kid would be so fierce right from the start. He wanted to dodge this attack, but if he did, Carved Ghost's second attack would arrive instantly, and Wuchuan would have the initiative. He refused to let that happen. Fang Rui inputted controls and activated reinforced iron bones on Boundless Sea, taking the brunt of Carved Ghost's Ghost Slash. Chi Blade! Boundless Sea sent this attack just when he was hit by the Ghost Blade. But at this point, Carved Ghost was still surrounded by the ghostly aura from using the Ghost Blade. Through the mist of purple, this Chi Blade carved a clearly visible path. Carved Ghost leaned to the left. Heh, it won't be so easy. Fang Rui smiled coldly. The Chi Blade suddenly twisted toward the right, instantly cutting Carved Ghost. But even after taking this attack, Wuchuan didn't stop attacking. Even as Carved Ghost was hit by the Chi Blade, the blade in her hand was still sent out. Iceal Ghost Slash! The difference between Sword Demon and Phantom Demon was that Phantom Demon summoned the Ghost God's power to create effects, controlling or damaging the opponent. Sword Demons, on the other hand, directly applied the Ghost God's power to their blades, increasing the damaging power of their slashes. Ghost Slash, Moonlight Slash, Full Moonlight Slash, these were the three slashing attacks that Ghost Blades could learn under level 20. And Sword Demons could apply any type of Ghost God power to these three slashing skills. Carved Ghost's attack just now applied Ice Spirit power to the blade, thus creating an Ice Seal Ghost Slash. The blade emitted faint blue icy mist, which was sent several body units outward with the slash. Although Boundless Sea was already rolling, he was still hit by the icy mist, and his movement speed decreased significantly. Flame-bitten Full Moon! Carved Ghost slid forward and made another slash, this time invoking the Spirit of Fire along the blade and using a Full Moonlight Slash. The enchanting fire spirit power swept in the shape of a full moon, but it wasn't very eye-burning. These flames conjured from magic weren't a pure scarlet, but carried some dark purple within. But their power would be even stronger, because it wouldn't just deal fire damage, it would also carry the dark damage inherent to a ghost blade. Flame-bitten full moon, slash down. Chi guard. A tangible protective shield suddenly expanded around Boundless Sea, blocking the flame-bitten full moon. If ghost blades were said to be naturally dark-aligned, then Chi masters were naturally light-aligned. But the players playing these two classes right now. The dark-aligned ghost blade walked the direct and fierce path, while the light-aligned Chi master was the representative of dirty playing. Chapter 12:26. A loss, but a spectacular one. The power of the ghost god brought by the flame-bitten full moon battered against Boundless Sea's Chi guard, but it could not suppress the radiance of the shield. The Chi guard's defensive capabilities could hold against this attack. Who would have thought that at this moment, a circle would appear below carved ghost? A wave of ghost god energy suddenly rose and condensed onto the tip of his blade, supplementing the power of flame-bitten full moon. Sword boundary? Everyone was stunned. No one had noticed Wu Yu summoning this sword boundary. Sword boundary might be a low-leveled skill, but its supportive effects were top-tier. Let alone a phantom sword demon hybrid like carved ghost, even a pure sword demon would max this skill. This low-level skill had a very fast cast time. It could be used in between two attacks for a sudden damage buff. Wu Yu's used it in this way. No one knew when he had cast the ghost boundary, but it had been set down after flame-bitten full moon. The buffs from ghost boundaries were immediate, and flame-bitten full moon dealt both physical and magic damage. Under the strength and intelligence buffs from the sword boundary, the power of the attack instantly shot up. The radiance shining from Chi guard dimmed. Break! The Chi from the Chi guard was consumed, and the remaining energy of flame-bitten full moon slashed towards Boundless Sea. Fang Rui immediately had Boundless Sea dodge, but Wu Yu's follow-up attack came soon afterwards. Full Moonlight Slash. This slash had finally come out. What ghost god would be attached to it this time? No ice. No fire. This full moonlight slash was pitch black. Dark Moonlight Slash. This time, Wu Yu summoned the Dark Ghost. It stripped the light from the world, temporarily filling the area with darkness. I can't dodge it. Fang Rui instantly made this judgment. Wu Yu's carved ghost had attacked one slash after the other. With even his Chi guard forcefully broken, he had no way of dodging this attack. If I can't avoid it, then we'll trade. Just when the Dark Moonlight Slash was about to strike Boundless Sea raised his hands and used Sand Toss. The damage from Sand Toss was insignificant compared to the damage from a sword boundary buff Dark Moonlight Slash, but it would at least induce a blind effect similar to the Dark Ghost. Pu. Boundless Sea was the first to be hit. Darkness surrounded him, and Fang Rui's screen turned black as if his monitor was dead. However, the sound in his ears was still as clear as ever, so he knew that the fight had yet to stop. Soon after Boundless Sea threw sand at Carved Ghost, he could hear the tiny pattering of the sand colliding. Did it hit? Did it blind him? Fang Rui didn't know. He could no longer see anything, so he had Boundless Sea run for his life, while also shooting a chi bullet at a target he couldn't see. He just instinctively did something. But soon, Fang Rui realized that his Boundless Sea was in the air. He wasn't blinded. Boundless Sea was hit by another attack. Such a tightly linked combo clearly could not be done by someone who was blind. From this, Fang Rui inferred that Carved Ghost had not been blinded by the sand toss. The viewers could see everything clearly. Not only did the blind fail, Carved Ghost didn't even eat the minuscule amount of damage from the sand toss. After Dark Moonlight Slash, a shadow circled around Carved Ghost, blocking the tiny particles of sand. Ghost Blade skill, Shadow Image. The unaffected Carved Ghost continued his assault. Shadow Claw threw Boundless Sea into the air, and starting from the Ghost Slash up until the blind effect wore off, Boundless Sea never fell from the air. I say, don't be too savage. As soon as the darkness disappeared, Fang Rui's spirits rose. Even though he had taken quite a bit of damage from the combo, it was far from enough to extinguish his morale. Boundless Sea's back faced the ground, welcoming Carved Ghost Sword. His two hands formed a ball of chi in front of his chest. He's sneakily charging his attack again. Quite a few people had gotten a grasp of Fang Rui's battle style now, and they were starting to discuss it. Wu Yu's wasn't careless either. He knew exactly how long the blind from Dark Moonlight Slash lasted, and once the effects wore off, if Boundless Sea's arms were suddenly raised to his chest, then Carved Ghost immediately slid to the side, adjusting his position first. He swung his sword, blocking off the angle at which Boundless Sea could attack with by twisting his body. Who would have thought that Boundless Sea wouldn't twist his body? The ball of chi contained in his hands was let out just like that. Sky-piercing strike? It really was sky-piercing strike. An intense wave of energy flew out towards the sky, leaving traces of spinning chi. There was nothing in the air, so this sky-piercing strike obviously didn't hit anything. However, through its momentum, Boundless Sea suddenly accelerated towards the ground. The ceiling attack from Carved Ghost missed. Landmine Quake. Right before Boundless Sea landed on the ground, his two palms once again charged up chi. He didn't even turn his view, and his two hands hit the ground before his body did. The skill was released, and chi spread along the ground, striking everything within its range. Carved Ghost was no exception. The force coming from the earth shot up, flinging him to the side. Quick recover! Wu Yu's had Carved Ghost roll on the ground, but Boundless Sea, whose hands hit the ground, rolled faster. For this sort of rolling and crawling on the ground movement, who could be more skilled at it than this master of playing dirty? Carved Ghost was still flying in the air when Boundless Sea reached his side. Pulse break, break intelligence. One finger stabbed into Carved Ghost, lowering his intelligence significantly. Then, Flash Burst and Qigong Blast. Two high-level skills landed on Carved Ghost one after the other. Chi whirled crazily around Carved Ghost, creating a cyclone of chi lifting the earth along with it. Carved Ghost didn't look like he had just been hit by an attack. It was like he was exploding forth with some sort of small Cosmo, Saint Seiya. Fang Rui wanted to continue following up, but Wu Yu's quickly recovered. Being hit all of a sudden by such heavy attacks didn't seem to shake his willpower. What a spectacular and evenly matched fight! Quite a few members of the crowd stood up, clapping for this fight. The fans wanted their own team to win, but that didn't mean they wouldn't show respect. High-level matches were a joy to watch. For this type of fight, even if their own side lost, they would leave the field with the least amount of regret. In the end, Fang Rui walked down from the stage with this attitude from the crowd. He had lost, but the applause he won was as if he had been the winner. Even though he didn't win, facing a strong opponent like Wu Yu's brought Fang Rui's brilliant performance to new heights. When people discussed Fang Rui's Chi Master playstyle, people wondered whether this new playstyle would be able to stand the test of time. New playstyles would always have surprising results when they first appeared because everyone was still new to them. The best way to test whether or not a playstyle could become mainstream was through time. In the 10 years of glory, countless playstyles had come and gone. In the current state of glory, the meta had matured and steadied. New playstyles were usually short-lived. The number of new playstyles that could last was becoming less and less. Fang Rui's Chi Master playstyle had only been around for 10 rounds. Could it truly become mainstream? The more conservative people weren't too optimistic about it. But in the fight that just ended, in the 1v1 against a skilled opponent like Wu Yu's, Fang Rui's playstyle shone as brilliant as ever. It could be considered to have passed a difficult test. Yay, I'm so happy. Fang Rui clearly knew about the value of this fight. He had lost, but the implications for the future were huge. What's more, it couldn't really be said that he lost. He had taken out half the health of Wu Yu's Carved Ghost. Fang Rui had achieved a 1v1.5, quite a good result. This was the group arena, which couldn't be judged from the outcome of a single battle. Nice job, Yi Xiu said. I really want to go up and play another round. Fang Rui gripped his account card, with his desire to continue written all over his face. You can go ask him if he wants to play all night with you after the match, Yi Xiao said. Okay, that's a good suggestion. I'll text him. Fang Rui took out his cell phone in a hurry. As for Happy, their second player was Su Muqing, who walked onto the stage with a smile. Dancing Rain started at full health, while Carved Ghost started at half health. Launchers, with their extremely long-ranged attacks, could be considered as Ghost Blade counters to an extent, as Ghost Blades had very few movement skills. In the end, in another spectacular fight, Dancing Rain won with 67% of her health left. Team Void's anchor for the group arena was unfortunately another Ghost Blade. The launcher suppression over Ghost Blades was still there. Su Muqing usually played in the individual competition. Being moved to the group arena specifically for this match clearly showed Happy's intentions of countering Team Void's 2 Ghost Blades. A third of her health to take away Wu Yu's. 2/3 of her health to welcome Li Xian. Li Xian was a phantom demon. He didn't have long-ranged attacks, and his opponent wasn't going to fight him at melee range. The boundaries that phantom demons could set down weren't really useful. He needed to take the initiative and find a way to close the distance between his opponent, but how could it be that easy? The Ghost Blade duo had been crushed in all sorts of ways by the Yi Xiao and Su Muqing duo in the competition for best partners over many seasons. Yi Xiao? Even if he wasn't there, just Su Muqing alone left them in pitiful states again and again. Su Muqing was even nicknamed the nemesis of the Ghost duo. This Ghost duo wasn't in a general sense, it was specifically pointing towards these two from Team Void. Su Muqing had much experience in dealing with Ghost Blades, and was the source of much misery for these two. From the looks of it, even after a season of absence, their nemesis was still a nemesis. She took out Carved Ghost's half health with 1/3 of her health, and Li Xian wasn't able to finish her off. Team Happy won the group arena with just 2 players. Fang Rui would glance at his cell phone from time to time. Happy had won the group arena, but he looked depressed. He hasn't replied back yet. It seems like he's not in a very good mood. With a lagging score of 0 to 5, who would be in a good mood? Chapter 12:27. The Two Towers. Of course Void wouldn't be in a good mood. For the group arena, Li Xian had tried to boost his team members' morale, but when he himself went up, he couldn't find his footing. He hadn't even gotten to see Happy's group arena anchor before being blasted down by Su Muqing, which made the whole situation quite awkward. The good thing was that all of Void's players were old members, and the newer member Ji Saijie was a mature and stable individual who knew that Su Muqing was always a source of suffering for this team's captain and vice-captain. There was no bitterness because of this. They were losing 0 to 5. In the confrontation between these two directly competing teams, Void was completely lagging behind. If they lost again in the team competition, then this round would end with a 10-point difference between the two teams. As soon as a difference reached double digits, it would always seem rather insurmountable. Even a difference of 10 points would provoke a much different feeling than a difference of 9. I think, no one here wants to be swept 10 to 0 by Happy. Thus, this is what Li Xian said to his teammates. Lose the team competition and we'll be overtaken, win it and we'll maintain our tie. I won't say any more about what we need to do. Get your spirits up, everyone, this isn't the time to hang our heads in dejection. Remember last round, remember round 11, we have the ability to defeat any team. Last round, Void defeated Misty Rain 8 to 2. In round 11, defeating Tiny Herb 8 to 2 was the highlight of Void's season thus far. Li Xian hoped to remind everyone of how they had defeated strong teams in the past in order to summon their confidence. Let's go. Let's win these 5 points. Li Xian said. Turning his head, he saw that Happy's players for the team competition had already stood and were walking on stage. Yi Xiao, Su Muqing, the pair that had completely defeated the Ghost duo. Fang Rui, who turned the Lighterline Chi master into a dark and sneaky master of playing dirty. Tang Ru, who hadn't been able to play in the group arena, had been waiting a long time to go on stage. And when he had always been seen as Happy's weak point, but after 13 rounds, had anyone managed to target this weak point to create any real danger for Happy? No, not at all. Happy's strategies always carefully created a protection for him. This kind of protection wasn't just a protection of his life and safety, it also protected his development. They tried to prevent any situations that and when he couldn't handle. This was a principle that Happy's strategies always carried out, and it had already been analyzed by many specialists. After these 5, the 6th person was Steen Bun, an incredible rookie who had demonstrated a level of luck approaching a miracle this round. Would he carry this luck to the team competition as well? Let's go! Seeing that the opponent had already gone out, Li Xian said this immediately. Team Void, Li Xian and Wu Yu's double Ghost Blade pairing would of course make an appearance. Then, there was the healer, necessary for any team competition. Void's healer was called Tang Lisheng, who used a paladin called Soul Defender. As for the other 3 positions, Li Zun's position typically didn't change, and Ji Saijie's position was becoming more and more stable as he proved himself. He was even quietly becoming the axis around which Void's tactics revolved. For the final player, Void sent Yang Haoshuan, who had appeared in the individual competition earlier. In this season, Void more often sent out Spitfire Ji Jiaolan as their 6th player, but in this round against Happy, they made special adjustments, sending out launcher Yang Haoshuan instead, replacing Li Zun as one of the 5 players who would go on stage first. The intent of this adjustment was very clear. As expected, Void was extremely wary of Su Muqing, so they also added a launcher to their roster so that both sides could be more equally matched in terms of long-range firepower. The 2 teams' players went on stage. The team competition was the main event of each match, and there was a longer break beforehand to allow them to prepare. During this time, the players from each team often would chat while on stage. Why didn't you reply to my text? Team Void's Wu Yus received Fang Rui's greeting. My phone wasn't on, Wu Yus answered. Oh, what time are you guys heading back? Fang Rui asked. Void was in City X, rather far away from City H. Even though the Glory Pro scene was rapidly developing, as of now, there was no team rich enough to have their own special charter plane or whatnot. Because Glory matches didn't have a set duration, it was rather difficult to make post-match plans. In order to let the players focus on the match, most guest teams would choose to spend the night at the city before leaving if their home city was far away. Tomorrow. Indeed, Void had made such plans. After the match is over, let's play a few rounds. Fang Rui didn't send another text, and just directly asked for a match. The others stared, dumbfounded, as they watched these 2 arrange a private fight before this match had even ended. To the side, the listening judge also felt that there was something wrong with this, but he also couldn't find a rule to prevent this, so he could only glare at the 2 of them. Fang Rui was the only one proposing the fight. Wu Yus, who was dragged under the harsh look of the judge simply because he was the one being invited, felt that he was unjustly wronged. He didn't say any more to Fang Rui, only tossing out a wheel talk after before heading with the rest of his Void teammates to the competitor booths. Soon enough, the 2 sides were both ready and the countdown began. 5 seconds later, the battle officially began. The map was the 2 towers. Void spawned at the northeast corner, Happy at the southwest. The 2 corners were directly opposite each other. The northwest and southeast corners were in a more sunken basin, and each corner had a rock forest. At the center of the map, the directly opposite 10 o'clock and 4 o'clock directions each had a stone watchtower, from which this map took its name. The 2 watchtowers were at the same height, and their distance from each other was within the firing range of a launcher. These high points were clearly designed for a launcher to use suppressive attacks with their firepower. Seeing this map chosen, Void could only grit their teeth. It was clear that Happy also knew that Su Muqing was the greatest threat to their ghost duo, and they had chosen this map to maximize Dancing Rain's firepower coverage. But in this round, Void also sent out a launcher. Who didn't have firepower coverage? Go! Li Xian gave his orders and Void's 5 swiftly began moving toward the map center, wanting to get to the watchtowers as quickly as possible. The 2 watchtowers were equidistant from the 2 teams' spawn points, for the sake of fairness. Void's players were confident that their movement speed wouldn't be any slower than Happy's, but as they rushed out of the northeast corner and the 4 o'clock tower came into clearer and clearer view, they suddenly saw a silhouette appear at the top of the watchtower. Dancing Rain had one foot on the floor and the other propped against the guardrail of the watchtower. Shouldering her heavy cannon, her hair billowing in the wind, how was this such a valiant and heroic sight? Su Muqing's launcher arrived at the 4 o'clock tower cleanly before Void. How was she so fast? Void's players weren't too confused. There was only one way she could arrive so quickly. Su Muqing's Dancing Rain hadn't traveled at the same pace as the rest of the team. She had charged here alone to seize this watchtower. Traveling alone was always faster than traveling with a group. The movement speed of a character didn't just come from equipment. Skills that aided movement would help increase a character's speed significantly. And clerics and paladins, these two healing classes, didn't have such skills. They were the short legs of the 20 for glory classes. The movement of an entire team, in order to protect the healer naturally couldn't be fast. Void could have also sent their launcher to move solo. But if both sides sent out one player in advance, then those two players would meet first. Yang Haoshuan dueling Su Muqing. Li Xian couldn't say that he didn't believe in his own teammate, but perhaps because he was always a victim of Su Muqing, he dreaded her. And Yang Haoshuan was crucial for this team competition, so he didn't dare send him out to take on Su Muqing by himself. Void moved as a whole team, and Su Muqing boldly arrived first. How brave, everyone forward! After giving a word of praise, Li Xian ordered the whole team forward. If they weren't shocked, that meant that they had predicted this situation. And if they had predicted this, would they have no plan? Void's 5 players instantly scattered, surrounding the 4 o'clock tower as quickly as they could. Tang Lisheng's paladin quickly fell behind, and he looked a bit like a stumbling old man as he took the road furthest to the left. But after passing a certain point on the road, this character suddenly increased in speed drastically, starting to run with an unimaginable speed. How? After everyone was stunned for a moment, the display screen clearly identified in the close-up that this character was no longer sole defender. Void had actually boldly switched characters. The paladin's sharp leftward movement wasn't to avoid Dancing Rain's attack range, but to reach the support zone. The paladin left battle, and Li Zun's assassin Ghost Lantern switched in. With a swift run and swift movements, wasn't this assassin's movement speed a solid 1.5 times faster than the paladin's? With this, Void's plan couldn't be any clearer. They had guessed that Su Muqing would arrive solo to claim a watchtower, so they gave her that chance. Then, they directly switched out their healer. 5 characters would attack at once to try to take Dancing Rain down first. The 2 Ghost Blades activated Ghost Step, the Exorcist Blue Exorcist used a speed talisman, the launcher Translucent used aerial cannon, the assassin Ghost Lantern felt that swift run and swift movements weren't enjoyable enough and used a shining cut as well. 5 characters, through their individual methods, reached their top movement speeds, instantly converging upon the 4 o'clock watchtower. Their positions had also clearly been planned in advance. From Su Muqing's high ground, she could stop one of them, but she couldn't simultaneously attack all 5. And so Su Muqing ignored 4 of the players and focused her firepower on Li Xian's Phantom Demon, Crying Devil. Under the firepower suppression, Crying Devil naturally couldn't continue forward easily, and quickly fell behind the other 4. But those 4 had already swiftly approached the 4 o'clock tower, and Yang Haoshuan's Translucent was already occasionally lifting his cannon to fire attacks toward Dancing Rain at the top of the tower. Successfully in position. As expected of the fastest class, the assassin. Even though he had a late start because of Tang Lisheng's paladin, he had actually reached the bottom of the tower first. As he reported in the chat, Li Xian controlled Ghost Lantern to circle around the base to reach the stairs behind it. But when he circled around, Li Zun instantly came to a halt. This, aren't there too many people here? Behind the watchtower, 1, 2, 3, 4. Happy's 4 players were in formation and waiting for him. Chapter 12:28. A risky move. Li Zun's shock couldn't described with just words. Speaking of which, only Team Void's 6 players didn't know about the 4 Happy players hiding. Even the Team Void players sitting at their bench had seen Happy's movements through the viewer's omniscient view. Unfortunately, they couldn't inform their teammates on stage. They could only run around in circles anxiously like cats on a hot tin roof. As for the crowd, they didn't feel shocked like Li Zun. They could only wait expectantly for Team Void to rush forward and run into an unexpected situation. And now, the time had finally come. This was the climax of the script. When Li Zun's ghost lantern ran past the watchtower and came across Happy's 4 players, the crowd fired up. Li Zun only needed a glance to understand what had just happened because the 4 characters waiting here were Lord Grim, Boundless Sea, Soft Mist and Steamed Bun Invasion. Yes, no healer. They had no one slowing them down. Happy came up full force. It wasn't just Su Muqing's dancing rain, but everyone. As for Little Cold Hands, he had probably switched with Steamed Bun Invasion as soon as the match started. The starting spawn point was also the support zone. 1v4? Li Zun wasn't that naive, but what should he do now? He had run here as fast as he could, so his movement skills were all on cooldown. He couldn't escape nor could he beat them. He had to hurry and inform his teammates of his situation. Trapped! Li Zun chose to use the most concise way possible to notify his teammates as Happy's for character threw themselves at him. Trapped? Did they need a reminder? Team Void's for other players weren't far from Li Zun's ghost lantern, so they saw the ambush from Happy's 4 players. Everyone was stunned. Ghost Lantern was surrounded in an instant. Team Void was now at a huge disadvantage. How did this happen? Li Xian wasn't famous for his tactical skill, and he didn't like to take risks. He quickly felt the difference between the 2 teams' tactical levels. The difference was risk. When the match started, Void could have sent their launcher, Yang Haoshuan, to fight for this position, but because they didn't want to risk it, fearing that Yang Haoshuan would be suppressed by Su Muqing. Thus, the team spread out further to be safer. As for Happy, they directly abandoned their healer and made a beeline towards this position to get there as fast as possible. Without Void knowing, Happy arrived, while having Su Muqing's dancing rain make a feint towards the high grounds. Happy had played extremely risky. If Void hadn't impatiently tried to take down Dancing Rain and continued their advance forward, even if Dancing Rain held the high grounds, being without a healer wasn't something that a skilled support character could make up for. In fierce close combat, launchers could not stop a relentless offensive. Unfortunately, Void didn't do this. They did not dare risk it, but they did not steadily advance forward either. When they saw Su Muqing take the high grounds, they viewed it as their opportunity to victory, so they started moving full speed ahead, even switching out their healer for a damage dealer midway. The risk they took had been after seeking for stability. Compared to Happy, who risked it all at the start, their risk had been much smaller. Ghost Lantern was instantly surrounded. Void's other 4 players immediately understood the situation too. What should they do? Rescue! Li Xian typed a single word in chat. They had no choice but to save him. Li Zun alone probably had no chance of escaping a 4v1 situation. If he died, it would become a 5v6. Although Void could have their 6th player sub in, it would still be a 5v5. However, Happy would have an extra player as a backup, allowing them to play more forcefully to take the initiative. Forcing the 2 sides to trade would be disadvantageous for Void. Thus, at this moment, Li Xian didn't choose to retreat, instead calling for everyone to hurry over. After all, the rest of Void wasn't that far from him. With a ghost boundary placed down, Li Xian felt like he should be able to quickly find an opening for Li Zun to get away. I soul. Li Xian's character was the #1 phantom demon in glory, Crying Devil. The silver weapon in his hands for Heavenly Wheel strengthened 3 elements, fire, ice, and darkness. The glittering ice crystal swept over the darkness of ghost blades. The cast time was extremely short too, the ice boundary was set down almost instantly. However, almost instant meant it wasn't instant. The moment the ice boundary started to form, Li Xian saw a grenade at his feet. The grenade exploded. Crying Devil dodged it, but the ice boundary failed to be placed down. Li Xian looked upwards and saw Dancing Rain's long hair and clothing fluttering in the wind at the top of the watchtower. She really is our nemesis. Li Xian sighed, but... A shadow flickered past Crying Devil, practically the instant the grenade exploded. Ice crystals flowed from the tachi in his hands. It just wasn't as dazzling as for Heavenly Wheels. Carved Ghost's weapon, Heavenly Crimson Lotus, strengthened fire element skills. His ice boundary wasn't skilled very high either, so the ice crystals swirling around Heavenly Crimson Lotus didn't look as glamorous. Moreover, compared to Crying Devil, Carved Ghost's cast time was a bit slower. But at this moment, the phantom soul from Heavenly Crimson Lotus flew out, forming the ice boundary. The area surrounding Ghost Lantern froze into ice. Who could be more skilled at coordinating with boundaries than Void's Ghost Blade duo? Whether it was each other's thoughts, habits, or characters, the two had reached the point of perfection. They no longer needed to speak to communicate. Crying Devil, the #1 phantom demon, had just been cover. The one to actually lay down the ice boundary was Carved Ghost. In that instant, Void completed an extremely beautiful display of teamwork. How could Happy not retreat from an ice boundary? The threat of Carved Ghost's ice boundary might be slightly lower, but its effects couldn't be ignored. However, Happy didn't retreat. Fang Rui's Boundless Sea swung both his arms, creating a chi guard. This ice boundary had been blocked by it. The two opponents who fought intensely in the group arena once again clashed in the team competition. The ice energy struck the chi guard, but the power of Carved Ghost's ice boundary was limited. It evidently could not break through Boundless Sea's chi guard. The skill used to try and save Ghost Lantern as soon as possible was blocked. Missing this opportunity, Ghost Lantern took more damage. Li Xian's Crying Devil charged forward to place down another boundary, when he heard the whistle of missiles flying above his head. Dancing Rain let out all of her firepower towards the two ghost blades. The two dodged, one to the left and the other to the right. They ignored Dancing Rain and continued to charge towards the encirclement. Ji Saijie's blue exorcist waved his hands and took out his scythe. Lightning descended from the sky and gathered on the scythe. He had clearly placed a lightning talisman on it. Chi Guard was unable to completely block this attack. A soul guidance weapon had very high priority. It couldn't be blocked by a normal attack, but among the ones that could, another soul guidance was naturally included. Inside the encirclement, Lord Grimm's Myriad Manifestations umbrella left his hands and spun towards the scythe. The two skills collided. It could be seen that Lord Grimm's soul guidance priority was slightly weaker. After all, he wasn't an exorcist. However, this collision stopped Blue Exorcist's attack from reaching its desired location. Although it didn't completely block it, it helped the others in Happy dodge this attack. After this collision, the Myriad Manifestations umbrella was recalled back by Lord Grimm and started hitting Ghost Lantern's head again. Along with a fling, Ghost Lantern was thrown out. However, before Void could be happy about it, they saw that the others in Happy had prepared in advance for this toss and were already heading towards there. Ghost Lantern wasn't even able to land on the ground before Steam Bun Invasion grabbed him with a strangle. Happy focused their attacks, while moving with their target. Turning around the watchtower dumbfounded Void's launcher. Yang Haoshuan had just been about to launch a satellite beam, but with this turn, he no longer had any vision of them. However, he wasn't able to stop himself in time and the satellite beam was still completed. In the end, it awkwardly landed on Carved Ghost's head, who was chasing after them. On the watchtower, Sumuching took advantage of this satellite beam and shot him tumbling with a laser beam. Carved Ghost and Crying Devil crossed each other and switched positions, while also using Ghost Step, which had gone off cooldown. The two characters sprinted, leaving after images behind them, but Happy suddenly caught them off guard. Shatter the lands! Tang Ru's soft mist leapt high into the air and let loose a high-level skill. Who dared to take this skill head-on? The two ghost blades could only retreat. Soft Mist didn't continue fighting. After her attack got rid of them, she immediately went back to attack Ghost Lantern. Lord Grimm fired a Gatling gun to follow up. A shower of bullets spilled out happily. Void was having a headache. They thought that their ghost blades, who specialized in controlling the field, would be able to quickly let Li Zun escape. Who would have thought that they would be forced into such a pitiful position? As a result, not only did they fail to rescue their teammate, they fell into a trap. They wouldn't be able to get a healer to support them in a short amount of time, but happy. It was already round 14. Everyone had seen Lord Grimm suddenly wave his umbrella and cast a few heals before. No one would disregard his healing. Retreat! They had just yelled rescue, and in the blink of an eye, it had turned into a retreat. It couldn't be said that this was Li Xin hesitating. The circumstances had changed. Seeing that rescuing wasn't working and fighting would be difficult, they could only let go of one of their players and save their own lives so they could fight another battle. Who would have thought that while Void had given up, Happy hadn't? Sensing Void's intentions, Happy abandoned Ghost Lantern and chased after them. Chapter 12:29. Team Void's Launcher. Team Void was still a pro team. Even in retreat, there was strategy. They could not ignore the enemy as they backed away, and saw Lord Grimm and Boundless Sea standing nearly mirrored, opening their palms with almost identical stances. Cloud-grasping fist. And it was two at the same time. Of Team Void's 4 players, besides Yang Haoshuan's translucent, everyone else was within range of these two grabs. Luckily, they noticed their movements in time and hastily scrambled around frantically. If Cloud-grasping fist could not be interrupted, the only other way to escape from it was to run around constantly so the enemy couldn't pinpoint them. The chi released by Cloud-grasping fist was completely invisible. The attention of these 3 players were entirely focused on the 2 Cloud-grasping fists when they saw Yang Haoshuan roar in chat, above. Above? The moment they saw the message, they felt an abnormality in the lighting of their field of view, but it was already too late to do anything. A satellite beam descended from the sky. The 3 had only been focused on the 2 Cloud-grasping fists, so for a moment, they forgot about Dancing Rain, who was above them. And the price for their mistake was painful. The central satellite beam struck Crying Devil, and the following smaller beams thoroughly disrupted their rhythm. Dragon breaks the ranks. Tang Hao's Soft Mist seized this opportunity to force her way into their ranks. Although her charge didn't hit anyone, her follow-up Tyrant's Destruction sent Blue Exorcist, who was busy dodging the rotating beams of light, flying away. Blue Exorcist lost his balance. However, Tyrant's Destruction wasn't a grab skill that locked the body. As Blue Exorcist flew in the air, Ji Saijie hastily regained his balance. In this instant, Ji Saijie's calmness showed. The Soul Guidance Scythe flew out, not towards Soft Mist, nor was it to stop Happy's counterattack. Instead, it was thrown to its max distance, towards Steamed Bun Invasion, who had pinned Ghost Lantern to the ground was beating him up. Lock Talisman. A talisman, which could help Li Zun break out from the assault, was attached to the scythe. Li Zun and Ghost Lantern had already been abandoned, but because of the change in circumstances, Ji Saijie calmly made this decision. With Team Void's rhythm disrupted, this was a decision to disrupt Happy's rhythm. If Li Zun was saved, he could form a pincer attack with the rest of Void and again open up the enemy's formation. This was the best-case scenario for Void's current situation. Suddenly, a "Bayou" sounded. Ji Saijie looked up and saw a beam of light fire from Dancing Rain's cannon and accurately strike the scythe. Soul Guidance had high priority, but the burst from Laser Beam was not weak either. This laser beam was unable to completely stop the scythe dead on its tracks, but it knocked it towards the ground. With a hum, the scythe stuck into the ground about half a unit away from Steamed Bun Invasion. The talisman on the scythe activated, but it didn't do anything. As for Steamed Bun Invasion, he didn't react until now. If Su Muqing hadn't shot down the scythe, Steamed Bun, who was in the middle of beating up Ghost Lantern, would have most likely been hit. If the attack had connected, the lock talisman would have taken effect. Void would briefly have a 5v4 situation, and the tides would turn. Ji Saijie's calm, swift decision was truly terrifying. However, looking up at that launcher at the top of the watchtower, Ji Saijie was filled with awe. He had joined the Alliance last season, just when Excellent Era had been relegated from the league. As a result, he had never fought against Su Muqing's launcher. Although there was quite some controversy over Su Muqing in the public eye, Team Void had suffered under her hands and had nothing but praise for her. When Li Xian and Wu Yu's, his two seniors, had heard about Team Excellent Era getting relegated, Ji Saijie clearly heard them let out a sigh of relief. The person who had given these two all-stars such pressure was Su Muqing. What type of player is she? Ji Saijie had always been curious about Su Muqing. And now, after personally going into battle against her, Ji Saijie could finally feel just how unbearable of an existence this top supportive player was. Li Xian and Wu Yu's probably had the strongest feeling of this unbearableness. Ji Saijie had nearly reversed the situation with Soul Guidance, but because of Su Muqing's laser beam, his attack had been blocked. Team Void had scattered like sand. Right now, Yang Haoxuan, who had been picked for the team competition specifically to counter Su Muqing, felt very ashamed of himself. His purpose was to restrict Su Muqing, but what had he done so far? When the match started, Team Void had not sent him out to fight for the high grounds. Yang Haoxuan knew what the team had been worried about, but he didn't have the confidence to stand out and take the initiative to express that he could do it. If he had displayed this kind of courage and confidence, Yang Haoxuan knew that the team would have certainly given him the chance to prove himself. However, he hadn't. He had even felt glad that the team hadn't forced him to carry out this task. This was Yang Haoxuan himself not confident in himself, but at the same time, it was the shadow that Su Muqing had placed in their hearts. After the two sides started fighting, Su Muqing occupied the high grounds and had an amazing field of view and position. However, it wasn't like Yang Haoxuan was sitting there doing nothing. He could also utilize his long-ranged attacks to suppress Su Muqing. But from the looks of it, it seemed like he wasn't doing anything. At least, in the crucial moments, he hadn't displayed any usefulness. On the other hand, Su Muqing had repeatedly disrupted Team Void several times. It shouldn't be like this. What should I do? Yang Haoxuan told himself that, but in this chaotic situation that he could read clearly, he wasn't able to make a precise and effective judgment. In the end, he was just a long-ranged attacker, standing at the farthest and safest position, a decoration for their team's offensive prowess. Change the tides? Yang Haoxuan had neither the courage nor the confidence. Even if he had the ability to make a difference, the probability of it happening was unlikely. Yang Haoxuan's translucent stood there far, far away as if he were truly translucent. Sometimes, he would throw some AoE attacks towards where the ghost duo were attacking. Sometimes, he would nervously look upwards to observe Su Muqing's actions and then send a few attacks towards her. Yang Haoxuan, what exactly are you doing? Finally, Wu Yu yelled out in the chat. This enduring vice-captain very rarely gave any orders or directions, perhaps he was intentionally avoiding it. After all, Team Void's Ghost Duo was a pair with debate over who was better. Wu Yu didn't want to exceed his place and disrupt the balance by meddling in other people's matters. He very carefully kept a certain distance away from Captain Li Xian. His voice was oftentimes even less heard than the regular team members during a match. But now, this vice-captain had done what he rarely ever did. He spoke. Let alone Yang Haoxuan, even the others felt a shiver in surprise. Focus on Su Muqing. Don't bother with anything else. Wu Yu said with unwavering certainty. Yang Haoxuan tensed up. He looked upwards with practically zero thought behind it and saw dancing rain aiming at a target from the edge of the watchtower. Yang Haoxuan didn't even think and shot a laser beam towards her. An involuntary action was the fastest. Yang Haoxuan lifting up his head and laser beam was practically simultaneous because he had done it without any thinking at all. When Su Muqing saw translucent look towards her, she didn't think the attack would be so fast. Laser beam speed was extremely fast too, flashing in front of her in the blink of an eye. Even if Su Muqing wanted to dodge, it was too late. The laser beam struck her ferociously, pushing her off the watchtower. Beautiful! Their captain Li Xian was busy, but he took the time to praise Yang Haoxuan. Picking Yang Haoxuan to counter Su Muqing was proof of his capabilities. Everyone approved of him. The problem was that he lacked the courage and confidence to face Su Muqing. Su Muqing was said to be Li Xian's and Wu Yu's nemesis, and when they faced Su Muqing, they cowered at times. How could the other players not show fear for Su Muqing in this kind of atmosphere? What's more, Yang Haoshuan was a launcher, while Su Muqing was an all-star launcher. All-stars were chosen out of popular vote, but where did popularity come from? The foundation came from skill, so it was also a form of recognition towards a player's skill. Thus, Yang Haoshuan always felt like he couldn't compare to Su Muqing. That was in addition to Team Void's atmosphere. Putting him to face Su Muqing? Not having confidence or courage couldn't entirely be blamed on him. So the team tried to encourage him. When they saw this attack, their team captain immediately went out of his way to praise him. Sure enough, this laser beam woke up Yang Haoshuan. Even though it didn't instantly make him feel like he was invincible, he had to do what he needed to do. His mind suddenly cleared up. Wu Yu's roared at him to focus on Su Muqing on nothing else, but this was just to point out how important it was. How could pro players only single-mindedly work on one task? As a result, the instant dancing rain was blasted away. Translucent shifted his attention back to the other battles, providing support for his team. From time to time, he would pay attention to Dancing Rain. Dancing Rain was pushed out of the watchtower, but Su Muqing reacted extremely fast. She fired several cannon shots to counteract the knockback from the laser beam and slow her descent. Then, she used the launcher's rotor wing, putting her back on top of the watchtower. In Glory, character skill trees could be reset as long as you spent the money. Normal players might try to avoid doing so to save money, but pro teams wouldn't care about this bit of money. Whether it was to test out new skill setups or picking skills specifically to counter opponents, resetting skill trees was a common practice. Sometimes, it was possible to make surprising changes to one's playstyle. Li Xian's Crying Devil was as Phantom Demon, but it wasn't like he had never reset his points and reallocated it as a Sword Demon. This sort of situation wouldn't happen too often though. After all, his Phantom Demon was his best character. Su Muqing had probably reset her skills to learn Rotor Wing specifically for this match. As Yang Haoshuan guessed, Translucent's cannon once again aimed towards the air. Chapter 12:30. Caution at the end. Boom! The missiles flew out from the chamber and towards Dancing Rain, who was on top of the watchtower. Fighting with the lower ground was very difficult, and many skills couldn't even be used. For example, heat-seeking missiles would never be able to get so high and stingers couldn't be launched so far either, otherwise these AoE attacks would easily send Dancing Rain toppling from her perch. Yang Haoshuan, with the lower ground, was at a disadvantage. However, right now, his helplessness from before had been completely swept away, his attacks determined and confident, his aim precise. 3 anti-tank missiles were shot towards Dancing Rain's landing point. Boom boom boom. The 3 missiles exploded on the side of the watchtower just as Dancing Rain was landing. Dancing Rain, still airborne, couldn't dodge so far. The force from the 3 consecutive explosions threw Dancing Rain even higher. Su Muqing hurriedly had Dancing Rain carefully bring her cannon muzzle around. She had to adjust Dancing Rain so that she could still remain on the watchtower when she landed. As expected of Su Muqing, Yang Haoshuan fell into awe at Su Muqing's mechanical skill, but he didn't plan on just admiring it. Translucent took out a Gatling gun with a swish to follow up with another attack to the airborne Dancing Rain and send her completely off the watchtower. Currently, her rotor wings wastened cooldown, so there was no way she could fly back up. Wootatatatatata. The sound of bullets came rapidly. The frequency was so high that it was a little unbelievable. The RPM of this skill depended on equipment stats, not mechanics. Such high RPM meant that this couldn't be a skill from Translucent. Tatatatata. The bullets formed a line, shooting out from under the watchtower. On the other end of the line was Translucent's left hand, which was holding his gun. Thud thud thud. With sound of bullets hitting flesh, blood splashed everywhere. Translucent's left hand wasn't really blasted into smithereens, but it still couldn't take the momentum. Immediately, the bullets he was shooting into the air went off target. Damn it! Li Xian was depressed, cursing. Yang Haoshuan had already done very well. His amazing performance had almost succeeded in throwing Dancing Rain off from the watchtower, yet this time, it was Li Xian and co who failed. In this most crucial time, they didn't give Yang Haoshuan the support he needed, allowing Lord Grimm to destroy Translucent's offensive, with the exact same skill. There was only one chance. Under Su Muqing's precise manipulation, Dancing Rain landed accurately back onto the watchtower. You should never neglect my presence. Yishio pointed out methodically but sarcastically. It was clear that the opening Void had given him this time was far too big. Yes, too big. Void's members were so focused on the trouble Su Muqing was giving them that they had forgotten Su Muqing was always only ever a supporting character, and the person she was supporting was the true core of the team. Yishu? They had somehow forgotten Yishio and given the opponent's core player such a large opening. This mistake meant that Void had to suffer the terrible consequences. Dancing Rain, back on the watchtower, immediately threw out a stinger. The stingers rained down like flower petals thrown by a goddess, and then Gatling gun swept over them wildly, creating small pits in the ground. Yang Haoshuan's Translucent dodged around with his heavy cannon, flowers of blood occasionally blooming on his body. Not grasping the chance meant an even worse blow. Under Dancing Rain's cover, Happy focused everything onto a fence. Tang Ru's soft mist broke right through the ghost duo's slash and boundary, beginning a direct conversation with Crying Devil. Wu Yu's carved ghost wanted to come to the other's support, but Crying Devil suddenly vanished from sight, Lord Grimm clocking the way with his umbrella. Ji Saijie suddenly felt that this was a good chance, hurling a sealing talisman towards the myriad manifestations umbrella. However, that was when he saw a message pop up in the chat, "Boss, careful." A brick smacked the back of his head and Blue Exorcist was stunned. At the same time, Li Zun's ghost lantern was blown flying by a flash burst. Li Zun had wanted to sneak attack Boundless Sea, but Fang Rui was the master of this kind of dirty play. Noticing Li Zun's intentions, Fang Rui had purposefully given the other an opening. Li Zun's ghost lantern had came over all delighted, but went back, ridden with internal injuries. Void's formation had been completely ruined, and the result was clear. Happy took advantage of the chaos Void had been thrown into, switching targets several times, and giving each member of Void a warm greeting. This made Void depressed. Happy, with the absolute advantage, didn't rush and hurry to get rid of a single opponent first, but open-fired on all of Void. If they focused their attacks and wiped out one of Void's members, then their healer would be forced to switch in. They wouldn't know what would happen in that short period of 4v5, but so long as they endured until their healer came, then they'd fight a 5v5 with a healer and have a chance to turn things around, even if they might be one character short. But now, Happy launching an attack on everyone in Void's team cruelly deprived them of this unknown chance. Void knew that they couldn't let Happy chip away at them like this, but apart from Yang Haoshuan's Translucent, none of the others had much of a chance to escape. Yang Haoshuan was trying to deal with Dancing Rain supporting fire from above. After Wu Yu's had yelled at him, he had found his courage and was performing exceptionally well. They really couldn't have him leave to switch out with the healer. They had to risk it. That was when Li Zun suddenly activated Life-Risking Strike. With how much of a mess Void was right now, there was no way to give him support and increase his chances of success. Under these circumstances, Li Zun still used this skill. Everyone immediately realized what he was doing. He was sacrificing himself. If he managed to hit, then that would be amazing for their team. If he didn't, then Ghost Lantern, with only a sliver of life left, would soon make a noble sacrifice and their healer would be switched in. As for ignoring Ghost Lantern and purposefully keeping him alive, that wasn't possible. If they kept a character they didn't dare get close to alive, then that would be equal to giving themselves a huge handicap. If Happy did decide to do that, then that would be like deciding to kill their own characters. The situation ended up going in the most predictable direction. Li Zun's Life-Risking Strike didn't hit and Ghost Lantern was immediately killed. Void's healer, Tang Lishenji's Paladin, Spirit Guardian, was switched in from the closest support zone, hurrying over. However, in this short time, Happy switched tactics. They began to focus all their attacks onto one person. Could they manage to wipe out one of Void's players before their healer arrived? This became the deciding factor, and everyone watched with wide eyes. Void's core Ghost Blade duo weren't very tanky. Ghost Blades utilized the power of the Ghost God to fight, finding their strengths in spirit and intelligence, then strength, then vitality. Then, their armor was cloth armor. Against physical damage, Ghost Blades weren't much better than Elementalists and others. At the same time, the Ghost duo's Wuchuan was a very headstrong and forceful fighter. In this moment, his playstyle had been grasped by Happy, and they immediately caught Carved Ghost and began to beat the other down. Void was practically going crazy, trying to save him. However, Happy clearly didn't plan on switching tactics now. In the end, Carved Ghost was finally caught by Steamed Bun Invasion's strangle and thrown against the wall of the watchtower, allowing Happy to put everything into destroying him. During their offensive, Yishio's Lord Grimm's presence once again shone through. Though it might be weak, it was better than nothing. The unspecialized Lord Grimm was able to provide an important healing role. Void had realized that upon seeing Happy's no-healer arrangement. They had realized, but they couldn't do anything against it. It wasn't like they could change Lord Grimm's skill build. In crucial moments, the few tricks Lord Grimm had was enough to help Happy stabilize the situation. Wuchuan's Carved Ghost eventually fell against the wall. Tanglishing's Spirit Guardian ended up being just one step too late. 6v4, currently a 5v4 on the field. Void didn't want to give up though. Spirit Guardian healed the remaining 3 characters like crazy. Void was planning to make a final charge. And then, Happy dispersed. Yes, even Dancing Rain, on the watchtower, jumped down of her own volition, using her cannon to adjust her position in the air, gliding down smoothly. Happy, who had the advantage, could retreat with ease, and at the drop of a hat. Speaking of which, wasn't the direction they were retreating in the direction of the support zone on that end? Seeing Void's healer arrive, Happy decided to not rush things and ran off to get their healer on the field, too. They really weren't planning on giving Void a single chance. At the start, Happy had thrown their healer away to get to the best positions quicker. Very brave, very crazy. Yet, after getting the absolute advantage, Happy became cautious again. They, who were 2 people ahead of Void, went back to get their own healer. Void couldn't stop the retreating Happy, chasing after them as the shadow of defeat grew within their hearts. When Happy got to the support zone, Steamed Bun Invasion switched out for Little Cold Hands. Then, when they turned back to continue, Void's spirit had pretty much died. The battle ended quickly. 10-0. The audience erupted. Another 10-0. Happy really did it. After completing a 10-0 against Misty Rain, this time, they got another 10-0 against Void. Who would doubt Happy's strength now? If they did, they were probably blind. 10-0 after 10-0 couldn't be luck speaking. The Happy supporters in the venue cheered wildly, raising an open palm hand into the air, waving. 5. Their open palms represented the number 5. 5 times. This was the number of 10-0s that Happy had achieved so far. Such a flawless record was something that many powerhouses couldn't boast having. Currently, Happy was the only one, right? Just as Happy's fans were excitedly confirming this with each other, a shocking piece of news came from another finished battlefield. Team Samsara, having also achieved a flawless victory against Team Heavenly Swords, had obtained their 5th 10-0 of the season as well. With the thought that one of these 10-0s were won from Happy, everyone immediately felt that this was exceptionally annoying. Their archenemy. Many people had this thought. Chapter 1231. Round 14 finished. The antagonizing glares from Happy's supporters shifted straight towards Samsara. From this, it could be seen just how powerful an existence Happy was in their hearts, and Happy's recent performances on the point rankings lived up to these hopes. After losing to Tiny Herb in round 8, Happy began their win streak. Starting from round 9 until the recently completed round 14, Happy had won 6 rounds in a row. For if Happy's 6 perfect 10-0s had taken place within these 6 rounds, and their other 2 9-1 wins were domineering enough too. During these 6 rounds, Samsara had achieved 3 10-0s, 2 9-1s, and 1 8-2. Comparing their total points gained in these 6 rounds, Happy actually beat Samsara by 2 points. It was needless to say the other teams as well. Happy had unexpectedly taken the lead in the alliance. Let alone Happy's fans, no one would take Happy lightly. Those who had hoped for Happy to fall couldn't help but feel nervous. Happy's achievements were too far off from their expectations. After round 14, Happy had taken another 10 points, moving up 1 place in the rankings with 89 total points and stepping down on 100 Blossoms, who had been in 7th. More importantly, outside of the playoff zone, Happy now led the 9th place Void by 10 points. Team Void was very disappointed. The thought of Happy suddenly being 10 points ahead of them, despite having the same points just the round before, had never crossed their minds. They couldn't blame any one person. In fact, over the course of the match, there had been no lack of highlights, matching vulgar post-match comment, "We performed well, but our opponents performed better." To be more specific, Void's longtime nemesis, Sumuching, was as domineering as ever, giving Void a huge headache. This was practically something that Void had never found a good solution to in their many years of existence. Then, there were the team competition strategies. Happy took a huge risk but succeeded with a beautiful opening, while their carefulness at the end thoroughly destroyed any last thoughts from Void. They had utilized their home map advantage extremely well. We lost to Happy. I can only say that this isn't the end. I look forward to our next match together, Team Void's Li Xian said, concluding Void's post-match press conference. Happy vs Void, a clean sweep. Samsara vs Heavenly Swords was an even cleaner one. In this round, Tiny Herb, Blue Rain, and Tyranny, the traditional 3 powerhouses, ended their matches 9-1 against opponents much weaker than them. Apart from them, Misty Rain beat 100 Blossom 7-3 after losing to both Void and Happy in round 12 and round 13. Even so, 100 Blossom still held on to 8th with a total of 83 points, just inside the playoff zone. On the other hand, despite winning this round, Misty Rain's 4 consecutive losses had lost them a lot of points. Misty Rain was still 10 points behind 100 Blossoms, sitting at 11th with 73 points. Their hopes for playoffs were becoming dimmer and dimmer. It seemed to be proof that their unconventional playstyle didn't work in the pro scene. Between the 11th place Misty Rain and the 9th place Void was Team 301, who lost 3-7 in their away game versus Miracle. Team Miracle was currently at 14th place with 50 points. If not for the other new Team Happy being so demonic, they would have certainly received much more attention. Up until now, as a newly joined team, Miracle was doing very well. They just happened to catch a good opportunity and fished up 3 experienced excellent era players. Their original lineup wasn't without its bright spots either. Guo Xiao had received quite a bit of attention, especially out of all the new rookies this season. Royal Style, who had previously been strong contenders for the playoffs, had thoroughly fallen. They had been beaten by Tiny Herb 9-1 this round and were currently in 12th place. Their position on the rankings didn't seem that bad, but what about their total points? With a total of 58 points, they were 15 points away from the 11th place Misty Rain, let alone the points difference between 8th. Team Royal Style had been a team that had contended with Team Excellent in the finals of the Season 1 championships, but now they had fallen to such a level. But then again, the former 3-time championship winners, Excellent Era, had been relegated and disbanded. In comparison, Royal Style was doing much better, at least they were far away from the relegation teams. The 2 relegation teams, Bright Green and Seaside, had 27 and 23 points. The third to last place team Radiant had 41 points. Their fate seemed to have already been decided. Seaside wasn't too surprising. These past few years, they had always been struggling in and out of the relegation zone. However, Seaside used to have an all-star player and character on their team. They had never swam in the playoffs, but they had been a solid mid-tier team. Zhao Yang retired, and Boundless Sea was sold. They had been mourned for a time. Seaside hadn't given up though. They could only respect Zhao Yang's decision to retire, but for Boundless Sea, they knew that as a mid-tier team, raising an all-star level character as well as a suitable player was a big burden. And just a single all-star was no longer enough to carry the team in the increasingly competitive alliance. A god like Juzukai was someone who could only be chanced upon. What's more, Juzukai had a team of skilled teammates supporting him before winning the championships. In order to further solidify their dominance, Samsara even added in Sun Slong and one Autumn Leaf to their roster. Seaside's resources were limited. Pouring in their resources for a luxury like an all-star was something they couldn't support. Selling Boundless Sea had been a show of their decision to walk a more steady path of improving the strength of the team as a whole. Hope is beautiful, but from the looks of it, Seaside hadn't really improved. In these 14 rounds, they had even lost to Bright Green, their brother who was just as bad as them and sitting at 23 points. The post-match press conferences for these two terrible teams were cold and deserted. The remaining reporters who stayed had great opportunities to ask whatever they wanted. Did Team Seaside have any plans? When a reporter asked this question, Seaside's captain, Zhong Lindao, showed an expression of perplexion, mumbling and faltering through it without actually saying anything. Compared to these departing weak teams, the fans paid more attention to those fighting for the championship throne. The most watched match this round was Wind Howl vs Thunderclap. The Alliance also chose to broadcast this match. In the end, Thunderclap continued with their steadiness in the team competition, winning 6-4. Thunderclap relied on their 5 points from their team competition victory to steal the win from Wind Howl. At the end of the match, their cameras zoomed in one Team Wind Howl's team captain Tang Hao, kicking a bottle of water away as he returned to his seat. Anyone could see that Tang Hao was unhappy with this match. 2 points in the individual competition and 2 points from the group arena, giving them a 4-1 advantage. Wind Howl went into the team competition in high spirits, but in their home game, Wind Howl was downed with their tails behind their legs against Thunderclap. Did Thunderclap have all-stars? Xiao Shiqin was obviously considered one, but in the group arena, he didn't win against Tang Hao. There was no one in Thunderclap who Tang Hao cared about, yet in the team competition, this group of nobodies crushed them in the map that their Wind Howl had chosen. This is a disgrace. In the post-match press conference, Tang Hao fully expressed his dissatisfaction. He didn't point his fingers at anyone, but rather his discontent towards his team as a whole for losing to Thunderclap. Even if Thunderclap was at third place, in Tang Hao's eyes, Thunderclap wasn't a strong team. If a loss like this happens again, I really don't know what we'll have to fight in the championships, Tang Hao said. Becoming the champions was Tang Hao's goal and Team Wind Howl's goal. They weren't satisfied with just being frequent playoff visitors. But this season, Wind Howl's performances had been inconsistent. Their momentum this season couldn't even compare to last season's. After 13 rounds, they were only at 6th with 86 points. Although they weren't far from the other teams above them apart from Samsara, this wasn't enough for Tang Hao. Even in the regular season, he hoped to reach the same heights as Samsara. But after 14 rounds, Samsara had 123 points, while Wind Howl had 90 points, a difference of 33 points. Samsara was supposed to be their only opponents. Thunderclap? How could a sudden upstart stop Wind Howl's advance? But Thunderclap really did stop them. How could Tang Hao not be unhappy? After 14 rounds, although Happy's recent 6-round point total surpassed even Samsara's, Samsara still stood far above in the rankings with 123 points. Even the second-place Blue Rain was only at 99 points, an entirely different tier than Samsara. What was even more terrifying was that Samsara had gone through a devilish schedule in the early parts of the season. The teams that could threaten them had already fallen under their hands. Their upcoming opponents might try to study them, but the disparity in strength would only result in them giving their points to Samsara as expected. It was hard for people to think that these teams could drag down Samsara. The suspense for this season was ending too fast, no? Much of the media, players, and commentators expressed similar thoughts. Samsara's advance could not be stopped. There seemed to be no saving Bright Green and Seaside either. Those spots could be considered as locked into position. Then, next up, the only thing left to look at were the spots for the playoffs. 301, Void, Misty Rain, these three teams were outside the playoff zone, but they were still on the offense. These three teams are going to need to work hard. The people silently praised. If these three teams didn't put in more effort and make some chaos in the playoff zone, this season's regular season would be too boring. Chapter 12:32. Round 15. After round 14 ended, numerous reports and commentary appeared over the next 2 days. Scenes such as Tang Hao kicking a water bottle after a match were also reported, but those didn't make the headlines. Tang Hao had yet to reach the point where he could lose but still be the central character. The headlines sung for the winners. Happy's fifth 10-0, Thunderclap's team competition record, and Samsara's fifth 10-0 would not be neglected. 123 points in 14 rounds, leading the second-place team by 24 points, these were absolutely ridiculous achievements. This dominance cemented their place as the true central characters this season. Even though there was competition, the esports home's headlines displayed Samsara's 10-0. Happy would have to give way. Even Thunderclap's team competition record was inferior in front of Samsara. Team Samsara had won all 14 matches, while Thunderclap had lost to Royal Style in round 9. Thunderclap was one missing from a perfect win streak, a pity. The headlines gave more than enough respect towards the bellwether, but the detailed discussion consisted more of Happy and Thunderclap. After all, Samsara's perfect win had been against Heavenly Swords. To everyone, this win should be easy as pie without any worries of losing. What was there to talk about? However, Happy and Thunderclap were different. Happy had a perfect win over Void, while Thunderclap made a comeback against Wind Howl. Those matches had high-level content to talk about. After discussing these two teams' performances this round, everyone agreed by chance that how long their momentum would continue for would be something to pay attention to. Next round, Happy would be challenging lightly in their away game, while Thunderclap would be welcoming Misty Rain in their home game. No one questioned Happy's strength anymore. Facing the 16th place 46-point lightly, victory seemed to be theirs already. People were simply wondering whether Happy would be able to pull off another 10-0. As for Thunderclap versus Misty Rain, given Misty Rain's recent ups and downs, as well as their questionable unconventional play style, Misty Rain would be facing Thunderclap, who excelled at the team competition. Very few people had hopes for Misty Rain. In fact, more people were looking towards the round after, round 16, because Happy and Thunderclap, these two teams that had given them the most surprises this season, would be facing against each other in Happy's home game. Get out of the way, round 15. Quite a few people had these sorts of thoughts. But time couldn't be skipped. Each round needed to be played one at a time. Round 15 couldn't just pass by in the blink of an eye. On the 13th of December, round 15 began on schedule, and the broadcast chose 100 Blossoms welcoming Void as the highlight match. In the end, 100 Blossoms barely beat Void 6-4. There were no changes in their placings on the rankings. 8th place and 9th place were neighbors, but the difference between them were night and day. A rather surprising result this round was Blue Rain losing 4-6 to Parade in their away game. Blue Rain had a huge lead after the individual rounds, but unexpectedly lost in the team competition. With this loss, Blue Rain instantly slid down from 2nd to 5th. And right below Blue Rain was Happy, who had advanced another place once again this round. Happy won their away game against Lightly 9-1, everyone felt that it was a pity they couldn't get one more point for a 10-0. Coincidentally, Samsara also got a 9-1, although their opponents were 301. Tyranny and Tiny Herb won 8-2 against their mediocre opponents. Another surprising result was Wind Howl, who had the situations reversed by Thunderclap last round, once again stumbled, losing their home game against Royal Style 7-3. This time, Tang Hao didn't kick a water bottle, but in the post-match press conference, he didn't even show up. His attitude showed just how unhappy he was with Wind Howl's recent performances. Wind Howl had lost 3 rounds in a row, and their placings were dropping. Right now, they were at 7th place, lower than Happy by 5 points. But to be fair, Wind Howl's opponents these 3 rounds had been 100 Blossoms, Thunderclap, and Royal Style, all fairly strong opponents. With the team competition's 5 points lost in each of those rounds, Wind Howl had obtained 3, 4, and 3 points. With Liu Hao's skillful response, Wind Howl's captain Tang Hao's attitude after 3 consecutive losses didn't garner any particular attention. When the press conference ended, Wind Howl's PR team gave Liu Hao a huge thumbs up and started chatting with this newly appointed Wind Howl vice-captain. This was the scene for Wind Howl, but how about Blue Rain, who had been upset? Blue Rain's performance in the early season had been quite strong. Apart from their loss to Samsara 3-7 in their away game, whether it was Tiny Herb, Tyranny, or Wind Howl, they always had the last laugh. But after the early season, Blue Rain was a team whose honeymoon had clearly ended. In round 11, they lost to 100 Blossoms 3-7 in their away game. In round 12, they had a beautiful 5-0 lead in their home game, but Thunderclap won the team competition to even it up 5-5. In round 13, they were knocked down by Royal Style 4-6 in their away game. In round 14, Blue Rain unexpectedly lost to Parade. From their performances these few rounds, Blue Rain had stayed at second place. It could be seen just how strong Blue Rain's opening in the early season was. However, in an instant, this 24-point difference disappeared. After the end of round 15, Blue Rain dropped 3 places from second to 5th. They were now only 5 points away from Happy, who was in 6th, 5 points. In Glory, this could be a difference of just a single round. Blue Rain's decline wasn't just this past match, but rather during this phase. However, no one had been so frustrated to the extent of kicking a water bottle like Tang Hao. In their post-match press conferences, their captain and core replied calmly to the reporters' questions as always. Where did Team Blue Rain's problems lie? This was what everyone was wondering. I think it's just a matter of bad luck, Team Blue Rain's captain, Yu Wenju, smiled. If we keep saving up all the good luck like this, then I think it'll be a good thing when the playoffs come around. Yu Wenju continued. Saving up luck. The reporters didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This was a completely unscientific explanation. However, speaking of playoffs, Blue Rain's recent performances had truly started to worry people about their playoff spot. They never directly said that they would definitely win. They just gently took out the word playoffs as if it were as simple as eating food. This was also a form of confidence. Chapter 1233. Thunderclap's Secret Weapon. After the early season ended, all sorts of twists and turns started appearing. Blue Rain, Wind Howl, Misty Rain, and Void, these powerhouses all experienced different degrees of setbacks. In comparison, Tyranny, who had a disappointing start, stayed firm in this smoke-filled battlefield. Tyranny had only obtained 47 points in the first 8 rounds, tying with 100 Blossoms for 7th and 8th place, right at the edge of the playoff zone. But in their next 7 rounds, Tyranny obtained 58 points. Not only did their performance not decline, it went up. Of course, a part of that was because Tyranny's opponents weren't that strong. However, facing these mediocre opponents, Tyranny won quite a few 10-0s and 9-1s. The points they should have gotten were gotten. That was the sort of air they gave off. On the rankings, they had quietly climbed to 3rd place. Placed ahead of them was Tiny Herb with 106 points. They had the same consistency as Tyranny, rarely losing points against weak teams. However, against strong teams, Tiny Herb faltered. The other top 5 teams, Samsara, Blue Rain, Tyranny, Thunderclap, could bump into Tiny Herb in the regular season, the playoffs, or the finals. But in these 15 rounds, Tiny Herb always lost to these 4 teams, whether it was their home or away game. If you said that Tiny Herb's strength didn't belong there, then that would be false. If you looked closely, you would see that in these 4 rounds, the final point tally was always 4-6. This meant that Tiny Herb always won 2 individual competition rounds and the group arena, but lost in the team competition. If Tiny Herb had won the team competition, their matches against these 4 teams would have been 9-1. Team competition. Tiny Herb's weakness seemed to be obvious. It looked like there was something stopping them in the team competition, stopping them from beating the top teams. From the statistics, people discovered another surprising fact. Tiny Herb had yet to lose a group arena. Even in their 2-8 match against Void, their points had been through the group arena. Apart from Tiny Herb, no one else had achieved such a feat this season. The strengths and weaknesses of many teams had been exposed. While everyone was discussing these enthusiastically, they could not ignore Happy's existence. Samsara had never lost the team competition, Tiny Herb had never lost the group arena. As for Happy, one person had never lost an individual round. Yishio. He had retired, returned, and then switched classes, but his performances on stage were as eye-catching as ever. After getting swept 0-10 in round 1 against Samsara, Yishio started playing in the individual competition, becoming a stabilizing piece for Happy. From then on, no matter if it was a loss, this 1 point had never left Happy's pockets. Before, Yishio had always stayed hidden, never appearing on camera. After returning to the scene, even though he wasn't particularly great for the media, he at least didn't completely avoid them, though it was hard to say if that was a curse or a blessing. Another week quickly passed, and 12/20 welcomed the Glory Pro League 16th round. The most hyped match was Happy vs Thunderclap. The two most surprising teams this season were chosen without question as the highlight match. Thunderclap was in 4th place with 104 points, while Happy was in 6th place with 98 points, a difference of only 6 points. This round was Happy's home game. If they did a good job, they could pass Thunderclap in just one round. But if they wanted to do a good job, beating Thunderclap in the team competition was necessary. Up until now, Thunderclap had only lost to Royal Style in the team competition. In all of their other matches, they always won the team competition. Even down 5-0, they had won, tying the score. And the team they had tied was Team Blue Rain, who had the master tactician, Yu Wenju. Just how mysterious were Thunderclap's team tactics? Many people were curious and had even studied this issue. At the moment, opinions differed, and when Xiao Shiqin was interviewed, he simply smiled and gave 3 words as a reply: believe in yourself. What was that supposed to mean? Was that his philosophy? Was that the way to a psychological win? Not many approved of his reply, so everyone continued to analyze Thunderclap's mysterious tactics. Confrontations between master tacticians were always the best research material, so this match would bring in more valuable data. Happy's Yishio may be the current 1v1 king with a 14-round win streak, but don't forget that this old general was also one of the 4 master tacticians. You guys are doing well. Back at you. After a quick greeting, the two teams went to their own sides. As the two most surprising teams this season, each knew how the other felt. Thunderclap's captain, Xiao Shiqin, could be considered as having the deepest impression of Happy before the season. He had fought against Happy in a bitter struggle in the Challenger League. In particular, the group arena 1v3 had nearly killed Happy's heart, but in the end, Happy was the one to have the last laugh. Excellent Era lost in the Challenger League finals, and Xiao Shiqin, who had risked everything to run to the Challenger League in hopes of a better future, looked like an idiot. There had been no lack of mockery thrown at him. Xiao Shiqin should hate Happy very much, no? This was also a popular pre-match topic. As a result, as soon as the broadcast started, the camera zoomed in on Xiao Shiqin, hoping to catch something, especially during the greetings between the two teams on stage before the match. The camera spent nearly 70% of the time focused on Xiao Shiqin's face. When Xiao Shiqin shook Yishio's hands, the cameras locked tightly onto him. The crowd fixed their eyes on his expression and held their breath. Murderous spirit. Let's see some murderous spirit. The drama-loving people hoped to see some sparks. But all they saw a very normal and warm smile. He's hiding it well. The drama-loving people didn't believe that Xiao Shiqin bore no hatred towards Happy. Since they couldn't see any murderous spirit on him, that must mean Xiao Shiqin was hiding it. Afterwards, even when Xiao Shiqin was just wiping his glasses, his actions were interpreted in all sorts of ways. It was like everyone suddenly became body language experts. The individual competition began, and Happy's first player would be Yishio again. Everyone knew that Yishio always went out first. In that case, it was easy to come up with a strategic plan to counter him. But did that matter? Yishio's 14 consecutive wins was the best answer. It didn't matter. Even if you knew Yishio would be the first player sent up and prepared a countermeasure, it was no use. The winner would still be Yishio. Was that because the ace players defended the group arena for those 2 points instead of 1? These were some people's opinions, and it was a valid reason. However, arranging the lineups was up to every team. If you're going to send your ace player for the group arena, then who are you to blame for not getting that 1 point in an individual round? This sort of perspective had a bit of sour grapes feeling to it. As for Thunderclap, who would they send? Thunderclap performed spectacularly in team competitions, but in the individual competition and group arena, their performances weren't too noteworthy. Apart from Xiao Shiqin, no one else in their team was particularly eye-catching. They probably didn't have anyone for Yishio, right? A name popped onto the screen. Thunderclap's first player in the individual competition was Yuan. Not a sound could be heard. Everyone looked at Xiao Shiqin and then started whispering to each other. Yuan? Who was that? The crowd was discussing this question. The reporters were hastily looking at their data. On the broadcast, Pan Lin had been predicting who Thunderclap would send onto the stage, and when the answer was revealed, he said, so it's Yuan. After that came silence. He was also caught off guard. Who the fuck was this? Yuan, a new rookie this season. Li Yibor was flipping through his data as he said earnestly. He had in the end, nothing can trouble this senior look on his face. Before, it seems like. Pan Lin was also looking through his data, he's never appeared on stage before. He finally confirmed it. Yes, Li Yibor said. But this round, facing Happy and the 1v1 King Yishio, Thunderclap sent him up. Pan Lin's voice started rising. Yes. Why? Could he be a secret weapon? Pan Lin said. The camera zoomed in onto this rookie, who was pulled aside by Captain Xiao Shiqin. The two people looked in one direction. The camera followed their line of sight to Yishio. Xiao Shiqin is personally giving him instructions. What has he come up with to beat Yishio? Yes, let's look at Yuan. His class? Assassin. Could he be looking for a one-hit kill? Pan Lin started displaying his imagination. Xiao Shiqin finally finished talking with Yuan. The young player stepped onto his first match on stage. This was truly an amazing first appearance on stage. The broadcast gave him quite a few close-ups. Everyone instantly took note of this new Thunderclap rookie. He was the secret weapon prepared for Yishio. Everyone thought to themselves. They sucked in a deep breath of air and looked forward to the match. After 3 minutes 42 seconds, Yuan returned to his seat. Accounting for about 2 minutes to walk to his player booth and then about 1 minute to walk back to his seat, this match took precisely 58 seconds, not even a minute. Yuan lost. There were no hidden killing moves nor a one-hit kill. The two players loaded into the small 1v1 map chosen by Yishio and then quickly came across each other. Ping ping pong pong, Yuan's assassin died. Secret weapon? A super killing move? The entire world wanted to laugh. Chapter 1234. Calm individual rounds. Commentating Happy's matches is truly filled with opportunities and challenges. Pan Lin sighed endlessly. There never seemed to be a lack of topics, and it was always full of traps. Of course, this time, it wasn't Happy's fault. Yuan was from Thunderclap. However, Thunderclap's opponent was Happy, so Pan Lin's first thought was to focus on Happy. Fortunately, Pan Lin's remark had only been a hopeful guess, not a serious analysis, so it didn't result in too embarrassing of a situation. Pan Lin could already feel a premonition creeping into his heart though. The broadcast still gave Mi Xiaoyuan more than enough camera time. Losing an individual round in less than a minute was very embarrassing for a pro player. But when the cameras locked onto Mi Xiaoyuan, he looked calm. After he returned to his seat, the entire Thunderclap team even stood up and clapped their hands to welcome him. Dai Yanqi even rubbed Mi Xiaoyuan's head roughly as if she were a big sis, despite only being a third-year rookie. It looks like Thunderclap gave up on beating Yi Xiao, so they just sent up a rookie to gain some experience, Li Yibor carefully observed for a while before speaking up. I don't know how much experience a less than 1 minute loss is going to bring to a player, Pan Lin said. His words carried a slight sting to it. He clearly wasn't happy with Thunderclap's methodology. As for whether he was unhappy with Thunderclap's arrangements, or because Mi Xiaoyuan didn't turn out to be a secret weapon, no one knew. The match continued. Su Muqing went after Yi Xiao, while Thunderclap's Fang Shui went after Mi Xiaoyuan. Fang Shui was also an assassin. In the end, he was no match for Su Muqing, and Happy won yet another point. 2-0, the crowd riled up. Cries for another 10-0 started echoing around the stadium. But in the third match, Thunderclap unexpectedly sent Xiao Shiqin, while Happy sent Mo Fan. Xiao Shiqin was famed as a master tactician, but his 1v1 skills weren't weak. In Thunderclap, he was often the anchor for the group arena, but in today's match, he came out in the individual competition. What arrangements had Thunderclap made? Xiao Shiqin versus Mo Fan, these two have actually fought before in the Challenger League. At that time, it was in the group arena. Xiao Shiqin performed spectacularly that round, winning the group arena with a 1v3. Let's see how their rematch is going to turn out. Pan Lin set the backdrop for the match. The atmosphere that Pan Lin had drawn out for this match didn't end up appearing. Xiao Shiqin won with a steady lead against Mo Fan. Pan Lin and Li Yibor didn't know what to say. The match was so dull. What should have happened, happened. That was all there was to it. The emotions of the loser weren't as calm as the match. As Mo Fan walked down from the stage, he didn't have that usual expressionless face. His gaze had stopped on Xiao Shiqin. A clear pondering expression showed. After losing twice to the same person, Mo Fan was searching for where the issue lay. Even if there was a difference in strength, competition wasn't just about strength, it was about utilizing that strength. Seeing Mo Fan's attentive expression, Yi Xiao didn't say anything. Once you reached a certain level, improving depended more on yourself. After all, the only person who truly understands you is you yourself. Other people could only help give and clear the clouds. How to beat Xiao Shiqin? If Yi Xiao could instruct him on how to do it with just a few words, then pro players would be of little value. With the individual competition finished, Happy led 2-1. A 10-0 was impossible now, and the crowd appeared somewhat downcast. Happy's fans had been spoiled too much by Happy's crazy performances recently. If it wasn't a 10-0, they couldn't feel satisfied. Despite not being a powerhouse, Happy's fans had the same expectations as powerhouses. For the following group arena, Pan Lin and Li Yibor both believed that Happy had an advantage. After all, Thunderclap's players weren't very top-notch. Happy at the very least had Fang Rui as the anchor. In addition, while Tang Ru's image may have been destroyed, her explosiveness hadn't. If nothing surprising comes, Happy's chances should be fairly high. Li Yibor's cautiousness had already reached this point. He was too afraid to even use the word winning, only saying there are chances should be fairly high. Fairly high chances didn't mean he thought Happy would definitely win. Li Yibor was truly quite crafty. But in the group arena, no surprises came and Happy won. Pan Lin announced this expected outcome and discovered that he unexpectedly felt a bit bored. What's going on? Am I too used to being slapped by Happy? Am I masochist? Taking advantage of the long break between the team competition and group arena, Pan Lin did a deep self-reflection. In the meanwhile, the two teams were preparing for the following team competition. Something feels off, said Fang Rui. What is it? Yi Xiao said. I don't know. It's just a feeling, Fang Rui said. This senior also feels like something's off. It's too calm, Chen said.
It won't be for the team competition, Xiao said. Are you saying they've been saving up their strength?
Chen asked. Maybe not saving up strength, but in the individual rounds, their strength wasn't very impressive. However, to be so calm despite losing so many points means that they must be incomparably confident in the team competition.
Xiao said. Confidence in themselves? Could that actually be the reason for their dominance in the team competition?
Fang had evidently seen Xiao Shiqin's interview response about Thunderclap's performance this season. Without confidence, there will be a lot of choices that you'll be too afraid to make. The more confident you are, the more options you'll have, and the more variations there will be, Xiao said.
Are you talking about Xiao Shiqin?
He's always been confident, hey, Fang said. His confidence now isn't just in himself, Xiao said. Fang was starting to understand. The others were as well. Everyone subconsciously turned their heads to look at Thunderclap. It turned out that Thunderclap was also looking at them. The two sides made eye contact, and Xiao Shiqin gave them a friendly wave. This match is really lacking the gunpowder. This scene had also been grasped by the cameras, but the broadcast was currently playing ads, so Pan Lin could only say this to himself in private. If his mics were on, saying these words definitely wouldn't be good. He would have to comment on the friendly and peaceful relations between the two teams. This match isn't going to be easy. Everyone, focus. Let's start things slow, Xiao said. He obviously studied all of his opponents, studying the styles of the players and the team's tactical styles. However, Thunderclap, this strong team competition team, was truly difficult to deal with. Thunderclap was not like Samsara. Samsara's overwhelming momentum was inseparable from the strength of the individual players. The image of the battle god One Autumn Leaf was slowly being transformed. On Samsara, One Autumn Leaf was no longer that unrivaled one. There was another one beside him, Cloud Pisser. Many people had been worried about compatibility issues between Sun Srong and Samsara, but their worries never turned into a reality. And as a result, Samsara's incredible win record came about. Sun Srong and Juzakai were titled as the two number ones of this season. Two number ones pointed that the two best players had number one characters to go along with them. Possessing this powerful duo, Samsara was able to achieve this perfect win record. But Thunderclap? The individual rounds showed that their players weren't top of the pack. However, their team competition record had 14 wins. Why? Tactics. Thunderclap had always relied on tactics to win. However, their tactics had never brought them to such formidable heights. According to the current public opinions, if Thunderclap could continue their team competition win record, then the four master tacticians should be changed. Xiao Shiqin should be taken out and given an even greater title. After all, Yi Xiu, Yu Wenju, and Zhong Xinjie, whether it was now or before, the chips held in their hands were quite a bit stronger than Xiao Shiqin's. Their teams were similar to Samsara. All of them possessed top individual players. Yi Xiu, Yu Wenju, and Zhong Xinjie had fresh high-quality ingredients and had the skill to turn those ingredients into wonderful dishes. But Xiao Shiqin was someone who could take mediocre ingredients and turn them into just as, or perhaps even more delicious dishes. If one looked at it from this perspective, it was obvious who was superior. When these words came out, many agreed with this opinion. However, someone soon pointed out, last season, in the Challenger League, Yi Xiu had taken rotten food and then beat Xiao Shiqin, who had outstanding excellent era ingredients. What did that mean? As a result, the other side took this season and brought out Xiao Shiqin's matches against Yu Wenju and Zhong Xinjie. Thunderclap had won those team competitions. This was also a solid argument. The only remaining uncertainty was Yi Xiu. This time, the ingredients in Yi Xiu's hands were far better than his ingredients back in the Challenger League. The rookies had grown. Su Muqing and Fang had joined. The team now had two all-star characters, and the other characters had improved significantly as well. On the other hand, Thunderclap's roster dimmed in comparison to Suppression and Fang Rui. Their characters were more in line with the gradual step-by-step improvement from not-so-wealthy teams. Yishio's ingredients had vastly improved, while Xiao Shichin's ingredients had diminished in quality compared to Excellent Era. This time, what would the confrontation between the two sides be like? The start of the match was approaching, and the commentators focused their discussion of this round's team competition on this fight between two master tacticians. Whoever won would become the existence above the four master tacticians. Pan Lin didn't directly say these words, but many people thought of it. Everyone's eyes were focused on the screen as the match began. Update: we are done recruiting and no longer looking for more translators. Thank you to all the applicants who applied. The original message: hey guys, we're looking for more translators. It's getting busy for me, and it'll only get busier once the school year starts. My other translators haven't been translating either, because they're busy too, so it's pretty much me at the moment, and I can only keep up at most one day. If you're interested in translating TKA, please consider joining. Email me at nomiammi@gmail.com or PM me on Discord, NOMYummy number 7285, if you're interested. Thanks, NOM. Butterfly Blue. Chapter 1235. Calm individual rounds. Commentating Happy's matches is truly filled with opportunities and challenges. Pan Lin sighed endlessly. There never seemed to be a lack of topics, and it was always full of traps. Of course, this time, it wasn't Happy's fault. Wuchuan was from Thunderclap. However, Thunderclap's opponent was Happy, so Pan Lin's first thought was to focus on Happy. Fortunately, Pan Lin's remark had only been a hopeful guess, not a serious analysis, so it didn't result in too embarrassing of a situation. Pan Lin could already feel a premonition creeping into his heart though. The broadcast still gave Wuchuan more than enough camera time. Losing an individual round in less than a minute was very embarrassing for a pro player. But when the cameras locked onto Wuchuan, he looked calm. After he returned to his seat, the entire Thunderclap team even stood up and clapped their hands to welcome him. Dai Yanqi even rubbed Wuchuan's head roughly as if she were a big sis, despite only being a third-year rookie. It looks like Thunderclap gave up on beating Yishio, so they just sent up a rookie to gain some experience, Liebor carefully observed for a while before speaking up. I don't know how much experience a less than 1 minute loss is going to bring to a player, Pan Lin said. His words carried a slight sting to it. He clearly wasn't happy with Thunderclap's methodology. As for whether he was unhappy with Thunderclap's arrangements, or because Wuchuan didn't turn out to be a secret weapon, no one knew. The match continued. Suppression went after Yishio, while Thunderclap's Fang Shui went after Wuchuan. Fang Shui was also an assassin. In the end, he was no match for Suppression, and Happy won yet another point. 2-0, the crowd riled up. Cries for another 10-0 started echoing around the stadium. But in the third match, Thunderclap unexpectedly sent Xiao Shichin, while Happy sent Mo Fan. Xiao Shichin was famed as a master tactician, but his 1v1 skills weren't weak. In Thunderclap, he was often the anchor for the group arena, but in today's match, he came out in the individual competition. What arrangements had Thunderclap made? Xiao Shichin versus Mo Fan, these two have actually fought before in the Challenger League. At that time, it was in the group arena. Xiao Shichin performed spectacularly that round, winning the group arena with a 1v3. Let's see how their rematch is going to turn out. Pan Lin set the backdrop for the match. The atmosphere that Pan Lin had drawn out for this match didn't end up appearing. Xiao Shichin won with a steady lead against Mo Fan. Pan Lin and Liebor didn't know what to say. The match was so dull. What should have happened, happened. That was all there was to it. The emotions of the loser weren't as calm as the match. As Mo Fan walked down from the stage, he didn't have that usual expressionless face. His gaze had stopped on Xiao Shichin. A clear pondering expression showed. After losing twice to the same person, Mo Fan was searching for where the issue lay. Even if there was a difference in strength, competition wasn't just about strength, it was about utilizing that strength. Seeing Mo Fan's attentive expression, Wuchuan didn't say anything. Once you reached a certain level, improving depended more on yourself. After all, the only person who truly understands you is you yourself. Other people could only help give and clear the clouds. How to beat Suppression? If Wuchuan could instruct him on how to do it with just a few words, then pro players would be of little value. With the individual competition finished, Happy led 2-1. A 10-0 was impossible now, and the crowd appeared somewhat downcast. Happy's fans had been spoiled too much by Happy's crazy performances recently. If it wasn't a 10-0, they couldn't feel satisfied. Despite not being a powerhouse, Happy's fans had the same expectations as powerhouses. For the following group arena, Pan Lin and Liebor both believed that Happy had an advantage. After all, Thunderclap's players weren't very top-notch. Happy at the very least had Fang Rui as the anchor. In addition, while Tang Ru's image may have been destroyed, her explosiveness hadn't. If nothing surprising comes, Happy's chances should be fairly high. Liebor's cautiousness had already reached this point. He was too afraid to even use the word winning, only saying there are chances should be fairly high. Fairly high chances didn't mean he thought Happy would definitely win. Liebor was truly quite crafty. But in the group arena, no surprises came and Happy won. Pan Lin announced this expected outcome and discovered that he unexpectedly felt a bit bored. What's going on? Am I too used to being slapped by Happy? Am I masochist? Taking advantage of the long break between the team competition and group arena, Pan Lin did a deep self-reflection. In the meanwhile, the two teams were preparing for the following team competition. Something feels off, said Fang Rui. What is it? Wuchuan said. I don't know. It's just a feeling, Fang Rui said. This senior also feels like something's off. It's too calm, Chen said. It won't be for the team competition, Wuchuan said. Are you saying they've been saving up their strength? Chen asked. Maybe not saving up strength, but in the individual rounds, their strength wasn't very impressive. However, to be so calm despite losing so many points means that they must be incomparably confident in the team competition. Wuchuan said. Confidence in themselves? Could that actually be the reason for their dominance in the team competition? Fang Rui had evidently seen Suppression's interview response about Thunderclap's performance this season. Without confidence, there will be a lot of choices that you'll be too afraid to make. The more confident you are, the more options you'll have, and the more variations there will be, Wuchuan said. Are you talking about Suppression? He's always been confident, hey, Fang Rui said. His confidence now isn't just in himself, Wuchuan said. Fang Rui was starting to understand. The others were as well. Everyone subconsciously turned their heads to look at Thunderclap. It turned out that Thunderclap was also looking at them. The two sides made eye contact, and Suppression gave them a friendly wave. This match is really lacking the gunpowder. This scene had also been grasped by the cameras, but the broadcast was currently playing ads, so Pan Lin could only say this to himself in private. If his mics were on, saying these words definitely wouldn't be good. He would have to comment on the friendly and peaceful relations between the two teams. This match isn't going to be easy. Everyone, focus. Let's start things slow, Wuchuan said. He obviously studied all of his opponents, studying the styles of the players and the team's tactical styles. However, Thunderclap, this strong team competition team, was truly difficult to deal with. Thunderclap was not like Samsara. Samsara's overwhelming momentum was inseparable from the strength of the individual players. The image of the battle god One Autumn Leaf was slowly being transformed. On Samsara, One Autumn Leaf was no longer that unrivaled one. There was another one beside him, Cloud Pisser. Many people had been worried about compatibility issues between Sun Slong and Samsara, but their worries never turned into a reality. And as a result, Samsara's incredible win record came about. Sun Slong and Juzukai were titled as the two number ones of this season. Two number ones pointed that the two best players had number one characters to go along with them. Possessing this powerful duo, Samsara was able to achieve this perfect win record. But Thunderclap? The individual rounds showed that their players weren't top of the pack. However, their team competition record had 14 wins. Why? Tactics. Thunderclap had always relied on tactics to win. However, their tactics had never brought them to such formidable heights. According to the current public opinions, if Thunderclap could continue their team competition win record, then the 4 master tacticians should be changed. Xiao Shiqin should be taken out and given an even greater title. After all, Yi Xiu, Yu Wenju, and Zhong Xinjie, whether it was now or before, the chips held in their hands were quite a bit stronger than Xiao Shiqin's. Their teams were similar to Samsara. All of them possessed top individual players. It was like a chef cooking food. Yi Xiu, Yu Wenju, and Zhong Xinjie had fresh high-quality ingredients and had the skill to turn those ingredients into wonderful dishes. But Xiao Shiqin was someone who could take mediocre ingredients and turn them into just as, or perhaps even more delicious dishes. If one looked at it from this perspective, it was obvious who was superior. When these words came out, many agreed with this opinion. However, someone soon pointed out, last season, in the Challenger League, Yi Xiu had taken rotten food and then beat Xiao Shiqin, who had outstanding excellent era ingredients. What did that mean? As a result, the other side took this season and brought out Xiao Shiqin's matches against Yu Wenju and Zhong Xinjie. Thunderclap had won those team competitions. This was also a solid argument. The only remaining uncertainty was Yi Xiu. This time, the ingredients in Yi Xiu's hands were far better than his ingredients back in the Challenger League. The rookies had grown. Su Muqing and Fang Rui had joined. The team now had 2 all-star characters, and the other characters had improved significantly as well. On the other hand, Thunderclap's roster dimmed in comparison to Su Muqing and Fang Rui. Their characters were more in line with a gradual step-by-step improvement from not-so-wealthy teams. Yi Xiu's ingredients had vastly improved, while Xiao Shiqin's ingredients had diminished in quality compared to excellent era. This time, what would the confrontation between the two sides be like? The start of the match was approaching, and the commentators focused their discussion of this round's team competition on this fight between 2 master tacticians. Whoever won would become the existence above the 4 master tacticians. Pan Lin didn't directly say these words, but many people thought of it. Everyone's eyes were focused on the screen as the match began. Chapter 1236. Thunderclap's aggressive offense. The map was War Grasslands, a map divided by rocks and shrubs in a staircase-like arrangement. The spawn points were located on the northeast and southwest corner, and after each side crossed their 2-story high platforms, the 2 teams would meet on a field of grass. It was a map where the 2 spawn points were relatively close together, and it was often used by teams who liked rushing their opponents. The map restricted more tactical teams to a certain extent because of the close distance. If the offense was launched fast enough, the other side might not have time to set up any tactical formation. Pan Lin quickly introduced the map before the 2 teams loaded into the map. However, both Thunderclap and Happy were tactic-heavy teams. By choosing this map, who exactly was the one being restricted? The map had been chosen by Happy, and Pan Lin didn't dare try to guess what Happy was planning, so he simply stopped the subject there. After explaining the features of this match, he was done. As for why Happy chose the map, Pan Lin let the viewers guess. He himself wasn't going to open his mouth. Out of consideration, he also didn't toss this hot potato to Liebor. Liebor noticed his good intentions and gave Pan Lin a smile. A map suitable for a fast offense. As a result, as soon as the teams loaded in, the viewers looked at the 2 teams spawning, wanting to know which team would take the initiative. "We'll rush them." It was Thunderclap. Xiao Shiqin immediately gave the order. Everyone was surprised. Even though Pan Lin and Liebor weren't analyzing the situation out loud, anyone who understood glory would have their own thoughts. These 2 were just afraid of getting their faces slapped. They certainly had their own viewpoints in their mind. From their view, Happy had chosen this map, so the one to rush the opponent should be Happy. However, it was Thunderclap who decisively gave the order as soon as the match began. Thunderclap's players didn't have any objections towards their captain's orders. They immediately went into position and started moving as a whole. Thunderclap had spawned on the northeast corner. This map was split into 3-story platforms. 2 of these 6 3-story platforms made up the spawn points, while the other 4 were support zones, lined up symmetrically from east to west. The 2 starting points were linked to their respective east and west support zones by 2-story platforms. The 3-story support zones of the northeast corner and southeast corner were directly linked together by large slopes that met in a grassy area in the center. The 6 3-story high platforms were not directly connected to each other and could only be traveled to through 2-story or ground regions. As a result, the fighting often took place in these 2-story or ground-story regions. Thunderclap wanted to rush, so they didn't take a roundabout path. The team charged out from their 3-story high spawn point directly down towards the grasslands. How close were these spawn points? The answer could be seen right now. As soon as Thunderclap leaped down to the grasslands, they saw Happy also leaping down. The 2 sides could already see each other. "Yo, nice rush," Yishio typed in the public chat. "Same to you," Xiao Shiqin replied. "No, we're moving strategically," said Yishio. "That's a bit of stretch, don't you think?" Xiao Shiqin replied. Moving strategically required at least a little bit of covetousness. In this map, if one walked along the 2-story high platforms, the rushing opponents would not be able to see them so quickly. But Happy charging directly towards the grasslands? How was that moving strategically? Unless they thought Thunderclap wouldn't do the standard rush. Rushing isn't your style. Shouldn't you guys be waiting and watching first before coming up with counter-strategies? Yishio said. "We can't wait and watch because you guys would also wait and watch," Xiao Shiqin replied. He hit the nail on the head. Waiting and watching was a part of combat. Another part of it was pre-match preparations, studying the opponent and coming up with countermeasures beforehand. These 2 teams both had the same tactical style, so when the 2 confronted each other, it became awkward. To put it simply, the 2 teams were used to waiting for their opponents to act before they acted. If neither side acted first, then there would be no fight. "So?" Yishio asked. "So we can only fight," Xiao Shiqin said in the public chat. This wasn't a bluff, because in the team chat, he clearly gave the order, "Go." Thunderclap set out and charged at their opponents. Everyone was shocked. Team Thunderclap had been watched closely this season, but they had never taken the initiative and attacked aggressively. After all, their players and characters weren't that great. A direct clash often relied on each individual player's own skill to be effective. But against Happy, Thunderclap unexpectedly launched an aggressive attack. No one would regard Happy as a weak team anymore. The return of Yishio and Su Muqing, the class-changed Fang Rui, these 3 all-stars had proved that their skills were still at the peak. In terms of individual player skill, even Xiao Shiqin, who was the best in Thunderclap, didn't seem a match to any of Happy's top 3. However, Thunderclap had bravely rushed at Happy, an unprecedented aggressiveness. They had never done this against any other team. Why? Every person who followed Thunderclap this season asked this question. While no one else in the alliance dared to underestimate Happy, Thunderclap did the very opposite. Was this a psychological tactic? "You're coming to us? Are you underestimating Happy?" Yishio asked. "Of course not," Xiao Shiqin, who was already charging over, replied. "Then it looks like we'll need to be careful," Yishio said. "You always need to be careful in a match," Xiao Shiqin said. In the team chat, he gave another order, "Scatter." Thunderclap had spread into a line and surrounded Happy in a wing-like formation. On the left end was Dai Yinch's Elementalist, Firebird Messenger. On the right end was Xiao Shiqin's Mechanic, Life Extinguisher. These 2 were at the very tip of the wings as if they were going to escape. Positioned in the middle was Cheng Tai's Grappler, Shattering Wind. And Zhong Zhaxing's Cleric, Returning Wind, was between Shattering Wind and Firebird Messenger. Between Life Extinguisher and Shattering Wind was Fang Shuitzai's assassin, demon talent. Thunderclap is being very proactive. They've quickly pulled apart into a formation very skillfully. Did they practice this specifically for Happy? What are your thoughts on this formation, Coach Lee? Pan Lin had restrained himself for a long time, but he was still a passionate commentator in the end. Thunderclap had chosen an unprecedented aggressive offense. This surprising choice instantly riled him up. He excitedly shouted and dragged Li Ibor into the water as well. Li Ibor was in an awkward spot. He hadn't even figured out why Thunderclap would choose to go on the offensive against Happy when Pan Lin directly asked him to explain Thunderclap's offensive formation. It looks like they're planning on surrounding Happy and then shrinking the circle, Li Ibor snorted. But Happy isn't lacking in attackers. Pan Lin immediately answered back. Thunderclap surely has a method to deal with them. Let's see what they're going to do. Li Ibor was finally able to dodge this topic. These two could pass over it with some vague words, but Yi Xiao, who was playing on stage, couldn't be so unclear. Xiao Shiqin's decision for an aggressive offense had surprised him. He said being underestimated, but he knew that Xiao Shiqin wasn't that type of person. Even when facing Seaside or Bright Green, the two weakest teams practically guaranteed to be relegated from the league, Thunderclap still carefully planned out their strategy. Xiao Shiqin wasn't someone who underestimated his opponent. If he dared to attack aggressively, then it could only mean he was confident that it would work, that in a direct confrontation, Thunderclap would have a greater chance of winning than Happy. Their chances of winning didn't come from their players or characters individually. It was publicly acknowledged that Thunderclap was weak in this area. Thunderclap's chances of winning came from their tactics. For example, their team must have spread out for a purpose. But for what purpose? It wasn't just Yi Xiao asking this question. However, no one else's judgment was more accurate than Yi Xiao's because Yi Xiao knew better than anyone else who the weak point of their team was. Lord Grim retreated to Little Cold Hand's side. Group up, towards. Yi Xiao typed. He wanted to have everyone group up and break through an opening in Thunderclap's formation, but when he swept his eyes across their formation, he discovered that he wasn't able to find such an opening. Thunderclap's 5 characters were in a very simple line, but they used each of their classes well, allowing for the best possible options from any direction. If Happy tried to break through, they would be met with a lot of trouble no matter which direction they went towards. There were no clear holes or weaknesses. Breaking through from any point would be troublesome, which also meant that breaking through from any point would be the same. Firebird Messenger, break through. Yi Xiao had only hesitated for an instant. He quickly made a firm decision. As soon as Happy heard the order, their decisiveness in carrying it out was not much worse than Thunderclap's. Oh? We've been underestimated. Happy's intentions were clear. Dai Yinchi, who was controlling Firebird Messenger, used Yi Xiao's own words from before. Happy had clearly chosen this direction to break through because they thought it would be easier to do so. But this is all according to plan. Dai Yinchi followed. When she said these words, everyone's hearts thumped. No one thought Thunderclap would just rashly attack. They felt like Thunderclap must have an ulterior motive. Dai Yinchi's all according to plan immediately confirmed this notion. Whether or not the viewers believed in it wouldn't affect who won this match. Dai Yinchi's words were aimed as a psychological attack towards Happy. However, even if Happy believed her, it was probably too late for them to make adjustments. That was what most people thought, but on stage were a particularly special group of people amongst the countless glory players. Dang, that girl said it's all according to plan. We should find a different breakthrough point, Chen said. Sure. Yi Xiao said. As a result, Happy really did make a switch. Everyone turned towards Xiao Shiqin's life extinguisher instead of Dai Yinchi's Firebird Messenger. Fuck! The viewers were dumbfounded. This was a high-level pro match. You guys are just going to switch up your tactics because the opponent said a few words? Where's your determination? Decisiveness? Confidence? Chapter 1237. Thunderclap's focus. Ah, the older generation really is. Dai Yinchi was also dumbstruck. She had already put her guard up. Who would have thought that Happy would turn away so decisively just because of the words she said? This sort of reason wasn't logical. But the problem was that it truly happened, and Dai Yinchi couldn't help but feel a bit afraid. She hadn't ruined her own team's rhythm, right? Concentrate. Defend your position well and get back on track. Xiao Shiqin messaged the team chat. Seeing the captain's words, Dai Yinchi seemed to have been hit by a tranquilizer and calmed down. Soon afterwards, her elementalist Firebird messenger hurried forward. Be careful of them switching targets, Xiao Shiqin added. Switching targets? Dai Yinchi was a bit surprised. The crowd was in an even more of an uproar, because just when Xiao Shiqin typed out those words, Yi Xiu had typed in Happy's team chat, turn. All of Happy suddenly turned around and switched back to Dai Yinchi's Firebird messenger. Their shift towards Xiao Shiqin had been a bait. Unfortunately, Xiao Shiqin saw through their little trick and promptly warned Dai Yinchi no to cut in too deep. Dai Yinchi had originally readied a teleport, and the moment she paused because of the warning, she saw Happy suddenly turn around and rush towards her. How crafty! Dai Yinchi wasn't a chatterbox, but she was among those who liked to talk in matches. As she grumbled, Firebird Messenger quickly retreated. Her staff flashed with lightning and a lightning bolt shot out. It was the very first attack in this team battle. Lightning spells were fast, but in the end, it wasn't as immediate as firing a bullet. It only took the blink of an eye for elemental power to condense into electricity, but it still took some time, enough to react to. To pro players, a window for reacting and a close enough distance to complete the necessary action was more than enough. Firebird Messenger's lightning bolt pierced through Happy's formation, but it didn't hit anyone. Following afterwards, Dai Yinchi had Firebird Messenger activate Absolute Focus and cast the level 75 skill, Firebird. A firebird formed at the tip of her staff and flew outward with its wings spread. The heat wave swept over the grasslands, wilting the once tall and straight stalks of green grass. Stalk after stalk bent over to half the size of their surrounding friends. Compared to Lightning Bolt, the area covered by Firebird was much larger, so Happy could not just open a path for the spell to pass by. Since it was no longer possible to continue maintaining their formation, Happy split up to the left and right. As the Firebird flew, the heat waves blurred their figures. From the rear, sounds of machinery turning could be heard. They hadn't targeted Xiao Shiqin, instead, it was Xiao Shiqin's life extinguisher who took the initiative to look for them. The knee-high grass hid lots of the ground machines. Happy could only see rustles from wherever the machines passed by, but they didn't know what exactly was hidden in the grass. Firebird Messenger retreated as Life Extinguisher advanced. But Firebird Messenger didn't back away too hard, and Life Extinguisher didn't advance too fiercely either. They seemed to be intentionally leaving Happy some space. These two long-ranged classes carefully controlled the distance, maintaining a certain gap between them. The unknown machines traversing along the ground were getting nearer and nearer from multiple directions, arriving at different times. Landmine quake! Fang Rui's boundless sea leaped into the air and slammed his two hands towards the ground. A wave of formless and colorless chi could be seen from its effects on the grass as it spread out towards the surroundings with boundless sea at the center. Boom 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 boom. When the rustling grass and the grass wave collided, fire and light exploded into the air, creating a plume of smoke. Fang Rui had timed it well. He didn't care what the machines were and simply let out a land quake mine to destroy them. But those weren't all of them. Who knew how many machines Xiao Shiqin had put into this wave? There were still 3 rustles in the grass. Perhaps they hadn't arrived yet, or perhaps Xiao Shiqin had maneuvered them away, but either way, they had avoided Boundless Sea's earthquake and started charging towards Happy again. Chi bullet! Boundless Sea punched in the direction of a rustle. However, Chi bullet's flight speed was nothing worth noting. The mechanical tool sped up and easily evaded it. Bang! Bang! Lord GRM's myriad manifestations umbrella transformed into its gun form and fired twice. But under the cover of the grass, it was difficult to get a good aim. After 2 shots, the rustling was still there. Ta-ta-ta-ta-ta. Su Muqing saw that Lord Grimm's few shots didn't hit, so she had Dancing Rain use Gatling gun. The stream of bullets chased after the rustling grass in a line, finally shooting it into a smoke and fire. Su Muqing didn't stop. While her skill was still in effect, she immediately switched to a different direction. However, Xiao Shiqin was clearly wary of Happy catching them all in one fell swoop. He had all three of his machines move along paths far from each other. Even though Su Muqing quickly switched directions, she didn't have much time left on her skill. After a few bullets, her Gatling gun stopped. However, ta-ta-ta-ta-ta. Lord Grimm's Gatling gun fired. His attack path followed along Dancing Rain's previous path. If you didn't look at the starting points of the bullets, it was practically impossible to tell that this attack had actually been done by two people. Boom! The machine on that path exploded. When Lord Grimm turned his gun, he still had half of Gatling gun's duration left. Bullets chased after the last remaining mechanical tool, but who would have thought that it wouldn't be enough? Everyone could clearly see that the bullets landed on the right patch of grass, but the mechanical tool seemed to be perfectly fine. Mechanical tools weren't like summoned creatures with health. They would go boom with just a knock. A bullet hitting, let alone multiple, was enough. The only explanation was that it didn't hit, but the bullets clearly landed on it, unless... Yishio suddenly reacted, but it was too late. A patch of grass rustled in front of them, and then something suddenly leaped up out of the grass. This wasn't a mechanical tool that traversed on the ground. It was an aerial airdrop. However, Xiao Shiqin had it fly extremely low so that it would be covered by the grass. But because it wasn't touching the ground, Yishio's previous attacks missed because of the slight deviation in position. At this moment, airdrop was suddenly in front of them. Its stomach opened up and was just about to drop some bombs. Boom! The airdrop suddenly exploded before it could drop any bombs. Amidst the black smoke, a white flame could clearly be seen. Sacred fire! Prediction and timing were Wenny's strengths. At the most crucial moment, a calm sacred fire blocked the airdrop. The crowd applauded. This wave of machines had happened in just a few short seconds. All of Team Happy had worked together to intercept these machines. Their teamwork had been beautiful. Pay attention. The other side's assassin has disappeared. Fang Rui typed in the chat. Fang Shuitzai's assassin demon talent had been between Xiao Shiqin's life extinguisher and Cheng Tai's shattering wind, but he was now nowhere to be seen. Was he crawling through the grass, or was he using the thief skill on his weapon, stealth? Yishio and the others started searching the grass. No matter which option he had chosen, any movement in the grass would leave behind a trace. The grass was only knee-high. The mechanic's mechanical tools could hide there quite cleanly, but it wasn't so easy to hide an adult. Demon talent was gone right now, but Dai Yinch's and Xiao Shiqin's pincer was still ongoing. While Happy was busy cleaning up life extinguisher's machines, Firebird Messenger took the opportunity to cast two high-level spells. Without trying to make any predictions, lightning and fire AoE spells were cast directly above Happy's heads. From the looks of it, she wasn't trying to stop Happy from advancing, but trying to blast Happy's formation apart. A pincer from the front and rear. An assassin gone without a trace. Chen Tai's grappler, Shattering Wind, was the closest to Happy. He was constantly moving, and even though he had yet to make an attack, his presence alone gave them quite a bit of pressure. Happy had to dodge the attacks from the front and rear, while also making sure they weren't grabbed by Shattering Wind. If a grappler grabbed them, the formation would certainly fall apart. Shattering Wind was moving around, looking for an opening. As Happy dodged, they also tried to see if they could swallow up Shattering Wind. However, Thunderclap had Xiao Shiqin watching over. His judgment towards tactics was clear and precise. Only the crowd knew just how dense Thunderclap's chat was. The density of messages was not lower than that of their match against Blue Rain. Was Xiao Shiqin planning on using these varied and complex tactics to outpace Happy? However, Happy's leader was Yishio, not Yu Wenju. Their tactical skill was the same, but in terms of hand speed, if you said Yishio was superior to Yu Wenju, then even Yu Wenchu's most loyal fans could only concede tearfully. Why? Why did Thunderclap need to make things so complicated? Xiao Shiqin made numerous commands, and every player's movements and attack rhythms were constantly changing. Not only were they adjusting according to Xiao Shik's instructions, but they had their own plans too. Thunderclap had clearly prepared this set of tactics. What exactly is this? I get it! Li Yibor suddenly shouted. His skill level was still far higher than the average players. He saw through Thunderclap's tactical intentions first. But right after he yelled it out, he immediately felt regret. He was exposing himself too much. Why am I so overjoyed? I should be calmly explaining the thought behind Thunderclap's tactics. That would have made me look even more knowledgeable. Unfortunately, the deed had been done. Pan Lin helped lead him in. Coach Li, you've seen through Thunderclap's intentions. Ha ha, I had a feeling earlier, but now I'm certain. Thunderclap is doing exactly what I had thought, Li Yibor said mysteriously. Please guide us, Coach Li. How could Pan Lin not know of Li Yibor's cunning plot? In his heart, he was looking down on him, but out loud, he had to praise him. Thunderclap's strategy is similar to their one against Blue Rain with lots of variations. But when facing Blue Rain, they were mainly focused on varying and adjusting their tactics. Right now, they're more focused on their attack positioning and variation in rhythm. The purpose is the same. They're targeting a certain player on the opposing team. Against Blue Rain, their target was Yu Wenju. If Yu Wenju is unable to give out enough commands on time, Blue Rain would have trouble keeping up with Thunderclap's fast-changing tactics. Against Happy, their target is Wenny, Happy's healer. Li Yibor said with certainty. Chapter 1238. Symbol for a healer. Happy's healer, Wenny. Li Yibor spoke with power and resonance, but since this was a live broadcast, he probably didn't know how many boos came his way when he said these words. Happy's weak point was Wenny. We don't need you to say that. Who doesn't know it? Yes, everyone knew, including Pan Lin. He hadn't thought that Li Yibor's secret ace would be such an obvious answer. After staring blankly for a few seconds, he finally followed up, yeah. Wenny really is Happy's weak point. Yes, Li Yibor was still smiling confidently, everyone knows this, but who among Happy's previous opponents fully took advantage of this weakness? Pan Lin was stunned again. He could hear that Li Yibor's words had substance to them, and he subconsciously started thinking about Li Yibor's question. Had any of Happy's previous opponents specifically created a plan to target Wenny? We won't talk about matches too far in the past. Let's take a look at the two rather strong teams that Happy had faced in their recent win streak, Misty Rain and Void. Our friends who have watched Happy's matches against these two teams recall Happy's performances in the team competition. Li Yibor betrayed the key points in his analysis. Happy's performances in those two matches? Pan Lin echoed as he pondered in his mind. His perception was quite a bit higher than the average players. After thinking about it for a bit, he found out that he truly wasn't able to find anything. In Misty Rain's match, Happy utilized the terrain to set up their formation. At that time, Wenny's little cold hands hid behind that big rock. Misty Rain didn't have the conditions to launch any attacks directly towards him, Li Yibor answered. Pan Lin completely remembered now. In Void's match, Happy switched out their cleric to get into position faster. By the time Wenny went onto the field, Void only had 4 players remaining, and Happy's victory had pretty much been decided at that point. For those interested, we can go even farther back. In their match against 100 Blossoms, even in the Challenger League finals against Excellent Era, these matches against strong opponents give us an even clearer picture. Right, Pan Lin completely understood what Li Yibor wanted to say. Happy's tactics seem similar to Thunderclap's in the sense that they're always targeting a certain person. However, Happy's tactics are always built off a foundation, protecting their weak point, Wenny. In every match, they will always try their best to end the battle without there being too great of a burden on Wenny, Li Yibor said. Xiao Shiqin has completely seen through this point, so in this match, he's taken the initiative to strike preemptively at Happy's tactical framework. He doesn't plan on letting Happy set up a situation easy for Wenny, Pan Lin said. Yes, so that's why their offensive rhythm is constantly changing. For a healer, grasping the opponent's offensive rhythm is extremely important. A healer needs to pay attention to any possible dangers, sometimes even needing to predict a crisis ahead of time, in order to prepare a long cast time heal in advance. Does Happis and Wenny have the ability to deal with such a hurried situation? Liebor said. The broadcast team coordinated with him and cut to Wenny's point of view. His screen was shifting around extremely chaotically. Sure enough, the situation was just as Liebor said. Before a healer healed, the first thing that needed to be done was to figure out who needed to be healed, which meant that the healer couldn't solely pay attention to his opponents. The healer needed to look at the overall situation from time to time. However, Xiao Shiqin had set it up such that the battle was spread out all around. And when he could not simply look in one direction to observe the battlefield. He had to look towards one side and then look towards a different side from time to time. Along with Thunderclap's constantly changing rhythm, his inability to keep up and his confusion was completely exposed by the cameras. The broadcast and the crowd's electronic screens aptly showed the health bars of the two teams. This sort of image was usually shown to let the viewers know which side's healer was controlling the field well. A good healer would keep his teammates' health above a certain safe line at all times. The health bars would leap up and down like musical notes. But the health bars of Happy's characters were a complete mess. It was like he was banging around clumsily without any vision. No one could tell what Wenny's safe line was. Without a safe line, it wasn't possible to heal dependably. Happy's stadium was quiet. Wenny was Happy's weak point. This had been known since the very beginning, but up until now, it had never been fully exposed because every time the team lost, it didn't look like Wenny was dragging down the team. But when Liebor gave his analysis, everyone discovered that though Wenny didn't drag down the team in Happy's losses, he didn't contribute too much in their wins either. Wenny's role in Happy seemed to just be a symbol, letting the opponents know, we have a healer. Had Happy ever used any tactics that relied on their healer? Never. Even though Wenny had his moments of brilliance, he had always played under relatively safe conditions that Happy had set up for him. But in this round against Thunderclap, Xiao Shiqin didn't give them an opportunity to set up these conditions. These multidirectional and constantly changing attacks forced out Happy's weakness. In a team battle, if the healer could not keep up, the entire team would suffer. Thunderclap's attacks weren't focused on any one person. They frequently changed targets, forcing Wenny to constantly search for their focuses, pressuring him into making more mistakes. Happy wasn't routed yet. Their team still had Yishio and Yishio's Lord Grim. The unspecialized had limited healing capabilities, but it was better than nothing. These heals might be enough for crucial saves, but relying on Lord Grim to keep up the entire team's health was impossible. What are they going to do? This was Happy's home stadium, so the crowd was obviously worried for Happy. Thunderclap couldn't be too relaxed either though. Maintaining this sort of battle tempo without making mistakes was not an easy task. Keep this up. From time to time, Xiao Shiqin would give encouraging words to boost the team's morale. Thunderclap's offense was maintained extremely well. No matter how amazing a team's tactics were, if the team couldn't carry it out, then it was pointless. And in terms of execution, Thunderclap's players were second to none. This team had always relied on tactics to beat stronger teams. The team's players were very accomplished at tactics, even more so under Xiao Shiqin's guidance. They understood his commands very quickly and executed them smoothly. Happy's in trouble, Liebor was already announcing it. Let's see if they've got a way out. Pan Lin said. Thunderclap is utilizing the map extremely well. I nearly forgot who chose the map, Liebor chuckled. Ah? I'm sure Happy chose this map for a reason. Pan Lin chose his words carefully because he had a premonition that as soon as he came out and announced Happy's demise, he would definitely be slapped in the face. Liebor could feel Pan Lin's cautiousness and laughed.
What could Happy do in this situation? No matter which direction you rush towards, you won't be able to escape from battle. Thunderclap doesn't need to trap you here. As long as they can continuously harass you and can stop your healer from being effective, this harassment is equivalent to damage. And enough damage means that it's their win. In addition, Thunderclap's leader is Xiao Shiqin. With him watching over, what tactical intents could be hidden from him? Chen, pressure with triangular movement. Die, turn 30 degrees. Fang, move back. Commands continued to be given as Happy wasn't just sitting there letting Wenny deal with the pressure himself. However, their intentions were always seen through by Xiao Shiqin, who would promptly respond and stop Happy from escaping this situation. Fuck. Bullying the rookie, you call that skill? Fang Rui complained in the public chat. Keep pressuring them. Fang, move a little towards my location. Xiao Shiqin was unmoved. In a match, there was no such thing as trash talk only for the purpose of complaining. The words that jumped onto the screen always contained a message, which would automatically be read by the eyes. This sort of small distraction could lead to an unconscious change in emotions and ultimately, a mistake. Xiao Shiqin wouldn't be affected by it though. As soon as Fang Rui said these words, his first thought was that the opponents would be making a move soon, so he immediately warned his team to be wary. Sky-piercing strike? After Fang Rui's grumble, Boundless Sea pushed out a blast of chi. The chi swept past the grass directly towards Life Extinguisher. Laser beam. Su Muqing's dancing rain immediately added to Boundless Sea's attack with a laser beam. But their coordination was a bit offbeat, so the effects weren't the most optimal. Xiao Shiqin's Life Extinguisher easily dodged it. However, his line of sight left that area for a short moment. Chaotic rain. At this moment, greenish-purplish raindrops suddenly poured down. It was chaotic rain summoned by a warlock. Oh, so those attacks were cover for chaotic rain. Then, they plan on using chaotic rain's AoE to attack. In that case, we need to. Xiao Shiqin thought and prepared to give another order. Wait. 1, 2, 3, 4. Happy was missing a person. The missing person was Lord Grimm? Where's Lord Grimm? Xiao Shiqin hastily asked in the chat. Did he disappear from view while I was dodging those attacks? Even if I didn't see him, my other teammates should have, right? Ah. His teammates all gasped in surprise. No one saw? Xiao Shiqin didn't ask further. Everyone's was clear enough. Had there been a blind spot in everyone's field of view at that instant? Was that a coincidence, or had it been set up? Xiao Shiqin reflected on this question. If it was the latter, then Happy's plan was currently being set in motion. Yishio's Lord Grimm was hiding in the grass. What was he planning on doing? Chen, approach and search. Fang, support him. Xiao Shiqin immediately ordered. Chapter 1239. Hoist by your own petard. Thunderclap's two close-ranged classes rushed forward. Xiao Shiqin didn't even blink as he looked around. But Thunderclap's attack formation didn't weaken because of this though, and Xiao Shiqin didn't neglect his shot calling. Happy might just be purposely trying to confuse them, using this to divert their attention and reduce the pressure. Xiao Shiqin considered this possibility. So even as Shattering Wind and Demon Talent pressed forward, they weren't just looking for Lord Grimm, they maintained their attacks toward Happy's players. Happy didn't reduce the pressure, and in fact because of Lord Grimm's disappearance, they had to work even harder under the conditions of a 4v5. Show yourself! Xiao Shiqin thought to himself. Yishio couldn't play like this all the way until the end. 2 o'clock. In the Thunderclap chat, Dai Yinchi suddenly called out. As she spoke, she prepared to fire a spell in that direction. Don't split your attention, leave it to me. Xiao Shiqin immediately shouted. He was scared of this scenario exactly. If everyone switched their attention to target Yishio's Lord Grimm, then wouldn't this situation, which they had established with such difficulty, be broken? Seeing Dai Yinchi's Firebird messenger already turning her head and about to cast in that direction, Xiao Shiqin truly applauded Yi Xiu. It was just a small trick, but it caused a great disruption to Thunderclap's strategy. Yi Xiu truly understood the player's logic and reactions too well. At a time like this, anyone who suddenly discovered Lord Grimm's whereabouts would instantly try an attack, and with that, Thunderclap's strategic rhythm would be disrupted. But it's a shame, Yi Xiu's opponent is Xiao Shiqin. After seeing Xiao Shiqin's direction in the team chat, Li Ibor spoke with a smile. With an omniscient view, they of course saw Lord Grimm's actions more clearly than Xiao Shiqin could. Li Ibor reached the same conclusion as Xiao Shiqin, but seeing that Xiao Shiqin saw through it entirely and was prepared against it, Li Ibor didn't feel like going to praise Yi Xiu. Yeah. Pan Lin agreed, his heart beginning to waver. It looked like Happy was really struggling in this match. Should he begin to sing praises for Thunderclap? As Pan Lin wondered, the situation on stage changed again. The exposed Lord Grimm suddenly began to move. Dai Yinchi's attack toward him had been stopped by Xiao Shiqin, but he still continued to charge toward Dai Yinchi. Don't panic, it's Mechanical Seeker, Xiao Shiqin called. Ha ha, seen through again, Li Ibor laughed. A Mechanical Seeker and a character are very different in size, and so they move a little differently. Perhaps a lot of people wouldn't be able to tell the difference, but Xiao Shiqin is an expert mechanic. The little trick once again failed to come to fruition. Yi Xiu seemed rather helpless, and Lord Grimm finally charged out, this time toward Zhong Zhaoxing's returning wind. Attacking from behind to try and save your allies? Xiao Shiqin smiled. He'd already thought of this possibility long ago. Fang Xuetzai's assassin demon talent twisted and used a shining cut in the direction of Lord Grimm's movement. If this kind of thing didn't happen, no one would notice, but as soon as it happened, everyone suddenly realized that Thunderclap's players, in maintaining their non-stop offensive, were coordinating with each other extremely well. The tactics of this team proceeded as precise and orderly as the gears of a machine. Zhong Zhaoxing wouldn't just sit around doing nothing. When he saw Lord Grimm coming toward him, he cast a sacred fire, hidden in the grass. Would it hit? Zhong Zhaoxing didn't know. He was too familiar with this opponent in front of him and knew just how scary he was. A little trick like this wouldn't be much use, would it? This thought hadn't even finished crossing his mind when, at the position of his sacred fire, a blindingly white fire blazed to life. It hit! Fang Xuetzai was delighted at this development, and of course he wouldn't let this skill-sealing opportunity slip away. Demon talent used swift run and swift movements, prepared to instantly kill with a heart-piercing stab. This is? Fang Xuetzai stopped. A green-skinned goblin waved a club as it came toward him. From its excited state, he could tell that it must have eaten an attack, otherwise how could it run so quickly? This was a trap. It's a goblin. Fang Xuetzai hurriedly sent a message. This lowest-level little summon was of course nothing to him, and he quickly took care of it. A goblin. Xiao Shiqin jolted. This wasn't an attack from the rear to save the allies, this was making a sound in the east and striking in the west. Just as he reached this realization, Xiao Shiqin watched as the grass began to rustle once again. This time, Yi Xiu no longer bothered to hide Lord Grimm's body, because now there was no one nearby to stop him. Slide kick, charge, colliding stab, shining cut. Lord Grimm chained all of these low-level quick movement skills from various classes. Relying on the effects of all of these skills used consecutively, Lord Grimm's speed at that moment couldn't be bested by even an assassin, let alone any of the slower classes. Cheng Tai's shattering wind wasn't fast enough to block him, and in an instant, Lord Grimm was in front of his target. Captain Xiao, having fun. Lord Grimm made his move. Dragon Tooth. As soon as he knew about the goblin, Xiao Shiqin instantly realized that he himself was Yi Xiu's true target, and he was already defending himself. But Lord Grimm arrived too quickly, so quickly that Xiao Shiqin was feeling regret. Lord Grimm could use skills to achieve this kind of movement speed, they really shouldn't have been tricked by that goblin. Roll. Life extinguisher rolled to the side, dodging the dragon tooth.
He swung his mechanical box to the side and a magnetic field coil was thrown onto the ground. Boom! The magnetic field coil hadn't had time to release its magnetic energy when Lord Grim's spear pierced it, directly disrupting it. The spear jumped and again flashed in front of life extinguisher. In the end, Yi Xiu was most familiar with handling a spear. All those years controlling the battle mage one autumn leaf hadn't gone to waste. Xiao Shiqin could only have life extinguisher dodge again, but Lord Grim wasn't some ordinary battle mage. If the spear's range wasn't enough, the myriad manifestations umbrella shifted to gun form, an anti-tank missile was launched. Boom boom boom. The flames of the explosion swallowed life extinguisher whole, but at this moment Xiao Shiqin still sent a message in the chat. Leave me, maintain the rhythm. The Thunderclap players who had been prepared to rescue him suddenly stopped, but they understood their captain's intentions. Yi Xiu's powerful offensive towards Xiao Shiqin was his attempt at breaking the current situation. If the Thunderclap players broke formation to save their captain, Happy would be free of their current difficult situation, and might even be able to launch a counterattack. This could be considered a variation of Box of One tactics, and Thunderclap's players, with their high tactical background, instantly understood. Maintain the rhythm, respond as appropriate, said another Thunderclap player. It was Fang Xuecai, a longtime teammate of Xiao Shiqin's in Thunderclap, the vice-captain of Thunderclap. He knew that Xiao Shiqin didn't have much space to give commands, so he supplemented the strategic plan. They couldn't gather the strength of the entire team to force a rescue, but they couldn't not rescue him. Maintain the rhythm, respond as appropriate. A playstyle like that was to incorporate Lord Grim and Life Extinguisher into the rhythm of the battle as a whole. It was the logical way of breaking Box of One tactics. But to Thunderclap, Xiao Shiqin was more than just a battle core. He was the commander. This battle against Happy in particular required many directions from him, constantly adjusting their tactics and attack rhythm to target Happy's weak point, and Wenny. But at this moment, under Yi Xiu's offensive raining down upon him, an offensive that could instantly defeat countless formidable players. How about it? Still have time to type any words? Yi Xiu, shockingly, could still find the space to ask this question. The crowd was silent. No one knew how to express their current emotions. Xiao Shiqin. This was retribution, wasn't it? Against Blue Rain, he had bullied Yu Wenju. Yu Wenju's hand speed was too slow to keep up with a rapidly changing battle, so Xiao Shiqin purposely directed his team so there were many changes and ultimately defeated Blue Rain. And now, Yi Xiu, this glory textbook was teaching a lesson to the helplessly sighing Blue Rain. Was there really no way of dealing with Xiao Shiqin's harassment? Of course there was, and it was simple. Tooth for tooth, use their own strategy against them. If he wanted to harass with a complex and changing battle style, Xiao Shiqin also needed to rely on a large number of commands. His hand speed wasn't a problem, but when faced with this explosion of attacks raining down upon him, your life or your commands? Yi Xiu's question was the dilemma with which Xiao Shiqin was currently struggling. Thunderclap's players quickly realized as well, without Xiao Shiqin's commands, the amount of damage they were dealing was quickly slipping, and it seemed like Happy's weak point and when he could endure this level. After all, he had walked with Happy through the Challenger League and played half a season with them on the main roster. He didn't neglect his daily training, either. Perhaps his talent was limited, but after a year and a half of growth, he was far from mediocre. Thunderclap's strategy, broken. The live crowd finally reacted with applause and cheers. And once and when he was able to stabilize the situation, Happy's counterattack finally arrived. With regards to player quality, many people had already realized prior to this match that Happy was superior to Thunderclap. We have to save Captain, Dai Yinchi said in the chat. The others were also debating, but they also wanted to wait for Xiao Shiqin's direction. A save could be typed out. While he was tangled with Yi Xiu, Xiao Shiqin still occasionally had the space to issue a direction. His life or his commands. This was the dilemma Xiao Shiqin faced. To save or not to save. This was the choice Thunderclap had to make. But Yixiao seemed like he knew that Thunderclap was facing this difficult decision. Lord Grimm's attacks grew even more ferocious, so much so that people felt that the slightest slip could send Life Extinguisher straight to death. Was it so bad that he couldn't even type a single word? The blood of the Thunderclap players went cold. "Die, help him!" At last, Fang Xuetzai couldn't resist any longer, directing Dai Yinchi to give some support, or at least make an opening so that Xiao Shiqin could give a command. Just pointing them in the right direction would be enough. Understood. Dai Yinchi's Firebird messenger turned around. The crowd saw all of this. Xiao Shiqin was suppressed, Dai Yinchi went to help him. This was a strategy often used by powerhouse teams with top-tier players during team competitions. Star 1v2. This Yixiao. When the other side had stars, he played tactics with them. When the other side played tactics, he played as a star. Chapter 1240. Bitter but unable to complain. Dai Yinchi shifted targets to Lord Grimm. Fang Xuetzai thought that as a long-ranged attacker, switching targets would be fast and easy. Dai Yinchi wouldn't need to approach either, saving time while still letting her take care of the other side simultaneously. His thinking wasn't wrong. At the moment, this was the best way to maintain balance on the field. However, since she needed to take care of two sides at once, her presence on one side would be weaker. This small difference was quickly seized by Happy. Who had Happy sent out for the team competition today? Yixiao, Su Muqing, Fang Rui, Wei Chen, and Wenny. Apart from Wenny, the rest were experienced veterans of the game. As soon as Thunderclap's balance tipped a little, those three raced towards a small opening that appeared. Thunderclap's players felt their hearts suddenly turn cold. This feeling was as if they had caught a net packed with fish, but then a small hole ripped open in the net, resulting in all of the fish escaping for their life through this hole. In an instant, the hole enlarged, leaving them no opportunity to patch it up. "Stop them! Stop them!" Fang Xuetzai roared. But Thunderclap's players felt powerless. A hole had been exposed already. They couldn't stop them. Agreeing by chance, everyone turned to look towards their captain. If Xiao Shiqin's shot calling hadn't been cut off, this situation wouldn't have happened. How could Xiao Shiqin not feel bitter? It wasn't that he didn't want to give out commands. If he had even a fraction of a chance, he would certainly take it to instruct his teammates on what to do. But he wasn't given any chances. He could only watch as their complete and perfect defense slowly fell apart due to a lack of precise adjustments. There had been numerous crucial moments that Xiao Shiqin had wanted to say something, but he couldn't, because he discovered that whenever these crucial moments appeared, Yixiao would suddenly press even harder. Yixiao, he wasn't only looking at the opponent in front of him. He was also carefully watching over the entire battle and then adjusting his attacks according to the situation. If Xiao Shiqin tried to type anything, he would be taking on a full frontal assault from an unspecialized. Under Lord Grimm's explosive storm-like attacks, he might just die as a result. If he lived, there would at least be hope. If he died, then it would mean he wouldn't be able to give any orders anymore. In this instant, Xiao Shiqin hated the Alliance's ban on voice chat. He could completely feel the helplessness and misery that Yu Wenju had felt facing against him. Fang Xuetzai had Dai Yinchi provide support for him, and he knew that this wasn't that great of a decision. The outcome could be disastrous, but what else could be done? If they had continued like that, it would have been disastrous too. Change always created something. For example, what if Dai Yinchi suddenly played out of her mind and was able to completely take care of both sides at once? That didn't happen, unfortunately. As soon as Dai Yinchi switched targets, she didn't even get the chance to show if she could overperform. Happy had immediately seized the opportunity to break free from Thunderclap's offense. The players that Happy sent out this time were too experienced. They wouldn't miss such a golden opportunity. Is it over? No. Not yet. Happy had broken free from their offense, but Dai Yinchi didn't hesitate. She became even more determined to rescue Xiao Shiqin. Good. Xiao Shiqin felt grateful for Dai Yinchi's decision. When making a tactical decision, the biggest taboo was hesitation. For the tactics-oriented Thunderclap, no one was indecisive. Lightning Bolt. A bolt of lightning flashed in front of Lord Grim. The purpose of this predictive attack was that even if it didn't hit, you still had to be wary of it. This pause would at least let Xiao Shiqin free himself from a defensive position, giving him an opening to either counterattack or give an order to the team. However, Lord Grim stubbornly took the step forward. How persistent! The stun from lightning spells weren't weak. Even if you take it, an opening will still appear. But as Lord Grim stepped forward, he swung his myriad manifestations umbrella to the side. The moment the lightning bolt arrived, his umbrella opened up with a whoosh. ZZT's lightning struck the umbrella, but before the electricity spread out, the umbrella closed, or it could be said that the umbrella never stopped. This was simply another attack towards Life Extinguisher. It was just that it came from the side, blocking the lightning bolt coming towards him in the passing. Lord Grim's offense wasn't interrupted one bit. Dianchi felt frightened by such precise movements, and she didn't cast her prepared follow-up. Dealing with Yishio wasn't how she had thought it would be. It wasn't until after she saw Life Extinguisher continue rolling to dodge did she regain her senses. She immediately cast another spell to attack, but Yishio wasn't just fighting alone. The rest of Happy was helping him too. Before Firebird Messenger could cast her spell, a boom sounded first. Su Muqing's Dancing Rain had started providing support for Yishio. Not only did this attack interrupt Firebird Messenger's casting, it also helped blast Yishio towards Life Extinguisher. Fang Xuetzai's assassin, Demon Talent, rushed forward to try and stop Dancing Rain, but Su Muqing had noticed him long beforehand. Dancing Rain aerial fired away. No matter how fast an assassin's speed was, he wouldn't be able to catch up to her in a short amount of time. And right now, how could he have the time to blindly chase after someone? He wasn't like Dancing Rain. He wasn't a launcher who could move around while also providing support to the rest of the battlefield. His assassin needed to get close. If he was just kited around by Dancing Rain, then his presence would be equivalent to empty air. Fang Xuetzai was helpless. He just thought of it as bothering Su Muqing for a bit. He looked around to see where to go next, and in the end, he locked onto Little Cold Hands. An opening. Fang Xuetzai keenly discovered that because Happy had been trapped for so long, after breaking free, they ran wild, unexpectedly forgetting to protect their healer. If he could eliminate Happy's healer in one go. This was definitely possible because Fang Xuetzai's Demon Talent was an assassin. He also knew Life-Risking Strike. He may not love the move as much as Void's Li Zun, but no assassin would completely give up on Life-Risking Strike. The mere existence of Life-Risking Strike was a threat, and in certain moments like these, it could also be used. Right now is that moment. Fang Xuetzai pretended to have his Demon Talent continue chasing after Dancing Rain. Suddenly, he moved diagonally as if trying to circle around Dancing Rain. But halfway through this movement, his figure flashed. Shadow Clone Technique. His real body instantly moved towards Little Cold Hands, and he closely followed with a shining cut to suddenly reach Little Cold Hand's side. Life-Risking Strike. Fang Xuetzai directly used this risky strike. Little Cold Hand's health wasn't full. He had been pressured by Thunderclap's fast-changing offensive, resulting in being unable to keep Happy's characters above a safe line. Every character, including Little Cold Hands himself, had lost quite a bit of health due to Wenny's panicked healing. This is more than enough. Fang Xuetzai calculated it precisely. He was certain of this attack. They had analyzed Wenny's strengths and weaknesses very clearly. His reaction speed and hand speed wasn't that great. And Wenny definitely wouldn't be able to react to this sudden sneak attack. Go die! Fang Xuetzai roared in his heart. Afterwards, even if his own health dropped to nothing, if his character could trade for Happy's healer, then it would 100% be worth it. But the instant the dagger was about to strike, Fang Xuetzai saw the gown of Little Cold Hands flutter and a wave of chi circled around Little Cold Hands, slicing into Demon Talent's waist. Chi Blade! This was Fang Xuetzai's final thought on the battlefield. After using life-risking strike, he didn't have the health to take any attacks. A single chi blade was more than enough to take him down. To use a cleric as a cover, and so perfect too. My intentions were completely seen through. Yet to dare use it at the last moment was brave. If that chi blade had been one beat too late, my dagger would have taken little Cold Hand's life. Even if I were killed by the chi blade later, who cares? This guy is so bold, so dirty. Demon talent fell despite Fang Shuica's unwillingness. Fang Rui hollered in the public chat, "This brother's golden right hand is beyond precise. Who would actually get hit by such a cheap trick? You call this tactics?" Chen sneered. No one would have thought that in the blink of an eye, Thunderclap would lose a player. For V5, the situation completely reversed. Thunderclap had no way of stopping Happy. Happy immediately found their target and focused on Life Extinguisher. They stopped at nothing to kill him, and before Thunderclap's sixth player could arrive, Xiao Shiqin was sent out of the battle. Xiao Shiqin wasn't just another player in Thunderclap. Without him, Thunderclap's momentum was halted and, in the end, Happy won the team competition. 9-1, another thrilling victory. Everyone was completely dumbfounded by this sudden reversal. Pan Lin and Liebor looked at each other with lingering fear in their eyes, especially Liebor. He had practically ascertained Thunderclap's win and nearly blurted it out, but he didn't, saving him face. As for Pan Lin, he had a feeling of relief. His caution had paid off. In the end, Happy had pulled off another bout of black magic. What a brilliant match! Liebor said. He felt like he had just survived by the skin of his teeth, and for a moment, he didn't know what to say. Yes, Thunderclap played very well for the first half, demonstrating how to give trouble to Happy. Happy also responded brilliantly. Yes, they also showed how to stop Thunderclap's outstanding tactics. Liebor followed up with Pan Lin's words with some hesitation, because Happy's way was similar to when Thunderclap beat Blue Rain. It was a sort of dirty way and shouldn't really be praised. After Blue Rain had lost, they could only feel wronged at the voice chat restriction. But Thunderclap? They had benefited from it and then suddenly became victims to it. Thunderclap had no choice but to suffer in silence. Even if they were bitter about it, there was nothing they could say. Chapter 1241. Keep working hard. The last time Thunderclap had failed in the team competition was during their away game against Royal Style in round 9. After that, they went on a beautiful 6-round win streak, but in round 16 their golden statue cracked again. And this time, their opponent was none other than the team Xiao Shiqin had already lost to last year in the finals of the Challenger League, Team Happy. In that match, Happy had used lots of unusually exciting tactics against Excellent Era. In the Glory World, it was generally agreed that as master tacticians, Yi Xiu was still a bit more shrewd and ruthless. But after losing that battle, it seemed as though Xiao Shiqin had gained something. He returned to Thunderclap, which hadn't changed aside from the addition of the cleric Zhong Joshing from Excellent Era, and he had obtained startling results for his team. It was impossible for Xiao Shiqin not to be at least a little pleased. Such outstanding results would naturally bring high spirits. Xiao Shiqin now had more self-confidence than before. But this time, he once again fell before the opponent who had just recently defeated him. When he shook hands with Yi Xiu after the match, Xiao Shiqin's emotions were complicated, and he was certainly a little frustrated. He felt that his year at Excellent Era hadn't been a waste, for in those depths, he had learned a lot and grown a lot. But after growing and improving, he found that he still had no way of defeating this person before him. No one could find happiness in such a situation. Keep working hard next time. Yi Xiu patted his shoulder, as though encouraging some rookie. Xiao Shiqin smiled bitterly. Of course, he was no rookie, he was someone with prestige and reputation in this circle. But this person in front of him had more qualifications than him, had more honors, and had defeated him twice in a row. When Yi Xiu said something like that, how could Xiao Shiqin respond? He could only smile bitterly like this and watch as the other walked aside. And then, another hand shook his, and patted his shoulder, and said, "Keep working hard next time." Xiao Xiao Shiqin didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This Su Muqing hadn't been like this during their time at Excellent Era together. After being with Yi Xiu, she had really changed a lot, hadn't she? She hadn't even waited for him to say anything before vanishing, and another person shook Xiao Shiqin's hand, and patted his shoulder, and said, "Keep working hard." Fang Rui. By year, Xiao Shiqin was actually the senior of this kid, yet even he was going along with this act. Xiao Shiqin glared at Fang Rui, but Fang Rui cleanly ignored him and was all puffed up as he walked away. "Kid, you gotta keep working hard." After that, a more boastful voice reached his ear with this encouragement. This person skipped the handshake entirely and directly went to pat him on the shoulder. "We're not like those little blue rain brats," the person said. Little blue rain brats. Blue Rain did have a little brat, but Xiao Shiqin knew, in front of this person, little blue rain brat referred to more than just Lu Hanwen. Yu Wenju, Huang Shaoqian, two major players in the alliance, were really just little brats in this person's eyes. Blue Rain's former captain, Wei Chen. The person with the most status to call the Blue Rain players little brats. Xiao Shiqin could say nothing to him. After enduring for consecutive encouragements, this blatant ridicule, Xiao Shiqin really couldn't stand it much longer. Was there more? Xiao Shiqin adjusted his glasses and prepared to unleash some killer intent, but the youth who walked in front of him now was very respectful in tone. "Thank you, senior, for your teachings." Ah. This sudden change of style caught him completely off guard. This person in front of him now was Happy's sixth player for this match, Qiao Yifan. "You're welcome." Facing this kind of respect, there was no way Xiao Shiqin could insert any mockery in his response. The last one, and Wenny, the weak point in Xiao Shiqin's eyes. This match, Thunderclap's strategies almost entirely targeted him. He must have a lot of resentment right now, no? As Xiao Shiqin thought this, he was already bracing himself. This was just a rookie, he couldn't lose in dignity. But when he came up to him, the rookie just extended his hand very ordinarily, shook hands, and nodded his head in acknowledgement. Without revealing any unusual expressions, and when he departed. The players of both teams finished their polite greetings just like that, and Happy's players gathered together and left, basking in victory. Xiao Shiqin was left unstage. He stared at the hand he had just used for the handshakes, and in the end he used it to pat his own shoulder. "You still need to work even harder, Xiao Shiqin," he told himself. During the post-match press conference, seeing those eager expressions of the reporters overflowing the space, Xiao Shiqin knew that this upcoming battle today wouldn't be a good one. During this season so far, they had received too much praise. But he should still be able to deal with an awkward situation like this. He had to work hard. Xiao Shiqin lifted his chin, sat straight in his chair, and welcomed the media's interrogation. The results of round 16 of season 10 continued to release, and those who liked statistics quickly found a pattern. In round 9, the round where Thunderclap lost the team competition, there were 5 10-0 swept matches. And this time, in round 16, when Thunderclap once again lost the team competition, 4 10-0 sweeps appeared this round. Was Thunderclap's performance in the team round a weather vane for powerful 10-0 showings? The board gave this title to Thunderclap's team competitions. Looking at the 4 10-0s, they were earned by Samsara, Tyranny, Blue Rain, and Wind Howl. Among them, Blue Rain and Wind Howl's performances had been lagging recently, but their 10-0 scores this round were a clean answer to those voices of doubt. And Samsara, after achieving this 10-0, finally took the lead over Happy in terms of 10-0 match count. Right now, they had 6 10-0 matches, one more than Happy. Aside from them, 100 Blossoms, Void, Misty Rain, Tiny Herb, and Miracle all achieved victory. This round had been a huge victory for the home teams. Among all 10 matches, it had been the home team who had won, and the victories were very close to what was predicted by comparing the team's strengths on paper. There had been no surprises or unexpected outcomes, if one didn't count Happy's victory over Thunderclap as a surprise. With this, Happy's ranking increased by 1 on the leaderboard. With 107 points, they were now in 5th place.
And the team they had defeated, Thunderclap, was the only team among the current top 10 that had lost during this round. Because the other teams had all gathered a sizable number of points this round, Thunderclap instantly slid down 2 places, from 4th to 6th, with 105 points. And the team that now rose to 4th was a team that had swept 10-0 this round, Blue Rain. Tyranny and Tiny Herb had the same number of points this round, but Tyranny had defeated Tiny Herb in their match, so Tyranny was 2nd, and Tiny Herb 3rd. Even as the debate continued over whether or not Tyranny was still strong enough, the team had actually quietly climbed up to 2nd place. Samsara was truly too strong this season, leading by such a large margin that people overlooked their presence. The conflict that people paid attention to was that between all of the teams aside from Samsara. People still held the impression that Tyranny was stumbling had nothing of the dominating strength they had shown last season, but just as the season was about to reach the halfway point, they had returned to their place second only to Samsara? How in the world had Tyranny chased them up here? Even as everyone was still worrying over whether or not they could even secure a playoff spot, now they were actually 2nd place on the leaderboard? What was Tyranny's performance? Everyone discovered that their minds were empty. Their impressions of Tyranny had apparently stopped at when they had begun their rotations. After that period of stumbling performances, they had begun to steadily obtain points. Had anyone noticed? Without drawing attention, they had already quietly risen to 2nd place. This sort of cool and calm performance sent chills down everyone's spines. These old generals in Tyranny still couldn't be overlooked. Although the rankings among the top 8 had changed, it was still the same 8 teams. Windhowl and 100 Blossoms were sitting steadily at 7th and 8th place, respectively. Void was chasing them ferociously, but they were still 5 points behind the 8th place 100 Blossoms. Below them were Misty Rain and 301, with 82 and 81 points. The gap between them and the playoff zone was in the double digits. Behind the top 10, among the teams in the lower half, the team that surprised everyone was Miracle. After 16 rounds of play, this team was at 13th place. For a team that had just joined the Alliance, such a performance was extremely outstanding. As of now, they were even higher up than Heavenly Justice, who had garnered such high hopes last season. Everyone praised Miracle, but it seemed like they had forgotten the other new team this season was solidly in the playoff zone. But no one thought of Happy as some new team. They had Yi Xiao, Su Muqing, Fang Rui, these all-star level players with whom everyone was familiar. No one could continue to view them as some new team. After this round, the end of the year was upon them. The Christmas event, the New Year event, and the first weekend of the new year, the All-Star Weekend, they were all rapidly approaching. The in-game event during summer break had been officially named Carnival, but for those in the Glory Circle, whether pro or ordinary player, these 2 weeks crossing the end of the year made up the true valuable Carnival. Every year, the Christmas event that rewarded wonderful presents took place in-game. Yi Xiao had participated in this event for 2 consecutive years, with great profits. But this year wasn't like previous years. Christmas Day was a Wednesday, and on Friday they still had a professional match to play. The in-game event mainly had to be left to Wuchuan, leading the guild to participate. If pro players were interested, there was nothing stopping them from helping out, but if they spent too much energy there, it could ruin their condition for their match. Competitive condition, this wasn't just something that existed in the competitive glory scene. Any sort of competitor for any event had to maintain their condition for competition. Generally, one's competitive condition would vary cyclically through the weeks. For any sort of event, competitors relied on practice to adjust and maintain their condition. With different events and different competitors, the changes in condition might be different. Some people might only reach their peak condition once a year, and others might reach it 2 or 3 times. This required specialized team scientific systems to help every person achieve some control. For Glory, the teams that were aiming for the championship needed their players to reach their full explosive potential during the playoffs. Yi Xiao was the Glory textbook, true, but that referred to his knowledge of the techniques of the various classes and the strategies within the game. As for competitive condition, which depended on an individual's skill, personality, skill, and even psychological strength, he truly had no solid grasp of it.
Happy didn't have anyone with such specialized knowledge. The Glory Circle as a whole lacked such talents. After all, the Glory Alliance was a competition only 10 years old, and everyone was still studying and researching how to best adjust the conditions of the Glory players. For now, Happy had no way of having such a high-level department, and could only rely on Yishio's intuition from years of accumulated experience to make judgments. And Happy's recent strong performance was unexpected even for him. Had they entered their peak condition too quickly, too early? Chapter 1242. Christmas Presents. 8 consecutive wins, plus it was almost Christmas. From top to bottom, Happy was filled with a joyous atmosphere. Yishio didn't want to ruin the spirit. At least wait until after the holiday passed to remind everyone to stay cautious and focused. That little clumsily handmade Christmas tree was brought out by Chen again. But this time, she didn't set it up in the main area of the internet cafe for some activity. Instead, she carried it to the practice room of Happy Internet Cafe, and after setting it in a corner she carefully began to decorate it. Seeing this Christmas tree, Yishio couldn't help but pause. This was now his third time seeing this Christmas tree, and it was now 2 years since the first time he had seen it. At that time, it had been less than a month since he left Excellent Era. In the blink of an eye, 2 years had passed, and he had actually established a professional team in this internet cafe, slaughtered his way back into the Alliance, all the way to 5th place on the leaderboard. Looking back, even Yishio himself couldn't believe that all of this had happened. They had actually managed to do something like this, and they'd done a pretty good job of it, too. "What are you spacing out for? Come here and help." Chengua's shout interrupted Yishio's thoughts. Chengua was currently hanging presents on the tree. These were all presents that she had prepared for everyone at Happy, each one carefully wrapped so that from the outside, you couldn't tell what they were at all. "Which one is mine?" Yishio casually asked as he helped her hang them on the tree. "I don't know. When it's time, everyone will pick one for themselves, and whichever one they pick will be theirs. That way it'll be interesting," Chengua said. "Then what about yourself?" Yishio asked. "There's one for me too, of course," said Chengua. "You got yourself a present? What's the meaning in that?" Yishio laughed. "What do you mean I got myself a present? This is a present from Happy to Happy's every member." "Am I not a member of Happy?" Chengua asked, filled with righteousness. "Of course." Yishio hurriedly nodded. "Very good, then we'll just leave it like this." Chengua hung the last present on the tree, studied it critically for a while, and after confirming that nothing was wrong, she nodded her head in satisfaction. "Aside from picking presents, are we doing anything else interesting?" Yishio asked. "Isn't casually playing some Glory the most interesting thing for you guys anyway?" Chengua said. Yishio froze, and then laughed bitterly. "I don't object to playing some other things occasionally." "Oh." Chengua thought for a bit. "Go online and play Astrogeddon?" Astrogeddon was currently the most popular RTS game at the moment. "It looks like you can't think of anything besides playing games, either," Yishio said. "Yes, I can't either." Chengua put special emphasis on the either. She didn't think that Yishio would have any good suggestions himself. After all, this wasn't the first holiday they had spent together. "Let's wait for everyone to show up." Yishio sat down on the couch. "Brainstorm." Chengua sat down as well. The two of them sat there like that, staring at the ceiling. One was Happy's captain, one was Happy's boss, but for something like this, neither of them had any good solutions. Perhaps it was because they had both spent too many lonely days without their loved ones. Bang! The door to the practice room was roughly pushed open, and Steamed Bun, clutching a steamed bun in his hand, walked inside. "Yo, boss!" Steamed Bun waved his steamed bun and greeted Yishio, but just as he was about to greet Chengua as well, he saw the Christmas tree at the corner of the room. "Yo, a Christmas tree!" And so Steamed Bun's greeting skipped right over Chengua and was sent to the Christmas tree. "Yep, it's a Christmas tree." Chengua wasn't upset that Steamed Bun had skipped right over her, and was actually quite satisfied with his reaction after seeing the tree. There are presents hanging on the tree. When it's time, everyone will pick one, Chen explained. All right, thanks boss. Steen Bun nodded, and then picked a present off the tree. Something didn't seem right? Chen blinked. What is it? But Steen Bun was already unwrapping the present. You dash. When it's time, I said when it's time. Didn't you hear? Chen jumped up. When it's time. When it's what time? Steen Bun asked. When it's Christmas. Chen said. Isn't that today? Steen Bun was confused. That's tomorrow. Today is the 24th, the day before Christmas, Christmas Eve, do you understand? Chen fumed. Oh, then I'll unwrap it tomorrow. Steen Bun nodded, and finally stopped unwrapping. Chen almost went up to get it back, but Steen Bun had already left his fingerprints all over the wrapping, since he had just been holding an actual Steen Bun. Chen was quite depressed. Should she just rewrap it? Just as she was pondering this, another person entering the room. With a hey, they discovered the Christmas tree as well. It's a Christmas tree, Steen Bun quickly introduced. There are presents hanging on it, we all pick one, but you can't open it immediately. You gotta wait until tomorrow. After explaining, Steen Bun shot a "you're welcome" look at Chen. Ha ha ha, little kids, where's all this fuss coming from? But the new arrival strode forward in large steps. Without waiting for Chen to stop him, he had already come right in front of the tree, plucked the biggest wrapped present off, and swiftly tore it open. At this moment, Chen really wanted to burst into tears and wail. Let's see what this is, ha! Wei Chen had already torn all of the wrapping off the present. As it turned out, this largest present was a cartoon Shiha monkey pillow. Wei Chen, growing a chin of stubble over the new year, looked a bit clumsy and helpless as he held this cutesy pillow, with an air of not knowing what he should do with it. Is this for me? Wei Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This present didn't fit him at all. You picked it yourself. Chen voice was extremely cold. She'd said that everyone would pick their own present, but in reality she had prepared to give some hints and prompting. But this guy hadn't even waited for the event to start before rushing forward and snatching a present. Chen was truly heartbroken. This. Can I have a redo? Wei Chen looked down. The wrapping isn't too messed up. Steen Bun, go find some scotch tape, let's rewrap this. Yeah, you can't open it now, you have to wait until tomorrow, Christmas Day. As Steen Bun spoke, he really did go to find some tape just like that. No way. That one's yours. Chen refused to accommodate them any further. She took a few steps forward and roughly shoved the pillow back into his arms. Seeing the gruff old Wei Chen trying to put on an innocent face, combined with this Shiha monkey, Chen thought it was both infuriating and hilarious. This one. No trading allowed. And so she fiercely emphasized this again. This guy brought this upon himself, let him hold this Shiha monkey and be embarrassed. But Chen had underestimated Wei Chen's ability to withstand anything. All right. Seeing Chen determination, Wei Chen just casually laughed. He carried this pillow over to the sofa, as though he were the pagoda-wielding heavenly King Li, plopped himself down, and tucked the pillow behind his back and leaned against it. What's yours? Wei Chen asked Yi Xiao, who was standing at the side. Don't know, haven't picked yet. Aren't you so noble, Wei Chen said disdainfully. Yi Xiao was silent. He wanted to laugh, but Chen was glaring at him. How about, I pick one too? Yi Xiao said, cautiously testing the waters. Pick one, pick one. Chen was helpless. There was no point in resisting any longer. And so Yi Xiao went over and plucked one at random. What is it? Take a look, Wei Chen urged. Yi Xiao looked at Chen who didn't seem to have any murderous spirit left, and was probably already in despair. So, he also began to tear open the wrapping. To the side, Steen Bun saw that even Boss was opening them. he'd better keep up with the pace. So he too began quickly opening the present in his hand. At this point, Su Muqing and Tang Ru entered the practice room together. The girls were all close with each other, so although Wei Chen and Steamed Bun and the others didn't know about this, the girls had all gotten together and talked about it. But now, they saw Yi Xiao and Steamed Bun were already hurrying to open their presents. This wasn't what Chen Guo had planned. This is? The two were confused. Forget about it. You two go and pick two. Chen Guo was depressed. At this point, Yi Xiao had already opened his present. Holding what was inside, he laughed in delight. Ha ha, this is useful. I'll switch with you. Wei Chen instantly said, without a moment of hesitation. He. Yi Xiao used his laugh to reject him. He had gotten a lighter. At Happy, he and Wei Chen were the only ones who smoked, so it was clear that this present was intended for one of them. Yi Xiao had gotten quite a suitable present. What did old Wei get? The new arrivals Su Muqing and Tang Ru asked, curious. Wei Chen shifted on the sofa, pulling out the Shiha monkey pillow to show the two of them. Ha ha ha. The two burst out laughing. This present plus Wei Chen was a combination that you couldn't not laugh at. You're really good at picking, said Su Muqing. Seeing that Wei Chen had gotten that present, she knew that this situation had gotten out of Chen Guo's control. No wonder Chen Guo was a bit depressed. But the important part of sending presents was the feeling behind it. Su Muqing didn't care too much about the process or result, the most important thing was creating this atmosphere. No. Will you bring that with you everywhere you go from now on? Su Muqing asked Wei Chen with a laugh. You hurry up and pick. If you get another lighter I'll trade with you, Wei Chen said. Don't even think about it, Su Muqing said. No matter what I get I'm not trading with you. She also picked a present from the tree and opened it. Oh no, how'd I get this one? What is it? Wei Chen carried his Shiha monkey pillow as he scurried over, prepared to exchange. This should have been given to him. In Su Muqing's hand was a slender voice recorder, and in the direction of her gaze, Mo Fan had just entered the practice room by himself. A voice recorder, the silent Mo Fan. This was really an exquisite pairing. What a shame, I suppose it's mine now. Su Muqing put the present away. Wei Chen appeared not to be very interested in this voice recorder. What did little Tang get? He made his way to Tang Ru's side. The wrapping was torn off. Tang Ru's present was a more general gift, a beautiful music box. Are there any more manly gifts? Wei Chen called. Are you talking about mine? Steamed Bun turned around, wearing a glove on his right hand. Ordinary people might not recognize it at first, but everyone here instantly realized that this was the glove weapon used by Chi Masters in Glory, a piece of Glory merchandise. The intent of this present was also rather clear. It had special meaning for Fang Rui, who had just changed classes to Chi Master. Unfortunately, now. Steamed Bun, did you wash your hands? Chen Guo asked with a sullen expression. Chapter 1243. Art Book Signing. Chen Guo had by now entirely abandoned her original plans for Christmas Eve. By the time Fang Rui, Qiao Yifan, and Wenny, and the others entered, she voluntarily told them to pick their presents. By the end, the planned gift matchups had become a complete mess, resulting in hilarious pairings that everyone was laughing over. Chen Guo's initial bit of unhappiness quickly faded away. What was the point of giving gifts? Wasn't it just to make people happy? And now everyone was so happy, there was nothing wrong with this. It looked like the surprise element of this random selection was really quite exciting. The presents that Chen Guo had gotten weren't just for the players. The in-game department, the R&D department, these were also crucial components of Happy. Chen Guo had done a headcount and gotten enough presents for everyone. These workers didn't work in the practice room, but Chen Guo quickly called them over. Wu Chen and the others came over and picked their presents, and their unwrapping brought another wave of enjoyment. Guan Rongfei was a bit disappointing though. He had to be forcefully dragged over here, his face filled with reluctance. He charged over, snatched a present and left, spending a total of less than 10 seconds in the practice room before vanishing. At the end, everyone finished picking their presents and chattering about their suitable or unsuitable presents. Everyone's eyes fell upon Chen Gui, and the final 2 presents hanging on the Christmas tree. Who? Chen Gui was surprised. Is someone missing? She asked. The presents had been counted correctly, and she hadn't chosen yet, so by logic there should only be 1 present left. But in her memory, everyone in Happy had arrived. Even Guan Rongfei, who had only existed here for 10 seconds. Chen Gui had clearly seen him holding something as he left. If there was no choice at the end, wouldn't that be very boring? Yixiao said. Oh. Chen Gui heard something significant in his voice, and turned back to look at the tree. 2 presents, one very familiar to her eyes, undoubtedly one that she had prepared, and the other. You put it there? Chen Gui asked Yixiao. It's your turn to pick now, Yixiao said. Chen Gui was startled. She never would have expected that at the very end, there'd be this little surprise left to her. If she was choosing, then of course she'd pick the one that she didn't know, but Yixiao, that guy, he wouldn't have randomly and hastily thrown something together just to make fun of her, would he? Like a half-smoked pack of cigarettes or something. Something like that, Chen Gui felt that Yixiao could easily do. But Chen Gui walked up and studied it. That unfamiliar present was wrapped just as neatly as the others. It definitely didn't look like something that was slapped together last minute. Was it also carefully prepared? Chen Gui felt a bit moved. She didn't hesitate any longer, and plucked from the tree this present that had been specially prepared for her. What is it? Chen Gui wanted to see what it was, and yet was a bit nervous at the same time. You'll know once you open it, Yixiao smiled. It's something that you've really wanted. Something that I really want. Chen Gui was at a loss. At the moment, she couldn't think of anything that she really wanted, and was even less clear on how Yixiao would know. The present was very light, and when Chen Gui took it, she did wonder if it was a half-empty pack of cigarettes or something. But hearing Yixiao say this, Chen Gui felt that this wouldn't be some prank. She unwrapped the package, lifted out the paper box inside, opened it, and saw a card, a Christmas card. This was what she really wanted? Chen Gui was puzzled, and in her heart there was the tiniest trace of disappointment. She took out the card and opened it. At the top was written, in none too elegant handwriting. What you've always wanted, as you wish. And then, 2 signatures. Yixiao. Su Muqing. Stunned, Chen Gui flashed back to several years ago, back when she was just an ordinary fan alongside all of the other Excellent Era fans, passionately supporting Excellent Era, loving Yixiao and Su Muqing, these 2 gods. Of course, autographs from the gods were things that they all wanted. And then afterwards, on that snowy night, Happy Internet Cafe saw the arrival of a stranger, who used Chen Guo's account to defeat an opponent in the arena in 40 seconds, and then asked to become an Internet Cafe employee. At the time, Chen Guo thought that this was some nobody kicked out of his team with nowhere to go. She invited him to stay, encouraged him, and jokingly asked that when he returned to the professional circle, he would get Yixiao's and Su Muqing's autographs for her. That had just been a joke, Chen Guo hadn't been serious. But 2 years later, she received this Christmas gift. The autograph itself didn't mean anything anymore. If Chen Guo wanted a signature from Yixiao or Su Muqing now, she only needed to say the word. But it was exactly this point that reminded her. The Chen Guo of today was no longer one of those ordinary fans that could only quietly support their idols from afar. She stood right beside the people she had once worshipped. They were friends, and they fought together. This time, she was no longer a bystander, she was a participant. Team Happy, it had Yixiao, it had Su Muqing, and it had her, and it had everyone. This was the meaning behind these 2 signatures. Chen Gui instantly understood, and she felt the tears welling up in her eyes. But so many people were watching, and if she cried now that would just be too embarrassing. Chen Gui quickly turned away and rubbed at her face. Fiercely gathering her emotions, she waved the card around and said, This is just. Chen Guo wanted to make a joke, wanted to say this is just too cheap, but she truly couldn't get it out, because she understood the significance of this card. She wanted to pretend she didn't understand, but she couldn't bring herself to do it. Fuck, just 2 signatures, that's so lame. So shameless. In the end, she didn't say it, but someone else did for her. What was the present? This was something everyone was curious about, and they had all politely waited for the revelation. But Wei Chen was never that kind of person, and barged over to take a look. Seeing what was written on the card, he hadn't thought as much as Chen Guo did. He immediately treated this as a prank that Yi Xiu was pulling, and began to condemn him. And you too. After scolding Yi Xiu, Wei Chen turned on Su Muqing. You're just as shameless as old Yi. Our boss doesn't have it easy. She pulled together this Christmas celebration for us, and you two use your pathetic signatures as a gift to brush her off? If you're going to give signatures, at least have everyone sign it. Don't cry, lady boss. Come, I'll sign for you too. Sign, everyone come and sign. Chen Guo called, but she had already closed the card. She returned to that Christmas tree and retrieved the final gift that no one had chosen. We'll just sign this. This final present was opened, and it turned out to be an art book. Chen Guo had prepared all of the presents, and so she had an idea of which present was which just from the wrapping. This art book was merchandise that Happy itself had produced. The pages were filled with art of their characters, made by professional artists based on the character designs. To invite everyone to sign their names on this, it couldn't be any more meaningful. Hey, the art book was printed. Wei Chen took the book and flipped through it. Everyone knew that Happy was producing this, but they had no idea that it was already out, so Chen Guo obtained a copy from the first round of printing to serve as a present. Not bad. Wei Chen quickly flipped to the page with his windward formation, and he was very satisfied with the image of the warlock in the middle of casting. Look at me, look at me. The other Happy players all swarmed over. Even Mo Fan, this antisocial person, was curious at this moment. He left his seat, but still maintained a distance of 2 meters from everyone, as though he were still considering whether or not he should join in. Ha, Mo Fan's here, so sneaky, so graceful. The person in question hadn't even arrived, but everyone was already commenting on Deception's page. They then turned to look for Mo Fan, and saw his hesitating figure 2 meters away. Come and take a look, Su Muqing invited him, and after a tiny bit more hesitation, Mo Fan finally came over. In the image, a masked ninja carefully crept along, indeed looking very sneaky. This was him? Mo Fan really didn't think he should look like this, but looking at everyone around him, they all seemed to think this was very accurate. Sign your name. Chen Guo passed a pen to him, preparing to let Mo Fan be the first to sign the art book. Mo Fan tentatively accepted the pen. Under the eyes of everyone watching, his writing hand trembled a bit. The written characters weren't much in the first place, and with this they suddenly became more askew. Your handwriting really needs work, Fang Rui said from the side. Here, let me show you guys my golden right hand. After speaking, he took the pen from Mo Fan, flipped to the page with Chi Master Boundless Sea, and signed the 2 characters Fang Rui with a flourish. How about it? It's 100 times better, right? Fang Rui even flipped back to Deception's page to compare. Indeed, his signature was much better. Those that wanted to speak up for Mo Fan couldn't open their mouths. Try writing a 3rd character, Yi Xiu said. Go away. Fang Rui had already swiftly passed the pen to someone else. Everyone paused, but understood soon enough. Fang Rui was an all-star level player, and definitely wasn't a stranger to signing autographs. No matter whether or not he practiced on purpose, after signing so many, he would definitely be practiced enough to have a good-looking signature. But aside from these 2 characters of his name, how good he was at writing any other characters remained to be discussed. The art book continued to be passed along, everyone signing their name on the page of their character, and was finally passed to Chen Guo. She flipped through the pages, silent until she reached the end, when she said, when you have time, you should practice your signatures.
Aside from Fang Rui and Su Muqing, who had to sign things often, only Tang Ru had a rather eye-pleasing signature. Of the rest of them, none of them could be brought on stage, not even Yi Xiao's. When Fang Rui took a look at it, he fell over. "And you criticized me. Your third character isn't any good either." Everyone looked at Lord Grimm's page. The two written characters Yi Xiao, no matter how they looked at them, were awkward and misaligned. Chen Guo was stunned for a while, then pulled out the card she had received. Once she compared them, she understood. Yi Xiao was incomparably practiced at signing Yi Xiao. Even though he never revealed his face, he still would often sign merchandise for the team, at the level that Su Muqing and Fang Rui had to. But now, he had to sign Yi Xiao. This Yi was still the same, but the Rixios couldn't keep up with the rhythm at all. Then, putting the two characters together, it was even uglier than the chaotic mess of equipment worn by Lord Grimm. It looked like Yi Xiao's Xiao was, unfortunately, his third character. Chapter 1244. All Stars. Early in the morning, Team Happy had already finished celebrating what was originally supposed to be the most lively holiday, Christmas Eve. Afterwards, Christmas Day wasn't a holiday for them. The things that they needed to do still had to be done, and the matches that they had to play still had to be played. Originally, Yi Xiao wanted to remind everyone to maintain a steady mental state for the next match, but after seeing their opponent for the next week, he had no way of saying these words out loud. On the 27th of December, round 17 of the regular season, Happy's opponent was Team Bright Green. After round 16, Team Bright Green had only accumulated 30 points and was ranked second from last. The gap between them and the 18th place team had already risen to 14 points. Along with Team Seaside, they were considered to be the two teams who would be relegated without suspense this season. Faced with a team with such an awful record, Yi Xiao felt that nagging the team about being cautious and prudent was somewhat excessive. The alliance could be said to not have any weak teams, with examples of strong teams being defeated everywhere. Even so, for a playoff team facing against a team struggling to keep their place, simply having the appropriate attitude would be good enough. Any serious talk about not underestimating their opponents could instead backfire and cause the team members to lose confidence. Thus, at the end of the day, Yi Xiao didn't say anything unnecessary, only getting ready in the same way they normally did. Preparing against the opponents, coming up with strategies, they didn't belittle their opponents, but neither did they attach too much importance to them. Team Happy, who was in their peak condition, naturally didn't get defeated in an upset by Team Bright Green. In their away match, they scored a grand 10-0, once again catching up with Team Samsara's perfect sweep record. In Team Samsara's away game against Team Conquering Clouds, they accidentally lost an individual match, resulting in a 9-1 victory. Team Samsara thus remained with 6 10-0 victories under their belt. At the same time, Tyranny, Blue Rain and Wind Howl all achieved landslide victories in their away games. Tiny Herb lost in a surprise loss against Heavenly Swords after a fierce battle in the same city, but in terms of the number of fans, it could be said that the number of Tiny Herb fans completely overwhelmed the number of Heavenly Swords fans. Yet in Glory, the most benefit of playing a home game wasn't just the fan support received. More importantly, having the right to select the map was more crucial. In this round, after winning one individual competition, Heavenly Sword suffered defeat after defeat, but finally pulled off a strong comeback in the team competition, defeating Tiny Herb with a score of 6-4. It was just one tiny victory, but it was enough to make the brothers at Heavenly Swords go crazy with excitement. From their debut in the professional league until now, this was their first time defeating a true powerhouse team. It wasn't too long ago when the team was formed and the rich kids from Heavenly Swords were in high spirits, fantasizing about winning the championships until Yi Xiao helped them to come back to reality. Thus when they entered the alliance, they started off carefully and cautiously, and finally realized the true gap between reality and their expectations. Glory champions? To them, this was truly too distant a goal. Heavenly Swords' cautious progression seemed to be the most suited for their specific circumstances. But deep in their hearts, could the players from Heavenly Swords really be satisfied dithering around near the relegation zone? Their dream of winning the championships was something that they just carefully kept away,
but it wasn't something that they had completely given up on. They weren't the kind of people who accepted mediocrity after facing reality. They persevered and worked hard, but their team roster being fixed meant that they couldn't rely on external helpers to increase their fighting strength. They could only increase the strength of their characters and equipment, but otherwise, it was all up to their individual bitter training. But in this season, Heavenly Sword's results couldn't be said to have improved very much. The bunch from Heavenly Swords may have been a bit too idealistic, but they didn't actually believe themselves to be infallible. With these results, it was inevitable that they would begin to doubt themselves somewhat, feeling that they only had so much skill in glory. Could they really achieve greater heights? But at this very moment, they had unexpectedly defeated Team Tiny Herb. This tiny victory had ignited a single answer in their hearts: we can. No matter what the reason was, if they could win this round, they could win a second round, or a third. With enough successive victories, who could say that the dream hidden deep within their hearts was unreachable? God, isn't that right? This glorious and uplifting victory for Heavenly Swords led Lu Guaning to specially discuss it with Happy. Yes, that's exactly right, keep working hard. Yishio replied. All right, you too. Happy New Year in advance. Lu Guaning called. Right, it was close to the new year already. Round 17 had ended on the 27th of December. The next week was a winter break for the Pro Alliance, so the rounds put on hold temporarily, but the once-a-year All-Star weekend would still happen the following weekend. The voting for the All-Stars had already entered its final stages. The Alliance was counting the votes, the fans were watching closely, and even the pro players would talk about it in their free time. From the start of the voting until now, Juzukai's first place in the All-Stars was completely untouchable, and no one had any hopes for such a miracle to take place anymore. But in second place was surprisingly Yishio. The Yishio that had routed Excellent Era in the Challengers League and proclaimed "I'm back" had become a real talking point over the past half a year. When the voting had just begun, there were a few old fans of Yishio and a few people who just went with the crowd who voted for him, allowing him to break into the list of 24 All-Stars. Afterwards, at the start of the regular season when the teams were feeling each other out, aside from one great victory against 100 Blossoms, Happy seemed to be on a losing streak. But after the 8th round when they lost to Tiny Herb, Happy rose abruptly and went on a winning streak, continually winning 10-0 and violently sweeping through the entire alliance. Some conspiracy theorists thought that the difference between Happy's strength at the start and end of the season was too dramatic. They even suspected that Happy was deliberately throwing games at the start of the regular season, waiting till the teams had a good idea of each other's strength before revealing their true prowess and snatching as many points as they could. And from round 2 onwards, Yishio swept through the individual competition without losing a single match. Such a strong player not competing in the group arena and instead competing in the individual rounds from start to finish did draw some criticism from people, but such a trivial matter had no way of diminishing his real battle records. Yishio's individual record was very domineering, Team Happy's record under Yishio's leadership was also very domineering, and this fact caused his all-star votes to continually climb upwards. Both veterans and rookies were watching this already legendary figure. This time around, was he getting ready to create yet another legend? Currently, he had already cemented his name for the number of consecutive individual matches won. And this was a constantly updating record, as he broke his own record again and again. Even until round 17, Yishio's record was unstoppable, and Happy's consecutive victories were unstoppable. Afterwards, for now, there was no afterwards. The next round of competition would have to wait until next year, and the All-Star voting for this year would end here. Team Happy, which had never participated in the Pro League before, and its players, who mostly had never had the distinction of winning a championship, would naturally have a weaker standing in the All-Star voting. Even so, the matches that Happy had participated in were significant enough, and in defeating Excellent Era, they displayed a might worthy of a playoff-level team. On top of that, in defeating Excellent Era, Happy had created a miracle, and the effects of that miracle were tremendous. Yishio originally had a firm standing in the glory circle, and even though he had left for a year and a half, his powerful return meant that it was completely unsurprising for him to have a place in the All-Stars. With his valiant return and the strength he displayed after his return, his rise in the All-Star rankings was unstoppable. It was now coming to the end of the voting period, and it looked like there was little hope of him catching up to Juzukai, but it also looked like his position as number 2 was very stable. Because just behind him was Team Thunderclap's captain, Xiao Shiqin, who was relying on the astonishing results that Thunderclap produced under his leadership this season. After his failure at Excellent Era in the first half of the year, he had returned in full force, surprisingly crushing many top teams. Originally, the number of votes that the two of them had was really too close to call, but on the 20th of December in the 16th round of the regular season, the two teams faced directly, and Team Thunderclap was defeated 9-1 by Team Happy, indirectly proving an answer to this question. To many of the indecisive fans, their votes depended on the player's performance. Happy defeating Thunderclap indicated that Yi Xiao was stronger than Xiao Shiqin, and so after that day, the results of the struggle gradually became clear. The two players' vote count now had a clear difference between them, and this tussle between second and third place was resolved in this way. Fourth place in the polls went to Tiny Herb's captain, Wang Jieshi, fifth place belonged to Blue Rain's Hoang Xiaotian, but sixth place was once again taken by a player from Samsara, the new addition to their roster, Sun Slong. People had long become numb to Team Samsara's strength, but this numbness didn't mean that people had overlooked their abilities. Cloud Pisser and One Autumn Leaf, this new duo had attracted explosive amounts of attention from the very beginning. This was a duo between two gods at the peak of glory, one old and one new. Just this topic alone was enough to be discussed for days on end. On top of that, there was Samsara's undefeated winning streak, that's right, undefeated. 17 rounds of competition, and Samsara had won 17 rounds without even a single draw. Victory belonged to every single player in Samsara, but within these people, there would always be those who would shine brighter. The first of them was Juzukai, the second of them was Sun Slong. Afterwards, the value of Jiang Buotao, the vice-captain of Samsara, had long been recognized, and he was in 9th place. In the top 10 ranks of the All-Stars, Samsara had already monopolized 3 of the places, and their grappler, Lu Buoyuan, was also ranked at 20th. After transferring to Team 301, the previous All-Star grappler, Li Yihui, had gradually lost his former fame, and didn't make it into this year's list of All-Stars. For All-Stars, Team Samsara's lineup was truly shining with talent. What about Team Tyranny, who had 4 All-Stars last season? Now, they only had 2. Zhong Xinjie, ranked 7th, and their captain, Han Wenqing, had fallen out of the top 10 for the first time in his career, and was ranked 12th. In reality, Team Tyranny was currently ranked number 2 in the regular season, but they had very quietly made their way to this position. In the All-Star voting, it was easier for everyone to notice the performances of those with strong, flashy performances. In this season, Team Tyranny had rotated their players. Even Han Wenqing's votes had seen a significant decrease, while Zhong Jiala and Lin Jingyan had finally been dropped from the list of All-Stars. What about new players replacing the old? Regrettably, it was very rare for rookies to appear amongst the ranks of All-Star players. Last season, Jiao Yingjie and Lu Hanwen received an unprecedented number of votes, but after their novelty faded away, in this season, they didn't even receive as many votes as last year. Tang Ru was originally amongst the rookies who had a great number of votes, but unfortunately, after the 1v3 incident, her votes plummeted. There was no need to consider the top 24, her name couldn't even be found within the top 100 players. Aside from the 4 players, Yi Xiao, Xiao Shiqin, Sun Slong, and Su Muqing, who had returned from the Challengers League and become All-Stars, there was one new name in the list, but it wasn't a newcomer to the alliance. Team Wind Howl, Liu Hao. Chapter 1245. The Fortunate and the Regrettable. Liu Hao had entered the Glory Alliance in Season 5. He had joined Team Excellent Era just after their reign was ended by Team Tyranny. No one had expected such a fall from grace. After all, at the time, they had only lost their streak as champions. In the Pro League, there were always ups and downs. Losing now was no issue, just aim to win next time. Team Excellent Era's season for recruit, Su Muqing, had been astonishing to see with Yi Qiao. At the time, Team Excellent Era had still been viewed favorably, with an expectation that they would quickly pull themselves back together. Liu Hao had also carried this type of confidence for Team Excellent Era when he became a member. But who, himself included, would have expected that Excellent Era wouldn't even make it to the finals from this season onwards? Tiny Herb, Blue Rain, team after team, new champions arose. Player after player, all-stars appeared. But as for Liu Hao? It seemed like Liu Hao of Excellent Era was the only vice-captain of an alliance powerhouse to not have been selected as an all-star? This made Liu Hao very dejected. But what could he do about it? Excellent Era already had the ever-radiant Yi Qiu. Then appeared the outstanding beauty Su Muqing. They became best partners, and there was no shortage of rumors about a kindling relationship between the two. Besides these two protagonists of the story, not even the vice-captain could escape being given a side character role. Liu Hao didn't want to be a side character. He watched as the others who started in the same season as him became all-stars one by one: Zhu Zikai, Wu Yu's, Fang Rui. All-star status meant popularity, but it also required true skill as a foundation. In the pro scene, popularity did not come without skill. Liu Hao did not have this popularity, but he was adamant that he had the skills. The problem was just that he paled in comparison to his ever-radiant senior. Compared to the founder of the dynasty of back-to-back-to-back championship victories, who in the alliance wouldn't come up short in comparison? Initially, Liu Hao was proud and content that he could share in the glory, but then he realized that this glory was blinding. No one could see him. He wanted to bask in his own glory. But it was so difficult. Enthusiastically showing his talents would put him off rhythm with the rest of the team. Limit himself to the team's pace and he would get outshone by the best partners. This team structure was made for these two and they outshone those around them. Liu Hao thought about this somewhat angrily. What he conveniently failed to think about was that if you picked any random team, of course the core players would be the most prominent. If another player can overshadow the core player's existence, wouldn't they have that title instead? If he wanted to be noticed, he had to establish his own relevance first. Liu Hao, when unable to do so, instead thought up various excuses for why he was not being noticed. This was too backwards. If he had this kind of mindset, then any ordinary arrangement would seem like an elaborate plot to undermine him. Liu Hao really didn't want his radiance extinguished like this, so he continued to search for opportunities. Although Yi Qiu's ultimate departure from the team couldn't entirely be called his victory, it was at least an outcome that he was pleased to see. His moment to shine had finally arrived, but right after, Excellent Era was promptly relegated. This outcome was really some miles away from what Liu Hao had expected. However, Excellent Era was still Excellent Era. Even though they were relegated, their influence was still strong, and they even managed to grab the all-star Xiao Shiqin from Thunderclap. Sun Slong filled the gap left by Yi Qiu's departure, but the gap he filled was only the position of one Autumn Leaf's controller. The role played by Yi Qiu in Excellent Era was much greater than that. After all, he was one of the 4 master tacticians. The arrival of Xiao Shiqin was evidence of Excellent Era's prestige as a powerhouse. However, the hidden motive behind these actions was not noticed by many. Sun Slong was not Yi Qiu's successor. The role of successor fell to Sun Slong plus Xiao Shiqin. 2 people to replace one. Excellent Era definitely could not reveal this intention. Following this addition, Liu Hao found himself heartlessly abandoned. It was at that moment when he realized that he would forever be a side character in Excellent Era. When Yi Qiu left, Excellent Era spared no expense to find a replacement and to quash certain rumors. They even started preparing far in advance. But for Liu Hao? Player trade, you're going to Thunderclap. All Liu Hao received was this phone call. Yes, breaking the news to him with a phone call. How much more disrespectful could they get? Forget about a send-off for him, Excellent Era was too busy with welcoming Xiao Shiqin. Liu Hao left with resentment in his heart. He had thought about exposing how Excellent Era had been unhappy with Yi Qiu, and how they had schemed to pressure Yi Qiu into retirement, while at the same time being afraid of having Yi Qiu become an enemy that they would need to face. Excellent Era had been forced into some very careful maneuvering with regards to the issue. But Liu Hao didn't dare. Speaking of reasons for Yi Xiu's departure, plenty of rumors were floating around the competitive scene, some more accurate than others. However, those were still simply guesswork from outside observers. How much influence would their words have? The worst a comment here and a remark there could do was to give people something interesting to gossip about. Of course, Liu Hao was not an outside observer. If he decided to blow the whistle, the media would be all over the story. But if he did this, it would not bode well for his future. In the Pro League, which team didn't have some skeletons in their closet? A brave warrior of justice may be loved by the media or the masses, but which team would dare let him join? Liu Hao didn't want to get himself into this lose-lose situation. He still wanted to shine. He should wait until he retired before he exposed the Excellent Era scandal. Liu Hao buried his bitterness towards Excellent Era, who had abandoned him. Who would have guessed that Yi Xiu would be the one to avenge him, by eliminating Excellent Era with a grassroots team? Life is just absurd. Liu Hao absent-mindedly thought this at the time. I didn't do anything at all, but the person I hate and the team I hate are locked in a battle to the death. What kind of luck is this? Liu Hao reflected upon his good luck, but then that year he still didn't make it into the All-Stars, what he dreamed about for so long. It's because my team is too shit. Liu Hao thought this helplessly. His performance in Thunderclap that season wasn't bad at all. The team performed reasonably well too, but still did not manage to make it to the playoffs. That meant he, Liu Hao, was still no match for Xiao Shiqin. So in that season, everyone in Thunderclap, from top to bottom, missed their former captain Xiao Shiqin. Liu Hao felt repulsed being confined in this atmosphere. Even a person long gone still outshone him. Thunderclap was even worse than Excellent Era. Liu Hao originally did not want to stay long at Thunderclap. Add on his disgust for the atmosphere in the team, and he directly turned down Thunderclap's request for him to stay for the next season. He moved to Team Wind Howl of his own accord. It looked like standing out in this team wasn't going to be an easy task. Just as he was beginning to more carefully consider his situation, issues arose within Wind Howl and vice-captain Fang Rui left the team. Liu Hao got his foot in the door. In terms of skill, he was never a weak player. In terms of seniority, he had 5 years in the Pro League. In terms of experience, he had been both vice-captain and captain. His only weakness was that he was still a newcomer and may not have too much influence in the team yet. However, Wind Howl didn't really have anyone better, so those 3 advantages were enough for Liu Hao to stand out. Liu Hao lived up to expectations. He performed well both on and off the field, and everyone could see his worth to Wind Howl. With the highest price transfer in the summer transfer window but never a spot out among the 24 All-Stars, he seemed to have taken a decisive step forward during the season. Coincidentally, his current All-Stars ranking was at number 17, the same as Fang Rui's last year. Liu Hao was replacing Fang Rui's position both on the All-Star rankings and in Wind Howl. Unfortunately for Fang Rui, he didn't make the All-Stars. Changing classes was damaging to a player's reputation, regardless of their skill level. However, Fang Rui's performance could still be considered satisfactory. In his very first few matches where he was getting used to the class, he could only rely on a few tricks. Following this, he had incorporated his own playstyle into the Chi Master class, resulting in improvements match after match. But he still didn't make the All-Stars. Chi Masters don't understand love. Fang Rui noted indignantly. No one could really tell whether this indignation was real or tongue-in-cheek. Fang Rui didn't seem the type to get hung up on being an all-star. As one whose style was to play dirty, Fang Rui should have expected divided opinions, leading to a smaller portion of this love. It was rare to witness the situation where Fang Rui would flip this reasoning on its head and say that those who didn't appreciate dirty play were the ones who didn't understand love. The All-Stars polls closed as the new year ticked over. With no matches, the votes did not change very unexpectedly. Most did not care about any changes in ranking within the top 24, they only cared if any at the bottom of the poll were changed. Yes, there still were some changes. The names on the last 2 All-Star spots, 23rd and 24th, frequently switched. This time, as the voting closed, two names squeezed in, Zhu Yuan and Yang Tsong. After years of loyalty and diligence, Yang Tsong finally made it onto the All-Stars. On the other hand, Zhu Yuan made it twice previously when he shouldn't have. This time, his performance had really stood out from the rest of the pack, and he had secured a spot in the All-Stars. This time, his true value was demonstrated, and his votes were not from fans who were hung up on a character or who wanted to be spiteful towards a certain other player. Seeing the names now at rank 25 and 26, everyone felt that it was a shame. Those two were definitely qualified to be All-Stars. Zhong Jala, a player in the Alliance since Season 2. Aside from his retirement during Season 8, this was the first year he had failed to make it into the All-Stars. Liu Xiaobie. This was the second time he had missed out on a spot by an inch. Lin Jingyan and Fang Rui, the former criminal duo, were now neither a combination nor teammates. However, they stood together outside the All-Star rankings. Finally, Chen and the former god-level character Peaceful Hermit could not defend their last shred of glory and were also out of the All-Stars. What might be going through Chen head right now? The All-Star weekend drew near. Chapter 1246. The One and Only. The clocks chimed to signal the beginning of the new year, and players of the Alliance gathered in City Q, where the All-Star weekend was being held this year. Tyranny's once outstanding old general's days were numbered. The Alliance seemed to have taken this into account and decided to give hosting rights to Tyranny's home city. However, it looked like fans voting for the All-Stars did not share the sentiment. It was quite unfortunate that Tyranny's Zhong Jala and Lin Jingyan were both unable to make it into the All-Stars. On the night of January the 3rd, City Q, in Tyranny's home stadium, Glory Alliance's Season 10 All-Star weekend finally began. The 24 All-Stars characters were introduced by projecting them in the stadium with hologram technology, along with New Year's greetings. Ever since the introduction of the hologram technology, the presentation of Glory's players and characters reached new, astonishingly heights. These heights were paralleled by the characters, representing the very apex of Glory. For these events, the hosting team would go all out to make everything as spectacular as possible. Usually, they arranged the characters to appear one by one and perform some actions, such as training moves or a choreographed fight with another character. This time, under the direction of Tyranny's hosting, a new theme was introduced: duos. Samsara's Cloud Pisser and One Autumn Leaf. Blue Rain's Troubling Rain and Swaksar. Tiny Herb's Master and Apprentice Witches. Void's Ghost Duo. 100 Blossoms Blood and Blossoms. Happy's Lord Grim and Dancing Rain. As the duos appeared pair by pair, the other theme was introduced: Memories. The screens within the stadium began to play the classic moments created by each of these duos. Many Glory veterans could recognize familiar scenes from just fleeting snapshots. In the 10 years of Glory, players and characters were constantly being passed on. Likewise, within each and every team, duos were constantly being created. However, a pause appeared in the on-screen action, and a question cropped up. Was there a duo that had survived since Season 1 of Glory for the entire decade, and had fought side by side until today? Everyone gave a start, and considered each duo that had flashed up on the screen. Cloudpisser and One Autumn Leaf? They only started fighting alongside each other this season. Troubling Rain and Swaksar? Swaksar was a legend passed down ever since the beginnings of Team Blue Rain, but Troubling Rain made his debut in Season 4, the same time when the Golden Generation's Huang Xiaoqian began his professional Glory career. Tiny Herbs, which duo only existed after Jiaoingjie made the main roster starting from last season. Void's Ghostblade duo formed after Wu Yus joined the team in Season 5 and insisted on playing the Ghostblade class. 100 Blossoms Blood and Blossoms were formed in Season 2. However, they were separated after Sun Jiping had to retire due to injury. It was reformed after Yu Feng was transferred to 100 Blossoms. As for Happy? You couldn't get any newer if you wanted to. None of those duos had endured the test of time, so who had? Loud shouts rang out across the stadium before many were able to work it out. This was Team Tyranny's home stadium, and of course had more local Tyranny fans than anyone else. These fans were also the only ones capable of causing such a loud ruckus. Thus, the answer was revealed amidst the clamoring. Desert Dust and Immovable Rock. Since the birth of the Glory Alliance, the striker Desert Dust and the cleric Immovable Rock, from Team Tyranny, were the two all-star characters that had fought side by side until today. The hosting team's duo was the epic climax after all. After countless calls from the crowd, the king of fighting Desert Dust, who had not once known retreat in 10 years, appeared on stage with the ever-present Immovable Rock by his side. 10 years? The clips of this duo played for longer than any other. From the birth of the Alliance until today, these two characters had become a symbol of Team Tyranny. No other team had a duo that always stood at the peak. Not even the former excellent era with their unrivaled accomplishments. Many of Tyranny's old fans that had followed their team for 10 years could no longer control their emotions. Fuck, you're trying to tug at our heartstrings? This isn't Tyranny's style, why are you trying to make us cry? Tyranny's manly men do not cry. How embarrassing is it to have tear-streaked cheeks? A partnership that has lasted 10 years. Unwavering. Steadfast. The character may be timeless, but the player eventually departs. However, only one player, from our Team Tyranny, has brought Desert Dust with him onto the stage. He has led Team Tyranny into battle from day one and continues to do so. Season 1, Season 2, Season 3, all the way until today in Season 10. He has stood here eternally, at the summit. This player, the one and only. Who is he? Han Wenqing. The whole stadium erupted into a thunderous roar. Han Wenqing was the only player in all of the Glory Alliance who deserved this portrayal. Originally, his arch-rival Yixiao would be his equal for this, but unfortunately Yixiao took a year-and-a-half break starting in Season 8. Therefore, there stood Han Wenqing. The one and only. Not only had he lasted 10 years, he had lasted 10 years while being the best of the best. While his age might have slowly robbed him of his mechanical speed and reactions, his spirit and indomitable will never swayed. This was Han Wenqing, the player behind Desert Dust, the captain of Team Tyranny, for 10 years straight. Han Wenqing quietly stepped onto the stage. Desert Dust's projection stood beside him. The stadium gradually quieted down, expecting this warrior who has fought 10 years' worth of battles to give a speech. But he didn't. Han Wenqing refused the microphone that was handed to him by the MC. He said nothing, while glancing at the projection of Desert Dust that was beside him. Seeing the character that he has controlled for 10 years standing next to him was a rare experience for Han Wenqing. As he glanced sideways, he stretched out his right hand and actually gave the hologram a pat on the shoulder. Then, he lifted his outstretched right hand and clenched it into a fist. Towards the entire audience, the players, he waved his fist once. Although it was not forceful, it carried a distinctive air of conviction. He didn't need to say anything. I'm still standing. I can still clench my fists. That is enough. Han Wenqing's gesture set off another passionate round of cheering. At the same time, Zhong Xinjie also walked onto the stage, his meticulously calculated footsteps landing him precisely next to Han Wenqing. Zhong Xinjie was not the first owner of Immovable Rock, however, he had fought by Han Wenqing's side for almost 7 years. Players were not like characters and could not fight on endlessly. From this, each player could be considered an inheritor. From the bygone past, to now, to the distant future, through their characters they passed on their spirit and willpower forevermore. The two players clasped hands tightly and embraced each other under the gaze of tens of thousands of spectators. The whole stadium erupted into applause. No one felt that Tyranny was being biased in showing their own team's players in this all-star weekend. Han Wenqing was the most befitting as the main character of the Glory Alliance's 10th anniversary. He was the only one to have experienced the full 10-year history of the Alliance, and at this moment, it did not matter whether he was on Team Tyranny or not. The applause did not dwindle. Even though Tyranny did not actually plan to only show off Han Wenqing, all the others who appeared on stage next naturally didn't get the same kind of resounding welcome. The other 22 All-Stars joined the stage while clapping along with the crowd. They stood on either side of Han Wenqing and Zhong Xinjie, placing them in the very middle, in a gesture that gave more than enough face to Tyranny's hosting arrangements. The lively opening had finally come to an end. Each player left the stage and joined their own teams in the players' stands. The All-Star Weekend was a festive occasion, so everyone was being very casual. Many players mischievously snuck off to other teams' areas and found their more familiar colleagues, greeting each other and chatting about who knows what. On stage, the preparations were being made for what was always the first event of the All-Star Weekend, the Rookie Challenge competition. The first onto the stage was a rookie from Team Parade. Many audience members let out a yawn. Compared to the excitement brought about by the dramatic appearance of Han Wenqing earlier, this was too much of a slump. Li Ju? Who was that? Small to medium-sized teams already only received a limited amount of attention, let alone a rookie who did not get a chance to appear on stage very often. Li Ju really was an unfamiliar name to fans. This kind of rookie challenge was no fun. The viewers felt that not having an exciting rookie might impact the turnout for day one of the All-Star Weekend. It honestly was not interesting to follow or discuss a rookie who had no reputation. This was in contrast with last year, which had very exciting rookie challenge matches where many rising stars stole the stage. The viewers racked their brains and thought, of all 10 years of professional glory, it seemed like there was no good crop this year. There didn't seem to be any strong rookies? Tang Ru? When everyone considered this question, this name was the one that popped up in the minds. Pe. Many people spat. This woman doesn't know heaven from earth, and she even went back on her own word. Where do you think this is? Did you expect everyone to easily forgive you? Don't feel so privileged just because you have good looks. Fuck off. This was the opinion of many towards Tang Ru. Even within Happy's fan base, many people felt unbelievably upset when they remembered that there was such a person on the team. Their hearts were very conflicted. Everyone came to the conclusion that there really were no rookies this season who were especially notable. How about second-year rookies? They also qualified for the Rookie Challenge. They thought of Lu Hanwen, but since he already participated last year, it didn't seem like they would support him going up again. Poor Li Ju was already completely forgotten by the masses, who were all pondering whether there was anyone after him worth watching. Meanwhile, Li Ju's voice rang out, "I would like to challenge Senior Yishio from Team Happy." Chapter 1247. Asking the senior to advise. The one I want to challenge is Happy's Senior Yishio. Li Ju's voice echoed throughout the stadium. Everyone was stunned, and then suddenly exploded into a large clamor. This kid is so daring. Tyranny's crowd was always wild, and quite a few people cried out. Although they hated Yishio, their shameless rival, they would never deny his strength. And this newcomer actually challenged Yishio. Interesting, really interesting. If Yishio really lost, then it'd be interesting to the limit. At the thought of this possibility, the audience suddenly grew excited. In this season so far, Yishio had won the individual competition 16 consecutive times. At the thought, Tyranny's fans were furious. This arrogant fellow. Can no one stop him? The success of the All-Stars match didn't include the statistics, but Tyranny fans didn't care about that. As long as this guy admitted defeat, then they would be ecstatic. The player that walked out was a rookie, but this was the All-Stars stage. Anything was possible. Perhaps in a less serious atmosphere, there would be mistakes he could take advantage of. The disparity between a god and rookie was not so large. Oh. Li Ju wants to challenge Happy's Yishio. Alright, let us welcome Yishio to the stage. The host took the lead to applaud, but the audience booed in response. You really are unpopular. How did you even become an all-star? And second place too. You secretly found people to vote for you, didn't you? Fang Rui lamented. Why is power of hatred so strong? Yishio deeply contemplated on this thought. He had already left the professional circle for a year and a half, but Tyranny's welcome was still as before. Stop being so disgusting. Hurry up and get on stage. Chen scolded. Yi Xiao helplessly stood up amidst the sea of boos and bitterly smiled as he entered the stage. This was the second-place all-star player, plus he was someone who had never made a public appearance like this before. The host was obviously excited as well. Even before Yi Xiao got on stage, the host had already appeared before him. Senior Yi Xiao, hello. I suppose it's been a while since you've been here. The host also referred to Yi Xiao as a senior. Yes, Yi Xiao nodded his head. Tyranny's home stadium? After he retired in Season 8, he hadn't come back here. Although he had fought against Tyranny this season, that had been Happy's home game. If he were to try and recall, Yi Xiao couldn't really remember how long it was since he'd last been here. Do you have any feelings about returning to this stage? The host asked with a smile, obviously also very attentive to the enmity between Yi Xiao and Tyranny. Thus, he purposefully asked such a question. Ha ha, it's still just as noisy, Yi Xiao said. The audience immediately booed in protest, as if they had specially coordinated with him to create such a scene. What are your thoughts on being the first one named for a challenge? The host asked again. Fame follows merit, Yi Xiao answered simply. Ah? What does that mean? The host was baffled. Number 1. Yi Xiao said. The host was stunned. What was this troublemaker trying to do? The host resisted the urge to boo alongside the audience. All right, let's ask Li Ju a question. Why did you choose to challenge Senior Yi Xiao? The host turned his attention to Li Ju, paying no heed to Yi Xiao. Because Yi Xiao's record this season has been very good. I want to try and challenge him. Li Ju merely replied. Oh, so to say, you want to end Senior Yi Xiao's winning streak? The host asked. No, I don't dare. Li Ju immediately responded, but his gaze still revealed a faint anticipation. So, the host turned to Yi Xiao with a smile. Senior Yi Xiao, would you accept that if you lose this match, you break your winning streak? Yi Xiao grinned. So if I win, will that count toward my winning streak? Ha ha, sincere fans will surely remember. Quick-witted as he was, he responded to Yi Xiao's question very quickly, and then seamlessly changed the topic. Is there anything the two of you would like to say to each other? Better work hard, kid. On the battlefield, I'm very serious and very ferocious, Yi Xiao said. The audience's jeers grew in volume and the host was overcome with emotion. Yi Xiao and Tyranny's enmity really had an undeserved reputation. Yi Xiao had only been on stage for only a few minutes, but the deafening boos reverberated for what must have been the 4th time. Please advise me, senior. Li Ju's response was very ordinary, but the thunderous applause from the audience surprised him. Confused, he asked himself, had he actually said something brilliant? His words were certainly not brilliant. Tyranny's fans simply wanted to make Yi Xiao lose face, so they purposely supported the rookie. Both players entered their respective booths and logged into their characters. The host then walked off stage. With such an easygoing atmosphere, he stood at the side of the stage and trash-talked like a fan. Good. The match started. Let us see how serious and cruel God Yi Xiao is. Both sides meet. They are starting. Oh. Oh no. Oh my God. This. Li Ju totally cannot counter God Yi Xiao's seriousness and cruelty. All right, it's over. A little over a minute. That was how long it took for the match to conclude. Li Ju's loss hadn't been too unsightly, but when he came out, his face was completely flushed red to the tips of his ears. The match had been totally one-sided. He could say that he was completely defenseless against the formidable unspecialized. He, like many others before him, only knew after having experienced it, that all his prior preparations and plans could not be put forth in the match at all. He could only subconsciously respond and follow the unspecialized's fighting rhythm. What was more, he couldn't even fully grasp the rhythm, much less try to win. Many thanks for your guidance. Li Ju had lost thoroughly, and that wistful hope of victory made him feel extremely ashamed. Keep trying harder, Yi Xiao chuckled. Then he waved at the audience and walked off amidst the jeers. He went too far.
Towards a rookie, that was so cruel. Yeah. He doesn't have any human feelings. Any other player would have gone easier on him. The various discussions weaving through the audience weren't whispers. Everyone hoped these words would make it to Yi Xiu's ears. They wanted to make him feel ashamed. But it was a shame. In the midst of the discussions, Yi Xiu had taken it in stride and was cheerfully chatting with his fellow happy players. What a shame. Li Ju couldn't stop God Yi Xiu's winning streak. On stage, the host joked, and then looked at the card in his hand. Then next up, let's invite Miracle's rookie, Guo Xiao. Oh, Guo Xiao. I've paid attention to this player before. He's pretty good. Compared to their reaction to the previous player, Li Ju, the audience was more spirited this time. Team Miracle. This team had just joined the alliance, and after 17 rounds, they sat at 14th place with 58 points. For new teams, this was considered quite good. Although this team were mainly made up of excellent Era's ex-team members, Guo Xiao originally came from Miracle and had caught the attention of many parties. Based on many of the individual statistics, Guo Xiao was a strong contender for the title of Best Newcomer this season. Even if Miracle's overall placing was relatively weak, there was no reason for a rookie to bear responsibility for the team's results. This was an important difference between the awards for Best Newcomer and MVP. For Best Newcomer, the main topic of consideration was the rookie player's performance and statistics. But for the MVP, the team's performance as a whole was an extremely important consideration. Otherwise, where else could the 3 words most valuable player come from? Guo Xiao received booming applause, but very quickly, the jeers filled the stadium once more. Yes, the one I would like to challenge is also Senior Yi Xiu. Guo Xiao said. Yi Xiu was in a daze. He's but hadn't even warmed the seat yet. But he had to go on stage again? Go, go. Keep up your win streak. Fang Rui relished in Yi Xiu's misfortunes. Yi Xiu had no choice but to stand up with another bitter smile and return on stage amidst the jeers. The host chuckled, delightfully greeting Yi Xiu. I didn't think we'd meet so soon again. You're too kind, Yi Xiu responded. Then, Guo Xiao? Why did you choose to challenge God Yi Xiu? The host asked Guo Xiao. Ever since we met last time in an alliance battle, I've been looking forward to having another match with Senior. Guo Xiao didn't hide his excitement. Sounds like you've come prepared, the host asked with a smile. Of course, Guo Xiao nodded. Really? Then show me what you've got. Yi Xiu said. Okay, Senior, let's start then. Guo Xiao rushed to his competitor booth. After several minutes. You prepared quite well, Yi Xiu said. But I still lost. Guo Xiao was upset. Winning isn't so simple. Yi Xiu said. Being able to quickly chain together so many low-level skills really allows the unspecialized to have incredible movement ability. Guo Xiao lamented. Yeah, launchers need to fight at a distance, so it's especially difficult, Yi Xiu said. Yeah, I thought of some solutions, but after this, it looks like they still weren't enough. Guo Xiao said. Hey, like I said, it's not so simple. But I felt there was a tiny short lag when you tried connecting the slide kick with Shining Cut. Oh? You noticed? I tried to take advantage of that opportunity, but it was still very difficult. Guo Xiao scratched his head. Do you need me to repeat for the 3rd time that it's not that simple? Yi Xiu sighed with emotion. I'll continue to work hard. Guo Xiao gave Yi Xiu a thumbs up. All right, I look forward to meeting you the next time. Yi Xiu nodded. Thank you to the 2 players for the splendid match, the host said, a helpless expression on his face. But the 2 of you, next time can you not just talk amongst yourselves? Say some words to the audience too, he complained weakly as he eyed the retreating backs of the 2 players that conversed until they returned to their teams. Chapter 1248. There's no end. Yi Xiu and Guo Xiao chatted as they walked back, and soon enough Guo Xiao arrived at where his teammates were sitting. Yi Xiu's gaze swept over them, and he saw He Ming, Shen Jian,
and Wang Ziyi sitting together, these three former players from excellent era, or in other words Yi Xiao's former team. The players to the left were chatting with each other, the players to the right were chatting with each other, so these players in the middle were suddenly left with no one to talk to. They lowered their heads, and refused to look at Yi Xiao and Guo Xiao, who had just stopped right beside their seats. Next time, if there's the chance, I would like to learn from Senior some more. Guo Xiao reluctantly bid Yi Xiao farewell. Good to hear. Go and rest now, I'm heading back. As Yi Xiao said this, he suddenly heard a distant shout. Yi Xiao? Are they calling me? Who's calling me? It looks like there's no rest for Senior. Guo Xiao said. Yi Xiao turned back. The host on stage, whom he and Guo Xiao had left hanging, was staring in his direction, clearly struggling to conceal his glee at Yi Xiao's misfortune. Ah, I'm so jealous. I'd love to go on stage again to challenge Senior, said Guo Xiao longingly. Don't. Yi Xiao quickly waved his hand. On stage, the host was repeating what he had just said. Yes, that was correct. Another rookie had come on stage, and the player he wanted to challenge was once again Yi Xiao. God Yi Xiao, I know you're working hard. We'll have to trouble you to once again come on stage, the host said. The helpless Yi Xiao could only retrace his steps. This third challenger was a player with whom Yi Xiao was somewhat familiar. Wenkabei. Wenkabei of Team Heavenly Swords. Heavenly Swords joined the alliance last season. Lu Guaning and the other four were considered second-year players, so they were still eligible to issue challenges in the Rookie Challenge. Last season, Lu Guaning challenged Yu Feng, and this time, Wenkabei jumped up to participate, and the opponent he named turned out to be Yi Xiao as well. Is there a point to this? It's not like we've never fought before. This was the first thing Yi Xiao said to Wenkabei upon returning to the stage. Ah. We've never played in an official setting, have we? Said Wenkabei. This is hardly an official setting. Yi Xiao said. Ahem. The host coughed emphatically. True, the All-Star Weekend can't be considered any official setting, but Godyi, can you not use such a contemptuous tone? Of course you've had enough of this place, but this is a rare chance for rookies to show themselves under the eyes of such a large audience. Ha ha, after hearing Wenkabei's words just now, we can pretty much know the reason for his challenge. The host worked hard to keep up appearances. I hope that Senior may teach me, said Wenkabei. Haven't I taught you enough times by now? Yi Xiao smiled bitterly. Wenkabei played Battle Mage. Among the Heavenly Swords players, Wenkabei had definitely received the most lessons. It's never too much. Wenkabei's manner was quite shameless. All right, come on. Yi Xiao was helpless and could only accept the challenge. A few moments later, keep practicing, Yi Xiao said to Wenkabei. Yeah. Wenkabei sighed. He had lost quite miserably. How come the difference between him and the god was still so large? The two people left the stage together, but this time they hadn't even left the stadium floor when Yi Xiao once again heard his name being called. Ah. Wenkabei was shocked. This was the fourth now, right? When he came back to his senses, he saw that Yi Xiao didn't seem to have heard, and was still leaving the stadium floor. God Yi! Wenkabei quickly caught up to Yi Xiao to remind him. Shut up! Let's go! Yi Xiao said, his steps not stopping. Wenkabei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Can you really pretend not to hear something like this? But Yi Xiao was acting like this anyway. As the host called his name louder and louder, Yi Xiao walked faster and faster. It looked like shouts weren't enough, so the host could only take direct action. With the speed of a 100-meter sprinter, he reached Yi Xiao's side and grabbed his arm. Let go of me, what are you doing? Yi Xiao fumed. God Yi, the fourth rookie still wants to challenge you. The host's face was sympathetic, but his stomach was hurting from stifled laughter. He of course knew that Yi Xiao was just pretending to be ignorant. How childish! The host's thoughts were quite similar to Wenkabei's. Be honest now, Yi Xiao said, glaring at the host.
Did Tyranny purposefully plan this out to mess with me? Of course not, the host immediately said. Don't you know? The rookies are free to choose anyone they want once they're on stage. The fact that so many rookies wish to challenge you is a sign of your position in their eyes. You think I believe something like that? Yishio said. The host began coughing again. Just as the host had said, for the rookie challenge, the participating rookies had completely free will to choose any of the players to challenge. But how were these participating rookies selected? The All-Star Weekend was designed to be an exciting event, so the organizers wanted to try and deliberately create many exciting situations that the audience would enjoy. And so, was it a coincidence that all of these rookies wanted to challenge Yishio? Yishio didn't think so. He had a strong suspicion that this was the Alliance's doing, that they wanted to have him face this string of challengers. The best evidence for this was that from Happy, both Tang Ru and Steamed Bun had applied for the rookie challenge, but neither of them had been selected. The official response was that there were many applicants this year, and that they wanted to give more opportunities to the second-year players for whom this was their last chance at participating. This reasoning seemed sincere enough, but now Yishio had defeated 3 players, and aside from Wenkabe, weren't the other 2 first-year rookies. From this, barring Happy's players from participating seemed like an intentional move. After all, Happy's players were most likely to disrupt this situation. It really is a coincidence. God, Yishio, just please try and cooperate. The host was still maintaining what he said, but it was clear that he knew very well that it wasn't that easy to fool this experienced god. His plea of try and cooperate could be considered his attempt at making peace. All right. Helpless, Yishio shook his head. The host was delighted on the surface and snickering in his heart, but then he heard Yishio say, then I'll take this a bit more seriously. I won't use my main to bully the rookies anymore, give me an unspecialized account. The host instantly spat blood. The god wouldn't just casually compromise, he'd already begun his counterattack. Like this, for example, he was deliberately making things difficult. Everyone knew that the unspecialized Lord Grim only worked because of the Myriad Manifestations umbrella, and the core of this weapon wasn't its stats, but its ability to shift forms. The Myriad Manifestations umbrella was unique, Lord Grim was unique. Unspecialized? Lord Grim was no traditional unspecialized. For this unique character, even the Alliance had no way of supplying an alternate account. God ye! If you used an alt, the rookie would have no way of appreciating your true style, implored the battered host. Aren't the alts supplied by the game company? Let them make a copy of the Myriad Manifestations umbrella, and after this is over I'll keep it, Yishio said. Ah ha ha ha, God ye, you have such a sense of humor. But this is so last minute, it's a bit late now, isn't it, said the host. You didn't prepare beforehand? This was very poorly organized, Yishio criticized. Before this we didn't expect so many people to challenge you. The host was also becoming a bit shameless. Yishio had even pulled out a after this is over I'll keep it, so the host certainly wasn't going to fall behind. This sentence managed to shut Yishio up, finally. He glanced at the rookie standing to the side, pitiful and innocent and not knowing what he had done wrong. Yishio sighed and headed back to the stage. Thank you, Senior, for your teachings. Keep working hard. A few minutes later, the battle was over. The rookie walked off stage, satisfied, but God Yishio didn't move. He stood alone on the stage, staring at that host. Is God Yishio not going off stage to rest? The host said timidly. Don't give me that. I want to see if you guys are done yet, Yishio said. We have no say in it either. Helplessness was written all over the host's face. He then announced the next challenger to come on stage, Team Void's second-year rookie, Ji Saijie. Ji Saijie walked on stage as Yishio watched him all the while. This was already the 5th person, but Ji Saijie, this second-year rookie with the commanding presence of a veteran, didn't waver because of any of this. When the host asked him, he announced the player he wished to challenge without any hesitation, Yishio. The host didn't make a sound, and he put on a face of helplessness as he looked at Yishio. His gleeful laughter was concealed in his stomach. There's really no end, huh? I'm going to throw this match.
Yishio said. How could you do that? The host laughed. Let's go. Yishio didn't say anything else as he walked toward the competitor booth. Ji Saijie didn't say anything either, and as he walked, he was already adjusting his emotions for the upcoming battle. Although this was only the All-Star weekend, he took this very seriously, for he didn't want to lose. In Yishio's individual match win streak this season, Ji Saijie was one of the ones he had crushed, but in that battle, Ji Saijie felt that he had still had a bit of a chance. If he had better handled a few details, if he were able to more thoroughly address a few problems. The Myriad Manifestations umbrella, there was no way he'd brought 2 copies of it this time, right? This is what Ji Saijie thought. Battling with 2 Myriad Manifestations umbrellas had clearly been specifically guarding against the Exorcist's seal talisman. There was no reason for him to bring them with him everywhere. And even if he had brought both, Ji Saijie didn't need to worry too much. The seal talisman was a form of suppression used to give Yishio pressure, forcing him to change his techniques. If he didn't use the seal talisman, that might even be more useful than the effects of his using it. Ji Saijie mentally organized the data he had from their last battle. He took a deep breath, stretched his fingers, and his character loaded in. Alright, next we have the 5th round of the Rookie Challenge, with Void's rookie Ji Saijie challenging Happis Yishio. These 2 players met in round 14 this season. Does Ji Saijie plan on using this opportunity to wash away his previous loss? Okay, the battle officially begins. The 2 characters appear on the 2 ends of the map. This map is... Who? The host was stunned, the entire crowd was stunned. After a beat of silence, booing. Even though Yishio had been constantly booed by the Tyranny fans from the very start, this time was undoubtedly the loudest. Because this match had already ended, after only 1 second. The only trace left was the message that Yishio had sent in the chat, GG. Yishio really did throw the match. Chapter 1249. Everyone come at once. GG. He actually just typed GG. In the next moment, Lord Grimm very naturally logged out from the game, and the system announced that Blue Exorcist had won. It ended just like this? Boo! The sound was so loud that even with the aid of the host's audio equipment, his voice was completely drowned out by the surging boos of displeasure from the crowd. In this moment, that booing sound could only be described by one word: deafening. That's right, it was deafening. During the festive atmosphere of the All-Star Weekend tournament, someone was actually greeted by such a loud, angry boo. He truly deserves to be called God Yishio. The host thought, with a face full of tears. Even though it was just an all-star match, there was still a referee, and now that referee was sitting there, completely dumbstruck. Yishio walked out from the player booth, but he didn't leave the stage, instead directly walking back to the side of the host. God Yishio, you're really... The host didn't even know what to say. Who had experience dealing with this kind of unprecedented situation? I kept my promise, aren't I amazing? Yishio said. At the other side, Yishio's opponent Ji Saijie also walked out of the player booth and headed back to the center of the stage with a face full of regret. He was obviously extremely disappointed that he couldn't fight against Yishio but could only helplessly and silently leave the stage. Yishio and the host watched Ji Saijie's lonely figure leaving. They watched for a long time before the host suddenly asked, God Yishio, how could you have the heart to disappoint the cute rookies like this? Sigh. Yishio let out a deep breath. Ji Saijie's disappointment was something he could also see clearly, and for a moment, he felt a little bad about it. The Alliance and Team Tyranny could at most pick out those rookies who wanted to challenge Yishio and group them together. To these rookies, challenging Yishio was something that they were very sincere about. But when they went on stage, filled with anticipation, they were unable to do anything before being sent off with a GG. They had won nominally, yes, but in these all-star matches, winning or losing was never the most important thing. The most important thing was how they won or lost. Just sending them off with a GG was very satisfying to Yishio, but to these rookies who wanted to challenge him, it couldn't have been any more crueler. Having said this, the host snuck a peek at Yishio's expression and knew that Yishio had been a little bit moved by his words. Obviously, he was also reluctant to disappoint the rookies in this way. When the next two contestants come, if they still want to challenge God Yishio, will you still GG immediately? The host asked him. Yishio looked at him and asked, there's still two more. Yes, there are, the host confirmed. Then there's no need for them to fight one by one, let everyone come at once. Yishio said. What? The host was at a loss for words. I'm saying, let them come at once. Yishio said. You mean? 1v2, the host was stunned. The boos took a great deal of effort to quieten down, but when they heard this conversation, the whole stadium was dead silent. Shortly afterwards, however, the booing began again, only this time it clearly wasn't as valiant as before. After all, sending out such vigorous boos of displeasure also required a lot of energy, and it was evident that the Team Tyranny fans were already tired, but they still persevered. They wanted to kill this shameless archenemy of theirs with their boos. GG? 1v2? Is there anything you can't do? This isn't really in accordance to the rules, right? The host said. What are you being so serious for? If I don't mind, then just let them come up. Who are they? Yishio asked. It's Zhang Xinran of Team 100 Blossoms and Song Qiying of Team Tyranny, the host replied dumbly. All right. Yishio grabbed the microphone from the host's hands, raised it to his mouth and called, Zhang Xinran of Team 100 Blossoms and Song Qiying of Team Tyranny, the two of you kids can both come at once. This. The host hurriedly wrestled the microphone back. Momentarily, he had no idea how to deal with the situation, and could only desperately communicate with the backstage team for ideas. Team 100 Blossoms Zhang Xinran and Team Tyranny Song Qiying also had no idea what to do. Rookies were the ones who took the rules most seriously, but Yishio was doing something that clearly didn't follow the rules and wanted them to join in, leaving them at a loss. Then, the two rookies, do you mind this arrangement? If you don't mind, then please come on stage. After the host's rapid communication with the people backstage, they eventually decided not to stop Yishio. After all, it was All Stars, where they were looking to make things more lively. If Yishio was so brave as to want to 1v2, then let him do it. At the end of the day, if he lost, the only person who would lose face is him, and to Team Tyranny, they absolutely wouldn't mind. Zhang Xinran and Song Qiying were both in the player seats looking at each other, waiting to see how the other would respond before deciding what to do, but after taking a look, the other person's response was to wait for them to react. With no ideas left, the two of them went to consult their team captains for advice. Just go, the two captains said. After receiving their orders, the two players went on stage. The two rookies have already arrived. Then let me check first, is the player that the two of you want to challenge God Yishio? The host asked. The two rookies were still a little out of it, so one of them just said yes while the other nodded his head. Oh, then next will be a 1v2 battle, the two of you will face God Yishio together, are there any problems? The host asked. The two rookies glanced at each other. They were already on stage, what problems could there be? The two of them nodded. Great, then let's hurry up and start. Yishio waved his hands and headed towards the stage. Then, do the two of you want to say anything before you begin your challenge? The host asked as he interviewed the two rookies. I have nothing that I want to say. Zhang Xinran was clearly quite nervous. Then what about you? The host asked the other player, Song Qiying. This is against the rules. Song Qiying said with a conflicted expression. It appeared that this arrangement was very difficult for him to stomach. Having reached this point, the host didn't want to get sidetracked anymore and applauded the two rookies before directing them to their booth. The competition was no longer an individual round and was instead set as a team battle. Yishio alone made up one team, while Zhang Xinran and Song Qiying made up the other team. Little Song, teach this guy a lesson, the shouts in the stadium resounded. This was Team Tyranny's stadium after all, and Song Qiying could be the future successor of Desert Dust, so he naturally received a lot of attention. On top of that, he was about to face Team Tyranny's bitter rival of many years, Yishio, so the fans were extremely excited, not caring about whether or not it was 1v2, deciding to cheer first and think about it later. Alright, then rookie challengers 6 and 7 will fight against Yishio together, which is what Yishio requested himself. The match is about to begin, the host announced. As the map loaded, the host suddenly felt flustered. This guy, he wouldn't pile these two together and then just send the two of them off with a GG, right? Having suddenly thought of this terrifying possibility, the host felt extremely restless. As the map finished loading and the players entered the game, the host could barely watch any longer. Has he said GG's already? The crowd was still quiet, so he shouldn't have, right? The host looked at the screen and finally let out a deep breath. There was no GG. Yishio's Lord Grim was charging out directly. Was he getting ready to take the competition seriously? But if it's a 1v2, even against two rookies, Yishio should have a hard time, right? Team Tyranny's successor for Han Wenqing, Song Qiying, now had a soaring reputation within the pro circle. Because of Team Tyranny rotating their player roster this season, he had very consistent opportunities to appear on stage, and I was a strong contender for the Best Rookie award. In contrast, Team 100 Blossom's Zhang Xinran looked inferior. The character he used was Tang Hao's character during his time at Team 100 Blossoms, the brawler DeLillo. In Season 8 of the All-Star Tournament, Tang Hao used this very DeLillo to defeat Lin Jingyan's Demon Subduer, convincingly winning the title of #1 brawler. But now, Tang Hao's character was Demon Subduer, leaving DeLillo in the hands of Zhang Xinran. #1 brawler? Zhang Xinran was still extremely far away from this title. In his first match, he encountered Yishio. During that match, he could hardly play at all because he was too nervous, every joint in his hands was stiff. Luckily, the team didn't abandon him because of his first poor performance. Gradually, he adapted to the atmosphere of the competitive scene and became less and less tense. But that nightmare of a first match had still left a shadow in his heart. This was really too awful of a memory for him. Zhang Xinran desperately wanted to find a way to cleanse himself of this memory, so he signed up for the All-Stars' Rookie Challenge. From the very start, he wanted to challenge Yishio, letting himself rise from the same place where he had once fallen. Today, I will not be nervous again. From the start of the match, Zhang Xinran was very active. Hey, make sure you don't drag me down, he told Song Qiying. Song Qiying was a first-year rookie just like himself, but his fame and reputation had far surpassed his own. Zhang Xinran couldn't complain. Who asked his very first performance to be so awful? Even so, he could still feel a sense of inferiority, so at this very moment, he wanted to prove himself where he had previously failed. Since we have two people, let's cooperate a bit more. Song Qiying said. Cooperate? The two of us? How can we cooperate? Zhang Xinran said. The two of them weren't familiar with each other at all, but inexplicably ended up fighting side by side. Cooperation? With this person? Zhang Xinran had no idea how to do so. You're a brawler, I'm a striker. From a class perspective, we can at least coordinate our low-level skills. What low-level skills did you add skill points into? Song Qiying asked. Reinforced iron bones, back throw and fling, Zhang Xinran replied. Oh, you really like grab skills. I've learnt fling and dismantling throw, maybe we can make use of these. Song Qiying said. How do we make use of it? Zhang Xinran asked. Have you not paid attention to the strategies used when two characters with the same class play together? It's in fashion now. Song Qiying said. Ah. Zhang Xinran started to recall. Strategies involving two characters with the same class were indeed being used by many teams nowadays. Team Blue Rain's Dual Blade Masters, Team Tiny Herb's Dual Witches, Team Misty Rain's Dual Sharpshooters, and even less needed to be said about Team Void's Dual Ghost Blades. How did they fight together? Chapter 1250. Rookies Partnership? The players who frequented the All-Stars list would not make a big deal out of the matches here, but most rookies did not share this sentiment. This was especially true for many first-year rookies. They had very few opportunities to get on stage, and all had a thirst to prove themselves. The All-Star matches received plenty of attention, and the rookies could face strong opponents, which made it quite a good opportunity to show off their skills. It didn't really matter if the matches were not played very seriously. Anyone would brag if they defeated the Battle God, the Great Gunner or the Sword Saint. For this reason, the rookies were quite enthusiastic for the All-Stars weekend. Enthusiasm translated to diligence. If they came on stage and faced a god, they would deep down be hoping to win, regardless of how courteous they appeared to be. Right now, Zheng Xinran and Song Qiying were about to play in a 2-on-1. Even though Song Qiying felt apprehensive since it was against the rules, his mind was still focused on winning as soon as the match began. 2-on-1 meant employing tactics for a 2-on-1. Song Qiying did not entertain the thought of deliberately creating a 1-on-1 scenario in this situation. Thus, as soon as they entered battle, he actively communicated with his partner. The two weren't too familiar with each other, and it was probably a bad idea to rely on pure observation and skill to reach a tacit understanding. Therefore, Song Qiying hoped to communicate a basic battle plan first. A battle plan that involved two characters of the same class. Technically, they were not the same subclass. They only shared some low-level skills, but approaching the current problem from this angle was undoubtedly the quickest way for them to find common ground. Song Qiying's judgment here was quite spot on. Same class duo tactics? Zhang Xinran was also a reasonably diligent rookie. When he heard Song Qiying mention this, he immediately thought of some same-class duos in strong teams. The double act of a same-class duo could be said to be the most prevalent type of cooperative play in the pro scene. His brawler and Song Qiying's striker could qualify for a bit of a double act as well. Except, Song Qiying was admittedly apprehensive about a 2-on-1 at first, but still managed to focus when the match started. But Zhang Xinran had other plans. What he wanted the most was just to defeat Yi Xiu, displaying his own talent in the process. A 2-on-1? He didn't really think that far. When he heard Song Qiying's suggestion for cooperating, he didn't dismiss it entirely, but did he put too much thought into it either? Yeah. I guess as a striker and a brawler we could. It can wait. The opponent is already closing in. Zhang Xinran interrupted Song Qiying, and had his brawler Delillo rush forward to meet Lord Grim. Don't be too hasty. Song Qiying called out quickly. He had quite a few ideas for a striker and brawler duo. Don't forget that his team Tyranny currently had the same duo, made up of the most experienced striker and brawler in Glory history. But right now, it didn't seem like his partner was patient enough or very interested in cooperating. I'll test the waters. Follow up appropriately. Zhang Xinran didn't refuse Song Qiying entirely, he was well aware of his own limits. Defeating God Yi Xiu, who had a 16-win streak in the individual competition. Of course Zhang Xinran had this desire, but he didn't dare have that much confidence in himself. But at least within the partnership between him and Song Qiying, he was happy to give himself the main role. It didn't matter that right now, Song Qiying was slightly more reputable than him. Since they were both rookies, Zheng Xinran had some confidence that he could steal the spotlight from Song Qiying. How do you plan to test the waters? Song Qiying asked, while quickly following close behind with his character River Sunset. The two rookies could keep communicating because the voice channels were open. The All-Stars matches were slightly more lax on the rules and had never forbidden voice chat. However, with the recent lively debate about voice chat in the Pro League, the arrangement at the All-Stars matches also doubled as a trial of sorts. We'll look for an opportunity, Zhang Xinran answered. At least have some semblance of a plan. Song Qiying was alarmed by how casual Zhang Xinran was being. Okay, I'll go first, you follow up. Zhang Xinran revealed his plan. Song Qiying was looking for something to say but became lost for words. Dodge! Zheng Xinran suddenly shouted. Boom! Lord Grimm's raised his myriad manifestation umbrella. It blazed with gunfire and attacked the rookie duo from afar. He has a significant range advantage over us, I'm sure he won't let us get close too easily. We need to flank him, Song Qiying called out.
What's your plan then? Zhang Xinran said, while having DeLillo continuously roll. Lord Grim unleashed a never-ending stream of skills from Gunner, Mage or whatever classes, his selection criterion simply being that the attack range was enough to reach the enemy. Even though Zhang Xinran's brawler had some mid-range skills, he was still forcibly zoned out. Split up and flank, Song Qiying said. Fuck, and here I thought you had some master plan. Zhang Xinran said. Flanking isn't just charging from two different directions. We need to watch the opponent's attack rhythm and skill rotations, and find the optimal angle of approach, Song Qiying explained. Blah blah blah, just tell me which angle. Zhang Xinran yelled. I'll take the left. You go right, Song Qiying said. Could you be any more vague? Zhang Xinran said. Split up first, we'll look for opportunities, Song Qiying called out. Isn't that what I said in the first place? Zhang Xinran muttered. The two rookies' characters, Striker River Sunset and Brawler DeLillo, took the left and right respectively, and began to close their distance. Spread further. Further. Okay, line it up, Song Qiying called, while observing Lord Grim and dodging his attacks. The two characters ran up and managed to form a straight line with Lord Grim in the middle. Sweet, that reduced his damage output by a lot. Cover me while I try to get into attack range, Zhang Xinran yelled. How am I meant to cover you? Song Qiying felt gloomy. Strikers had the shortest effective attack range out of all 24 classes in Glory. Since when did this class provide cover fire? Be forceful and charge, attract as much of his attention as you can, Zhang Xinran said. That's nice of you, letting me be the cannon fodder, Song Qiying complained, but still had River Sunset charge forward. He believed that Zhang Xinran's suggestion was still the best way forward. Reinforced Iron Bones. River Sunset quickly activated this skill, which gave super armor and increased defense, then followed up with Cloud Body and charged in forcibly. As expected, after seeing such a forceful charge, Lord Grim focused more of his attacks in the direction of River Sunset. He also started retreating to widen the distance between the two. Good job, Zhang Xinran praised. He felt the pressure towards his own side lessen noticeably. DeLillo seized the opportunity and charged forward madly. Should I focus on my left or right? Yishio seemed to have been put in an awkward spot. Song Qiying's River Sunset seemingly aimed to draw his attention, but the threat of his every step was very real. If Lord Grim toned down his attacks towards River Sunset, Song Qiying would waltz right up to Lord Grim without hesitation. Strikers would not be able to demonstrate full potential in battle unless they were really up close. What will he do? Song Qiying carefully watched Lord Grim's every move. Don't forget to maintain the angle, Song Qiying yelled. He noticed that after Lord Grim retreated perpendicularly to their two characters, the angle between them was shrinking. This would allow Lord Grim to switch fire more freely. They definitely shouldn't make this so easy for Lord Grim. You maintain it, Zhang Xinran answered firmly. Song Qiying was speechless. Although keeping the angle by one person was achievable, it was more flexible if both contributed. Zhang Xinran really wanted to be the primary attacker no matter what. There was no time to argue in the midst of battle. Song Qiying felt helpless and could only do all the dirty work that the other guy didn't want a part of. He moved sideways to maintain the Lord Grim sandwich, while trying his best to close the distance and exert some pressure. Lord Grim concentrated even more gunfire towards River Sunset. Chance! Song Qiying called out. You don't say. Under Zhang Xinran's control, DeLillo sent out a powerful knee strike. It wasn't aimed at dealing damage but rather to close the distance, and DeLillo managed to forcibly propel himself into attack range. Here I come! Zhang Xinran shouted loudly. Don't rush in. Song Qiying saw this and shouted in return, but DeLillo already used the powerful knee strike. It was too late to cancel the skill. In any case, it wasn't like Zhang Xinran would care about anything Song Qiying said in this situation. This is bad. A flank attack didn't seem complicated,
but it actually required balance and precision between the two partners. DeLillo's advance was too hasty and brought about an imbalance. This was especially disadvantageous for Song Qiang's striker, as they needed to be up close and personal before they could attack at all. This gave a very good chance for the opponent to launch a fierce counterattack. Song Qiang analyzed this correctly, but he knew he had no way to stop Zhang Xinran. He could only have River Sunset charge forward recklessly, but... "Behind you!" Song Qiang shouted. Lord Grim used Shadow Clone technique and teleported behind DeLillo. Zhang Xinran threw a brick towards Lord Grim. He was so excited he got within attack range that he thought he was invincible. After hearing Song Qiang's warning, he realized something was wrong, but it was far too late to react. A spurt of blood bloomed out from DeLillo's neck. Yixiao mercilessly had Lord Grim use Cutthroat. Exactly. This imbalance. DeLillo rushed in too quickly and disrupted the coordination with River Sunset. From the current distance, River Sunset could not throw out any attacks. Zhang Xinran was currently one-on-one against Yixiao, and after being ambushed from behind, lost all initiative. Song Qiang could only watch from afar. He had no way to intervene, so he urged River Sunset to quickly close the distance. But would Yixiao have Lord Grim wait for River Sunset to arrive? Of course not. A falling flower palm sent DeLillo crashing into River Sunset. Lord Grim took this opportunity to retreat and increase the distance, once again starting to kite the two characters.